Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And, oh, no, Lance. Where is he, Dell?
I don't know where he is. I never ask when either of you are out. I just frankly don't care. I just know my day changes slightly. I just know he wouldn't be here. He's taking is it today and a couple days early next week off? I don't remember. I just know.
Oh, is he? I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed the email.
I'm sure he texted whoever he needed to text. I knew maybe not us. I knew he wasn't going to be here today. I just don't know if that continues into next week.
Yeah, I have no idea, but okay. It's me, Dell, and Sean. What's up, Sean? How are you doing today?
Doing good.
Sean, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Houston.
What neighborhood?
In the Heights.
You grew up in the Heights.
Yes.
Let me ask you, Dell, you grew up in L.A. and Miami?
I grew up in Long Beach, California.
Long Beach, California. Let me ask both of you a question. Did you grow up near a pope at any point in your lives?
I grew up near Nate Dogg.
Near Nate Dogg?
Yeah.
How about a pope?
Nate Dogg's my pope.
Okay. No. See, there's one pope,
and
Tommy, he's from the south side of Chicago.
Tommy from Martin. His parents lived on my street as well. So I've got my brushes.
Well, I got Kevin
too.
Cronin. All right, the lead singer of REO. I've got him too, right down the street. But not even 10 miles from me, Pope Leo. Okay, I got a pope. You got 0 popes.
Yeah, but
I got a pope. Okay,
Sean, get some Nate Dogg and see if the Pope ever provided the type of culture that Nate Dogg provided, and we can have a little battle.
How many G's in Nate Dogg?
2. D-O.
2 G's. He doesn't even know how to spell dog. Okay,
I don't know. He can ad lib like a mother.
I can tell you this: Robert Prevost knows how to spell his own name. Okay,
I don't know if
it's
Sean
Pope.
That's fine. I don't know if Sean wants to come back with some Nate Dogg or just play it underneath this segment where you're celebrating some guy who was in your neighborhood but got out of it as quickly as he could. But just know
Peru, just to as a missionary to save people's lives. That's all.
And Nate
Dogg don't save lives.
Nate Dogg was on some classics. You don't know if he wasn't saving lives.
Okay?
That's all.
We ain't saving lives like the Pope. Okay, grew up.
There it is, Sean.
You sure you can play this on the air?
I don't know if he tested. I don't know if he listened.
Okay, Sean, be careful.
I typed in clean.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. Now, this isn't Nate Dogg, but he's on the song. And I don't know if your Pope. I don't know if your Pope can provide.
No, you know what our Pope? Our Pope.
There's
my Pope plays Ave Maria. That's what my Pope does. Okay.
Listen to this man go to work. And you think I care about your Pope when I got Nate Dogg?
That's my guy. That's my guy. Leo. Me and Leo. Okay. All right. A Pope grew up in my hood. Okay. He was about 10 miles or so from me. I grew up at 99th Street. He grew up 142nd. And he was a little bit east of me in Dalton. So just so you know, all right, so I was thinking, damn, if I'd have chosen another route, I didn't know at the time I could be Pope.
So the nuns
at
your Catholic school didn't ever tell you guys you could be the Pope one day?
Well, but I just didn't believe. Yeah, sure, anybody could be. Of course, no American ever, right?
Yeah.
South side of Chicago. Are you really? That's going to happen? And boom. If I'd have known that, I might have taken a different route. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten the radio.
Yeah, when I was a kid, there were some questions about whether a black man would ever be president. For you, would an American ever be the Pope?
See, you should have gone for president instead of radio producer.
Nah. Wouldn't have worked. Wouldn't have worked out for the country if I was president.
I don't know. Well, see, here's the thing: is I'm not sure. Twitch. You see, when you're the president, half the people love you, half the people hate you. Twitch, same thing with you. Okay, half the people love you, half the people hate you. Okay, on Twitch. So, I mean, you could have been president. You got that. You got that same.
No,
ratio.
Because with president, I actually have to care what half the country thinks. I don't care what any of Twitch thinks. So,
well, I don't think Trump cares what half the people think. If you want to know the truth,
or any of the people think now that he has power.
Yeah. All right. I'm not sure Biden knew what half the people were thinking. Okay, so there was that. But yeah, so big day for Chicago. All right,
I do want to
in the
finish
South Side.
I do want to finish it off with this. RP Nate Dogg, he's no longer with us, but
Oh,
but we all have our brushes with greatness, and I just feel like was the Pope ever on regulators? No, he wasn't.
no. The Pope was busy in Peru saving lives. Okay. Well, my son-in-law said no. Pretty much everyone hates Dell on Twitch.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. What is Lance doing? Why is he said have a great show, guys? Wait, he's up and he's just decided not to come in.
That's happened before.
He's a terrible person.
What are you talking about? He'll walk into the building at 9 a.m. while the show's going on and just won't be on it. He's done that before.
Yeah. No. I probably should have known he wasn't going to be here. Probably. Yeah, but I probably should have known. Johnny Garpope. Yep, I could have been the Pope. I just had to probably take a different route. Do things a little bit differently.
How
then
are
I could have
you
been
going
Pope.
to be the Pope?
Just doing things a little bit differently, and I might have been
a little differently.
A little differently, yeah. Going about things.
The
a
problem
little
for
differently.
you is, well, now that he is the Pope, he's going to get a lot of free stuff, so that's something you like. But he would have
that.
He would have to sacrifice things to get there. Are you in the sacrifice?
Oh, I'm all about sacrificing. The
Pope doesn't play golf.
A couple of months ago, I did a cleanse. Like I didn't eat for 3 days. Look at me. Okay, I give stuff up. I give up alcohol every Lent.
You didn't give up golf.
I could have been the Pope.
You didn't give up golf. The Pope doesn't golf.
Pope, you don't know that.
No,
you don't know.
What do you mean?
Golf?
You mean they keep that private? He just plays golf, and the Pope has always played golf. All of them, and we just don't know about it.
Takes off all the robes. The big Pope hat takes it off. Let's go.
I feel like it's like Sean and I talked about. There probably isn't like the shams of the Catholic world that breaks Pope news, but still, if the Pope played golf, we would know the Pope played golf. We would know. Well, it would be
maybe not. Maybe not.
Where is the Pope playing golf that we would know?
A private club in Peru. He might have been in a private club in Peru.
I'm talking about when you're the Pope. You're the Pope.
Yeah. There's a course in Rome.
Yeah, he could play golf.
There's a lot of courses in Rome.
Him and John Rahm were spotted at some country club in Rome.
Yeah, so I believe not just this Pope,
Spanish, but
all the popes. I'm sure he's played
close enough.
Spain, Rome, same thing. I believe all the popes of all time, if they played golf, we would know about it. I don't think a pope has ever played golf as the Pope.
As the Pope, you don't know. You don't know.
I know.
Mean,
I do know.
No,
I do know because it's
you
never
don't
been
know all the popes in history.
I do know.
Golf is 500 years old.
It's
you don't know.
It's never been reported. I've never seen. Oh, this Pope liked the golf. It's
well,
never.
Let me Google it.
Google
Let's see which Pope golfed.
Find a Pope that played golf.
I was gonna say, to be fair, especially in the early days, popes got away with a lot.
Well,
it's true.
They might not. There's a lot of stuff that didn't get reported.
You think golf was the one that they hit? One of the things
they're
hit?
like, Padre, this is not what the people do not need to know this.
And golf is a thing.
Because I shot a 94. That's why they don't need to know this.
Well, yeah, I don't need everybody. Like, you know what? If you're the Pope, God should be helping you with your
if it was closer to 80, then maybe people know.
Yeah,
maybe it gets reported.
If he was in the low 80s, he might have reported it. Yep. So, but you don't know. I mean, and 400 years ago, they didn't report. They didn't report about the Pope all the time.
They reported him wanting the Crusades to keep happening.
Twitter's only like 300 years old. You don't know what happened.
I don't know. I feel like the Pope. We found out, he wanted the Crusades. He wanted to depose kings, but golf was a thing they didn't want out there.
Never. That's right. The Pope, south side of Chicago. That's my guy. That's me and the Pope. Let's go. All right, Leo. That's my guy. And you can have
Nate Dogg.
Thank you. Or whatever. That's all. You go ahead.
I'm going to tell you right now, Pope Leo will never do anything as special as Regulators. The song we just heard. He won't ever do anything as special.
He'll never. The Pope will never do anything as special as Regulators. Is what
I mean. I don't know what he did to get to the position. I'm sure he did some great things for humanity. But as the Pope, as the top of the Catholic Church, he will never do anything as special as Regulators.
Yeah.
I'm saying that right now.
Save people's souls, but Regulators.
I thought God did that.
Yeah. Right. No. People do
God
that.
and Jesus do that.
No, people do that. People do that by being missionaries and he's the greatest missionary in the history of missionaries. So,
He's greater than the previous pope as a missionary?
yeah, he's from south side of Chicago.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. He brings that to the table.
I don't know.
He watches the White Sox.
Which Francis didn't. Nothing against Francis.
That is
and where he's
sacrifice.
from.
Yeah,
Okay.
He does. Wait a minute. He's a White Sox fan. How do you deal with that?
I was a White Sox fan growing up. What are you talking about?
But you're not anymore because you think that.
No, but
was
he
stupid.
could change too. He might change. You never know. He might change.
That'd be great if the Pope was a bandwagon fan.
The Pope is not a bandwagon.
I
Pope
don't know.
moved
We'll
all
find
over.
out.
He did not adopt a Peru team, okay? Or
They weren't good
the
enough.
Vatican baseball team.
We'll find out. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe he'll be a big Roma fan in soccer now that he's in
Well,
the
he
Vatican. We'll
He
find
might
out.
be.
We'll find out
He's
what
not
the
going to
Pope's
be a
about.
Chicago Fire fan or whatever the name of their
That's
soccer team is.
that's
No
bad.
one knows.
It's bad. Well, you just named it. You know, that's a bad.
They're the
bad
Fire?
soccer. Yes, they're the Fire. Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Oh, wow, I did that all by myself. No, the Fire was the team. Was the
No, and then they're like Chicago FC, but they were the Fire at one point.
were they? I thought that was one of their football teams.
Chicago Fire. No, they still are Chicago Fire FC. Yeah, you were right. Don't.
Oh,
Hey, just
yeah,
go
look
with
at me.
go with your gut. Well, not all
Yeah.
the time, but in this regard, go with
Yeah,
your gut.
no. We got this is a
Is that
holiday
Father
show.
TJ?
Lance decided what is
No,
is Father TJ
is that
here?
just a regular TJ or Father TJ?
He did not introduce himself as
What-
Father TJ.
Bring in if it's I want Father TJ. I want Father TJ in here. Is this Father TJ?
It might be regular old TJ. We'll find out.
Okay, I don't
Yes,
care
it
either
is.
way.
It is Father TJ.
Father TJ, what do you think?
Father TJ. Yes, sir.
Father TJ, what do you think about the South Side of Chicago stepping up?
Hey, congratulations, John. I mean, this is so exciting that now we got an American-born Pope. So exciting. Oh, my goodness. Congratulations. And what was so cool is I got so many text messages from people like, hey, do you think he's a Kyle Tucker fan? I was like, golly, I hope not.
No, he's a White Sox fan.
But he's a Southside guy. He was at one of the World Series games in 2005 when they beat us. So that's kind of cool, too. The Pope was at an Astros game.
How about that?
So exciting.
Yeah, but he brought God against us, though, in that game. That's a shame. Right?
I don't know, but
Jeff,
it's so exciting though to have an American Pope and
Isn't it
from
great?
Chicago.
How about that?
That is awesome.
How
So
about
cool.
how about?
But I definitely agree.
Yeah. Did you see all the memes though, Father TJ? Did you see? I mean, they got him dipping a roast beef sandwich in the baptismal. They got him the deep dish cheese pizza. I mean, they got to stop with this stuff.
What
Let's
about him
put
coming? What about him coming
a little
out?
respect for the Pope.
What about
okay?
him coming out to meet the crowd to the theme for the Chicago Bulls?
I know they got him coming out with the Bulls. Yeah. Father TJ, I would.
Whatever it takes, whatever it brings.
Are we excited?
Whatever
We're
it
excited
takes to
about
bring
an
people to
American
God.
Pope,
Absolutely.
huh? We got to be excited.
Very
about American
excited.
Pope. Yeah, isn't it
I'm
awesome?
very excited about American Pope, who's been to World Series games, who's been to NBA games. You know, just so cool to have. And he went to Villanova too. Somebody's watching
right?
some NBA playoffs, watching his bros like Jalen Brunson and DiVincenzo playing, and I'm playing.
Well, how about
really
this?
Exciting.
How
And
about
whatever
this?
it takes to bring people to God, it's going to be awesome.
How about that? How about Tillman is there now as the ambassador, University of Houston versus Villanova now. We're setting up a basketball game between the two, all right? And we play it in Rome. How about that we do this now?
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
That
wouldn't
would be so cool. So exciting. So exciting.
Yep. It's a big day for Catholics in America. Big day and Dell, you should be
Yes, sir.
appreciative. And Dell's talking about Nate Dogg instead of about how great it is for us here in America.
I'm
Father
just talking
TJ.
about people who grew up in my neighborhood and how great they were, just like you are. That's all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I grew up in the hood, Father TJ. How about that? We had a big day yesterday, the Catholics. Let's go.
Well,
Let's
it was
go,
a big,
America.
Oh, you mean American Catholics had a big
American
day.
Catholics.
Okay.
That's right. It was a big day. It was a huge day.
I thought it was just a huge day for Catholics, period, because you got a Pope name. But
Well, yeah, but did you see the crowd? How about how awesome that was? I mean, I know it happens, probably every time, but the reception that he got when he walked out there to the Bulls music,
he didn't walk out to the Bulls music.
that was awesome. That was awesome. Good stuff. Well, Father TJ, thanks for listening, man. We haven't heard from you in a while. We thought
Thank you, guys. Yes,
I thought you'd given up on our souls, but apparently you haven't. We love that. Thank you. There's Father TJ joining us
That's so
to
exciting.
talk a little Pope talk this morning. All right.
I
Here
always wonder how Father TJ takes in this show. Like, and even when he's on the air, he's got to dance around your nonsense to talk about how excited he is. But then he's like, yeah, but how great is it? And
Great.
He really wanted to get in something very important. He said, no matter what, as long as it brings more people closer to God. But he had to dance around all your nonsense to get that out. So I appreciate Father TJ skirting the line.
His show brings people closer to God. I think. Yes. I think yes.
I don't know.
With
man.
we're missionaries on this show. That's all we're doing.
We talk about missionary more than we are missionaries.
Is that what you're doing right now, John?
My God. Wow, I'm doing my mission work. That's right. That's
yeah.
what I'm doing.
The Pope did his mission work in Peru. You're doing your mission work on the radio in Houston.
That's right. We're reaching more. We're reaching out. Could the Pope reach this many people?
Well,
right?
Yes. Now
I think he was talking to more people in that crowd than we are right now.
Well, yeah. Well, yesterday, but not when he was in Peru. He's doing it one at a time. We're bringing people.
So now the Pope's
hordes of
so
people.
now the Pope's work wasn't that important in Peru, is what you're saying.
No, he did a good job. I'm saying that's all I'm saying. That's why I'm saying
you can evaluate what he did. Okay,
and he's the Pope now. He did a good
maybe
job.
if I'd have taken a little different tactic, different tact, I could have been Pope.
Where do you think you went wrong? Where do you think you went wrong from?
Oh, early. It was early. It was early on.
Okay. Do you have a point of no return?
With the animals.
Okay, before then, you could have been the Pope.
Odd Jobs Incorporated. That might have hurt me a little bit. Yeah, but other than that, no, we had maybe some issues. That would have kept me from popeism.
Do you think Pope Leo got run out of Chicago like you did, or did he avoid that scenario?
No, I think he left on his own probably
to
go, save lives.
Cool.
I did it a little differently.
Yeah, you snuck out
run
in the dead of night.
I had to run, sneak. I was like the Ursays or not the Ursays. Who was left?
Was it Modell? Who left?
Modell.
Yeah.
Modell. I was like Modell. Packed up in the middle of the night and left Indy. Only I left Chicago that way. All right, we got a break. I got to tell you about Chastang Ford. We got big Texans news on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk right now about Chastang Ford. I got to talk about employee pricing. I was at a restaurant last night, and one of the waiters sat down at the end of the bar there, and he's eating dinner. And I thought to myself, he gets employee pricing here. I don't. You know what? It's better. Employee pricing is better. And he got employee pricing while he was eating his dinner. And you know what? If you don't work at Chastang Ford, do you get employee pricing? The answer is no. Until right now, yes. The answer is yes. And the employee pricing is better at Chastang Ford because they don't add on and they don't mark up. So here's the deal. The other Ford dealerships in the city are probably doing employee pricing as well. But you know what? You're going to pay more for your vehicle at those places because they're meeting this morning, probably in about an hour or so, and they're going to go sell, and make sure, add on, get as much as you can, but let's make sure that bill is moving up. That's not Chastang Ford. They don't do it that way. Chastang Ford says, let's get them in the vehicles with the prices that they can afford, the way that they want that vehicle. So that's a big difference. It's transparent pricing as opposed to the other guys. So you're looking for that Ford car or truck, get real employee pricing at ChastangFord.com at 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I forgot to ask Father TJ. He was in that basketball game when the priests versus the guys that are coming up into the priesthood. They play a basketball game. Lance went to it with his daughter. It was packed at Rice. The most people that they've had at a Rice basketball game, and I don't know, sometime. And it was packed. Lance said it, packed. And Father TJ was on the court playing. I forgot to ask him about he got game. Father TJ can play some basketball, bro. We forgot to ask him about that. Next time, call back again, Father TJ. We haven't heard from Father TJ in a long time. It was great to have him on talking about a little Pope talk here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Great day for America yesterday with Pope Leo the 14th. Great day or not great day for the Texans. The first ever second rounder to have a fully guaranteed contract, $11.7 million. Jaden Higgins gets a fully guaranteed deal. Good or bad?
I don't think it's one or the other. I just don't know why it was done. What's the explanation on the Texans side? I get why Jaden Higgins would want it, but was he not going to sign unless he got fully guaranteed? I'm not sure why they did it, but I don't think it's good or bad.
Does this make you like the organization more before you even step on the field? And I think the answer is yes. I think, there aren't a lot of places that have a Nico Collins. There aren't a lot of places where the guy is one of the best wide receivers in the league, and he just says, "Yeah, I'll take that money. That's fine. I don't care. That's making me really, really rich. You know what? I'm fine." Wide receivers are more like what the Pittsburgh Steelers have been experiencing over the last 5, 6, 7 years. Wide receivers are divas, and we've got what looks like we know what Nico is. Hopefully, Jaden Higgins is going to be that same kind of. And listen, we can't compare him to Nico yet, but physically, we can compare him to Nico. He looks the part. He looks like we've got bookend wide receivers that look a lot alike, and hopefully he plays like Nico plays. We don't know yet, but his college tape is great, and we'll see what happens with him. But I think this is good in that he's going to feel really, really good about the organization. And when it comes time for contract negotiations, he said they did me a solid, and maybe he'll do them a solid.
I think you're talking about something that may happen 3 years from now, and if he's a great player, he will ask for as much as he can get. Like Nico Collins, as you pointed out, was unique, and this isn't just me talking about wide receiver. He's unique as a football player or a pro player that, you know what, give this deal. We're not even going to have a real fight about it. I like it. I'll take it. I'm good. Now we'll see if Nico puts together another great year. If he's not asking for renegotiation, that's still on the table. But as far as Higgins is concerned, if he's great and feels like he's underpaid as a second round pick, I think he'll ask for a deal earlier than you would want to do it. But for now, it's great to have him in the fold, and he's happy about it. But I don't think anything will preclude him from going, you know what? I've far outseated my second-round deal. Let's have a conversation. And the Texans can always say no, but I don't think it stops him from doing that.
Listen, Nico was a third-rounder, so he made even less, and he's been a wonderful citizen. I mean, we got us something special in Nico. And hopefully Jaden Higgins will be that same way. And maybe in that wide receiver room, little Nico will rub off on all of those guys.
I don't think being a good guy has anything to do with how much you're asking for money. Because Nico could be a great guy and Higgins could be a great guy, but when it comes down to get paid, I want value. I want to be paid like one of the best receivers in football, or like the receivers who are like me in the game. So I think Nico, from what all reports, wonderful individual, fits what the Texans want, but this is a business. And at some point, if Nico feels like there are receivers who I'm better than that are getting paid more than me, let's have another talk. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility just because Nico is what everything you want from a player right now. I'll still be that guy, but I want to be paid more. But that's maybe a year or two down the line.
You know what's cool is the leader in that room is Nico Collins and the kind of guy that he is, as opposed to.
I thought Tank Dell was a leader. That was what Steve Smith said.
Yeah, well, Tank isn't in that in that room anymore. So I mean, not this year anyway. So what's neat is that Nico is the man, and Tank could be the voice in there and everything else, but the guy who's setting the tone is Nico because he's the best player. And that's what the best player does. I don't know what kind of how verbose Nico is, whether or not he's a big talker, whatever the case may be. But he's the man in that room, and that's the guy that you've got as an example for these. Because we got a lot of young guys now. We got a lot of young guys in that room, and now they're going to see how to go about business as opposed to being in there with guys who are. Less leaderly, or what aren't quite as good as that leader with that leadership thing, or are diva-ish. We've got a guy who's going to set the tone that has none of that, which is cool. So maybe I don't know in the long run, just like we talked about. We've talked about that with George Springer, how pissed off he was. The organization wouldn't bring him up. I mean, these things would, or if you go to arbitration with a guy. When you're a young player and you have, stuff that, that they do that is like, wow, this sucks. This kind of sucks. When it comes time to re-sign with the team or sign that second contract, you're like, you know what? Jaden Higgins might feel really good about the team. Maybe that's why they did it. Jaden Higgins, I mean, Steph, you know what they did? The organization thinks about guys' mindset. Stephon Diggs. You know what? You got 3 years left, but you want to get to free agency. Let's cut those 3 years out. Let's just be really, really good this year. We'll pay you this year. We'll even give you a little bit of a bump here. I mean, and the guy goes into camp thinking, wow, I like this organization. And so Jaden Higgins might walk into there and going, wow, I like this organization. Look what they did for me.
But what happened
the first time
Diggs,
ever?
Did he give the Texans a discount, or did he wait to find the best deal possible and then went and got it?
Yeah, well, it's slotted, so there's not much.
I'm talking about, you mentioned Stephon Diggs as the guy who felt good about the Texans. It's not like he was giving the Texans a discount. He went out and waited and got a big deal someplace else.
But they lopped 2 years off.
No, I know they gave him what he wanted. Yeah. But I don't know how hard they went after him to bring him back. So I can't speak to if there was even a conversation about.
Oh, I don't think they went after him at all.
But you use the point that maybe they take into account the guys and their feelings, and they want to have good feelings. But at the end of the day, Stephon Diggs is a veteran. At the end of the day, he said, you know what? Cool. I'm going to test free agency and wait. And he got a giant deal, a bigger deal than I thought he would get at least.
Yeah, you got a much bigger deal than I thought he was going to get too. But the thought was, let's just get the best Stephon Diggs we can get this year. And they did. They got a guy with a really good attitude as opposed to the guy that came from Buffalo. So, and treating him right, doing the right thing by the player, something that they didn't have to do, was positive. And this is something that they didn't have to do with Jaden Higgins either. So I think it's a positive. I do. I think in the long run, it helps. He feels good about the organization. We'll find out what kind of player he is. That's the key. See if he can, because if he's got any Nico in him, if he's going to be at all like Nico, we've got us a good one. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Houston Powder Coaters. I'm talking about Robin, Orlando, and the great people over at Houston Powder Coaters. I know some of them, gotten to know some of them. I really, really likable people, especially Robin. And there's a good chance that you'll talk to Robin while you're, dealing with the people over at Houston Powder Coaters. There's a chance that you will need them to fix whatever it is metal that you have that is not great. And here's the deal: ask Robin, text her. You can give her. She'll give you her number so that you can text, send pictures of what you have, and she'll tell you whether or not you can save that stuff or you got to get new stuff. But you want to save that stuff if possible, because that metal that you've got in that older stuff is much better than the metal that they're using right now. For anything metal, the metal is better before than it is now. Looking for the best way to save whatever it is. You got boat parts, you've got wheel kits, you've got whatever it is. You've got patio furniture, a fence. I mean, everything. Whatever it is, if it's metal, they can help you at Houston Powder Coaters. Free pickup and delivery. Houston Powder Coaters. Tell them that you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. No Astros last night. They had the day off. They got Ellie De La Cruz in the building tonight. I think the Reds are a fun team. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see Ellie play 3 games here. He's got Hunter Brown tonight. So guess what? Guess what, Hunter Brown? Guess what, Ellie De La Cruz? You got you some problems tonight. You got Hunter Brown on the mound.
Does Major League Baseball have a mandate where he has to play like the NBA does? The only time you're going to be in Houston this year, you can't sit.
But they should. Well, no, you can take a day off. We got 3 games. We got 3 games. Although if I go tonight and not the other games, then it's
going to
a
be
problem
pissed
for
off
me.
if he doesn't
That's
play
a
one
problem
of the
for me.
nights.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you see that the MLB Network was showcasing the difference in height between him and his brother, and the picture they used was one of them giving the finger to the camera, and they had it on the broadcast.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, like look how tall Ellie De La Cruz is compared to his brother,
And he's giving the finger.
and they're both giving the finger.
I mean, what are you? The producer or the? the guy, the editor, he didn't see that, or they did it on purpose. I don't know.
So it was the Braves broadcast, and I think it was pulled by MLB Network, and they had it. But I take it back because Ellie's given like kind of like if like the rock on thing or whatever, and his brother is the one giving the finger. I guess they paid little attention to the brother in the equation, and he's the one just look at me, everybody.
Flipping them off.
Yeah, you could have found a different picture. I'm sure they have taken more than one photo together.
Yeah. That's awesome. Awesome. It'll be fun to see. I like Ellie. I get excited watching good players. He's a really good fun player. I think the most fun player in the league right now. So we got that. We had Draymond again. I mean, the game was crap, but this crap that Draymond. I mean, he flailed his arms again and got a technical with a shot to the face, and he's the victim now because people are calling him an angry black man. He's a victim now. After the game, he came out and said, "I'm just tired of this. It's ridiculous that I'm an angry black man." What?
Sean's
Draymond.
got the sound. We can hear Draymond,
okay, let's
himself.
You got that? Okay, let's hear it, Sean. Let's hear Draymond. Poor Draymond.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Draymond's put me in a tough spot.
What? It's not. What does black have to do with it?
He's put me in a tough spot.
He's an idiot.
Because
he's an idiot.
Because normally I don't want to be out here siding against Draymond in this issue. But Draymond, what are we doing? Don't make me come out against you so strongly. Everyone's just sick of you. No one thinks of you as like, no one portrays you as the angry black man. You're just angry, and you happen to be black.
I think I don't think the word is angry. I think it's uncontrollable. He has
there's
control.
an anger there when he's flailing and hitting people, and some of I don't know what it is. Like Nurkic went after him about this, and he didn't like it because Nurkic isn't a trained professional, so he didn't appreciate the diagnosis from Nurkic. But there's something there. He's volatile. And his team recognizes it. Steve Kerr knows that they have to calm him down to keep him in games. What you want to call that's maybe an uncontrollable anger. What it is, they would say that's competitive. He's competitive, and that's how it comes out. But no one's like, Draymond, the angry black man's at it again. It's like, Draymond, cut it out. Just stop slapping people in the face for no reason.
Why can other people be competitive and yet not choke people? Why can they not stomp on people? Why don't they elbow people in the face like he does? Why is it other people can be competitive but they can control their emotion enough to not get technical after technical after technical?
See what Draymond, what he did was diabolical. I'm not saying it's genius because I don't think it's going to work, but it's a diabolical way to change the conversation about him. Look, let's talk about this dumb thing over here that I just said, as opposed to what's really going on is your possibility of missing games because you're going to hurt your team. And maybe it's a thing with the officials too. Hey, don't play into that narrative that's out there that I'm angry. Just call the game. Yeah. And of course he gets all the leeway in the world. Look, Draymond, I'm pissed that I have to talk about this because it's obviously a deflection. No one, he got out there and as soon as they got in the room, they're like, hey, you're not going to put me in this box. I'm not this guy. I see what he's doing, but I don't think it's going to work.
Where did he see that who said he's an angry black man?
I don't think it would even be
black,
that clear.
And he has zero ability to control his emotions. Zero. I mean, he has no emotional filter, none. Because if somebody's up on him and trying to get underneath and trying to guard him closely, he cannot control himself enough to not elbow them or knee them or kick them in the nuts or stomp on them or whatever it is that he has to do, pull them down, whatever it is that he just can't control himself to not go an extra step that nobody else does. I mean, there's nobody that's even close to the number of transgressions that he has.
So if you missed the game, and why wouldn't you? It was a blowout. The Wolves took control early and ran away with it. He got fouled by Naz Reid, and Steve Kerr was shooting him some bail and said, in an attempt to make sure the officials called it, he embellished his arms because Nas slapped him on the arm, and Draymond was making a pass, and Draymond throws his arms out in the air and it hits Naz Reid in the face. It's very similar to what happened with Fred VanVleet in the Rocket series. I don't know if that was uncontrollable, other than he just didn't care. Hey, I'm going to get a foul call by any means necessary, and if I happen to hit Naz Reid in the face to do it, oh well, that might be maybe a bit lack of respect for the people around him. There are other instances when he's swinging an elbow or choking out Rudy or nearly punching Nurkic in the face. I think that's uncontrollable. What he did yesterday was just a lack of care. Like what he did to Fred was the same thing. He was trying to draw foul because why would he be angry at Fred at the moment? What was the egregious mistake that Fred made other than just foul him? And then he decided, you know what?
Yeah, but you fouled me, and I'm going to elbow you in the face.
I don't think
that's what he does.
I think that was on purpose. I don't think that's uncontrollable.
No, that he was. No, he absolutely went elbow to Naz Reid's face. Absolutely went elbow
I'm not
to
saying
face.
He didn't.
And it wasn't because he was just throwing his arms up for a foul.
No, that's what
he absolutely went elbow to face.
That's what Steve Kerr said to shoot him some bail. What I'm saying is that he did not care what was going on. I got hit. I'm going to flail my arms, and if Nas gets smacked in the face, so be it. I think that's a lack of care for I guess your competitor, your opponent, and he did it to Fred too. It was the same thing. Hey, I got slapped. I'm going to throw my arms out just to make sure everyone sees it. And if Fred gets slapped in the face, whatever. But there are other things where you can tell that guy is off it, and when he's physically assaulting someone on the court, those things are just. I think the man, when he's out there, is all about Draymond and the Warriors and doesn't care what happens to anyone else.
Yeah, no, it doesn't get to anyone else. Fred just happened to be in the way. Nas just happened to be in the way. It's not like he has any personal vendetta against them or they did something to him earlier in the game. It's just that he has an uncontrollable urge. If he gets ignited in any way, if you foul him or get close to him, he is going to be there. And no one else in the league is like this. No one else in the league has this uncontrollable urge that he has to, in some way, shape, or form, impose some kind of danger to you. And it's serious. I mean, and he there's a reason that he continues to get technicals. Elbows to the face. They've outlawed this thing, and he get time and time again. He just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. And he's talking about the other day, and I love what Vanessa did, but I will say this: you got to be careful if you're Vanessa going after an NBA player. But he was out there the other day talking about Brooks, about Dylan Brooks, and how nobody likes him. He's unsportsmanlike. His lack of sportsmanship. Talking about Draymond talking about Dylan Brooks' lack of sportsmanship, and Vanessa came after him with examples of, who was it had a plate put in his face because of Draymond. He elbowed him when he had a mask on.
Conley.
Yeah, Mike Conley. I mean, and Vanessa did that, which you have to be careful of because you never know. You never know how NBA guys, they could travel to go to certain teams or whatever, and you're on record having ripped him, whatever the case may be. And she might, I don't know that she'll ever get a job as the Golden State Warriors sideline reporter, but you never know what's going to happen. And I'm proud of her that she went after him for that. Him talking about somebody else, about Dylan Brooks, him, deflecting with this angry black man thing. And here's the thing: is Draymond is going to be. He's going to be in and out. He's going to take Charles' place probably, right? I would imagine. Well, he's going to be. He is a name. He's got opinions. He doesn't care what he says. He is going to be with us for a long, long time. He's a POS on the court. He is a POS on the court. He's a card-carrying a-hole. And this is Charles had his issues as well. Charles had, he throws little people into glass windows and stuff. He spit on a little girl at a basketball game. I mean, Charles had his issues as well. These are the guys that we like. These are the guys that are going to be in our lives forevermore. And Draymond ain't going nowhere. Draymond is going to be a guy that we're going to have in our lives watching basketball for the rest of our lives. Yep. What were you just telling Sean?
Oh no, Sean was telling me that he said
You called him a card carrying a-hole, and I said he probably doesn't carry a card that says he's an a-hole.
I said he's probably just an undocumented a-hole.
No, he's documented.
Uh,
He's well documented.
No, I don't think he has the papers.
Oh,
for
he's
it.
got a
I don't
card
think he
in
went to
his
a notary.
wallet that says he's got a card in his wallet that says I'm an a-hole. Yes, he
When
does.
you get X amount of flagrant fouls over the course of your career,
It's like a sandwich shop. They keep making stamps until
That's right.
they send you a laminated thing.
Yeah, and he's got the punch holes in it, and he's going to get.
well,
You know,
he
when,
punched
you know,
another hole or two last
Yeah.
night, I guess you'd say.
But one
Hey,
right
real
in the jaw.
ID.
Of Nas
Real
Reed.
ID started yesterday. His real ID is I'm an a-hole.
Yeah. I didn't have to put in any work to get it. I just got my real ID. They just sent it to me like years ago. I was worried about it. Oh, look, that little golden Texas thing is right there. I'm good. So
That's
take
it.
a look at your IDs, everybody. You may already
gotta-
have it.
You got to have that little gold star
In the
circle.
Texas
right.
logo there. And I was like, yep, all right, no trips to
I'm
to
good.
DPS.
You
I'm good.
You can travel, Dell. You can travel now.
I am a documented a-hole as well.
No, you don't have.
I don't hit people in the face, but
No,
I am in other ways.
Time to talk about HRP. Good people, not Draymond's. They're good people over at HRP. We like them. We like. We really, really, really like what HRP does for us. They're part of the Gao family. They're part of the CEP family. They're part of the Orleans Seafood family. It's all of the people, the Chuck Watson business family. All of the people that you've heard on our air that give testimony to what HRP has done for them, that'll tell you something. I've talked to them, and there's a lot more that haven't done testimony, but I've seen them at the crawfish boil that HRP has every year, and they couldn't be happier to be with HRP and what HRP does for their business. Get you your payroll, get you your HR, get you your taxes, and then helps you find the right benefits packages for your people. They're a partner with you in your business. You need a partner that is going to do all of those things that you don't know how to do. You just don't. You don't know the ins and outs, and you can't do payroll as well as they can, as inexpensively as they can. You just can't, because that's not your business. Do your business. Let HRP do theirs. HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here. Let them come and give you a free evaluation of what's going on in your business and how they can help you. HRP.net.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Boy, what a mess. What a mess the Red Sox have become. Alex Bregman is just killing it. So is Kyle Tucker. It sucks. It sucks. At least we got Garrett Cole out for the season. That's nice. Not that I.
No, you said it. Too late now.
It is kind of too late now, but I don't want everybody that left the Astros to succeed. I mean, goodness gracious, can we not have every single guy be the best player in the league that's left? Can we please? So what a mess. Tristan Casas out for the season, right? First base is open. Hey, Rafa, grab your glove. Nah. And now he also said he wasn't going to DH. I play third, right? He said I play third, and now he's a DH. But here's what he had to say yesterday about moving to first base. I know I'm a ball player, but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there. In spring training, they talked to me and basically told me to put away my glove, that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. So right now, I just feel like it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another position. It was the GM that I spoke with. I'm not sure what he has with me. He played ball, and I would like to think he knows that changing position like that isn't easy. I play third. That's it. I play third.
I play third.
I play third. It's so good to have. I mean, Jose Altuve will go out to left field and go wee wee, and then he'll come. Hey, Jose, we can't do this much anymore. Why don't you just DH here? Okay. I'll do whatever. I'll play wherever. I'll do whatever I have to do, and that's Jose Altuve, who is a bit more accomplished than Rafael Devers or Devers or whatever they call him, and we got. I mean, we're just a team of good guys, right? I think they gave Devers so much money, and this dude, I play third, and now I won't play first. I want to hear him say I won't play. Is there any way for him to say misspeak first? No, I don't think so.
Well,
right?
He had his translator near him this time, and I guess he did the last time too. But it was like 10 minutes long. He said consistently, not playing first, but he did it all in Spanish, I believe. So you don't get, I don't play first.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I just wish he would say it. I don't play first. I DH something. That would be great. That would be awesome if he could give us something else, because I play third is one of my favorites. That's one of my all-time favorites, along with he not ready. 713-780-3776, the number if you want to get in here with us on this, a great day for America, okay? What with the Pope being from Chicago now, all right? Yeah, the Pope from Chicago. So if you want to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that. Let's go.
Well, we got a call from someone who didn't have a great day because he's Norwegian. Bent is back.
Oh, yeah, poor Bent. Let's get Bent in here. What a shame. Bent, welcome in. I know it was a tough day
good morning.
for you guys. Yeah, it was a tough day for you guys yesterday, huh?
Yeah, they hung in there, man. But I like how you got another get bent joke in there.
Well, I didn't get any what? Let's get Bent in here. That's what I said.
Hey, nothing you guys said yesterday was offensive, other than the get bent joke, because you got to come up with something more, man.
Hey,
No.
how tough was it to watch, or were you proud of your team?
So I was at work. I mean, I had it on my phone, so I wasn't able to, pay close attention, but watched all the highlights and read all the synopsises, and they hung in there. It was 0-0 at halftime, but Tottenham was just too good. So now you got Tottenham versus Man United, two crappy English teams in the final.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, we were talking about Norwegian soccer yesterday. Bode Glimt played against Tottenham in the semifinals of the Europa League. What is it? What is it?
Europa
called?
League. It's the second level of
Yeah.
European tournament football, I guess. Best way to
Europa
describe
League in the semifinal. It was the biggest thing that's ever happened to that little Norwegian city, and they got that far, and they actually beat people there. And so it was, Tottenham was a little worrisome for Tottenham, but they took care of business 2-0 yesterday, and they won 5-1 overall in the two games. So, but we were talking about it, and Bint called him. Bint is from Norway, and he calls into the show yesterday, and I could not have been more appreciative and love Norway more than I did yesterday, and give all the love that we possibly could to Norway.
I mean, the whole thing started with you suggesting you could buy a home there for $243. Not sure how respectful that is.
Well, it started with a guy was offering reindeer meat and dried fish
for a ticket
to go for ticket to the game,
the biggest game in that club's history,
and that was worth apparently $243. And I thought, well, that might be a lot of money in Norway. You could probably buy a house with that, but no one knows.
Well, Bint told you yesterday that that's not correct.
It could be correct. He hasn't lived there in a long time. The prices could have gone down.
Oh, that's how it works. Bint,
yeah.
Can you confirm that homes don't go in that town or Norway for $243?
I can confirm that maybe in like 1888, that would be the case.
There it is.
Well, there you go. You don't know what
he does know. He just told you.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. He did tell me. But I was just speculating. I don't know. I've never been to Norway. It seems like it's cold there.
It is.
And look at Ben. If Ben comes, Ben's like, oh yeah, I love Norway, and he's in Houston where it's 1,000 degrees. Do they feel like Ben? You're kind of soft because you're no longer in the cold Norwegian winds and cold. Do they consider you maybe a little bit soft down here in Houston?
I would say they probably think I'm very Americanized at this point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say soft, but yeah.
But it's a hard life up there, isn't it? I mean, as cold as it is all the time.
Oh man, we have a saying. There's no bad weather, just bad clothing.
No bad weather, just bad clothing. Can you say that in
Norwegian?
Norwegian?
You just dress for it.
Can you say that for
You want me to
Norwegian?
say it in Norwegian?
Yeah.
Det är inte dålig vær, bara dålig klær.
Dirty. Yeah, I love that. I love that. All right, we got a little Norwegian on the show for the first time ever. Well, Ben, congratulations on your team getting that far. I bet everybody in that city was. I know it was disappointing yesterday, but what a great story that was worldwide for you guys to get that far.
Yeah, no, it was. I was texting my brother-in-law, and it was like midnight, 1 o'clock their time, and he couldn't go to sleep. He was still so pumped up, even though they lost.
Even though I'm sure that was a great event for your city. They have phones there, and you can text there in Norway.
I mean, it's still the rotary phone, but
okay.
You can still get through.
It's hard to text on those. I know it's hard to text on those rotary phones. Hey, I
will say you guys are now officially the most popular Houston sports radio show in Northern Norway. So you can put that on your resume.
Thank you. All right. Maybe we'll be in the Norway Hall of Fame too. In the Norwegian Radio Hall of Fame. You don't know. Okay.
You never know, because the 30 minutes, 2 segments yesterday, I mean, those 2 segments should be in the Hall of Fame radio for sure.
Did they play them? Did you tell them how to get it? And did they listen yesterday?
Oh yeah, no, I sent the link over to everyone, so they thought it was pretty funny.
Thank you. All right. Hey, maybe you guys got a Chamber of Commerce that wants to fly us out there. We'll do a show. Okay. We'll fly out
Absolutely,
to
man.
Norway and do a show out there. I mean, we can get the whole town there, like 40 people. Let's go.
There it is. Couldn't get out of this. Couldn't get out of this call clean, could you?
For about 40 people, we'll get them out there. It'll be unbelievable. What time is it in Norway now?
They're 7 hours ahead, so what's that, about 3 p.m. from that?
Yeah,
my
how
math's right?
perfect would that be, Del? You could sleep in.
I don't know, man. You keep talking about Norway like
We'll
it's
go.
like no one can survive. So I'm not sure I want to go.
We'll go there. We'll go that one day of summer that they have.
They have
and,
nice weather there.
It'll be like 20 degrees.
While
that
you
day
were
of summer.
besmirching the great Norwegian town of, well, whatever the town is.
What is it?
I don't remember. I'm looking at they have good weather in the summer.
They do?
Yes, it gets
Let's
warm
go.
there.
Well, let's go. Tell them to fly us out. We'll do a show there.
Yeah, I'm sure our equipment will
Let's go.
make it and perform well in Norway.
All right. Bent, we appreciate it, man.
I'll put
Thank
out
you.
the word for you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
I appreciate it.
Thanks,
You-
Ben.
Look
You
how
should
big
do
we
a,
are in
You
Norway.
should do a weekly Norwegian segment on your show. I mean, the ratings are just going to be off the charts.
Off the charts in Norway. Biggest Houston radio show in Norway, us. Okay? Get Michael. We need a promo. We need a promo. Okay? We're the number one Houston radio show in Norway. How about us? Think about that for a while. We appreciate you, Bent. Thanks for being here. All right. There's Bent from Norway right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, your Norwegian update. Right now, though, we're talking about, I'm telling you, I wish I had Billy Brown here in California. Could use you, Billy. Come on. We need you here, okay? Because the plumbing situation, I got all these sinks that are all spitting out because they came and I don't know. It's not as good, Bill. It's just not. It's just not as good here. We got it lucky in the city of Houston because we got Billy Brown. We got Aqueduct Plumbing. We got a guy who's going to show up. My buddy Chuck, he texted me, "Hey, what's your plumbing company?" I'm like, "Chuck." And I didn't see his text for a while. I'm like, "Chuck, you can put this number in your phone, 281-488-6238. So you don't have to bother people and say, and oh, by the way, it could be an emergency. You need that number in your phone just in case, because what sometimes being late, we've gotten this plenty. Hey, what's that plumbing company on X? You guys are sending us that. It could be an emergency and it's too late now. Don't be that guy. Make sure you got Billy's number in your phone. It come absolutely free. Check out what the problem is, and they'll fix it, and they'll do it at a great price. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We have Father TJ call in. We got Bent call in. Are you kidding me? What a day. Holiday show. Lance isn't here. So it's me, Dell, and Sean. And, man, we are having this is a holiday show. It's basically, because Mother's Day is here, right? The holiest of holidays. About
Wait.
moms.
Oh,
moms
okay.
are the greatest. What are you doing for moms this holiday, Dell?
She's getting a gift. It's on its way.
It's on its way?
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
She lives in
You're
Florida,
a good
so
kid.
you always
a good
got to
kid.
make sure the gift gets there on time.
Always. You always got to. Yep. I'm taking my wife on a little trip for Mother's Day, and that's fun. We're going away for the weekend. That's really, really nice. So that's what we like to do, and that's what she wanted.
So I got a question for you regarding that. Where does the line get drawn? And this is for everyone out there, I guess. Like your wife, mother of your children, love of your life, understood. Celebrate her. But do you celebrate your daughter being a mother? Or would you celebrate your sister being a mother? Would you be sending messages to them as well? Because, that's some people do that. Like, you're not my mom and you're not my wife, but I'm going to acknowledge you being a great mom and let you know someone cares about you. Do you do that? How far do you go when it comes to celebrating mothers in your life?
You're right, and I probably should do that. I don't.
Not surprising.
Okay. I don't. No, my sister doesn't get it. Although we've got a group text, and I can tell all the moms, Happy Mother's Day.
But will you?
A group text with my cousins on it, probably not. Probably not. I got to take care of my own.
Understood.
You know what? It's my son-in-law's job to take care of my daughter, and on this day, that's his job. And so my daughter's not my mom.
You're delegating.
Yeah.
Delegating the
absolutely.
Mother's Day.
Do you think taking care of your daughter, like sending her a text, falls under that? Like just sending, hey, Happy Mother's Day, Steffi. Is that taking care of her? Or is that
that's probably something I should do.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
And now that you bring
but
it up,
hard.
I never thought of it before.
It's tough.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not against you. I just don't have enough mothers in my life. I only have to really worry about one. I guess I can send something to my aunt or something, but I'm not doing that. What am I crazy? But I know a lot of guys have that responsibility where they have to send it to their daughters or their sisters because all the mothers in their life need acknowledgement.
Yeah, I never did that.
Yeah,
it seems like it's going above and beyond, and probably really good guys. You know what? Way to go. It's not me. No one in my family thinks, oh, what a really good guy. Nobody thinks that. So I'm not going to start now.
Could have been the Pope, though. Could have been the Pope.
I could have been the Pope.
A couple things went differently.
Couple things. Yeah. No one in my family thinks that's a good guy, but I could have been the Pope. A couple things go different.
If only a couple of things. If I'd have changed a couple of things.
Yeah.
Then
like when the closest people to you don't think you're a good person.
Yeah.
The rest of the world could though.
That's after Odd Jobs Incorporated.
It's true. He went down a path he can return from.
Well, sometimes you just can't go back. You just can't go back.
And you can't go back to Chicago under your real name.
I go back to Chicago, only I'm in and out. Boom,
well, yeah, you don't make announcements.
No, I'm not telling anybody I'm going. Hey, I'm going to Chicago this weekend. Nope.
He puts on his trench coat and pops the collar, lowers his hat, and he can walk around anywhere in Chicago.
As long as no one recognizes him.
As long as nobody's filming me, I'm good. Nobody's shooting any video. I'm good. Okay. Black Friday this year, Texas and A&M are going to be playing again on Black Friday as opposed to Thanksgiving night, which happened a lot. This has happened before. The Longhorns and Aggies have met 70 times on Thanksgiving, played on Black Friday in 1974, 75, and 96 through 2007. I didn't really realize that they played on Black Friday all those times. And they played on Saturday last November, but they're getting back to Black Friday, and they wanted. And one of the big reasons is they wanted no NFL interference, which they don't. The NFL doesn't. Heads up against the NFL on Thanksgiving night is not good.
The NFL has a Black Friday game, but it won't be in prime time this year because there will be an NFL game that day.
That's right. They did. They've
done it the last couple of years now.
Yeah, I guess they're not going to be in that window.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
3 NFL
Marcel
win-
Reed and
goes on
Arch Manning
Thanksgiving.
had the night to themselves.
It'll be on Friday night. But when did the NFL play last year? Friday afternoon?
I remember the first time they did it on Amazon, it was a Friday afternoon game. I don't remember what time the game was last year. But I know the NFL tries to take any holiday they can, even if it is not a real holiday like Black Friday. They try to have a present. So we'll see. But hey, put it in prime time. Maybe the NFL will acquiesce and just put their game in the afternoon.
They
I don't
played.
think the NFL gives a rat's ass.
I don't think so either.
No. The NFL's like, we'll play when we play, and you work around us.
Yeah, the Black Friday game last year was at 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay, our time. 2 p.m. our time.
Yeah, 2 p.m. Central.
So the other notable Black Friday games in college football: the Egg Bowl, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Georgia, Georgia Tech, Arizona, Arizona State, Iowa, Nebraska. They play historically on Black Friday.
We got breaking news.
No, that's just my alarm.
That's when you normally get up.
Wait a minute.
It's my last minute alarm.
That's you. Wait,
Forgot
Sean.
to turn it off.
Sean, didn't you do that last time? Have your alarm set for like middle of the show?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I didn't have it set for the middle of the show. I just didn't have it set for before the show.
For before the show.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the issue.
Well,
That
he's
was-
recovered. That happened
Yeah.
once. But
I've two straight. Not, we're not
No,
throwing
just-
a parade over here, but 2 straight, no incidents.
yes, he's like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Astros winning 2 in a row.
It's trending.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the Astros don't win 2 in a row. Though, but okay.
They've gotten to 3. Isn't the longest
Yeah.
winning streak this year 3?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
right.
again, not throwing a parade. I've had a way longer streak than
Yeah,
than
you
3.
You have.
That's true. He
But
he
you-
took an L one time.
Yeah,
but that's
hey,
fine.
You
Listen.
yeah. I mean, you
It
interrupted your streak, and now you started another one. That's
Exactly.
All right, you went hitless in that one, but you got another streak going. True's going to try to get up to DiMaggio, or at least get up to the Astros three straight wins.
He'll
you
get
know?
his chances.
I could. Next week I think I'm back on a Friday. So
You're back
There
on
you
a
go.
Friday next week.
is it? Yeah,
Are you off or is Lance off on that Friday?
probably.
Must
Lance.
be Lance.
Yeah.
Oh.
Must be Lance. I
Or
don't
maybe
think
it's
I'm
just like a remote.
It's
Is
a
there a
remote.
remote on Friday?
Yeah,
we are
got two
at
next week,
East
yeah.
River 9. We're at East River 9. Thursday, we are at. You better check if you're on Thursday too, Sean, because Thursday
I
we're
will.
at Texas
Thank
Card
you.
House on Westheimer. So I'll be back all next week, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And no big deal, Texas A&M for those of you out there playing on Black Friday for you. I think that's of all of the college football games, that's the best one, right?
At least on paper. You've got a team in Texas who expects to be in the playoff again. You've got A&M who, second year under Elko, thinks they've should be pretty good. Last year going into that game, they had a shot to play for the SEC title. Then they just scored 7 points at home, and it didn't happen. But yeah, those two teams should be the best game that night. Like Ole Miss and
Mississippi
Mississippi State is more about what nonsense might happen on the field as opposed to the actual game. Like what craziness can happen in the Egg Bowl. And then you got Iowa and Nebraska, which is just boring.
Right. Nebraska might be good. We'll see. If baby Mahomes if he can play this year.
No, you can't call him that. Like you can get the baby Jokic thing off with Şengün because at least it's pretty good. Like Dylan Raiola win more than 7 games in a year before I give you. Although that is very Mahomes like in college, I will give him that.
Yeah, I mean he wants to be.
I know what you're getting at, but
Yeah,
I mean he's like
I mean,
Walmart
he looks-
Mahomes.
It's
he
cosplay.
does. Yeah, you gotta do more than look like him.
Yeah,
It's cosplay. Just because if you dress up as when Comic-Con's in town, you dress up as Spider-Man.
doesn't make you Spider-Man.
You're
doesn't
not
make you-
climbing walls.
Yeah,
No. All right. When we come back, let's see what you guys think about this trade to Houston. I'm not a big trade proposal guy, but the Athletic did it, and I'm like, what? Let's see what you guys think. Ownwell, let's think of what you think about that. What's today, the 8th? Is today the 8th? Because the 9th, holy crap, you're running out of time. You are really, really running out of time because the May 15th is the last day that you're going to be able to protest your property taxes. And if you don't do it now and you forget and you get to, I gave the example yesterday, you could fall in a pit for a week then you won't be able to protest your property taxes because your phone will be broken. You won't be able to protest your property taxes. So do it now. Go to ownwell.com. Ownwell.com is where you go to let the experts protest your property taxes. You don't pay unless they win, and you only pay a fraction of what they win. And the other guys that are out here doing this, because other people are doing it, it's not just Ownwell. They're in a lot of instances, and I think in most instances, they're charging more, a higher fraction than Ownwell is charging. So if you're looking for the best way to protest your property taxes, do it with the technology that Ownwell has. Do it with sign up in 3 minutes. It's really, really easy. You don't lift a finger. You don't do a thing. They do it all. Ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com. You're running out of time. May 15th is the last day. Ownwell.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so the Athletic I'm not a big trade proposal guy, but the Rockets got thrown in this thing. They got an example of Giannis to San Antonio, Giannis to Philly, Giannis to Toronto, and Giannis to Houston. And let me ask you guys this. Okay, Bucks get Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore, Donovan Clingan, and Phoenix's first-round pick, all kinds of Phoenix first-round picks. Rockets get Giannis and Jeremy Grant, and the Trailblazers get Alperen Şengün and Jock Landale. So the Rockets would have to give up some of the Phoenix picks. They would have to give up Alpi, Jalen, Amen, and Cam Whitmore. You doing it?
So who's left? It's Fred, Dylan, Jabari, and Giannis, and
Tari
Reed,
Eason.
and Reed and Tari. If the Athletic don't get out my effing face, what do we stop it?
So guys that are veterans, and then the young guys who came off the bench or never play.
Yeah, and then Giannis.
With Giannis,
is that team winning a title? No. So no, you trade for Giannis if you think you're winning a title. You're not giving that up. You're not giving all that up. You're not winning a title. I don't even know if you're better next season than this season as far as record-wise.
Yeah,
right.
Record-wise, it's probably you're standing in the same place. You made a bunch of moves to end up in the same place.
Yeah, fighting for a 2 in that 2 to 5 range because your record, because West is so tight. No, I'm not making that trade.
Okay, so here's what they said. This deal
Jeremy
allows them
Grant,
to acquire.
cool.
This deal allows them to acquire Antetokounmpo for players that, frankly, don't make a lot of sense on their roster when it comes to playing next to Antetokounmpo in Thompson and Şengün. Why does Thompson not make sense playing next to?
Because he's not
Giannis?
a floor stretcher. I'm sure that's what it is. He's not a shooter.
Yeah,
he can't spread the floor.
If you can't shoot, you're a bad fit with everyone in the league.
Yeah, if you can't shoot around the star, then you can't play.
Especially with Şengün, where it's like, never mind that the best lineup they had was a double big lineup.
Yeah,
but it still can't fit with Giannis. It works with Steven Adams. It wouldn't work with Giannis and Şengün. Sorry,
right?
Just could never happen.
Right. You got Steven Adams and Şengün on the floor and Amen Thompson, but you can't have Giannis.
Giannis would mess everything up.
Sorry. Yeah. Tried and true.
Because none of them can stand in the corner.
Yeah, you wouldn't want. Why would you want another really athletic guy? I mean, you already got one. Why would you want an athletic guy that can do all? He can grab boards. He can get. He can dunk. He can. I mean, he's got to be a shooter. And oh, by the way, is Amen not going to work on that? Is he? Is this what he is? He's never going to be able to.
Even
shoot
if he never becomes a great shooter, and he's always in. If he tops out at 33 to 34, whatever it might be, who cares as far as this trade is concerned? And next year, you're trading for Giannis. You're supposed to be a clear title favorite. They're not. If they give up all that, oh, you're bringing in Jeremy Grant, who has never won anywhere. Cool. Stop.
Yeah. Do you have the other trades that they made? Is it just like Milwaukee Bucks get every player on your team, and then congrats, you have Giannis.
Are they all like that? Yeah.
Well, it's not nearly as good. Being with Philly, you get Paul George, Jared McCain, a first, a pick swap. Yeah,
Paul George is like actually a bad contract.
Bucks get Zion Williamson, Keldon Johnson, first round picks.
Is Giannis going to the
Pelicans
Spurs?
Get Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sochan, Connaughton, and the Spurs. I mean, none of them are giving up what the Rockets are giving up. Goodness gracious!
John, you were right to stand on. I don't like being a trade proposal guy. This thing stinks.
And but here's what they said: any trade offer from the Rockets will require Thompson. In the packages I've received,
is this a Bucks writer?
No, this is who wrote this thing? Eric Nim.
That is a Bucks writer.
Oh, David Aldridge, Eric Corrine, Tony Jones, Sam. A bunch of people wrote this.
Okay, they're all in it, but Eric Nim covers the Bucks for the Athletic.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he said. Neem said this.
Of course.
So he's carrying water
trade
for
offer
the
from
GM.
the Rockets will require Thompson. In the packages I've received, there's an argument to be made that Thompson is the best asset because of his insane defensive ability, super athleticism, age, and contract. But I'd be curious to see if I could also acquire Tari Eason or Jabari Smith Jr.
I bet you would be curious.
Yeah, I guess you would. He thinks Jalen is a problem, though. He's only 23 years old, still may be some upside, but his contract extension kicks in next season.
Oh, not a good problem. I thought you meant like how.
No,
like with
he's a bad problem.
Emojis after.
Yeah, he's a problem. He's a
fire
demon.
emoji.
Yeah. I appreciate Eric Neem, as Sean said, doing what he can to make the Bucks better while he's covering the team. But the other offers aren't comparable. So until someone came with more, why do the Rockets have to give it all up practically to get him? Because if it's a negotiation, the Rockets can look across the league and go, those deals aren't as good as ours. Why? When those guys come up with more, then we'll come up with more.
Yeah. Right. Did the Bucks have to get Stephon Castle from the Spurs?
No.
He won Rookie of the Year just now, just a couple weeks ago.
Well, how about Wemby?
Yeah,
how about giving him Wemby?
Well, if we're asking,
if I'm the Bucks, I can't walk away without Wembanyama.
Wait, Wemby and Giannis make sense together, but Amen doesn't make any sense with
now, John, you're just being ridiculous asking for Wemby. But if the Rockets have to give up their entire
roster, 3 best players. How about that?
Yeah, that's not ridiculous. And then stick them with Jeremy Grant because that makes salaries work. Cool. Man.
Yeah, great. Awesome.
They just made these 3-team trades so they don't look as stupid. They try to blur the lines a little bit. These trades are this is stuff me and my friends could come up with each other in our dorm rooms in college. Like we're just dragging guys in. Oh, what if we made a 3-team trade? And that way the Milwaukee Bucks can finally get Donovan Clingan, which is so important for the Milwaukee Bucks. But then to make it all work, Rockets get Jeremy Grant, who's played on 19 teams in the league.
And never helped them win a damn thing. But Jeremy Grant instead of Amen and Şengün. Cool. Man, stop.
Because he can shoot. He can stand at the 3-point line.
Yeah.
He's better.
Yeah. He shot under 38% from the field last year. He can't shoot.
Shooter.
Although he would fit in with the Rockets.
Man, Michael Schwab's got the video of the White Sox winning, and the Pope was there. Goodness gracious. But, so, Sean, you guys used to do NBA trade proposals in college dorms? I never did. I tried to get girlfriend trade proposals.
See how you think you're in a good standing, and y'all
this is one of the reasons I couldn't be Pope right now.
Yeah.
Sean thought, hey, I just threw a joke in there just to add to the levity of the show, and John just turned it against you.
No, I just
you were making trade. You're doing the trade machine in your dorm room. I was trying to get laid.
I was trying to trade
girlfriends with my roommate.
Trying to trade with my buddy.
Trading girls with my buddy.
That's why I couldn't be Pope right now, though. I mean,
so one of many reasons.
Yeah, that's strike 4.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Completely tearing Sean down's another reason, by the way.
No, I didn't completely.
Yeah, that's not. What would Leo do?
He's the one that said he was doing trade proposals.
But what would Pope Leo do if Sean was talking about the wholesomeness of being with his buddies in college and working out?
Talking about sports, something I now do for a living, by the way.
Yeah. Look how it turned out.
You were just getting ready for your lifelong service.
Would Pope Leo have used that as a way to insult Sean in front of all these people? No,
I didn't insult Sean.
The tone was enough.
Yeah. Trade proposals.
Should have gone to Peru.
You should have gone.
That Chicagoan's much nicer.
Yeah, you should have. He would have been like, that was a good trade, Sean.
Yeah. He would have been. Yeah.
Or at least a good joke.
You know what? I do trust the process.
You do. That's all. No, that's good. No. I got nothing. I'm not making fun of Sean.
Yeah, you are.
No,
you are.
I am what I'm doing right now.
Trust me, I am someone who has great knowledge of what it feels like to be made fun of in that seat by you.
What? That's not true. I've never done that.
Never. You're right. You've never done that.
I'm on my way to popehood. Okay, that's right.
Started a little late, but go ahead.
I'm on my way. Okay, I'm on my way. I've changed my ways now. I got to talk right now about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you get your, hey, how about this? Giving away $25,000 a month. That's what John Clay Wolf is doing. On top of buying your car and giving you more for your vehicle, $25,000 a month. All you have to do is if you send in a card and say I want, and you get 250 entries into the hopper. If he buys a car from you, you get 1,000 entries into the hopper. How about that? One guy, he bought, John Clay Wolf bought his car. He got more from John Clay Wolf for his car, and then he won $14,000 on top of it. How about that? On top of it. So if you're going to sell your car, just a little line you up, you might pick up, I don't know how much out of the $25,000 a month John Clay Wolf gives away. So just go to the website, givemethevin.com, and send in your entry. Or sell them your car. That's the best way to go about it because you get 4 times the entries at givemethevin.com. You're going to sell your car. I don't think there's anywhere else that you have to go. Givemethevin.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Apparently, John's chair is empty. So now is a good time.
Oh, he's sitting down now.
Oh, he's sitting down?
Yeah.
So, but I'm taking over. Because we got Greek Fest tickets.
What?
We got
Let's
Greek
go.
Fest tickets to give away right now. So caller 5, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. You can go to HoustonGreekFest.com to get tickets if you don't win them from us. And
When is it?
It's the admission, I was going to tell people the tickets were for all 3 days, at least one of the 3 days. Now, as far as the date, that's not in the copy, so now I'm going to have to look it up. Thanks, John, from me.
Well, is it next week?
I'm
'Cause I
looking it
wanna
up
go.
right. I'm looking it up right now.
Have you
'cause I'm not
gone
sure.
to have you been to this Greek Fest? It's fun.
No, I know we have benefited from Greek Fest because they bring us great food. That happens, so I'm a fan of that. HoustonGreekFest.com is the website. As far as when it is next weekend, May 15th, starting next Thursday, May 15th through the 17th. These Greek Fest tickets.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to go. I go to the one that there's two.
Yeah, there are
one
two.
is in Montrose.
And this one is
in
on
Montrose
Eldridge
area at Annunciacion, and the other one or Annunciation, and the other one is on the west side.
Yeah, 1100 Eldridge.
Eldridge, yeah, they're both great. There's a lot of Greek food. Maybe Giannis will be there. You don't know. Maybe he wants to come and he wants to go to Greek Fest here.
Well, he can't be traded at that point, but maybe he's taking a look because he's already let it be known that he wants to be in Houston. That could happen.
Big Greek community. Remember the boxer we had on? He's coming. I think I don't know if he fought. I'm not sure if he's fighting. I might be fighting tonight. Might be tonight. Remember we had him on?
Yeah, I remember him.
The Greek. He was fun. He was fun. He wants Giannis to come here. My boy Dimitri Fetakakos from oh God, what's the Greek restaurant? Nikos.
Yeah, Nico.
Oh man, my brain. Yeah, he set us up with him and brought us food. I mean, you gotta give it up. Dude brings us food and he gets us a Greek boxer on. Okay, it's a lot more than Sean has done. Has Sean brought us any food? No.
Wow, look at him. He's all over you.
That's right.
By the way,
it's Sean. Sean gets it today. That's all.
That's fine. Yeah. By the way, if you did win, or if you're going to go to HoustonGreekFest.com to get tickets, your tickets are good for all 3 days. It's a 3-day pass, so you can enjoy the entire weekend, starting next Thursday through Saturday for Greek Fest. So we appreciate the people over Greek Fest giving us the opportunity. And the Killer Bees will have some tickets, I believe, later today. The gyros, the Greek salad, it's all there for you. An entire Greek experience for you. And maybe, as John said, Giannis will be there getting accustomed to Houston because he will already have let it be known. He wants to be a Rocket. Look, John, what if I told you get Giannis, but you also have to take on Thanasis? Are you a little more hesitant to bring Giannis in?
I don't think there's any questions. It's a package deal. It's like if you get Aaron Rodgers, you get Alan Lazard.
Or
–
Cobb.
Period. Or Randall Cobb, right. Yeah. That's right.
Or if you get Bill Belichick, you get Jordan Hudson.
Not if you're UNC football, according to Pablo Torre. Did you see that, John? That Pablo Torre, who works under the Meadowlark Media arm, which is the company Dan Lebatard started, he's reporting sources at UNC are telling him that they are banning Jordan Hudson from the football facility.
Yeah, you know what they're going to do? Jordan Hudson's going to show up now and go, oh, really? I'm banned? Oh, see this? See? I'm pretty sure that will happen. That is going to happen, that Jordan Hudson is going to show. Well, you watch. They're going to say, oh, no. Well, there's your stupid. And then she'll come the one time, and then you won't see her again.
Yeah, she'll do like one Instagram video from like whatever.
Probably at midfield of the practice field.
Right.
Be like, banned.
Or sitting in Bill's office or something.
But next time he does an interview, she's not there to cut him off. And that's like really the heart of the issue is like, hey, you can hang out sometimes. Can he not be running the program?
So that's interesting because he said that the reason that they banned is because of that interview, that they banned her from there. They also said that the family is really worried that Jordan Hudson is really going to hurt Bill in the long run and all her ways. I mean, the outfit that she was wearing at some event that they were the red carpet, what they were doing, it was like, oh my God. Bill Belichick, this is not it's not a great look, quite frankly. It's really not. 70 something. God bless. But Jordan Hudson is. I don't know what Bill.
I know what he's thinking.
I know what he's thinking too.
If you're saying,
but you want to keep that on the side. You don't want that front and center while you're doing a CBS Morning News interview.
Are you talking about the what she wore at like NFL honors when she had the dress and everything? It is a very 24-year-old woman dress to wear, but just not on the arm of the 70-plus-year-old man.
Right. I mean,
it's out of place.
It looks a little ridiculous. Yeah. But anyway, God bless. You know what? Have at it, Bill. But but why was that such a big deal that she interrupted him during that interview? I mean, that's was the apparently that was what put her over the top as far as everybody's concerned. So she interrupted him about, we ain't talking about how we met. I mean,
I think it has a lot to do with what you're describing, the age difference. Like if she was simply acting as a PR person who jumped in and go, hey, this is not something we agreed to talk to. This is not what we're going to talk about. That would be the PR person's job, right? We would just, okay, you get in front of the grenade before it goes off in front of your client. But because of how it's been positioned of the old man with the young woman, it just for some people it feels like, oh, that's just her, and once again worming her way into something she's already wormed her way in on. But if she's there to make sure questions don't get asked that they didn't agree to, it would be her job to do that. That's what someone in that spot would do. We just, at least for some people, don't want it to be Jordan Hudson.
So, yeah, I mean, I told you, we got Jordan Hudson forever in our lives now. And for what? Why? Because she's had sex with Bill Belichick.
Well,
that's
Bill, as you said, made her a prominent figure in his life. It's not some girl he meets when he wants to have fun. He has made her part of the Bill Belichick experience.
Didn't she explain after that how they met?
I think she
Didn't she do an Instagram post that explained how they met?
I think she went on Instagram. I didn't read it.
I know. I hope it's an embarrassment. Like they met at a strip club or something. That's what I was hoping.
I don't know
why she interrupted. That's why we're not talking about this.
She a strip in your scenario? Is she a stripper, or was she just happened to be there having a good time with her friends?
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care either way. It's Jordan Hudson, and now, she's famous because she's had sex with an old guy.
Happens quite a bit to people.
Yeah. No. I mean, what's her name? Anna Nicole Smith became really famous. Now she had
a level of fame before that, but to your point, she became more infamous at that point. But she was a Playboy model, all that stuff. Jordan Hudson, no one had ever heard of until.
And Pablo Torres made reference to the family being, worried about Bill Belichick. Well, no, duh. When a 72-year-old ends up with a 26-year-old, the whole family's like, "Oh my God, what does she want?" Right? But wait, that other guy, that other 64-year-old she was with. Oh, yeah, well, she's a great girl.
He was very complimentary.
Very complimentary. I would be too. Okay? I would be too if I was, if I had a 26-year-old. Hey, that 26-year-old is pretty good. Okay? But listen, we're talking about Jordan Hudson. That's a problem.
I'm clearly less bothered by it than you are. Maybe it's because of Bill Belichick's dominance over my favorite team for the better part of 2 decades. But Jordan Hudson, at least in your scenario, saw Bill Belichick as a lick, and she's like, you know what? I'm gonna hit a lick. And Bill Belichick's this sucker. I'm gonna take for however much I can.
And Bill Belichick was like, please
do.
Please.
I'm that sucker. Let's go.
Take a lick. A lick. We are way behind, so let's catch up. 713-7803. Just a quick break. No live spot here. Let's just take a quick break, get back here, talking a little sports. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Astros didn't play yesterday. They got the Reds all weekend long. That should be fun. Hunter Brown tonight. I love Hunter Brown starts. Hunter Brown is a guy. I think Hunter Brown is going to be he's your ace going forward. I mean, it's just we're going to lose another. Framber's going to be gone after this. Framber looked pretty damn good his last outing. He's been up and down this year a little bit. The ball's been higher. He's been getting the ball up in the zone. Last outing, he was back to Framber, throwing ground balls. That curve ball was great. The slider, the sinker was really nice. It's a sinker. It used to be a fastball, but now it's a sinker, and he keeps that. He kept that down. He wasn't getting it. It was very un-Framber like for a while. A couple of his starts where all these fly balls he was giving up. It was like, what the hell is going on, Framber? You don't give up any fly balls. And not only fly balls, but going off the wall and out of the park. And you're like, what the hell's going on with Framber? But you're going to lose him. You're about to lose him in just another guy that you're going to lose. But look at, have we got any updates on Arrighetti?
I have not seen anything since the initial reporting about how long he was going to be out. And we know the Astros don't have a great history of giving deadlines and the players actually, or timelines and the players actually meeting those and coming back. So we're probably better off. And they probably have decided when there's something to know, you'll know.
Yeah, that's good because they always lie anyway about that.
What's the point of putting a spot out there to say something that will be proven false in a week? There's no reason for it. So just when there's something to talk about, and if Arrighetti's close and maybe rehab starts on the way, then I'm sure they'll give it to us.
Can you imagine if you had Arrighetti still? And because, him throwing well, not having this interruption, because he was throwing really, really well. And it's his thumb on his pitching hand. Goodness gracious. On a batted ball in batting practice before a game. That's just terrible. You got McCullers back, we think, right? We think that his arm didn't fall off.
We have not heard that he's going to miss his next start. So that's good news.
That's good. Because we had Forrest Whitley make one appearance and then his knee broke. So, that dude, that is just terrible. But, even after Framber, you walk in, you lose Verlander and you got Framber as your guy, as your ace. You lose Framber and you got Hunter Brown as your ace. This team just keeps on. In Law, Keith Law, not Jude Law, Keith Law, the minor league.
I really wish
expert.
Jude Law would break down baseball for us.
I don't think Jude Law cares what the Astros minor league system looks like.
Keith
Law thinks we're like 29th every year.
Well, they say that every year, right? When's the last time the Astros had a minor league system that people thought highly of?
No, it's been a decade more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it has not mattered.
Since Correa came up.
And all the low for a time, and the pitching was the one you can highlight. A lot of the prospects that no one really thought much of have helped continue the success of this team. Hitting on Urquidy and Luis Garcia, RIP to their Astro careers at this point. And, of course, Framber and Christian Javier. These guys.
All the guys. Yiner.
Yeah.
Yiner, Pena, Jordan. All of these guys came out of nowhere. They were never even thought of in their minor league system, and here they are. And continue to just bring guy after guy after. Brought up Jake Myers, who's one of the great hitters on this team right now. Right?
Yes, right now. He is one of the best hitters on this team.
Okay. Brought up Chas McCormick, who's on the team right now.
He happens to get a jersey, yes.
Yeah, he's on the team. Goodness gracious. Give us a little bit of credit. Caleb Ort. You bring up a Caleb Ort?
Kurt. What about Kurt?
What about that? Kurt. We got an Kurt and an Ort. Okay. We got, what about a King? Oh, you forget about King.
What's their record right now?
500.
Oh, okay. It's a lot of whatabouts for a 500 baseball team.
Kicking ass. 18-18.
Kicking ass.
Kicking a score, put up a 9 spot.
I mean, in some ways,
Put up a 9 spot.
in their last 20 most important games, they're 18-20 because the Tigers took them out in 2. So, I mean, there's a lot of conversation
Yeah,
about
but you're not going to beat. You can't beat a Tigers team.
the team who played them next did. So there's a lot of. I appreciate you hyping up the Astros, almost like a pump it up as far as what they've been able to accomplish with the Kurtz and the Kings and the Orts of the world.
Yep.
Still a 500 baseball team.
Yeah. And about to take off. And
I hope so.
Oh, did they win the division last year? And they're like 5 games better than they were last year at this time. So
It's true.
there goes your point.
What's my point? What was my point again? That they're a 500 baseball team. I think that still remains.
Yeah. Well, guess what? 500 is
John,
awesome.
John,
for this.
is the division the standard? Because I thought the division wasn't the standard for the Astros.
Well,
We've
adjusted our.
We won 86 games. We won the AOS like Bill O'Brien would talk about. 9-7.
We've
AFC
adjusted
South
our
champions.
expectations, Del. 9-7 isn't that? What did he keep saying? Yeah, Brian. 9-7 isn't the goal.
Yeah,
What?
AFC South champions, Brian, 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's right.
There was a time when 9-7 wasn't the standard, but when it came with AFC South championships, then stop criticizing.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
yeah, but you guys are back in the
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Don't
you
lie.
liar. You did mean to interrupt.
I did mean to interrupt, but I cut you off several times in like a 10-second clip.
Doesn't matter, Brian. We're in the playoffs. Doesn't matter, Brian. Yeah, but you suck. But wait, you suck. But doesn't matter, Brian. We're
Doesn't
in the
matter
playoffs.
what it looks like even. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter what it looks
We're back
like.
in the playoffs. Yeah,
That's
it
right.
mattered when you played a better team or good teams. It always matters.
Does it matter if they're 10-7 again this year? If they do, because D'Amico's just doing another 9-7. Only you get one more game, so it's 10-7.
Don't combine. Don't make that comp right now. That's a dark path. I don't want to go down where he's.
Well, I mean, look they played a first place schedule last year.
Well, so
We
did
knew
Bill
it would be
O'Brien every
tougher.
year.
It was going to be tougher.
Bill O'Brien did too.
Bill O'Brien did too. I mean, because you don't get there the second year unless you're right.
Yep.
You
Unless
play a first place schedule. If it's 10-7 again, are we just stuck in neutral? Because I know they're not. I don't think they're as good as the Bills. I don't think they're as good as the Chiefs. I don't think they're as good as the Ravens. They
play those teams. Well, they did beat the Bills, but as far as when it comes to playoff time, do we think they're as good as them? They're not as good.
They beat them. They're not as good as them.
Exactly. That was one game scenario where they won a game at home where Josh Allen was probably concussed and wasn't ruled out of the game. 10-7, unlike the Bill O'Brien clip, it matters what they look like. Well, if let's say they drop a game or two, that's frustrating more in the division, but they go win a game against the good teams in football, the ones that matter, the 10-7 will mean something. Of course, it'll be proven. It has to be proven in the playoffs. Yes, I said, the Bills thing is in question, but we know they're going to play Baltimore again.
Didn't they lose like 35-2 to Baltimore?
This is what I'm saying. They're going to play Baltimore again, part of their first place schedule. Have you closed the gap? Can you beat Baltimore, even if it is a regular season game? Can you even be competitive?
No, that's a question.
That's what matters. Like, you beat the Bills once, fine, but the Chiefs, although those games were competitive, you could not beat them. You got to win one of these. I'll take a loss in Indy. Oh, and if you give me, we beat Baltimore or we beat the Chiefs, or the Bills again, you're going to play them again. Give me that again. If you wind up 10-7, it's disappointing because that means you're dropping games you shouldn't drop. But I need to see this team take a step and not look like they don't belong in the same field as some of these teams, particularly the Ravens.
It would be nice though if you didn't lose to the Jets.
Yeah, I know, but you said if 10-7 was the same thing that happened. That's why I said it depends. I would rather be 12-5 because you beat a couple of those teams that you don't normally beat.
Let's go 12-5. That'd be great.
That'd be great. That means you're competing for a 1 seed, which is something that they've never done before. Well, they were close, but never gotten it. So yeah, give me a win over the Ravens. Give me a win over the Chiefs or the Bills. Give me that. And if maybe even be dominant in one of the games, then we can have a conversation about what it looks like. But until then, you invoke that name. They are on the
I
Bill
didn't-
O'Brien path of dominating the AFC South and then winning your wild card round game on Saturday afternoon and then head into one of the top seeds and losing. It's the same path. It just feels better because it's D'Amico, not Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, this is their. I mean, sure, it'd be nice to get to a one AFC championship game once in our lives, in our lifetimes. This is 2002, 24 years now. Not one AFC championship game appearance. That would be totally sweet.
And while Bill O'Brien, I was going to say the difference would be that they have a good young quarterback. Bill O'Brien had a good young quarterback too until he didn't. So that's not even that different. He had Deshaun when he was good. We're just going to need D'Amico to take the next step, because if I got to do are the 2025 Texans the Bill O'Brien Texans this season? That's going to be rough for all of us.
Yep. Bill O'Brien. Why are we invoking? That's on me.
You brought it up.
I did. I'm going to bring this up. Your roof, and you. Okay. When you get home tonight, look up at your roof. Is it shiny? You got a problem. You got a problem, my friend, because shiny roofs mean that your shingles now are old and they are in some trouble. Okay. Don't do anything about it and find out. Okay. F around, find out. That's what you're going to do. Okay. If you don't do anything about shiny shingles, or you haven't looked at your roof in some time, haven't done anything with your roof, insurance companies, anything happens, insurance companies ain't paying. Take a preemptive strike. Call Brinkman. Jason and his dad, they've been around for 50 years. You don't stay in business in 50 years in the Houston area unless you do it right, unless you're really, really good. And you know what? They're really, really good. You want a free consultation on your roof? And oh, by the way, if you get the solar shingles, not the solar panels, it basically pays for itself. If you got to redo your roof, get the solar shingles. Jason will tell you all about it. 844-215-2865. 844-215-2865. They're awesome. They've been around forever. They know what they're doing. They're not going to mess it up. They're going to guarantee their work. It's going to be quality work. You're not going to have to redo it. You're going to get the best roof that you can get. Brinkman, BRINKMANN, 2 N's at the end, brinkmanquality.com. All right. This is our final segment, our final hour, rather, of the week, right here on ESPN 97.5. KJ has a serious question. Have you ever crossed paths with the Pope in Chicago? Growing up in Chicago? I could have. I don't know. Grew up about 10 miles from me. You never know. We could have been at Walmart together. Did they have Walmarts then? Yeah, pretty sure. Not even sure. We could have been at a hot dog stand together. You don't know. I don't know. Might have been. So at some point, maybe, you know, me and the Pope were hanging out.
The real question is whether you defrauded his grandma. Is it possible you defrauded the Pope's grandma?
It's possible.
Yeah. I mean, forget about whether you met him. What if you defrauded Nona?
Well, I could have. I may have if she had, tiles that were falling in her bathroom. I don't know.
I think, I appreciate the question from our friend KJ, but it can get darker than that. Oh, if he ran across the Pope, what if he told the Pope's grandma that he could fix something in her home, and then as she was paying him, he ran because the fix was being what did you do? Tiles and they're sliding off the walls. You had to run out the home. Is that what you did?
As she was paying us, the tiles were falling off again.
Yeah, so maybe
I don't know how to put tiles on a bath in the bathroom.
Yeah, you just told people you did.
I didn't say exactly. I knew it. I said, yeah, we could do it.
You didn't say you could do it well. So that's not a lie. No, that's not a lie. You thought you could.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe that person should have. Maybe the Pope's grandma should have got a reference.
Maybe. I don't know. We didn't have any references.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, that's the first problem, that you can't point to any work you've done previously. That should have been a clue.
For those of you who don't know, I was me and Jimmy Lyons started Odd Jobs.
Jimmy Lyons like, whoa. Why is my name
first and last name?
Damn, government name, John?
No, Jimmy don't care. Jimmy's done a lot worse. Jimmy's done a lot worse since then.
Now you're snitching on Jimmy. Even more.
Right. Don't worry. Last I saw Jimmy.
Here we go. More info Jimmy doesn't want out there.
Jimmy. Yeah. Apparently. No, but me and the Pope, you don't know, KJ. Maybe we ran across each other getting a hot dog. We don't know. Playing Little League ball, although he's older than I am, but I doubt we played Little League together. Maybe my brother played against him. Yeah, we don't know. You don't know.
Maybe the Pope when he was a kid was like Danny Almonte. And he played against younger kids when he was really 4 or 5 years older.
The Pope would never.
You don't know that. You don't know.
No, I do know that. I saw his brother. His brother said, "You're so holy all the time." And then he went into the seminary and oh, wait a minute. The Pope made him a bishop, and maybe he will be Pope someday. And sure enough, he's the Pope. Okay. And seen from Dalton, Illinois. So yeah. Which isn't that far from where I grew up. So that's fun. I don't think I could have been Pope though. I don't think.
You don't think?
I don't think.
You're out. You're really out on a limb.
Well, I'm serious. If a guy from the hood from the neighborhood, he could be Pope, then maybe I could have been too. If I'd have just a couple of little changes, that's all.
Do you think the Pope would describe himself as being from the hood? Do you think
No, everybody says in the neighborhood.
I don't think I've ever heard that
the Pope
about a Pope before. He's from the hood.
From my neighborhood?
Or no, just from the hood. Maybe the neighborhood. That could have happened. But has the Pope ever been described as from the hood?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, Southside Chicago.
I'm not saying John's wrong.
Maybe
I'm just saying I've never heard it before.
Listen, we don't. In Chicago, they don't say hood; they say in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the conclave, when they're mingling beforehand, they're like, "Oh, where are you from?" And he's like, "From the hood." Chicago.
Yeah, from the neighborhood. He's from. Yeah, are they from the neighborhood? Yeah, they're from the neighborhood.
When he's talking to one of the cardinals from Vienna, is he like? Does he say, "I'm from the South Side"?
Yeah, he says, "South Side, stand up."
How deep into Chicago does a Pope get when he's talking to cardinals from around the world. Because he would always have to explain himself, right? Okay, the South Side Chicago is what I mean. We love a great hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
Thin crust pizza is what we're about, not deep dish.
Chief Keef.
Exactly. Kanye really went the wrong way. I mean, he used to be one of ours, but now we disavowed him. Things like that. I'm happy that you got your guy. We always love getting our guy in big time spots.
Oh yeah, no, he's my guy. That's my guy. Yep. And that's kind of neat. And wait a minute, all of America wins though. All of America.
All of
wins.
America.
Yeah.
Is he going to do us any favors now that he's Pope?
Cut us some deals? Come
Yeah.
on. That's what popes do.
Popes
back in the
don't
day,
cut
that's
deals.
what popes did.
That's
back
what
in
they
the day.
did.
They got in trouble.
Yeah.
For it too, but
Well,
still,
they don't do that. No, I don't know if you heard. They stopped doing deals. Okay.
Isn't
Now
Tillman?
they just do Pope.
Oh,
things,
yeah.
that's
Isn't
all.
Tillman over there too?
Tillman Fertitta,
Tillman's
right?
there.
He's in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Can he get something
Tillman's
done too?
Tillman's there.
Landry's in
Right?
the Vatican.
We really are like we're joking a lot. John really is like 3 degrees of separation away from the Pope.
Yeah.
Like it's not unreasonable that the
he
Pope
could have ran
knows
into
who
him
he
at some
is.
point.
I got a couple ways in now. Okay.
Multiple ways in.
And maybe now into heaven. Through
Yeah.
Tillman and the
Through
Pope.
Tillman.
I was thinking diplomatic immunity. You're thinking with the big man.
Yeah. Oh no.
Eternity.
Tillman might be able to get me into the Vatican, the back door at the Vatican. Okay.
The ultimate diamond
Why
club.
can't you go through the front door
No, because you got
or a side door?
If you're Italian, you had just like you never saw Goodfellas.
Yeah,
that's how you get in. Okay.
You have to grease some palms of St. Peter on the way in.
I thought they didn't do deals anymore.
How's your uncle?
It's not the Pope you got to grease. You got to grease the other guys, the little guys. Okay.
It's the kitchen guys at heaven. You know, the
That's
valet.
The crazy guards with their unis.
They're smoking outside the back.
Another reason why you always carry cash, so you can grease your way into the Vatican.
With their city jerseys, with their city.
Yeah, this has to be the first pope that hates Jerry Reinsdorf, right? That just is like this guy. This guy's ruined my life.
He wakes up going crumbs.
you
crumbs.
Oh yeah. Also, the only pope that probably has a Jordan LeBron opinion.
Probably.
He's talked about it before.
Yeah, he's definitely the only pope who's ever had that conversation before.
He absolutely has. He's a Jordan guy. Are you kidding me?
Is he the only pope who knows who Jeff Blum is?
He was there.
I'm saying I know he does, but is he the only
know.
Pope in history to ever know who Jeff Blum was?
We got to have Jeff Blum on.
know.
How about the Pope watched you homer against the Astros and beat the Astros? Huh?
They never
Pope
rapped
did
about
that.
him though.
Jeff Blum beat us. That's terrible.
Then he got honored.
And now he gets paid by the Astros.
Yeah, he gets paid by the Astros, and on 20-year
team-
anniversaries, he gets honored, throws out the first pitch, and then calls an Astros game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Pope was right there rooting for him. If the Pope ever roots for you, I mean, that's a big day. You're having a big day.
Well, I think he roots for all humanity. He is the Pope.
But the White Sox the most, probably.
Yeah.
Or Bears. Maybe he's a Bears guy, too.
I mean,
he's like Caleb Williams. Hope it all comes
together. I hate that the Pope was rooting against our team. That's what I hate.
But
we had little did we know we had no chance.
Exactly. It was a sweep, but it was a close sweep. The margins were thin, and it might have been the big man.
So if he has so much power, why are the White Sox the worst team in baseball over the last 3 years?
He's been busy poping.
Yeah.
So he wasn't
Peru.
He wasn't
Ever heard
the Pope.
of it?
He wasn't the Pope.
He went
last
to Peru.
Year.
He went to Peru.
They've been bad for a while. How busy has he been?
He went to Peru right away.
Yeah.
He said, listen, I'm busy now. I helped you. Okay. Me and God helped you get this title in 2005. I got to go.
But he was just
now you're on your own.
What was he, a Cardinal then? What was his official title then? Because
I don't think he was
Houston,
a Cardinal in 05.
Yeah, so he wasn't even that powerful. So how could he win over a Houston priest who was rooting for the Astros?
Chose him now.
Yes.
God knew all along.
God's plan.
Okay. It's God's plan. Yeah. God didn't just choose him now.
He's always been Pope in a certain way.
Yeah, that's right.
So the Pope is like a king where it's ordained from
birth.
From birth. Okay.
Yeah. God knows his plan. Are you
is
kidding
that
me?
how they
God didn't pivot at the last second and go like, oh, need a pope. Oh my God,
I don't know.
This guy.
I watched Conclave. It felt like a lot of pivoting was going on when they were figuring out the pope in that movie. But according to you, it was always going to be Ray Fiennes.
It was always going to be him. It's always going to be him. That's all. Always.
I'm learning things about.
That's why he's on the middle of the
Men
poster.
don't know. God knows. God's never wrong. I don't know if you heard. Okay. I thought he was wrong. I thought he was wrong in 2005, but I might have been wrong. The White Sox were better. I thought he was wrong, but
they had Jeff Blum.
That they had Jeff Blum and we didn't, and they had the Pope on their side, and we didn't. That was the difference. Yeah, we won. They won a total of 4 games by 6 runs.
Yeah, it was a very close sweep.
Yep. Yeah.
Where is it like Angels in the outfield where there's actual angels doing things on the field?
I think it's exactly like Angels.
It's not real.
Oh.
It's not real.
Well, you're telling me God made it happen. So I'm trying to figure out, was he out? Did he make sure push the Jeff Blum homer over the wall? Or was it just Jeff Blum doing his thing?
Jeff Blum just did it. God gave him the power.
I mean, I'm just trying to equate it to the only other baseball movie I've seen where
with divine intervention.
With divine intervention. You're suggesting that divine intervention cost the Astros. I'm trying to figure out. Or angels present.
You ain't winning if the Pope's on the other side. Sorry. You just ain't winning. Now we got it explained. Now it's explained why the Astros lost in 2005.
And all you Houston priests out there, come on,
step your game up.
Step it up.
I know what the equivalent of getting in the gym, working on your jump shot is, but do that. Maybe one day you could be Pope.
And go to a Texans playoff game. And so we can say, well, it was preordained that they would win the Super Bowl.
Sean, you don't know. The Astros won in 17 and 22. There might have been a Pope there. You don't know.
Oh, that great point.
Father
great
TJ
point.
At the
Game 5 could have gone either way, and maybe we just had one extra guy at Minute Maid Park at the time.
You think Marwin's hitting that home run without? I'm sure there was some divine intervention in Game 2.
That great point. That was a great point.
One of them should have showed up for Howie Kendrick to bat then.
That would have been nice, but I don't think we had a Pope at that time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he might have gotten reassigned.
Pope might have been busy.
He might have been in Peru too.
You don't know.
We don't know where he was. But Peru.
I know this. He wasn't next to AJ. I know this. Making those decisions.
Jeff Luno.
Bringing in Harris instead of Cole. Nice job.
Do you think popes are sympathetic to sign stealing?
That's the question.
Look the other way.
On our side, but we forgive Jesus forgives our sins.
That is true. That
is true.
That's true.
Would the Holy Spirit been in AJ Hinch's ear to go get Garrett Cole? Would that?
Apparently not. Apparently
the devil on his
apparently
shoulder.
not. We didn't have a Pope on our side. That
Will Harris.
Sure.
That was what the devil said.
A snake was in the dugout. Actually,
was it that, or did the devil tell Howie Kendrick what pitch was coming?
No, I don't know about that. I don't know. You're going back to Angels in the outfield. This is
I'm just trying to make it work. I'm trying to figure out how things work when God's involved in deciding titles. That's all.
Listen, sometimes I ask God for an ace on the river. Sometimes, but I'm going to tell you this: God doesn't care if you catch your ace on the river, but you do. And if you do catch a big ace on the river, chances are you could win a lot of money. How about this? Usually on Sundays at 2:00. Texas Card House at Westheimer has a huge tournament. Instead, they're gonna have their 10th anniversary, 2:00, $240 entry for $50,000 on Saturday. Tomorrow. It's a one-day event. 50 large on the line. That's a big deal, man. It's happening tomorrow at Texas Card House. We're going to be at Texas Card House on Thursday. They've got a big event coming up next week too. But how about this week? What about, they said, you know what? Sunday is Mother's Day. Let's do this big event on Saturday. $240 buy-in, $50,000 on the line, one-day event. You don't have to come back. It's going to be one day. We're going to get this thing done in one day. $50,000 on the line at Texas Card House. That's huge. They've got Hijack Poker you can download if you don't like to play with people. You want to do it at home, you could do that as well. But the big event is tomorrow, 2:00, Texas Card House on Westheimer. You got the Spring location, the Westheimer location. Let's go. $240, $50,000 on the line. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, we haven't had a lot of calls. We need some calls in here. We've had Father TJ call. We had Bent call about the Norwegian soccer team. But we got no, let's go. I mean, anybody wants to call in, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Are we, okay, so, man, I tell you what. It's pissing me off that the Rockets didn't advance because I know they won game one, but without Steph, that's a bad team. And even with Steph, they're not a great team. It's just so terrible that the Rockets didn't show up for 3 games, 2 of them at home, where they just didn't even show up.
Well, your star player was dealing with the Jordan rules, so how could you win a series that way?
Yeah, that whole Jordan rules thing. What was the stat we saw? What was it? Jordan averaged 30 against the Pistons.
Yeah, don't add context to someone's line. Don't add context to someone's thing you can just put on social media and say it's true. Yeah, Jordan was in MVP consideration. What are we talking about? Stop it.
I mean, that's Jordan versus what they did.
Yes. And
Yeah.
it's not Jordan rules. It's just what every team does to the primary option in the playoffs. They will do things to take them away. It wasn't special. It's what Anthony Edwards is getting, and he has struggled shooting the basketball. It's what Steph gets. It's what they all get. It's what Cade Cunningham got. I use him as a more apt comparison considering they're in the same draft class. And Cade, while he had games where he didn't shoot the ball well, he didn't disappear in games like Jalen Green did. It's fine to just say he struggled. You don't have to make it and give it special circumstances. But as far as the Warriors are concerned, people are getting a taste of the Jimmy Butler experience where they think he's the guy who's going to put you on the team, put the team on his back and go for 40. But that's not him. And when he's asked about it, he'll say, I play team basketball. I try to make the right play, and the right play isn't always me shooting the ball 25 times in a game. Is the right play giving the ball to Moses Moody with 4 seconds left on the clock and asking him to make a shot?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
there's not a lot of juice there. We saw it throughout the Rockets series.
Let's see. Instead of Steph on the floor, it's Moses Moody.
Yeah, but
okay.
But that's a problem, certainly.
That's a problem.
But that's how Jimmy Butler will get around, because Twitter was upset, Warrior fans in particular, because they don't know the Jimmy Butler experience. They just assume he's the guy who always lights up a team like he did the Bucks and drags his team to the finals. There are plenty of playoff games where Jimmy is quiet, and that's what they got last night, where he didn't take a lot of shots in the first half. And if he's not going to take shots, it falls to Kuminga, who actually played well, and it falls to other guys to take shots. And those guys aren't there to make shots. They're there to just be the fourth and fifth guys on the court because they're not real threats. He has to be aggressive. And if he's not, the Warriors are going to look like they looked last night. And I think if Steph doesn't make it back quickly, which he's at least out a week, this one could be over in 5.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. I guess they were right? Because they beat the Rockets in 7. But you take Jalen. Is Jalen Green the most important guy because according to Ime, according to all the media people that are on the Jalen bandwagon, you take Jalen out and you win. So Jalen was Steve Kerr. Priority 1 was taking Jalen out of the series, and then you win. So you beat the Rockets if you take Jalen away.
I don't think that is always true, but he is their most dynamic player. He is their most explosive player. He is the guy that is most likely to go for 35 to 40 on the night. And with the Rockets not being a great offensive team, you want to take out the biggest threat. And Jalen's, unfortunately for the Rockets, more of a variable than they would want. They would love for him to be a guy they can count on for 25 a night, as opposed to the guy who can go get you 38 and then on the worst end of it, scoring single digits. So the approach is correct because the Rockets are going to play through him quite a bit, but they have shown to be able to win games without Jalen. They've done it quite a bit when he's had off nights. It's just you take out the biggest threat, and he's the guy who can change the course of the game. We saw it in game 2. The 38 points, unfortunately, was the one time he did it, was a game where he knocked down shots and they couldn't deal with them. The rest of the time, they dealt with them just fine.
Yeah, so I think you're right. He's the most explosive player, but I'm not so sure you take Jalen away and the Rockets can't win.
This is what I'm saying. I don't agree. I don't believe that either. It's just you're trying to figure out threats, and what's a variable that if you can take away, you limit their ability, and one of those is making sure Jalen doesn't go off for a big night. Because if he goes off for a big night, they're going to win the game because they do so many other things well that if they're going to get an explosive performance from him, you just put that in the win column for the Rockets. So you just try to take it away and then deal with the rest. And for 4 games, they were able to do that. 4 wins, at least.
Yeah. I mean, they were meh. They were meh offense. They took care of business for 3 games, and then and plus, not only that, though, you know what? They win this series if they had a go-to guy. If they had a go-to guy instead of Alpi taking that shot, if they had a real scorer that could have come up with 1 basket in the final, this has been a team that really, really struggles. Close games. Who's gonna be the man? Who's gonna step up? You know, you see Tyrese Halliburton. Holy crap! Holy crap, he's so good in crunch time when the game is on the line. You don't have that. That's why you got to get a Kevin Durant. Then you know who that guy is, and he can get a shot off against anybody in the league. You don't have that. You just don't have that.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger deal because Tyrese Halliburton, what he's doing is exceptional. Can't expect that from everyone. What you can hope for is that you're going to get a good shot. That the shot you take, whether it goes in or out, is going to be one that you say, okay, we can live with it because that was a good shot from our best guy, and they got into some offense, and it just didn't work out, the whole make or miss league thing. The Rockets a lot of times are rushed, and you wouldn't consider what the shot they took a good one. And that has to change. You have to be able to execute. And then if the guy knocks it down, great. And if he doesn't, you live with the result. But we say that, and I'm watching the highlights of Jason Tatum this week and on ESPN right now, and he would be a go-to guy, and he got an awful shot off. And in the previous game, they got off no shot. You would say the Celtics have a couple guys, mostly Tatum, but Brown can, I guess, go get his too, that you would like welcome them taking the opportunity in late game. And yet they couldn't get him off either. So the Rockets don't have one, and having one would be a nice add to this team.
That's priority one. Getting that guy that can get you a basket. Priority one this offseason. Get you that guy in and keep the core together. On this Giannis stuff, forget about it. This Devin Booker stuff, forget about it. Do what you have to. Give up as little as possible because they want to get out of that Kevin Durant contract. Go get him and then run it and see with a scorer, with a true scorer on the floor, what you can do. And you know what? You were the fourth best record in the league. You were a top 4 team in the league. And with a Kevin Durant, a guy can put the ball in the basket at any time, you're better. You're better.
Yeah. The next important date, right, is the draft lottery. We'll find, and that's next week. That'll be the next important date on the calendar now that they've pushed back the Fred VanVleet decision. So we'll find out how valuable a pick is, whether it becomes too valuable to trade in a Kevin Durant potential move, or maybe there's another star that we don't know about that's on the horizon, or it's one that you're willing to give away, and I'm sure, or at least trade with. And that would help, I think, to have an immediate asset to give as opposed to telling a team, hey, not any picks this year, but a pick next year in the future. So we'll see. I don't know. Obviously, you get Cooper Flag. Everyone would be thrilled. If you wind up with the 6th or 7th pick, maybe you move up a couple, but not enough to get one of the top 4 guys. You're willing to trade that pick, that Suns pick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it only one that you wouldn't trade because it's Flag, or would you go top 4?
I don't. You know what? I don't know. I haven't looked at that that closely. Who's going to be who the guy is going to be? If it's a real good scorer, but you need somebody. You probably need a veteran. And if a team that has a veteran that's a good scorer, that's a scorer, wants to get younger, then or can't afford the guy, it looks like the Suns. Then you know what? Go trade that guy because you're not a rookie away. Unless it's Cooper Flag, you're not a rookie away.
Yeah, and you're adding a 19-year-old to the mix. I mean, you would be better because he's a better player, but are you even a very talented young player away, considering he'll have his issues adjusting as well? I am interested to see if someone else shakes loose because we got the obvious Kevin Durant, Giannis stuff, but there's generally one guy no one's talking about who will let it be known at the time that I'm not happy here and I want to go. It's going to be a lot. I think there'll be a lot of movement, but through trade this year. So the Rockets, I think, will have plenty of options.
Yep. All right. Breaking it here. We got a couple of segments. You got one segment left for this you can get in, and then we do News of the Weird to finish up strong. Right now, though, we got Air Team, airteamltd.com. I've used Air Team. I really loved what they did for me. It was amazing how they had to put a couple of air conditioners in, and it was amazing how efficient, how professional, how the great job that they did for me. I mean, it was really, really something. And if you have an air conditioning issue, I highly recommend these guys. I've used them. I trusted them. They gave me a great deal. They're going to do that for you as well. 713-936-5346 or airteamltd.com. The heat is here. You got to have your air conditioner working. If you haven't checked your air conditioners, if you haven't done any maintenance on your air conditioners, call them. Let them come to your home. Let them take a look at it. There might be something small wrong. If you leave it's something small go, you let it go, it could turn into something big. You don't. I did it, and I regret it. I wish I knew Air Team before I did that. 713-936-5346. Get a checkup, or if you need an air conditioner, airteamltd.com.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you guys happen to see the Auburn game last night? Auburn against
baseball?
South Carolina,
No, I didn't see it.
24-2.
Auburn beat South Carolina 24-2.
24-2. Yeah, 24-2.
And that's college baseball?
That's college baseball.
Okay.
And
Don't they have a
two of
run
the
rule?
innings,
I don't
They
know.
run ruled them. Yeah, you
Okay,
get
that is a run. Okay.
that is run rule. They do.
Okay.
Yeah, 7 innings. After 7.
Oh, but they had to make it 7 innings. Okay.
Yeah, you got
To
go
make it
7.
official,
It
right?
was probably 10-0 after 3, but they had to keep
It was
playing.
12-0 after 3.
There we go.
put
All
up-
right.
They put up a 3 spot in the 4th and a 9 spot in the 5th. Yeah,
Well,
20.
sticking with that, John, there's another, since we're doing college baseball stories, the University of Washington is being accused of faking a light issue to avoid an embarrassing loss. They're on the verge of not making the postseason tournament. They already have a loss against a lower division school. They're playing an NAIA school and we're down through 6 innings. And then a tweet from the baseball account to explain what happened is this: tonight's game has been suspended due to stadium light failure. Please check back at gohuskies.com, so on and so forth. So the internet is suggesting that they turned the lights off themselves because they were in fear of losing to Warner Pacific.
And what's the point?
With their postseason hopes on the line, because another loss to a team of that nature would have definitely knocked them out of the postseason. So they just turned off the lights and said,
"What's the point?" That's what I would have done.
Yeah, you can't be the Pope.
I mean, that's why I'm not going to be Pope.
Yeah, you would turn off the lights in a competitive game with 3 innings left.
Yeah. Well, if we got a chance of losing, yeah. Guess what?
Now, John's I'll turn off my Xbox guy. He would definitely turn off his Xbox if
Rage
he was
quit.
Yeah,
absolutely. Don't tell me, Sean, you never, when Texas is down and you're trying, or when Rice is down and you're trying to win a national title,
didn't happen.
That you don't turn off your Xbox.
He's at Florida State now.
Yeah. I'm on to.
But you did, didn't you try to win with Rice?
Yes, I did. I didn't try to. I did win at Rice, but no, I turned him into a perennial winner. Actually,
actually.
I don't know why I'm bragging about something I did 10 months ago in a video game. But no, I'm not actually. I play with honor.
It's a humble brag.
I play with honor.
Very humble. No, he's an ethical gamer.
I am an ethical
He's
gamer.
not turning off.
You don't turn it off.
No, if you lose, you lose. You bounce back.
I wear it. I'll wear it on my chin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, well,
Crazy.
and I'll tell you guys this: I'm ethical too. I play Connections against my family every day, right?
Okay.
We play Wordle and Connections, and sometimes you'll go away from it and it'll come back. And if you missed a connection and you had an error, I go back and put it back in, and then I try to I solve it, right?
I don't know the rules to that, so I'm not sure what's ethical and what isn't. I've never played either of the games.
It'd be unethical not if you go away from the game, it'll reset.
Oh, and so you give yourself like the one strike.
I give myself
or
that
whatever.
L. I give myself that miss.
Okay.
So just so you know,
that is ethical.
I'm back on the Pope train again.
Yeah.
But when it comes to managing a team of young men, you would have the lights turned off.
I would definitely turn the lights off. Yeah.
It's a little higher stakes,
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh yeah. I mean,
you can get fired if you don't make the tournament.
Yeah.
That's
loses
people,
at Wordle.
People going to lose their jobs. Is that what you want? People losing their jobs?
No, just you.
No. I'm trying to help the economy.
Not people. You.
Is Lazy J here or no?
Yeah, he's still here. Let's talk Rockets.
Okay, let's get Lazy J in here. What up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Love the show. Yeah, I wanted to get in and talk some Rockets right quick before y'all end the show. I think y'all giving up on Jalen Green too early. I mean, he's still young. I think it was like 22, 23. I'd give him one more year. I like the Durant trade, but it's got to be Cam Whitmore. I know he's gone for sure. His body language was crazy during those last couple of games. But I'll give Cam, Reed Shepherd. But if we can't get Durant, I mean, why don't we trade for like Michael Porter Jr. out of Denver? I would trade him for Brooks. That'd be nice. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. was averaging like 19 in the regular season. I think he's like 6'9", 6'10". He's a good wing, can play offense and defense. I think Malik Beasley's coming up out of Detroit. We need some more shooting. Seth Curry's a free agent. I don't know how much money we got to spend, but maybe spin the wheel on that, or maybe backdoor. Maybe Brook Lopez. We need another center. I would get rid of Adams. Yeah, he played good, but he can't score a lick. So I mean, Brook Lopez, I think that'd be nice. He can still shoot some threes. I got a big man that can defend too. What's your thoughts on that? Love the show. Have a good weekend.
I want a true go-to guy. Is Michael Porter a true go-to guy?
No, he's not. And he's just signed a giant deal. So Dylan Brooks wouldn't even be enough to make salaries work. Michael Porter Jr., Denver decided they wanted to keep him. And he's a fine player, but he's had inconsistency issues. And while the back seems to be something he's gotten over, the shoulder has been a problem these playoffs. He's not the guy you're looking for. He's a piece. He's not the main guy you're talking about, John. They're not going to just throw the ball to Michael Porter Jr. and say, go get us a good shot.
So the game that they won against Oklahoma City, 121-19, game one, What kind of numbers do you think Michael Porter had?
Well, I think anything should be couched in the fact that he's playing with one arm, but I don't know. Were they good?
He was 1 for 8 with 2 points.
Yeah, he's out there struggling. He can barely lift the arm. He's trying because they don't have a lot of bodies. So I don't want to hold that against him. I'll just think of him as he is as a player.
But Denver can win without him.
Yeah, the Rockets could too if he was on the roster. It's just he's being paid so much money, like a kind of a max guy when he's nowhere near that. He wouldn't be that for the Rockets.
To me, the hope is that you have Michael Porter Jr. on your team.
Like Jabari Smith.
His name is Jabari Smith Jr.
You have that archetype on your roster already, and he doesn't cost nearly as much.
Yeah. I don't know that Jabari is Michael Porter Jr., but Michael Porter Jr. is a winner. But I want a go-to certain, this is the guy in the final 2 minutes of a game, because the Rockets don't have that. That's what I want.
I don't mind his suggestion of like smaller moves if you don't make the big one, like a Malik Beasley type to be a knockdown shooter. You don't have enough of those who can play, who has played playoff basketball before. That type of move, if you're not going to go big because you just don't think the value is there, teams are asking for too much, that wouldn't be something I would be against. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's smaller tweaks like that than the move we're hoping for, because those moves take a lot. It takes a player to want to be here. It takes the other team to agree, and you guys to find a common ground as far as what is appropriate. So maybe it is something where you're adding a shooter who's available, and maybe it only costs you a first-round pick if that player's on the contract. Like, I'll give you an example. Duncan Robinson's like a 6'8", and all he does is shoot the basketball. He's a movement shooter. Yeah. He's a guy who shoots, and he's got a partial guarantee this year that he have to make a decision on it. I don't know. Maybe if the Heat want to get younger because they're in a rebuild mode, they say, hey, Duncan Robinson for what, maybe it's a little less under 20. I forgot what exactly it is. Well, young player, couple second rounders, whatever it takes. That's me off the top of my head. But a move like that, where you get a guy who can be 40% from the field, he's going to get a lot of from three. He's going to get a lot of shots because you got guys who get into the paint and get room for him. Maybe it's something more in line with that to add to your offense. And then, of course, you can still shoot big for Kevin Durant type.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Duncan Robinson at all. We need a knockdown shooter. We need a knockdown shooter.
And there's a proven guy who can play in the playoffs that, while he's not a great defender, he may know at least he'll be in the right spot. And he's been in an organization that has valued winning his entire career. So it'd be like someone that would fit in. And then you have your guy who, when he's open, he's gonna drain shots.
And that's the funny thing about Ime, that he was so rigid. Man, Cam doesn't play defense. Okay. When you need a basket at the end and you have the ball, I've seen coaches put guys in and take guys out as they're needed on the defensive end and the offensive end. Put in a guy who can actually shoot. When they needed a 3-pointer with Golden State on the line, he had Fred VanVleet on the floor, and that's it. And he had Steven Adams. What? You need a 3-pointer, and you got Steven Adams and Alpy and who else was on the floor? Oh, Dylan Brooks, who's okay maybe, and Amen. You had those guys on the floor. Put in a guy that could shoot. And so Duncan Robinson isn't a great defender. Well, put him in when you need a basket. Okay, I mean, and by the way, you might be okay if you have maybe a little bit less one guy on the floor that can't defend. That's not great at defense anyway.
And not even just simply about the shooting. It's the gravity, that the attention he gets, that people have. You can't leave him open. So it allows space for other guys. It opens up driving lanes for people because you can't leave the shooter, because if you do, it's 3. So there are certain give and takes with a guy who's just a designated shooter. But you can see if you have 4 good defenders on the floor, you can protect that guy. And then he will add to your offense. And Duncan Robinson is not a 30-minute-a-night guy. He plays 25 minutes, and in his minutes, you hope to feature him, and it opens up the offense. So there are ways around the poor defenders. Hell, they made the finals twice with Duncan Robinson on the team. It can be done.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it was a good defensive team, too. So, yeah, Duncan Robinson can actually go. Let's go. All right, we got news of the week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about Doc Linville. I want to talk about your hair. I want to talk about you're looking in the mirror and you're going, man, oh, man, that's really receding right now. Well, do something about it now. Don't wait until, oh, my God, it's not 4 head. It's not 5 head. It's 6 head. No, do not wait till 6 head. Do it now. If your 4 head is becoming 5 head, this is the time to act. It's natural. It doesn't look like doll hair. It looks great. It is the way for you to get your hair, move your hair, not somebody else's hair, your hair from side and back to the top. And the process is great. The success rate is fantastic. It might not be neografting. It might not be that surgery. It might just be stimulating the growth, which is the PRP. It might just be topical solutions, what the doc can prescribe as well. The doc is getting you hair. You're younger. Do not let your hair go. Do not just give up. Do not just say, oh, well, I'm bald. No, you don't have to. You do not have to, especially if you're younger, guys. You don't be bald your whole life. Do something about it, all right? And it's easy. It's affordable. It's the way to go. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com. apparently there's a town in Massachusetts that has a woodpecker that has damaged more than 20 vehicles. Apparently, it's going up into and woodpecking windows on cars. We seem to have a vandal in our neighborhood. I'm describing him as 18 to 24 inches tall, wearing black and white with a red hat. It's a woodpecker.
Did the woodpecker come out and say, I'm not going to allow you and your agenda of making me sound like the angry red bird, like Draymond did? Did the woodpecker?
You know what?
Did he push back on the agenda?
If I'm the woodpecker, I am pushing back.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't make me look like it. Just because my actions suggest I am an angry bird, don't put that on me. Look, that woodpecker's a POS. It knows what it's doing. Oh, you need to woodpeck glass. You can't just stick with traditional wood of a tree. You need to come after my car. That woodpecker has had some issues with humans in the past and is taking it out on their cars.
Speaking of wood and animals, apparently there's a Florida suburb that has an explosion of peacock population that a veterinarian is now performing vasectomies on these peacocks to slow down the population. If you're a peacock, do you want to get a vasectomy or not?
I'm a human and don't want to get a vasectomy. So as a peacock, I would say
I ain't letting no doc do
no.
That kind of,
as a peacock, I would say no. Wait a minute. Why are you imposing your way of life on me? Let me do what I want as a peacock. I don't want this human convention of a vasectomy put on me.
Stay out of my business. I stay out of yours.
Yeah,
how about that, Doc?
Yeah, I'm not the woodpecker. I'm not messing with your windshield.
Yeah,
Leave me alone.
Go snip him.
Yeah, look at him. Take some of his virility away. He clearly has a problem.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name that always told you to neuter and spay your
Bob
pets?
Barker. Yeah,
Bob Barker. Beat it, Bob Barker. We want to have some fun here.
Right.
well, you can
wrong,
still have
Bob.
fun. You just
Neuter, not neutered.
Well, that's true.
Bob Barker. I'll neuter you. How are you going to like it?
Well, I mean,
Man.
is the dog? Is that you as a dog saying that, or you as John Granado saying that?
as a dog.
Okay.
As a dog. Yeah.
Okay, as a corgi, telling Bob Barker to watch it.
Bob Barker. Yeah, how about you get neutered and tell us get neutered?
I don't think he has to worry about it.
Yeah, I think that's long past been an issue for Bob Barker.
Yeah, no, Bob Barker ain't.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, but Bob Barker had a good time with a lot of those showgirls he had on there.
Bob Barker of all people telling dogs.
I know.
Telling us
Yeah,
to spay and neuter dogs, considering what he was up to.
Telling dogs you can't get none.
Considering what he was up to.
A man who was bitten hundreds of times by poisonous snakes, apparently he is going to be a universal antidote for snake bites.
Like The Last of Us.
How about that? Do you want to get bitten hundreds of times by snakes so that you can save lives?
Can I point out the questions he's asked me so far in this segment? Do you want to be like a peacock and get a vasectomy?
Right.
I guess as a peacock? And do I want to be bitten how many times again by a snake?
Hundreds of times.
Nah, I'm good. I'm not looking for that. I just want to go home, watch some NBA basketball in the Astros. I don't want the snake thing happening. I'm good.
You don't want to get bitten hundreds of times by poisonous snakes.
Nah, man. How am I going to enjoy?
But you could see, you know how many lives you would save?
I'm not looking to save
if you
lives.
just be a little altruistic.
I'm a big fan of depopulation. I don't
So
want. There are
you
too many
want
people on
snakes
this.
to kill people.
There are too many people on this earth as it is.
And you do want a vasectomy.
No, I just will have other ways of not procreating. I don't need a vasectomy to stop me from doing that.
Is this a normal man who got bit 100 times or is there something like special about him that he can survive getting
One
bit?
man versus 100 snake bites? Which side wins?
Well, apparently he won, but I would imagine he's a guy in the middle. I can't get to it. It's El País won't let me get to it, but he probably lived in the jungle and probably got bit and
Immunity,
just bit and bit, and he's like, "What? Go snake? What?
Yeah.
What?" He's bowing up on snakes, on boas. What?
Do you think he rips it out of his leg and just tears the thing apart?
Yeah. Yeah.
establish some dominance.
That's a badass dude.
It is. You survive that many snake bites.
His blood now is going
one
to save
snake
people.
bite.
You know what? He's doing more for people than you are. You won't even get bit hundreds of times by snakes.
You're right. And he can win that one. You get this one, buddy.
Yeah,
I'll take the L there.
The thing is, he's always pumping blood. All right, we only need one.
Yeah, I mean, one guy to be immune. You don't need more than one. We
need more. We need a lot more blood.
They start synthesizing his blood.
Yeah.
And then they're good. They have the antidote. They don't need it from me.
Take like a liter a day or something.
Yeah, and until they can reproduce it, and then we're good.
Oh, well, smarter people than me. I'd need all the people doing it. I ain't synthesizing.
You're just gonna murder
not
people
anytime soon.
All
right, we're
God you're not a
done.
doctor.
The weekend is here. Hope you all enjoyed the show this week. We will talk to you again on Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, hey, I've got an appointment on Tuesday to go to Game Day Men's Health. Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to get my shot. Okay, go check out. And if I've got to do blood work, the lab is right there, which is awesome. If you're somebody that is in need of testosterone, I'm older, and I'll admit it. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while now. Had to. And here's the deal. As you get older, you lose testosterone. You don't feel the same. You feel sluggish. You need Game Day Men's Health. Okay, that's what you need. I love the way that they go about it. I think they're just better. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. I can attest to it. I know what testosterone replacement is. I've been doing it, and I like Game Day Men's Health better. I just like it better. I just think that they care more. I think that they are going to have a better approach for you with your peptides, with your shots, and everything that you do. They get a free evaluation as opposed to the other guys that are charging $150 just to find out whether or not you need testosterone. No, I ain't doing that. Go to Game Day Men's Health, find out, and then use Game Day Men's Health. They're awesome. They've got locations all over the city now. They're growing, and they're going to be more. But Game Day Men's Health is the way to go. Love what they do for me, and you'll love what they do for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome into the show. And this is where I try to remember that just because I talked about it 3 hours ago, I can still talk about it. Because Lance wasn't here today, if for whatever reason. This is not, you're just getting in the car and now this is your time to listen to this station. Lance wasn't here, so I was here filling in for him with John this morning, and we got to a lot. Some things I didn't think we'd get to, others I knew, because when the Pope is from Chicago, that's definitely going to be a topic of conversation for John. We certainly got a lot of tweets about John, look, did you see? Trust me, he saw. I don't think he needed to be informed, but there it is. The
You
Pope
missed out on the big Pope news.
Yeah, and the connection to you. Did you not see it? So that happened. We had a uncompetitive NBA playoff game, the only one of the night, which in some ways allows you to do other things. With the Warriors getting beaten down by the Wolves, and the story that came out of that was Draymond once again getting hit with a technical foul, and then not even suggesting, just saying to an unnamed reporter, or maybe just a group in the locker room, that they are painting him as the angry black man. We can get to that sound a little bit later. But we did get a call at the end of the show that I did want to get more into, because Lazy J, who I don't think is a Rocket fan, he positioned himself as one. It's like, you're a LeBron fan. Cut it out. I know you. You're not fooling me. But he said he talked about multiple players the Rockets could acquire. He mentioned Michael Porter Jr., who will be making like $40 million over the course of the next 2 seasons each year, as before his contract expires. Not exactly someone I think adds the value of $40 million to a roster. And the Nuggets really don't have any other moves but to be trading Michael Porter Jr. if they think this team isn't good enough, and we'll find out. They still have a playoff run to get through. Malik Beasley, all the things. But we also got into, I guess maybe earlier, what the Rockets are going to do with their pick. And I asked the question of John, how far down the order would they have to be before you would consider trading the pick? Like right now, the dream is Cooper Flag. If you get Cooper Flag, you're like, yep, keeping it. Got a generational player. Utah fans will be punching the air because we know that's the perfect fit for them. They can put him with Markkanen and Kessler, and it'll be a dream come true for all the Jazz fans. Keontae George beat it. But if you are not getting Cooper Flag as the Rockets, how far do you have to be down before you put that pick in a trade? Are you a fan of Ace Bailey? Do you know any of the other guys in the draft beyond Cooper Flag? Because right now on SI, just one mock draft, at 9, the Rockets would be taking Con Knippel, the Duke swingman shooter that had, and they need one, a bigger version of Reed Sheppard. As far as shooting concerned, Reed would be classified likely as a better defender. But you get size and you get a shooter. Is that, if you think Con Knippel's going to be there at 9, is that enough to dissuade you from using this year's pick, which is the Suns pick, in a trade? I'm trying to work it out in my head. If you're only at 9, or maybe you're at 6 or 7, that's still a high lottery pick, but you decide, you know what, put him in a trade, because that's going to be how we secure a player without giving up one of our current players. And then it becomes a conversation about who that player is, which we're always default to Kevin Durant. But I don't know who it'll be, because I think this year in the NBA, because of the lack of money in free agency, I think trades are going to be a big deal. And the Rockets are going to have a lot of assets to acquire one. So if the miracle doesn't happen and you don't get Cooper Flag, is the pick on the table, or is Ace Bailey, Cooper Flag, and then anyone else we can consider trading?
I mean, for me, the pick has to be on the table. I mean, we had basically the same situation last year happen, where the Rockets shoot up the lottery to number 3, so they don't get number 1. And now last year didn't have like a Cooper Flag or no doubt about it, first number 1 pick kind of guy. But we saw it last year where they got lottery luck. They picked Reed Sheppard, number 3 overall, and you see what the immediate help to the lineup is. Reed Sheppard, not that guy.
No,
Just didn't have an immediate impact. So I think it really says, like, are you looking for an immediate impact guy? Because to me, unless you win the lottery and you're getting Cooper Flag, now this draft's a little bit better than last year's draft, but there's no guarantee that you're going to draft a guy who plays for you next time, next year when you're in the playoffs. Like, he might be sitting right next to Reed Shepard and Cam Whitmore. Or those guys might be playing now, but the same point stands that number 9, Con Knippel, like, chances are, if the Rockets draft him, he's not going to play in the playoffs or in games that really matter for Ime Udoka.
Yeah, he's a big time shooter, 6'7", wing, 40% from 3, over 40% from 3. But as you said, is Ime Udoka running out a 19-year-old in a playoff series?
And not just like any of these guys, like Derek Queen.
Yeah, it doesn't have to just be him.
Yeah, is in that range. Jace Richardson from Michigan State. You have the South Carolina big man Colin Murray Boyles. So, like, there's a lot of different guys who you think are, different types of players, not just like the white shooter type, so you can't play defense. Like, no, does he trust any of these guys? Would Ime Udoka trust any of the guys in a series that matters? Just from what I've seen, chances are they'll have to earn it.
And Knippel plays a position where they're strong at. No, they got wings for days. So it's not like he has an easy way into that rotation, even with his shooting, because that was the assumption for Reed Shepard. He can shoot. He was a pretty good defender in college. Of course, none of that really translated, partly because he didn't get the chance. At least we didn't get the chance to see him very much on the field.
Sample size.
Yeah, he would start a game and he would be great, and people would be like, see, that's what we're talking about. And then when the Rockets are healthy, he wouldn't get minutes.
Yeah, or if he plays, when the game's already decided.
That doesn't really mean anything.
Oh, wow, he's smoking a Phoenix Suns team that quit 2 weeks ago. Like, there's not a lot you can read into the ups or the downs with Reed Shepard in my mind. But, like, I mean, I'm just looking at these guys. Malawak, the Duke center. I mean, that's the guy who had 0 rebounds against U of H. Not sure if Ime Udoka is going to love the 7'2" guy who played 40 minutes of a college basketball game and didn't get a rebound.
And it's funny because we are putting Ime in a position where he wouldn't want to play these guys. But his most recent comments on this were he is locked in on the development of his young players, while the ownership group, namely Patrick Fertitta, was the one who was leaving it open for, we love these guys. We want internal growth, but we're always going to be open for a trade. So, but to your point, once the regular season begins and the postseason begins, and we have evidence that shows he's not going to lean on the young guys, unless the ones he's just forced to play because they're all pretty much young. But some guys are clearly guys who are going to play. Like Amin made it a point to show that, hey, you can't keep me off the floor. But there are only 8 guys he's willing to play in a playoff rotation. And we're consistently focusing on the playoffs now, which is funny because now the Rockets are a team we stopped talking about regular season success, I guess. It's all about how far they can go in the playoffs. That's why all the conversations are about acquiring the go-to guy. But I would agree with you, unless you hop into that top 4 and one of those prospects beyond Cooper Flag catches their eye and says, we can't pass up on him. I think that pick 5 through wherever, because we're doing the positive spin. They could fall below 9, right? If some team jumps ahead of them.
Could jump.
Yeah, they could jump ahead of them.
It's literally less likely, but it could happen. At least one team jumps ahead of them.
Yeah, it happens. So if they fall, I think it makes it even more likely that pick is likely. I won't say likely, but the pick could be a player that's for someone else when they consummate a trade. So many options for them. They've done a good job of acquiring assets. And now, is this the year they cash in, or we wait and see? That is some people's want. Now, let's give it another year. Hell, I referenced a Lazy J call. He said Jalen Green is someone we're giving up on too easily. I don't think giving up on is the right way to put it. It's just, is he someone that you can get improvement on? And if he needs to be moved to make that happen, are the Rockets willing to do it? So we will continue to look at that storyline as we continue, because next week we will have the draft lottery. Then we will know where the Rockets pick is and how valuable it actually is. It's funny. The fantasy is Cooper Flag. And, you could be picking 11th, and then you're having a different conversation.
Yeah, and then it's like, who cares about this guy?
Yeah.
That is, it's funny, but that is life in the NBA draft where you get the number 1 pick and you're, oh my God, we got a guy who's going to change the franchise. I mean, you can even go like some drafts. Once you get to 5, it's like, all right, well, got to pick somebody. Let's pick this international guy who's kind of a dart throw. So that it's just how the draft works. I mean, 2019 draft comes to mind where it's like Zion, Ja Morant, then it's like RJ Barrett, DeAndre Hunter. Like you get really fast into the like, Jackson Hayes has some tools parts of the draft. I think he was like the 7th pick in the draft. So it is weird, especially talking about the NFL draft for months at 25. There's all these intriguing players, and even in the second round, you can fantasize about this guy. And in the NBA draft, it's like, man,
You can
what,
talk.
what, are, what are we doing with this guy?
Yeah, you can talk yourself out of it.
All right.
When you're the Rockets and you have championship aspirations, in some ways you can talk yourself out. At least the fans can talk yourself out of a guy pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Is this guy going to play for us? Is that guy going to play for us?
It's even less about like championship aspirations. It is just like, this is a team that has a bunch of young players. Prove to me that this guy is going to work his way up the ranks to take playing time from all these other young players that have been developed by Ime Udoka. It's hard to see. It's hard to see that happen, especially because we did it last year with Reed Shepherd, and in the regular season, he didn't get regular minutes. Never mind playoffs. He got sent to the G League just to like have him get some run.
Yeah, if the Rockets remain where they are or in that area, 7 through 11, whatever it is, if I'm a young player, I was like, don't draft me because I don't think I'm playing for you guys.
Do you think Cooper Flagg's going to fist pump like Victor Wembanyama did when the Rockets logo shows up at number 9? He just go,
I think that
Washington Wizards, here I come.
I think that particular viewpoint of the Rockets has changed. I don't believe a fist pump is going to happen if he sees the Rockets aren't in contention. He probably doesn't, considering the odds, doesn't think they're in contention right now. The question will be is if he sees the Wizards off the board, he's like, yes. We'll see. Maybe he doesn't want to spend any time in Salt Lake.
I know we've kind of put it on him that he wants to. I don't know why.
We don't know that he does. He's from Maine, right? But that doesn't mean he wants to be in Salt Lake.
Yeah, he's like, that's far from home.
Yeah, I'd rather
stay local. Can Philly win this?
Can the Celtics? The Celtics are trying to cut salary. Can they trade for a lottery pick and win the lottery? Yeah. So there it is. Plenty of conversations about that. When we get back, we'll actually talk about what happened on the floor at least a little bit. It wasn't that compelling. I talked about it in the previous show that there are 2 sides of playoff Jimmy, and the one where you can't imagine why he's so passive. Like I'm a hate scroller, so I definitely typed in his name, and all the Warrior fans who were talking about how Jimmy Butler was going to go for 40 before last night's game, like, hey, it's very weird that Jimmy will get into the paint and then look away from the basket. No, it's not weird. He's been doing it for 6 years. It's not that weird. That's who he is at times. So we'll talk about the Wolves getting back in it and the fallout of Draymond Green's elbow to Naz Reid's face when we get back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the Wolves even their series against the Warriors. No Steph. He'll be out at least for a week. It's a hamstring. I feel like there's a real shot. Even if this series did go long, he's not playing. You throw it out there. It's a week just to not be so obvious, but I wouldn't be surprised no matter how long the series goes if he's not back. We'll see. Maybe he's got recuperative powers I'm unaware of. But right now, he's at least out for the next couple games. And they look lost last night, which they usually do. They did acquire a player in mid-season to kind of fix some of that. But when the guy tells you he wants to be Robin for over the last month or so, don't expect Batman. The Jimmy Butler thing is fun. We talked about it at the end of the show where he has, in the 2020s, more free throws than made field goals in the regular season. That's kind of why playoff Jimmy is a thing, because he becomes a different guy in the postseason. But more free throws than field goals made. It's the only person on the list that is actually a real dude. Like the rest of those guys, like Joakim Noah's on the list, and it's like 6 and 4 or something like that. It's just guys who were done at the end of their careers, or like G Leaguers who had a cup of coffee, if that, in a game or so, and that's how it wound up that way. But the Warriors fans and now NBA people like Stephen A's on ESPN.com telling us, or at least telling Jimmy, he's got to get it going at least for one game. I think the worst thing that ever happened to Jimmy Butler, as far as his playoff narrative is concerned, is the Steph injury. I might be wrong, and he can prove it over the next couple of games. He ain't that guy anymore. He's not the guy who's gonna put up 25 shots in the game, go get your 35, and help you win a game. He, as Dame said, ran from the grind to get to a spot where he didn't have to be the number one. Despite some of his bravado, he hit an oppressor. It's catnip for people who love a dumb, smart quote where he's like, no, I just play the right way. I'm going to get my guys shots, get them comfortable. I'm not going to be more aggressive. I'm just a basketball player, and I hoop, and I do it the right way. No.
He does play the game the right way.
Foul grifting?
Well,
Sure.
other than that. Other than the way he scores the majority of his points.
Yes, he plays the game the right way. He's willing to pass the basketball. But you know what? When you throw a grenade to Moses Moody with 3 seconds left on the clock, that's not the right way.
Right way to play.
That's not the right way. Moses Moody is not a guy who should be taking bailout shots late in shot clock. So
who should it be then? Oh,
just your guy who you decide to give but a very lucrative extension to.
Yeah.
The whole point, sure, your whole job is to help Steph, but there are also moments where you should be carrying the team.
Oh, I was gonna say, what'd you just say there? His job is to help Steph.
Yeah,
Steph's not here.
I can't help. I'm out. And you're gonna look at the numbers and go, they're not that bad, because that's another part of Jimmy's deal. He'll pass out on a difficult shot to give to someone else, and then he'll take an easier shot when a time comes. You look at, what's Dell talking about? He had like 17 points. It was 6 of 13 or whatever. But he had like 9 shots at the half in a game where they had no juice anywhere else but Jonathan Kuminga of all people. That's a game where you go take 15 in the first half. Take 15 shots. And if it goes poorly, whatever, at least you went out there trying to carry your team. Nah, I got to make sure that Moody and Kuminga gets their shots.
Yeah, Quentin Post,
get your shots up. What are you talking about? I'm just telling you. That's my prediction. I don't think he's that guy anymore.
No, I definitely agree with you. I mean, it was even in Miami in the year they made the finals. Like by, he was just kind of like unsustainably hot in the Bucks, and
he had a
Celtics
remarkable series.
Yeah, or the first half of the Celtics series, and then the second half of the Celtics series was the Caleb Martin show.
Yeah.
And so then in the finals, I mean, go watch the Nuggets Heat finals.
No,
like, Jimmy Butler was not impressive.
It was miserable.
He was doing the thing that we saw him do against the Rockets a bunch. He's doing the same thing last night and in game 1, where, like you said, he gets the ball in the paint. He can go up, or you think that this is where a player goes up strong and finishes over a contest. Jimmy Butler, pump fake, guy doesn't go up, pivot, and now his back is to the goal, and he's looking to float a pass over to keep the ball moving. Like he can't score over anybody that's not a huge advantage matchup.
Yeah, if he's not against some small guard where he can bully with his strength, things get sticky for him.
Even Fred VanVleet in Game 7,
he couldn't even bully Fred VanVleet.
They posted him up twice, and Fred VanVleet took the ball from him twice.
Yeah, he's an opportunistic scorer. So when a team is in multiple rotations, he can find his way to the bucket and find an angle. But as far as
when the Warriors have Steph, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. He can get the system buckets. He can do all that. That's why this thing works so well, and that's why I think it'll work well. With health, assuming health going forward for these guys, is that he can play the souped up, maybe not even that souped up, Andre Iguodala role that Iguodala played for the original iteration of the Warriors dynasty.
So, while you rather have had the Rockets in this series, I got it. It's disappointing that they weren't able to advance. I think the Warriors strapped themselves up to someone who they're going to have to pay, and it's going to take them out of real contention because they won't have any other moves. I think we'll get a bit of a preview of it in this series, and then I think it just gets progressively worse over the course of the years of the next few years. So you can look at it as, hey, it might be the beginning of the demise of this team, and it was giving Jimmy Butler that extension.
The Jimmy Butler thing, it worked out in the regular season. It raised them from being an 11 seed to a 7 seed, and they had a great record with him and Steph both on the court at the same time. But he is a player that people knew he was available for 6 months and he just didn't get traded. He had to get suspended twice from the Miami Heat before the price got low enough for the Warriors to look around and go,
we'll do this. And they were hesitant to do it for several reasons.
In some of the reporting, it makes it seem like the owner of the Warriors,
he had to convince them.
He saw the Luka trade, and he walked into the front office. So make a trade for a star.
Yeah,
that's what happened. The owner was just like, make something happen, do something, and they were like, well, this guy would work, and he's the cheapest star we can get. We won't have to go up Jonathan Kuminga, thank God.
God forbid.
And it worked out. They are going to have to pay him over $100 million for the next 3 years.
And that was the only reason he's there, because that had to be agreed to beforehand before he would sign off. Or if you did trade for him, be an absolute menace because you didn't want to give him his extension.
But just overall, and this is something that if you're, like you, Heat fan, or a careful watcher of the NBA, and I think most Rockets fans now see it because they watched them in the series against the Rockets, that Jimmy Butler is a number 2. He's not a number 2 who can become a number 1. He is a number 2 now. He is a guy who needs the
gravity
superstar.
Of the one. Yeah. Take all that attention.
If he was on the Rockets, it would still be like Rockets need a number 1.
Yeah. Jimmy may be more willing to take a shot or two, and maybe he knocks them down. But this whole transformational thing that the Rockets are looking for, he would not be one of the guys.
He can't do the 2020 bubble stuff
anymore. No, or even 2023 early playoff.
The first half
stuff.
of this,
before he turned his ankle against the Knicks, which is the other thing. He's always hurt.
He does have a butt contusion. So.
He is banged up. He's not fully healthy, but I wouldn't expect it from him if he was fully healthy. You're not that guy.
Yeah. Walking around grabbing his ass.
We'll see if he proves me and Sean wrong.
Do it, Jimmy.
They play tomorrow? Yeah. In Golden State.
Put some ice on that bum and then get ready to.
Nah, he'll just play the right way. And if the right way means he goes 5 for 12 and scores 16 points, that's the right way to play. Good luck, Warrior fans.
I'm gonna go 4 for 11
overall, or in the first half, because 11 would suggest he's aggressive.
No, overall.
Overall,
and but he does finish with like 20 points because he gets the line 10 times.
Yeah, and they get beat by 10 or more.
Yeah,
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe Jimmy just needs to get home and get healthy, and he will save this Warriors series because right now, we saw it as we said.
Warriors,
there's not a lot there for them if he's not going to be the guy they hope he can be.
They need to finagle their way, however it happens, one more win to
get
have
to game
hope,
6.
To have hope that you'll have the in-game portal with Steph Curry walking through it in game 5 or 6. Although game 5, not 100% sure.
Yeah, I don't know if he gets back for 5. The thought
that's why you need game 6.
Got to find one, and can Jimmy get them one, and can that home crowd push them the one? We'll see. They didn't look great last night, but that was to be expected. Minnesota was desperate. They needed that one. They got it. They were up big after one and just kind of carried that throughout. As Draymond Green made a let me put this a certain way. He made an ass of himself, I'll say, on the court and off. But we're used to the off the court or on the court stuff when he's slapping some guy in the face. When we come back, we'll hear the off the court thing. And I think for the most part, everyone's just, all right, okay, Draymond, sure. This one I don't think is going to catch a lot of traction with what he said. We'll play that when we get back. But first, let's talk about someone who isn't a clown, on or off the plumbing game. Billy Brown of aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That website I say quite a bit because they give you all the information you need about what they provide. Pretty simple. They're a great plumbing company, and then they'll get into the services. So let's just think. You go home today, and you turn on the water, and it comes out brown. The expectation anytime you turn your faucet on is for the water to be clean, to be usable. You can wash your clothes with them. You can wash your dishes. You can cook with it. That's the expectation. We take it for granted. And when it's not reality, you panic. Don't panic. Just get to aqueductplumbingcompany.com or call them at 281-488-6238. It could be the dirty water. It could be that stinky, smelly water. Or it could be something bigger, like a repipe, where your pipes are just bad. You need something done. They've got accomplished contractors who've done over 1,000 repipes. They're experts in that field. They'll get you set up with something that'll fix any problems you have. So it could be that repiping, could be something like a water heater that you need fixed, a tankless one, or the traditional. Maybe it's just simply a plumbing fixture. It doesn't matter what it is. Aqueduct Plumbing will take care of it. They're also into remodels and new construction. It's all there for you. So check out the website at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Call them 281-488-6238. Get the best plumbing in the city. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans signed their first pick of this year's draft. Jaden Higgins signs a fully guaranteed deal, which is the first time it's ever happened for a second-round pick. And Coach Reese asked the question when we talked about it this morning, why they do it. Is this something that will become the norm and they're just out ahead of it? Why are they making this decision? And John and I talked about it, and John said it was maybe to engender goodwill with Jaden Higgins because they think a lot of him and they just want the player to know that he's one of their guys. If that's the case, is that going to be a thing for all of their draft picks? Does everyone get the fully guaranteed? Why is Jalen Noel not getting it? How many guys get the fully guaranteed deal, or is Jaden Higgins special?
I think the Jaden gets fully guaranteed. Jalen's
does not.
All the Jalen's. The rest of their draft class that's named Jalen.
Because why would he be? It's
because the D.
It's just okay.
Not the L's.
We don't like L's.
We want dogs, not L's.
Not L's. So Jaden is a dog, and that's why he gets fully guaranteed. I can't speak to why they're doing it. I don't know that what John was suggesting is true, that if they give him the deal, he'll be a happy player, and then maybe it'll engender goodwill later on when another contract comes up. I think business is business, and if Jaden Higgins is a great player for the Texans, they will have to pay him what a great player gets paid, and he's not giving them a discount. The Nico Collins thing may give you hope because of what he did. There wasn't a deep negotiation. And also, we talked about it when it happened. Nico Collins had 1 year of being a good player. It wasn't like he could have bet on himself and stacked the second year like he did. And then we're having a conversation about being the highest paid receiver in football. But he said, I'll take my money now. I don't think Nico Collins is going to take an early deal, or at least not a early under market deal the second time if he continues to play like he's playing. I think that was a guy who decided I wanted the money.
Yeah, the security, having it now.
Yeah, I don't know how much it was about, hey, I'm just a guy who's humble and loves ball. I think it was a guy, hey, you're going to pay me how much this early after only one season?
Yeah,
thank you. I'll take it.
Lock
it in. And then when it comes down to it, when he's now has year after year of being a big-time receiver, you're going to have to pay up. And I think he might, look, this is me, reckless speculation. Don't know, won't ever know. It might be like, yeah, you got me on the cheap the last time. Let's make up for it this time. Make me the highest paid, even if it's for a month, because another guy's coming.
Yeah.
But give me my money now. At least that's how business has worked across the board in the NFL and all the major sports. Well, mostly NFL, because a lot of the times the NBA is kind of, okay, he's a max player, he gets max money. But for the NFL, there's some negotiation. So I'm glad that Nico's locked in. I'm glad he's not the diva that people put on that term they put on other receivers, but that doesn't mean the locked in, great teammate, great player isn't going to be asking for all he can, because that's what his agent is going to tell him to do. But we'll see. That's maybe the problem. Is that like 3 years down the line, or is it like next year? Is there a renegotiation? Is there a renegotiation next year? If he's great again, and he looks out across the league and goes, I'm better than him, and him. Why are they making so much money? Well, it's my fault they're making so much more money than me. Yeah. But let's change that.
I think that is interesting, because we've only really seen Caserio get deals done early, but it's all rookie scale guys. Mm-hmm. It's the first big contract.
Did they give
these guys?
Did they give Tunsil money early? Because was he going into his free agency year when they gave him his second deal with the Texans?
He probably did get a deal with Caserio. I just forgot which I can't remember which offseason it is.
Sorry, I was trying to not be on the air while saying hello to Melissa, but
sorry. The Tunsil.
I thought you were going to keep talking. I can turn off the mic, but
no, the Tunsil contract stumped me. I didn't have.
Caught you off guard.
Yeah, but I think I think Caserio does have a track record. I'm just not sure how applicable it is to Nico Collins' second deal, or I guess third deal now. And also, you have to remember that Nico Collins getting paid, he was kind of the first to get paid of the new Texans coming off their rookie deal. Now, when he gets a re-up, or when it's time for a re-up, you're going to have Derek Stingley making a lot of money. You're going to have CJ Stroud making a lot of money. You're going to have maybe Daniil Hunter still making a lot of money. Will Anderson is going to be off his rookie deal by that point. So there is going to be a guy that is going to not get re-upped by the Texans.
Yeah,
there's going to be a Houston Astro young player that has to get his money elsewhere, I would say. Or Houston Texan, not Houston Astro. Well, probably a Houston Astro as well, but a Houston Texan who'll have to get his money elsewhere.
So the second Larry Tunsil deal was in 2023, termed an extension. His first deal was going to be up at the end of 2023. So it was heading into his free agency period. They got it done before they got
the off season before he was a free agent.
Yeah, they got it done before they got into that off season.
Okay.
So Nico after this season will be earlier than that. So we will.
Yeah.
So that it may not come to that. He may just be patient because if I stack another year, then you're gonna pay me more. But just getting back to what they did with Higgins, I'm sure he's thrilled. I just don't know how much it'll matter. If he's great. If he's not great, then you're like, oh no, we got to pay this guy no matter what.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the last, at least I guess, wide receiver skill position guy, non-quarterback, where you see it and you're like, oh my God, this guy obviously can't hack it in the NFL, where you can see it early. Because for the most part, like you said, like the first 4 years of a guy, like he's just going to be on the roster. Like his money is going to be picked up. So that really doesn't change anything with the Texans and Higgins, unless he's a complete disaster. Like
he was at least going to get 3 years.
Yeah, like John Mechie, and it's not all, there's a lot of extenuating circumstances when it comes to John Mechie, but his career hasn't been, what the Texans had hoped for when he got drafted. Was he a second round pick as well? Second round pick wide receiver, second or third at least. And
second round.
And obviously he was rehabbing an ACL, then he gets cancer. So just the why it happened, that's its own thing. But the results on the field, he is the guy who's getting all of his money on his rookie deal.
Unless he doesn't make it, but this year, and they've now drafted and traded for guys who may keep him off the roster. But coming into the offseason, he was well on his way to getting his money for 4 years.
Exactly. And so you don't have what I'm saying is Higgins doesn't have to be so good that the guaranteed means anything.
Sure. As you pointed out,
you can be good enough to just keep being the fourth wide receiver and stick around.
And being a second round pick affords you more opportunities than
longer
normal.
leash.
They're just going to give you more opportunities because you don't.
Because he was a high second round pick.
Yeah,
too.
you don't want to be
35th or something.
Yeah, you don't want to be wrong on the pick. So the guy keeps getting opportunities. So why they did it? Maybe it's just hey, we want to make Jaden feel good, and we want to have a good relationship with him. If that's what it is,
this is agent David Mulgana.
I did look for that, but no. It was my initial thought. Who is his agent? It's not Mulgana.
Okay. So it's not hey, Stroud's coming up next offseason.
Dave Mulgana is
we'll make this guy fully guaranteed. We're
David
not doing
Mulgana is the last guy who would allow you to do his one client a favor to affect his quarterback.
I don't know.
I feel you're right. I don't know either. It just feels like getting Higgins that final year guaranteed isn't going to affect what they do when it comes to getting CJ his money.
It's hey, we guaranteed this guy's entire what was the total? What's the total guaranteed on Higgins' deal? It's not that much money.
No, he's for example, the scale has changed because it's years later, but Mechie is 4 years, just over $8 million.
4 years, 11.7.
Yeah, the scale has changed, but it's not that crazy.
Yeah. Hey, 4 years, 11.7, completely guaranteed, Mulgana. So cut us a break on the CJ Stroud thing.
Have you met No, I haven't met him either, but I've met his negotiation tactics.
Yeah, thank you for setting me up with an easy question. No, I've never
I
met David Mulligata.
I jumped in before because I understand. I understood what I was asking.
No?
But I've met his negotiation tactics by all the reporting, and doesn't feel like one is going to mean a lot for the other.
Especially when like this one is probably going to be what 5% of the of the CJ contract.
And by the way,
CJ is going to be over 200. This guy's 11.
But just to be clear, he is not his agent. He's not Higgins. He's not the agent for Higgins anyway.
Oh yeah, no.
So
not.
it wouldn't play in. It wouldn't play a factor either way. Okay, we'll go to break with that. The Texans did something unique.
Never done before in the history of the NFL.
So credit to them for setting a standard, being trailblazers.
And I saw today that the Colts did the same thing with Tyler Warren.
So maybe it's now just the thing.
But
but that's a first-round pick.
Texans did it first.
But that's a first-round pick.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Never been done for a second-round pick before.
Boom.
So there it is. And, of course, you saw that with Tyler Warren. I saw a lot of, man, the rest of the NFL is going to be mad at the Texans.
Yeah.
That's just the rest of the NFL was mad at the Browns.
They're doing this to a second-round pick. This guy was the 34th pick in the – it's unheard of. First-rounders, yeah, we get it. The 34th pick.
When it costs you less.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, just trust.
34.
When the Browns did it for Deshaun, it did not spark a influx of guys getting fully guaranteed deals.
Actually, no one has gotten
it.
Ever.
So the rest of the NFL can be like, you know what? That's a Texan thing. We're not going to do that. So we'll see what happens after that. We will be joined by Michael Carroll in the second hour of the show. He's the host of Comicast, and what he does is tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. With us on Comicast, he breaks down kind of the big trending show of the time, and right now that's The Last of Us. Sean caught up on season 1. He can now watch season 2.
Thank you, Oklahoma City Thunder and Minnesota.
Yeah, if you guys continue to
keep up the good work,
provide awful NBA playoff games, Sean will be able to watch TV shows in almost marathon fashion if this keeps up. We got 2 games tonight. We will see if Sean gets into episode 1 of season 2, depending on how the OKC Denver games.
I'm also out of here at noon today,
so you can get in several episodes before the basketball games even start.
Exactly. I'm gonna be up to date by Sunday.
Oh, okay. Then you can decide whether you like Abby or hate her, depending on how you.
I have an open mind towards all women. I'm an ally.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Is she a Firefly or what's her deal?
I
have mixed feelings about the Fireflies.
Well, you will see what she is and then what she becomes as the series goes, and particularly early in the series. Caitlin Deaver playing that role. She does a great job in a lot of stuff. She plays Abby in The Last of Us season 2. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We will we continue to talk. Well, we normally talk about basketball nonsense. We also did not play the Draymond sound, so we'll get to that when we come back as well. All right, welcome to hour 2 of the show. Michael Carroll will be with us at 11:30. Maybe he has an agenda he thinks you're pushing that he wants to highlight. Well, let's get to a guy who was very vocal after his team got beat down by the Wolves. And I'll credit Draymond for this. This is a diabolical approach to what he has been over his career and what he has been in this playoff run. And in fact, in this game, in at least last night's game, on a foul, he was fouled, but he flailed his arms and elbowed Naz Reid in the face. It resulted in a technical. He is 2 technicals away from a suspension. We're not that deep in the playoffs. And he's already in danger of being suspended before we get to like game 5 of the second round.
He's played 9 games.
And he is 2 away. So in that game, we saw that he had to be calmed down. Steph Curry, who was there, not in uniform, had to calm him down. Steve Kerr talked about it afterwards that they have to be a team that realizes Draymond's a little on tilt. So they've got to do things to relax him in those moments. It's part of the job, I guess, for the Warriors to make sure Draymond stays on the floor. Well, Draymond doesn't like the way the narrative is being spun, apparently. So I don't know exactly how this came about because we don't have video of a question being asked, only Draymond's response right after the game against the Wolves.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
He walks away, and that's the last we heard of Draymond. It's a diabolical approach to try to deflect from what you have been on the floor. I don't know what was said, how the question was phrased, but I don't really care. All I got to do is watch him on the court. And it ain't about angry, or it might be about that, but at least in my eyes, and I think I don't want to speak for people, I guess. I won't do that. But at least in my eyes, it ain't got nothing to do with whether he's black or not. Draymond does things that most NBA players do not do. How many guys in these playoffs have multiple flailing arms in someone's face? Like Jokic was a little upset by lack of calls in his last game, so he got more physical, and he's had a pass too. But Draymond's the king because of his actions in the past. There is no agenda being spun. We can just watch you play, man, and say, oh, whether you want to constitute that as angry, uncontrollable, John used that word this morning, or just simply a guy who plays on the edge and thinks hitting people in the face helps his team win games. Whatever it is, it could be controlled chaos where he does all of this on purpose for reasons he thinks is going to help his team win. He knows it's a long series. I give Naz Reid a smack in the face in game 2 when we're getting blown out. Who knows what Naz Reid does in game 6 in a close game? Maybe I frustrate him. He does something dumb. It helps us win games. I don't know how maniacal he is about all this. But what we do know is he's unique. He's the only one who does it. And he knows it. And he's much like an offensive lineman who says you can't call holding on every play. All I had to do is set a standard. You don't even want to throw me out of this game. That's the thing he knows. Referees don't want to throw guys out. Despite our thoughts on how bad some of the referees are, they don't want to be the guy who throws out the 4-time champion in a playoff game. So he'll smack Naz Reid in the face, get a technical, and if the game mattered, he'd be as physical as he possibly could be the rest of the way because he knows they ain't going to touch me. That's part of the genius of it. Let me get this out of the way now. And they're going to be very, very hesitant to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we saw it. I mean, how many technicals has he had this playoffs?
I have to look it up.
We saw it that many times -1 against the Rockets because he had all the other ones against the Rockets. And yeah, it is it's one of those jokes that actually you're like, this is just real life where, oh, he got his technical out of the way. Now he can do whatever he wants for the rest of the game. Like, yeah, he'll get a technical and then escalate that same situation with the referee.
And they don't do anything about it.
They don't do the,
like he got a technical last night. He yelled in the referee's face, that's BS. Use the full word and nothing.
Yeah. We've seen that a lot of times where a guy will do something to get a tech. And then when you get in the referee's face, you get another tech. See you later. Draymond Green doesn't get that. He gets championship privilege.
I don't know. I don't
Is it
know if it's championship privilege.
Defensive player of the year privilege?
I wouldn't know because all the other champions and DPOYs don't do what he does. So I'm not sure if it's that
Yeah.
privilege or if it's just a Draymond privilege. All I know is he is one of one when it comes to his willingness to do it and his ability to not deal with real consequences outside of, the biggest one where he got not kicked out, but suspended for a finals game, and it led to his team losing that series.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to give him credit for he does it at the highest levels. Like there's other guys.
He's not a regular season merchant when it comes to this stuff.
No. Because I think of other guys that with similar resumes to Draymond Green, and it's like, Grayson Allen tripping guys at Duke, tripping a Wake Forest player at Duke. Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
Well, Draymond kicking out at LeBron
all
in a
of a
finals
sudden
game?
Because he's black, people care. No one cared about the Grayson Allen stuff.
You're right. Grayson Allen wasn't dragged and continues to have references
everyone
about that.
loves all the white Duke players.
Oh, by the way,
Christian Laettner loved him.
Stepping on that player's chest.
And applauded. Everyone applauded him for it, right? It was, I think it was before I was born. So you someone else can.
I was very young at the time, and I remember standing ovations as he walked into arenas.
Yeah,
because of what everyone loved Christian Laettner. Bobby Hurley too. Wojo carried out on people's shoulders anytime he walked into an opposing arena. Just loved. Look, as I said, I don't think he's going to get this off. He's not getting it off with us. No one's taking what he said seriously.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of. I haven't seen a groundswell of support. For Draymond on this.
But he tried something. I kind of respect it, trying to get it off.
Great deflection, because we haven't talked about how
actually
he played or the actual incident.
Well, we did mention him elbowing Nas Reed, and
but it kind of gets brushed aside. A lot of these incidents, the Tari Eason one, like we talk about that, the Tari Eason where he gets a flagrant for something he did after the play when that normally should be a technical, but he already had the technical, you can't throw out Draymond Green.
For whatever
God
reason,
forbid.
you can't throw out Draymond Green, and that's how the refs have approached it. So he may force their hand and collect so many he gets suspended for a game, and then the refs in game can go, that's not us, that's your previous actions, and then the NBA has a rule. So maybe that's how it'll go. Maybe that's how he misses a game.
I could see that happening where before the last game of this series, because I do think that the Wolves, especially with how long Curry's going to be out in this series, like I feel pretty good about the Wolves winning this one, where before whatever the last game of the series is, just boom, get attacked, get suspended for game 5, lose game 5 by 25 points. Like that, normally series don't have some like tremendous ending. A lot of times whoever loses does kind of just go out sad. And I could see that's how this one ends, where he finally gets kicked out of a game in game 5 when they're down 17 in the first half.
So I'm watching, it just happens to be on McAfee and the angles of it. And I know Steve Kerr has to save his guy. And he's talking about how Draymond got fouled and he's trying to make sure, and he's embellishing, and sometimes it leads to people getting hit in the face, and we wish he controlled it, so on and so forth. Steve Kerr wasn't in strong defense of Draymond, but he tried to lay out a scenario for that. Watching it from different angles, like Nas Reed hits him on the side, he gets the foul, but it wasn't like he hit him on the arm and he had to showcase that he got hit in the arm. So I'm just gonna, I'm trying to draw a foul. He got hit and decided, you know what?
It's like a different movement.
Yeah, it's not the movement you make when you get hit on the ribs, because you weren't in the shooting position. He didn't hit you on the arm where you would be and try to draw a foul for 3 free throws. It's like a reflex. That's what the only way you could say. I got hit in the ribs and I flail my arms.
It was the same thing with the Fred VanVleet one, where we talked about it, where we don't think there's actually any animosity, which makes it even weirder that Draymond Green throws a forearm in Fred VanVleet's throat.
Yeah, they keep showing it's like they have this Zapruder film of Draymond elbowing Nas Reed
back to the left.
Well, that's where Nas Reed's head went. He
shouldn't have put his head there. Shouldn't have been reaching in.
That is another thing. Hey, if he was in a legal guarding position, this never would have happened.
Has this ever happened to Draymond Green? Is this like a hurt people thing? Where
it happened once
when
at
Draymond Green,
State?
he fouled some like Ohio State big man, and that Kosta Koufos put his
nice pull,
put it, embellished and and he's like, huh.
Yeah, because he didn't have this reputation at Michigan State. Not that we cared about a second-round pick at Michigan State at the time, but no one is reaching back to his college years and saying he always did this. This became a thing when he
Look
was
what
the
he did to
Warriors.
Frank Kaminsky right here.
None of it. It's just became a thing, and it's not even early in his Warriors career. It's actually weird because it became a thing when he was a great player. Like he's a great player, and then he started doing all this stuff.
It wasn't like he has to make his name for himself in the league.
Yeah,
Like
he's
Patrick
not-
Beverly.
Yeah,
like Patrick
he's-
Beverly has to stick around the league somehow, and he does this.
He's not Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah.
Where Isaiah Stewart has always been about that life. And Isaiah Stewart's not cheap. He's just, as far as like Draymond is, Isaiah Stewart's like, if you try me, I'm going to try you back. Draymond is, well, we see what Draymond is. But credit to you, man. Your diabolical quote has become a story. But I will say no one's buying this. No one's going to lean into this and say you're right. We'll go to break with that. Look, without Steph, we may be 3 games away from him being out of our lives until next. Actually, I take that back. He will be on TNT.
Well,
if they get eliminated,
and the podcast.
Well, I don't have to listen to that. I avoid that. But if he shows up on the, I guess for work now I do. But normally I wouldn't have to.
At least a clip,
Yes. If I did a different job, like if I was the Pope, like that was a scenario this morning for John. If I was the Pope, I wouldn't have to hear the podcast.
Make a couple different decisions.
Yeah.
You're the Pope.
Yeah. Now, even if they do get eliminated, he will be on one of the broadcast partners.
Yeah, he'll be on the studio show
Yeah.
for the Western Conference Finals.
Talking about
I wonder what his thoughts on Rudy Gobert is going to be.
Yeah, I'm sure
that's not a tired bit at this point.
I'm sure it'll be very complimentary. I'm sure he's changed his thoughts on Rudy. Another guy he attacked, by the way. Choked him out almost. At least he tried to. All right, we'll go to break with that. And we'll get to some other things, including why I'm conflicted, but I think I've made the right decision on rooting against the Celtics. Can't stand Knicks fans, and they're at it again. But Celtics media kind of pushed me over the edge as far as, and they've done it for years, but more confirmation of why I think I'm on the right side of history rooting for the Knicks. All right, we'll go to break with that. But before we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. If you need a car, perfect place for it. Car, truck, whatever it is, as far as vehicles are concerned, Monument Chevrolet is the place for you. Just check out all their offers on monumentchevrolet.com. And once you get to the website, you're going to see the deals they have in store, including for the EVs. So whatever you might like in an electric vehicle, they're going to have deals to get you in the car that you will love. And they've got great salespeople out there. So while you're looking at a vehicle, there'll be salespeople out there to walk you through the car buying process and get you into the car you want. They have a salesperson of the week that they hand out. In fact, sometimes it comes with the championship belt. Currently, the salesperson of the week is Javier. Javier is a no high pressure guy. So he's going to be straight with you and let you make a decision. And if you have any questions, he's going to make sure he answers them for you. And he does go the extra mile. So don't stop with the questions. If you got one, Javier will have the answer for you. And he's just like all the other people who help you get a car at Monument Chevrolet. So remember, the website is monumentchevrolet.com. They're going to treat you like family when you go on out there. And where are they? In Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Once you get on that lot, you are family to them. monumentchevrolet.com is the website. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So Michael Carroll, the voice you just heard, will join us at 11:30. You got questions? You can call him, or you just want to comment on a TV show. You got a recommendation? We welcome those. 713-780-3776 is that number. I had to give my mom a rec yesterday. Gave her Ozark. Has never seen Ozark. She will run through that show in a matter of like 2 weeks or so, if it takes that long. So we will see what she thinks of Jason Bateman. I know your mom doesn't like Miles Teller.
But is a fan of Jason. Big fan of Jason Bateman.
A lot of people are. I have not gotten
Watched
word.
Carry On twice in 2 days.
Wow.
She watched it one night.
As a villain, she liked him.
Yes, she watched it one night because it came out around Christmas, I think. One of the holidays.
Yeah, one of them.
And she saw it the day before I came to town, and then she was like, "Oh, you know what? We should watch Carry On."
She just needed an excuse to watch it again.
Yeah, 30 minutes into the movie, she like casually dropped that, like, "Oh yeah, we watched it last night."
And this is the movie you
I was
picked?
like, you didn't have to watch it. Like, I could have watched it on my own time.
No. Let's get some more Jason Bateman time.
More Jason Bateman.
Charismatic
villain.
I don't know if she has a strong opinion about Jason Bateman. Maybe I'll find out after she watched the show.
I hope so.
Maybe she hates Laura Linney. I don't know.
Julia Gardner, at least.
She-Wolf. Well, that's what she called Laura Linney. I can't do the rest of it because it's just her cursing. But Julia Garner, the new Silver Surfer, as well.
Yeah, I'm sure your mom's like, not my Silver Surfer.
I don't know if my mom's ever seen a comic book movie. I've never said, "Hey, let's sit down and watch the first Spider-Man."
Comic book? Not read it, just seen it.
Seen it somewhere in a store, maybe.
Passed by it.
I know she works with kids now that she's in retirement,
Okay,
so maybe she works at a youth center, so maybe she has. Don't know. Maybe that's a question I asked. Mom, have you heard of Superman? And speaking of that,
Yeah, just name superheroes. Name superheroes.
I won't name them. I'll ask her if she can start naming some. I'm sure she's heard of a Batman movie before. Maybe she doesn't know that's a superhero. Actually, he's not a superhero, son. He's the world's smartest detective.
That's the next thing you need to do.
Or best detective, whatever that is.
Next recommendation. 2020 choose the Batman.
Emo Batman? You want to give her that?
Yeah, I think that's the way in.
I don't know, man. I don't want to go hokey. She probably would say, "Get out of my face." So maybe it is something. I think she would
prestige.
I think she would watch Penguin because it's not very comic booky. Like there's some plot armor where the Penguin has to survive, but as far as
is the way to get her into the Batman is to have her watch the Penguin first.
Well, if I say, "Hey, this is a crime show," that features a comic book character, she may go, "Hey, maybe I want to see the guy for 10 minutes in the other movie, in that movie, and see if that gets her in." I don't know.
Okay, now, because that's a great point that you can just sell the Penguin as like this is just, they kind of did Tony Soprano again, but you don't tell her that it's a comic book movie, and just see if she picks up on any. I don't know if they mention Batman or no at the very end when
they show
she's
Batman.
like, "Oh, what's that?"
That's the next thing. After Ozark, I'm going to tell her.
Just try to sneak feed.
I'm going to sneak Penguin in there. Oh, no, it's just a crime show.
Why is it called Penguin? That's his nickname.
He's got a nickname. He wobbles. Don't worry about it.
He hates it, though.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. She goes, "I'd rather call him that than Oswald." We'll see. Or Oz.
True.
Or Oz. We'll see.
Matt Reeves agrees.
Yeah. Well, we will see going forward what I try to do to help my mom get into the comic book world. Not starting with Craven. We'll say that.
Peacemaker?
No chance. No chance I'm putting Peacemaker on her. Once you watch one of those shows, they recommend other ones like it. So maybe she'll just randomly get into Peacemaker.
Yeah. It's all at the more you should have watched.
Yeah.
Like, why is it all Batman and Peacemaker?
Your algorithm's off. I can't explain it. Don't know what that's about, Mom. Just don't worry about it. Watch Harley Quinn. Not a comic book thing either. It's just a cartoon. I'm sure you'll like that. All right. Let's get to what happened in the last couple of days. We haven't talked a lot of Knicks Celtics since, yesterday, because what's the point? We had the Pope being announced and Draymond doing what Draymond did. But the aftermath of those games, you get different reactions. I talked about it, how it was very difficult for me to find out who to root for or find a team to root for, because why root for a New York or Boston team? But then when I started watching the games, I realized I can't stand the Celtics. But you have the post game. So what we're going to start with is sound from they still call it the Garden. I don't remember the official name of that. TD Garden. This is sound as Knicks fans won't leave, and one lonely woman is trying to get the Knicks fans out of the building.
Security! Help! Help! Get them out! Get them out! Get them out now! Get them out right now!
It eventually devolves into Nixon 4. Nixon 4. She is hoping she can get help. And she does get a security guy over there. It's just some kid in a blue jacket. Like, what do you want me to do about it, lady? I'm not getting these guys out of here. Yeah, it's kind of like a smirk on his face, like, you're asking the wrong guy. It's not going to be me. So you have Knicks fans who actually, in that instance, weren't as insufferable as they normally are. No bing bong, couldn't hear that. No cursing at the iPhone that's filming them.
Yeah.
That's on the street, not in the building.
Yeah.
I did see
save that for the man on the street.
Yeah, I did see Nick Celtic fan fights after game one, of course.
Got to.
So you've got that insufferable fan base you don't want good things to happen to, or maybe in that case you hate the woman more because whatever.
Yeah.
Security.
I think for a lot of people, like a lot of unbiased people, the white lady screaming security, get this guy out of here. Auto on the other side.
And you may not have been able to hear it, but there is a guy going, I'm not touching her. I'm not touching her. Cause you gotta be like, look, we're just here having a good time.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything.
We're here celebrating the greatness
of the New York Knicks.
Yeah. Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares about 5 first-round picks?
Not the last couple nights. You don't. We'll see if he stinks it up in game 3, if that conversation comes back. The other side of it is the annoyingness that is Boston media. They're everywhere. They're everywhere you look. Since the Celtics and the Red Sox and the Patriots have become more prominent and won games, for some reason, we need to hear from all these people. They become national names, partly because of how good their teams are. Well, this was local. And this is the reason why if you had the Celtics as a team you root for because you can't stand Knicks fans, what you're going to hear is the reason why maybe you should side with the Knicks.
I'm not taking him seriously. I'm still not taking him seriously.
No, me either. I still think the Celtics are winning this series.
If I had to put money, that's where I'd bet it. I'd take the odds and bet the Celtics for sure. And the Knicks still blow. Don't let the Celtics off the hook by saying, "Oh, well, the Knicks are." No, they're trash. You felt they were trash 5 days ago. You thought they were trash 5 weeks ago. You thought they were trash 5 months ago, 5 years ago, because you know why? They're trash. They're garbage.
That's 98.5 Sports Hub in Boston, one of their premier radio stations. So I think I side with Knicks fans. If we're playing those two clips, the least insufferable of them all was Knicks fans. Like, you're down 2-0. And sure, Boston, New York, rivalry, so on and so forth. But before the Celtics won their title, right or wrong, people were saying that about them. Their inability to win close games, them choking things away. They had their own critics. So it doesn't surprise me that Celtics media will respond in that way to the Knicks winning the first 2 games. Look, you know what's going to happen. Even if the Knicks win the series, they still will get called trash, and the Celtics will be crushed because they dared to lose to the Knicks.
Here's the secret. Every NBA series is between 2 frauds.
It's true.
Either you lose and you're a fraud, or you win
and the other
you
team
beat frauds.
Exactly. You'll never beat the allegations unless you stack one title with another.
Yeah,
like the Celtics potentially not winning will put last year's title in clear fraud territory.
And specifically Jason Tatum probably got the shortest I'm the best player on a title-winning team afterglow.
He didn't even win the MVP of that series, which didn't help the cause either.
Yeah, no. And then he went and he represented his country in Paris in the Olympics, and he was sitting there right next to Tyrese Halliburton.
And a full season later, people are thanking Steve Kerr for saving America for not playing him. That's been the narrative and timeline.
He would have taken a contested step back over someone whose last name is Vitch.
Yeah, he
And-
would have watched. He would have watched Steph go off. What was it, against France to close them out?
Yeah. After the second one, he would have been all right. My
He would've
turn.
been
I got a
Clapping
mismatch.
for the ball.
Yeah.
He would have been clapping for the ball while Steph is about to cook Wemby. Steve Kerr saving America. Don't think you would have said that, but salute to Steve Kerr.
Salute to Steve Kerr. Also, bleep you, dude, for the whining in the Rockets series. But salute. Thank you for saving America.
Well, Chris Finch.
As Americans, we can disagree on some things.
On a lot of things.
But, unite.
We come together to thank Steve Kerr for saving our Olympic gold by not playing Jason
Thank you,
Tatum.
him. Thank you, John's friend, the new Pope.
We thank a lot of people today.
Yes.
We thank Eric for calling in. Sometimes he wants to talk to Michael. Michael will join us in a couple minutes. He will tell you what you should or shouldn't watch, or suggest. Michael's not a teller. He suggests what you should or shouldn't watch. The host of CommonCast will join us shortly. If you want to ask him a question, that number is 713-780-3776. Choose your side. Knicks fans or Celtics media. I've made my choice. You should make yours. We'll talk to Michael when we come back. Michael Carroll is here. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee.
I do.
You can hear it in podcast form wherever you listen to podcasts. You can also hear it right here on ESPN 975 Wednesdays at 8. Michael, let's take this call from Eric.
Okay.
Because Eric got in early. He wanted to ask you a question. If you want to be like Eric, at least when it comes to calling Michael, you can. 713-780-3776. Eric, what's your question?
Hey guys, great show. Yeah, Michael, is there really a need for another Thor 5? I know Ty Waitiki's not directing, but should there really be another Thor 5 or another Thor movie? Also, is it true that Haley is breaking up with her boyfriend Josh Allen after that mid-musical Sinners? And what's the latest on Toxic Avenger? I'll hang up and listen.
Toxic Avenger again.
What's the latest? Well, let's start with the first thing. Do you think there is a need for another Thor movie?
Is there a need? I personally would be okay with another Thor movie, but I understand the do we really need it after that one? But what it teases, I would like a conclusion to, in a fifth movie. Will there be much more after that? I don't think so, because I think Chris Hemsworth's probably going to be done pretty soon. I'm biased on it because I like Chris Hemsworth as Thor, and again, the things that they set up in the post credits, I would like some kind of conclusion, and don't make me wait like 8 years or just not acknowledge them. So I don't know. That's just me.
Considering it was Taika's thing, and it possibly wouldn't be Taika's thing, would they even honor the post credit stuff, or just go to a different story on it?
No, I think the post credit would still be a thing.
Okay.
It's just it's probably not going to be Taika this time around.
Okay. So I don't mind a new Thor movie as long as the story's good. That's all.
Yeah.
If the story's good, well, I welcome Chris Hemsworth back.
Yeah, because I mean, yes, we weren't fans necessarily of Thor: Love and Thunder, but still, right? Ragnarok. I forget who I was talking to about this. Was Ragnarok's still probably the movie I've rewatched the most, or at least up there, because it's good. I really enjoy Ragnarok. So I mean, I don't mind another Thor movie at this point.
So I wanted to double check, make sure what is this just a made up thing, or is there an actual article about this?
About a Thor 5.
Yeah, about Thor 5. And I have the same reaction as I think a lot of people after walking out of Love and Thunder. I'm like, you know what? I could live without another one, especially a Taika Waititi joint. Although I might be back in. Chris Hemsworth wants Sam Hargrave from Extraction, the director from Extraction, to make Thor 5.
Did he direct Extraction 2?
Great question.
Yes, he did.
I think so.
Question.
Yeah.
And Extraction 3.
It's just now I want to.
Okay. Can we get Extraction 3 first and then Thor 5?
I think
then Sam Hargrave, your career's back in your hands.
Well, it's Extraction 3 is supposed to come out this.
I think it's next year. Or something.
Okay, next year. So yeah, I think it'll come out before Thor.
Good priorities.
Now I just want a action sequence of Thor just wiping people out with an axe. Let's
go.
Give me that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So we will see. It looks like we will have a Thor 5 without Taika, which is at least for Sean and I a positive. I didn't want him directing another movie.
Yeah, a slight positive. No Taika. Big positive.
Sam Hargrave.
Extraction.
Yeah, big positives. Yeah,
think
for
Thor,
sure.
but Extraction.
Taika, I like Taika. It's just he went too goofy. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah,
he just went too far.
You need a governor on it.
Yeah,
he got high on his own supply.
Because he could do. I mean, have you ever seen Jojo Rabbit?
I have.
It's very, very good.
I like
and
that.
It has comedy, but it hits you emotionally very hard. So I don't know that we're gonna get something like that for Thor, but I mean, I wouldn't mind Taika. It's just rein him in. You get somebody that's just got to rein him in.
Feige kind of gave him free run out because how good and how well Thor Ragnarok did, and then we got the product we got with Love and Thunder. I don't know if there are any updates on Toxic Avenger since the last time you asked about that, Eric. It seems like it's going to be in theaters
August 29th.
Yeah, so there's your update. We Googled and we have your update for you. Thanks. And what else was there? Oh, he also made a joke about Sinners for the 8th time. It feels like
mid.
I don't
get out of here.
And I don't see any reporting that one of the stars of Haley Steinfeld is breaking up with Josh Allen. Didn't see that anywhere. So that's just Eric needing to take a shot at Sinners for some reason.
Or yeah, I don't, no, they're fine. They're a happy couple.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. I don't know.
I couldn't care less about that, but don't take shots at Sinners, Eric. If Josh Allen wants to be miserable this season because he lost his girl, great. I welcome that.
Can it real quick? Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Can I have some like breaking news? A little something.
Sean, we have that sounder.
Can I have a little sounder for breaking news? The greatest collab in recent memory, Godzilla x Kong, has a title for the next movie. Godzilla x Kong Supernova. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Are we going
Do
to
we have a
space?
day on it?
It's begun production. Okay. It releases in 2027. No official release date yet, but it's 2027.
A long time.
I assume space, which makes me go, I want Space Godzilla. Now, if you're like, what does that mean, Michael? There's an actual Godzilla that's called Space Godzilla.
Do you think that when
do
people
they need
hear
air to
space-
breathe? Do
Space Godzilla?
Do the Titans need air to breathe?
Great question.
That's a great question. That's a very
Because
tough question.
Who is manufacturing the giant spacesuit for Godzilla and Kong?
I
If
don't-
they need air to breathe.
Well,
Project Monarch.
I think it's less.
Well, it would be them.
Yeah, it would be them. I think it's less that Godzilla goes up. It's more something comes down.
And
Space Godzilla comes down.
so something from space brings Space Godzilla down.
Yes. Yes.
Also, I do like that you were gonna. For people who don't know what I'm talking about when I say Space Godzilla, I think saying the two words Space Godzilla, I think everyone's like,
Well,
I can picture it.
I often say like space whatever as a thing as like saying it's in space, but it's like literally that's the name of the creature, Space Godzilla.
Okay.
So
Are there differences between Space Godzilla and regular Godzilla?
Space Godzilla, giant crystals on his shoulders, more blue, and has some weird thing on his chest that's kind of it's a weird explanation.
Is that
did
they know that Space Godzilla was coming? That's why they changed Godzilla or Earth Godzilla's power set to pink.
No, that was a toy move.
Oh, a toy move.
That was
okay.
a merchandising move. Yeah.
Okay. I thought they may just want you to be able to tell the difference when they're battling each other.
You're building up the lore to make sure that there's a difference.
As opposed to toys.
I think it's pretty clear that like once you see crystals on on Space Godzilla, you'll be good. It's either Space Godzilla or Gigan. If you don't know who that is,
I don't.
I understand.
Also, I have some questions about King Kong's usefulness when Space Godzilla comes down.
Yeah. If he couldn't handle regular old Godzilla, how's he going to deal with Space Godzilla?
Kong's is going to be in trouble.
Is there Space Mothra?
Help! Security!
I don't think so.
Security!
It's just-
get him out of here!
It's just Space Godzilla.
The only Titan in space is Godzilla?
There's Gigan.
Okay.
There's a couple others. Gigan is like a cyclops with hooks for hands. It's pretty gnarly. Gigan's pretty cool.
I'm going to root for Space Godzilla, not Gigan. If we're going to have
look up Gigan.
No, I'm looking at him right now.
Gigan's pretty dope.
I'm not saying he ain't dope. I'm just think some people may not be able to wrap their mind around Gigan. But Godzilla versus Godzilla, I think people will be down with.
I mean, if we see Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla,
and then Kong has to pick sides.
Just now imagine him going, just
two hats on the table.
Yeah.
That's how the trailer opens.
He does a hat trick. Maybe he loves space. Maybe Space Godzilla is nicer. He has history of Godzilla kicking his ass.
Yeah.
So maybe Space Godzilla. He doesn't have the history.
In the last movie, it was on site for Godzilla.
Yeah. Kong was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He did hands up.
Yeah.
I just like the
Security!
on-site.
Security!
Yeah.
Get him out of here!
Security!
Not doing that.
All right.
Not
Bing
doing
bong!
Yeah.
Bing bong! I don't know.
So there it is. We're gonna get another Godzilla movie, and maybe we get a Space Godzilla. So thank you.
There you go.
For
That was
bringing
your breaking news.
I appreciate that.
You're
Michael.
welcome.
That was good. That was a good breaking
I
news.
deliver some
I'm
breaking
happy.
news.
As far as things that people don't have to wait for, what's up this weekend as far as what we should or shouldn't watch?
I'm gonna push action movies this week.
Okay.
Because the top pick I would say this weekend is another movie starring Josh Hartnett, who has it's kind of having a new moment right now.
Heart Renaissance.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Trademark.
I trademarked that right now. Also, I can't even say that. Heart what?
Heart Renaissance.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Heart Renaissance is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take it.
I mean, is it just trap in this movie?
No, 'cause-
Oppenheimer. By far the best movie he's ever been in.
Yeah, that's
Forgot.
probably the best movie. This is Fight or Flight.
The faculty would have liked to have a word.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
All right.
Josh Hartnett.
Black Hawk Down as well.
Oh, yeah, that's good too. All right, stop with these Josh
Okay.
Hartnett.
30 Days a Night. Love that one too, but go ahead.
Okay.
Renaissance.
Yeah. Josh Hartnett, he is in his bag in terms of being like off the rails again, like in Trapped. If you've seen that movie, have you either of you seen that
I've
movie?
seen Trapped.
You've seen it. He's a lunatic in that, but he's having a ball, and he's the only reason that makes that movie somewhat watchable, because the rest of it's kind of dumb.
Yes.
But this movie, he stars as an exiled American agent who is trying to identify this international high value asset known as the Ghost on this flight. Well, it turns out the flight is full of assassins and murderers, and he's got to fight all like in the air.
Did they get a group rate? Why are they all on the same plane?
Because they're all trying to get this target called Ghost.
Okay.
It's like Bullet Train.
Yeah, it's kind of like like that with these absurd off the wall characters and Josh Hartnett just having a ball. And
Is the entire thing a trap and he's actually the ghost?
Ooh, you know what? Maybe.
I don't want to spoil this movie.
Or you might have
you
just
when the
spoiled
plot
this
is
movie.
worse
I
than
don't
that
know.
plot.
But the action is just over the top and it's just absurd, but it's like absurd in a good way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's just a fun, over the top action movie. 79% with critics, 78% with audiences. Go watch that, Fight or Flight, with Josh Hartnett. That's my top pick for this weekend in terms of theater watching.
Okay. So, are there any things theater-wise you tell people to stay away from?
Well, I'm not okay. This first one, I'm not going to say don't watch it. It's just I just like saying the name. Clown in a Cornfield, that releases this weekend. It's a clown in
wide release.
It's a wide release. It's
Okay.
just Shudder wide release.
Okay.
Clown in a Cornfield. It is what you expect.
What's it about?
It's a clown that's killing people in a cornfield.
So if you avoid the cornfield, do you survive, or does the
No,
clown venture out of the cornfield?
he looks like he
Be
ventures out.
welcomed outside of the cornfield.
Is he like a
Like
vampire where you have to invite him out of the cornfield to kill people?
No,
Okay.
he's more like a Michael Myers, just showing up.
Okay.
Just walking slow and showing up.
Okay.
It seems like. Well, he may run. I don't know. I didn't watch his cardio, so I'm not sure. But clown in a cornfield,
He's in
79%.
He's in Lucas shape.
Yeah, 79%. There's that. So if you like horror, that may be a route you want to go. The other two wide releases, I would stay away from. Juliet and Romeo. There's another one.
How many of these do we have to deal with?
17% right now on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yes, don't have to deal with that one.
Also,
Shakespeare Studios just keeps pumping them out.
Keep pumping them.
well, it's funny you say that because in the first line of the synopsis, set in 1301 at the end of medieval times, the Juliet and Romeo franchise finds our most famous star-crossed lovers, blah, blah, blah. Would you call Juliet and Romeo a franchise?
No, they're all just one-offs.
Yeah. Why would we say franchise for that?
We don't get to
No
find out.
spoilers, but
Yeah, kind of
pretty
hard to have a
make a
franchise.
sequel.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to make a sequel anytime.
Do we find out how the Capulets and Montagues deal with the death of their two beloved children? No.
Sounds like a 6-episode Amazon Plus
Prestige television.
Prestige television show.
Spinoff.
So it has Rebel Wilson as Lady Capulet, our very first and only beloved Duke guy, Jason Isaac. He was the dad from A White Lotus.
Yeah.
He's in it.
Rupert Everett.
Yeah, there's some faces you'll recognize.
Wow, okay.
It's a musical, though.
I'm out.
Why is everything a musical?
It's a
Well,
musical.
that's why Eric hates sinners.
At least that one's good. Why is everything
True.
a musical?
This now, Eric, he said mid,
Mid.
whatever he said. This is mid. This is below mid.
Okay.
It just looks bad. It's
Sounds
just
worse
bad.
than mid.
Yeah.
One
Stepped on.
Yeah,
I'm out.
I'm out. One I'm probably just gonna wait till streaming is Shadow Force, starring Omar Sy and Kerry Washington.
That movie sounds like it should be on streaming. That title
I can't
alone.
believe it. It's more unbelievable that this has a wide release than Killer Clownfield.
At least horror stuff is back. Shadow Force sounds
Clown in a Cornfield. Get it right.
Whatever.
Shadow Force sounds exactly like a movie that should be.
I thought it was on streaming.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was
what,
theater.
G6.
Yeah,
Or
you
not
combine
G6,
two
what's the
words
Viola
together that
Davis one?
sounds like it should be in a movie.
G20.
G20, yeah. G6 is
Head of
That's the
state.
plane.
yeah.
Heads of state. Yeah, that's but it's two special forces, former special forces spies or whatever, formed this group, but then they left because they fell in love. But then they broke the rules because they fell in love. Now the group is after them because they had a family. It's a whole thing.
Yep.
I would just wait. I just wait on streaming. It's mid with reviews as well.
Method Man is in it as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go. Method Man, Mark Strong. Yeah.
But
there you
wait
go.
on it. Michael's advice.
No, I would say wait on it. Fighter.
wait 10 days until this is on.
Yeah, wait till like next Monday. Like, because there was something else that released like a week ago and it's already on streaming. So just wait. But yeah, I would say Fight or Flight's your top pick in theaters. Streaming wise, Poker Face Season 2 released yesterday. The first 3 episodes of that released on Peacock yesterday. Currently highly rated again, 100% right now on Rotten Tomatoes. So if you're into the not necessarily who done it, because they tell you who did it at the very beginning. It's how they catch
she solves it. Yeah.
Yeah, how she solves
Natasha
it.
Lyonne.
Now Natasha Lyonne. There's a lot of guest stars this season. So
Cynthia, was it?
Revo.
Oh, she's in it.
She's
too,
in
yeah.
it. There are tons of John Cho is in it. There's a lot
Method
of.
Man.
I don't.
Haven't seen him yet.
I don't think he was in the trailer.
So
I
he
don't know.
might be a surprise.
Maybe.
Very possible.
Blood of Zeus season 3 premieres on
That's,
Netflix.
Animated on Netflix.
This is the animated show on Netflix. There's a family feel good Nonas starring Vince Vaughn, Susan Sarandon, Joe Manganiello, Linda Cardellini. That's on Netflix, 89%. So if folks don't want to get into that. But I do have something. This is for Sean.
Okay.
This is an action movie for Sean. The problem is he
a
would
lot of things for me this week.
the problem is you would
Shadow
have
Force
to
sounds like-
yeah, that does sound. The problem is you would have to read subtitles.
Oh, got problems.
Okay. Okay.
It's actually the 3rd movie of a trilogy of French movies that
So he has
are.
to watch the first 2.
He has to watch the
In
first 2 if he
subtitles
really
as well?
wants to. Yeah,
You're saying
this
I
is-
should
Are you
watch
sure this
3
is for
French
him?
movies.
I know, but
Okay.
it's
Uphill battle.
it's taking elements of like Fast and Furious because there's high vehicle combat
don't-
action.
Is this on
Don't
Prime?
throw. Don't
This
throw
is on
around
Netflix.
Fast and Furious, please.
I'm throwing around. I'm throwing it
Don't
around.
throw that.
I'm
That
throwing
weight
it around.
has a lot of weight to it.
It doesn't have it's not like where it's gone in terms of recent years, in
Okay.
terms of
It
that
hasn't
level.
elevated.
Oh,
Okay.
Last Bullet is what you're talking about?
Last Bullet, the first movie, Lost Bullet, second movie, Lost Bullet 2, and then now Last Bullet.
I was gonna say that would get so confusing.
Yeah, no, it would. I was trying to remember the names this morning. I was like, oh, what is that?
Okay.
But Last Bullet is
The bullet lost. Yeah.
French action film, where it's the continuation of the story. That's why you need to see the first 2 to really understand Lino, the main
I wonder,
character.
Are you sure it's not one of those movies that kind of explains the whole setup of the previous 2 movies, like in the first 10 minutes? So
that may be true. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe you
But
want.
based off the reviews I was seeing, people were like, if you haven't seen the first 2, you're not really going to get the gist of what's happening.
Sean,
It's also in French, so
It's also in French.
Some of it might be lost in
He
translation.
puts you in a bind, though.
But
Why?
He's saying it's something for you, but you got to sit through
Yeah.
2 movies and then the third with subtitles in French.
But the dude, he puts these like almost like harpoon type things on the front of his car that'll rip out the axle of the car in front of him. Like it's just over the top action.
Are there any submarines in it?
No submarines. They keep it realistic.
No
okay.
space? Okay.
No space. They have standards.
Any miraculous recoveries for long thought dead characters?
No. Once they're dead, they're dead.
So there's no Han?
There's no Han in this. It's all. That's the one other aspect. It's not like a full on group family thing.
Okay.
It's just Lino, the main character, who starts off as a criminal, but then starts working for the police.
This really is.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And then
Is there a guy who's positioned as the bad guy who's like, this guy's obviously a cop, and everyone's like, you're the bad guy, and then he's right the entire time?
No, actually,
Okay, so there's no Vince character.
No, there's no Vince character, but there is a cop that
then he dies
goes
in the
to
fifth.
bat for him in the first movie.
Okay.
So, but it's over the
It's on
top action.
Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
There's a chance. I won't lie. There's a chance, but
I took a shot on it because the first movie released in 2020, and I loved it because it's just it was fun action movie, and I'm all about it, and
No,
especially the vehicle stuff.
I will
It
say
was really
this
cool.
about foreign language shows. I always think they're probably better actors than they are because I can't understand what they're saying.
Right.
So I just assume they're doing a good job.
it's a cheat code.
Yeah.
Fun fact: I think Lino does a good job.
See, I'm going to assume Lino is great at what he's doing because I can't tell the difference.
Huh?
I can't. Like
You don't know.
I don't know. Is this Swedish actor bad, or is it just me not understanding Swedish? It's kind of how I approach things.
Who's to say?
Someone who
He
can.
also like soups up this like I don't know, like 18-wheeler or not 18-wheeler. He soups up some work truck to shoot flares for a helicopter to get lost in, like in this new one. Like it's pretty cool.
That's pretty awesome.
And it was pretty cool. Like
pretty awesome.
the way he soups up the cars to like do stuff, like it's pretty cool. And it's got some cool like hand-to-hand fight sequences. Like it's legit. Like I like these movies.
Michael, you're doing a good job selling
Yeah,
me. I don't know
you
about
are
and
doing a
Sean
good
as
job.
well. Sounds like
You started off rocky. I'm not gonna lie. By saying 92 minutes. The first one. Oh,
It's easy watch.
it's right in your wheelhouse.
It's right in your wheelhouse.
let's do this.
Also, those hooks that he uses in the first movie, he finds a way to electrify him in the second movie. It's pretty legit. Like I'm just saying, like it's a cool, like just dumb action movie that I love.
So
these are all in the sweet spot of like 60% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's
Yeah.
what I like.
Yeah, they're like 60. I think the second one actually got a little bit better reviews, and then it doesn't have a tomato score as of yet because it just released on Wednesday.
So the movies are Lost Bullet 2, and then
Last
Bullet.
Yeah, because this is the final.
Yeah,
in the trilogy,
And then Last Bullet Part 2.
and then probably like another Last
depending
Bullet.
on how well
Last
it does.
Bullet, another mag.
Yeah,
Found Bullet. We found it.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
like that.
So
Reloaded.
Michael brought something
Reloaded.
specifically for Sean. Lost Bullet Reloaded.
I think he would like it,
and he sold me too.
but yeah, it's just you got to read. That's the only thing.
It's all right. If there's anything I would like to read, it's something that is Fast and Furious-ish.
It's elements of Fast.
I would
and
watch.
Furious,
You know
I would
what?
say.
I would watch Fast and Furious if it was in French. So I'll give this a chance.
You should try it. It's streaming. I'm sure you could find it in French. See if you'd enjoy
I'm
it more.
so curious about that now.
The French voiceover for Dom. We'll see if you like it.
Yeah, I'll watch these 3 movies, then I'll watch Fast 5 in Portuguese.
And just see
the native tongue of Brazil.
It may open up a whole new world. You watch them all in foreign languages. You might like them more.
Become a snob.
Yeah. Oh, you watch Fast Furious in English?
Oh,
pathetic Americans.
Start smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. Put a beret on. Do it all. All right. That music means we're done for the day. Thank you, Michael. Michael's the host of Comicast. They did 2 episodes this week.
Yeah, we did.
They have the spoiler review for Thunderbolts and the spoiler review for the most recent Last of Us. That's episode 4, day 1. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. He does that with Jong Lee. We are done for the day, Sean. Paul Gallant is up next. So since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Got to get down on Friday, May 9th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Brian McDonald in for Sean Mapes behind the glass. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One you can jump aboard at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You heard voice guy say it. I'm giving the number to you again. You could also do it on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Guess what, guys? Today, a blessed, beautiful day is also an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask me any question, and I will try my best to work it into the show. Yes, you can ask me about anything. So it's Diesel Day. Hunter Brown's on the hill for the Astros. They play the Cincinnati Reds. They haven't beaten the Reds since 2016. Now, they haven't played them every single year since 2016, but I think this is the longest stretch the Astros have gone without beating a team in all of Major League Baseball, given that now you play every single team over the course of a season. Pretty noteworthy. Is Diesel going to change things for the Astros? We can only hope. But I want to talk about last night because, yet again, we saw something that we here in Houston are all too familiar with. In the midst of what was a very lopsided Game 2 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and Golden State Warriors, T-Wolves won this one 117-93. No Steph Curry, no chance. Draymond Green did a Draymond Green thing again. If you're his defense attorney, you would say that my client, I do declare, he lost control of his body again. His body just sometimes responds in ways that he cannot control. It's like he's got a demon in there, and we need to exercise him. We haven't brought him to Joel Osteen yet to perhaps exercise these body demons and make him flail all over the place and sometimes take somebody out. So he got his 5th tech of the playoffs already. 5th. Holy crap, man. I mean, we're talking at this point 9 games into the playoffs. So he got his 5th. It probably should have been a technical foul. If you haven't seen it, basically, he gets fouled. And as he's getting fouled, I'm not 100% sure what he's trying to do here, but his arms just flail up in the air and he elbows a man in the face. After the game, Draymond was heated. Here's what he had to say about getting another technical foul and what he imagined the internet backlash would be.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
This is some grade A gaslighting by Draymond. I mean, to take it from the very lengthy body of work, I'm sure someone could put together a 30-minute video of all the line stepping that Draymond Green has done over the course of his career, and then the yelling that he does while on the court, which is caught on camera, and especially considering the Warriors are constantly playing in important playoff games, it's seen on national TV. Draymond, whether it's fair or unfair, you're the one that is the reason that there is this narrative, as you call it. And I'll say this about Draymond. I do agree with some of what he said there. I know a lot of people that are listening right now, you hate Draymond Green, whether it's because of all of his success with the Warriors against the Rockets, some of the talk and trash that he's done to Rockets fans. You saw a lot of it in this series. It's always fun to send Houston home, where he's calling Rockets fans uncreative for the FU Draymond. And of course, he did some shoving and pushing and all the stuff that you typically see from Draymond Green, as he would call it. I can't control my body in that series. There's lots of reasons to not like the guy. But I do think that to a degree, I mean, yeah, he's not like a bad guy off the court. He's just on the court. Such a line stepper that only your fan base, if you had him on your team, would support him. I'm going to try to help Draymond Green out a little bit here. Does anyone remember this? This is from 2016. I believe this was the second time that the Houston Rockets played the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs. In 2016, I do not know what this guy was trying to do other than get a headline for himself. But a reporter who I could not find the name of from China on, I think this is April 24th or 25th of 2016, asked Draymond Green this question.
Okay, Draymond, here's an interesting question. So last year you visit us, game 3, there's no flood, you win. Game 4, there was flood, you lose. And this year you visit us, game 3, there's a flood, you win. Game 4, there's no flood, no, game 3, there's flood, you lose. Game 4, there's no flood.
Oh my God. I mean, if you're going to ask a weird ass question, maybe write it down. I get that there's perhaps a Chinese to English barrier. The man is a Chinese reporter. We do not have his actual name. But Draymond actually gave a really good answer to this. And I think a lot of people in Houston forget this. I was actually watching last night's Timberwolves Warriors game down at Kings downtown for a little blonde versus brunette flag football game, which is tomorrow, benefits Alzheimer's and dementia research. And this guy brought up, like, hey, remember when Draymond said a lot of nice things about Houston? Here he is saying nice things about the city of Houston 9 years ago.
Brother, you asked me about the flood in practice the other day, and I said I pray for the city of Houston because you don't want to see anyone go through that. I feel like you keep trying to get at like us hitting threes or something, and you're trying to get a controversial statement out of me, but you're not, because I feel sorry for the people of Houston. People are losing their homes, losing their cars, losing their lives, losing loved ones, and you're trying to get a controversial statement out of me about the threes we're hitting. I know what you're getting at, but you're not getting that out of me. It sucks. If I was from Houston, I'd do anything I can to help the city out. And I'm sure some of those guys are going to do what they can to help the city out. And you saw a donation the other night. It sucks. Stop trying to do that. That's not cool, man. You keep asking me the same question about this flood. These people are losing their lives, bro. Losing their homes. Don't ask me that no more, because it ain't cool. And you're not getting the statement you want out of me. That's not cool, man. Stop doing that.
I guess this guy had asked at a Rockets Warriors shoot around earlier in the series the same kind of question. And get this, per some guy who worked for CSN Bay Area at the time, I think he got fired an hour later. He was working as some sort of reporter for, I guess, China on the Houston Rockets. Was there a reason to still be interested in the Rockets at that moment in time with Yao Ming in China, with no Yao Ming anymore? I don't know. I truly don't know. But maybe there's a huge fan base of Rockets fans in China that have stuck with the team since then. Whatever the case, that is a moment where Draymond Green did not look like the biggest a-hole. But Draymond has done this to himself on the court. I get that he's pissed off and he's mad here, but it is his fault. Even if he is not an a-hole off the court necessarily, definitely someone who pisses people off with things that come out of his mouth, and definitely a guy who shoves and does dirty things on the court from time to time to try to get under other teams' skin. I don't think he's a bad guy, but I also look at him and I say, hey, man, you can't cry victim when you are the reason that everyone looks at you in this way. B-Mac behind the glass, what you got?
Yeah, well, isn't it? I'm forgetting the comedian's name. I think it might be Eric Andre, who did the skit where he shoots a guy and said, "We're all trying to find the person who did this." It kind of feels like that's what Draymond does. He's on tape kicking people in the nuts, choking people, stomping him in the chest, throwing his elbows around, and he tries to turn into the media being unfair and that he's the victim. Like you can't possibly make us believe that you, a professional athlete, and one that'll probably end up in the Hall of Fame, is so uncoordinated that your elbows flail out every time you're touched and fouled.
That's the part that's difficult to justify. And yeah, you can't cry as if there's some narrative against you when, as B-Mac said, there's no way anyone believes that someone who is one of the best defenders in the NBA has this little control over his body. He's not The guy is not a newborn baby deer that's just come out of the womb and stumbling
I was
and
going to say
walking
giraffe,
around.
but yeah.
Giraffe, horse, the animals that come out and they're and I'm walking here, coming out of the womb, like
giraffes are from New York now?
yeah, I guess so. It's weird, man, that he does all of that. Had he not, if he was just someone who talked a lot, this would not be the reputation. But unfortunately for him, what he does on the court lends itself to this idea. I get that he's pissed about it, but if you're pissed about it, the way to stop it is to not do it or to apologize after it happens. And he hasn't done it. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Gary leads things off. He wants to weigh in on Draymond Green. Gary, what you got?
Hey, what's up, Paul? I hate Draymond Green. Not like real life hate, like sports hate. I don't know the guy. Maybe he's a good husband, father. I don't know, nor do I care. But what he puts off on the court is ridiculous. And it's a couple things. Number one, I'm mad at the team. How many times do you get to punch somebody or slap somebody without getting slapped back? There should be a 6'8" dude who never plays. If I'm a Western Conference coach, and if Draymond slaps one of my players, I'm putting him in the game and I'm just telling him to punch him in the face. Also, the league allows this. You can be kicked out of a game for slapping somebody or punching somebody. There's enough evidence to where this is not an accident. People do not move like that. That is not normal. He's doing it on purpose. And not to mention, he was born on third and thought he hit a triple. Dude's a good player. He just landed in a
I get what you're saying, Gary. I think we lost him right there. Oh, Gary, you back? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Where he ends up on the Warriors as a second-round pick, and everything goes the way that it goes. He had to work hard to get to where he eventually got to. There's no denying that. He is one of the best defenders we have ever seen. But to what Gary was saying earlier, yeah, the league is definitely complicit in this. The league gives him technical fouls instead of just tossing him from the game immediately. How do you learn? How do you realize that this is bad, what you're doing, if time in, time out, Draymond is given a technical foul for this stuff? It should be flagrant. Sometimes it should be flagrant twos, which is immediate ejection. And I don't know if this is an overcorrection from what happened in the 2016 finals when Draymond steps over LeBron James, gets ejected from a game, and the Warriors, who were up 3-1, lose that series to the Cavs. The series clearly affected by Draymond's absence in that one game. I'm wondering if this is just an overcorrection, if this is why they stand by and look the other way and they're whistling. They're like the cop in the town that sees the guys in the van all dressed up with as nuns that have got the rifles in the car, and then he just looks the other way. It's very strange. The NBA is just as complicit in this. Draymond can't cry victim here because there's such a track record. I get the point he's trying to make here, but there's so much video evidence of him on the court being this, that if this is the only impression that you get of Draymond Green, and it's just watching him play basketball, then unfortunately a lot of people are going to look at him as an angry black man. Fair or unfair. I can get why he's pissed about it. But Draymond, you made this bed for yourself. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. King of Twitch asks, do you prefer blondes or brunettes? I do not care about hair color. Honestly, pink maybe is where I get a little annoyed, roll my eyes. Pink and green, But no, don't really care about hair color. More questions. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call the text. From the 832, which of your on-air personality coworkers smells the best? Who do I think showers the most is really the question that we're asking here. And I got to say, not me, because I don't shower every single day before the show. Sometimes, like today, if I'm wearing a hat, just know that I probably didn't shower.
And not to out you, but I think you've worn that hat 3 days in a row.
4 of 5 days this week.
4 or 5 days. Okay.
4 or 5 days. What? It's a brand new hat, B-Mac.
I like
wish you had this hat.
I like the hat. I'm just saying.
Got this on Monday. Hell yeah, dude. It's my El Tiempo Astros collab hat. But no, it's definitely not me. I mean, I'll put a little spritz on and stuff, but I'm sure that it's very fortunate for everybody that I'm doing the show by myself in the studio now. I'm sure there's some days where I don't smell the best. We're talking on-air personalities. I'm going to guess, and this is just me, I'm going to guess John Granado. So next time I see Granado, I'm going to give him a little whiff.
I think he's the most likely to wear cologne.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that plays in his favor.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, listen, he's living that ritzy high life. He was at the Oscars. Like, he might bathe in cologne. They've got Dior at his place, you know, thanks to the lady who's like one of the most higher ups at ABC. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text from the 409. The last thing I want to hear right now is Draymond Green's voice. Okay, fine. Well, how about this? There's a controversy over the Pope. No, not that one, because you could have that controversy with probably, I'm Catholic, I can say this, probably just about every single priest, cardinal, bishop out there. But no, there's a controversy about Pope Bob's fanhood. Who is Pope Bob really a fan of? And guess what? He witnessed Houston sports misery firsthand, and he was rooting for it. Are we out on the Pope now? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Eric the driver, longtime listener of the Paul Gallant Show, texts, the league encourages Draymond Green to be as dirty as he can because they know it draws eyes to the games. The NBA is dying, and Silver believes that any publicity is good publicity. So he encourages Draymond's bleep with no repercussions to draw in views. That sounds a little WWE-esque, in my opinion. I just think that they do not want to have on their hands a situation where they eject him from a meaningful game again. But it lets Draymond continue to do Draymond things, which is generally to wildly flail uncontrollably with his body whenever someone touches him slightly. It's a weird, definitely voluntary response that Draymond tries to make seem like it's involuntary. You know, like when you're at the doctor's getting a checkup and the doctor's got that hammer and he pops you on the knee to see if the knee pops back out. Also in the last segment, it is an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Someone asked, who smells best at the station? I said that I don't necessarily shower every day. Sometimes I shower after the show is done. Texter, what grown-up doesn't shower every day, walking around smelling like a wet dog? I don't smell like a wet dog, I don't think. You know, it's not like I'm coming from working out or anything like that. But there are some days where I might have done late night work for the show. Yes, I know. You might think I go out every single night. I generally don't. There are some days that I accidentally sleep in a little bit too long. And then the work that I do in the morning, pre-show prep, I don't get as much done as I want to in time. And then I get to a point where I'm like, do I shower and waste 30 minutes or do I continue to prep for the show? So I'm not showering for you guys. That's what I'm trying to say here. What a flex. What a noble gesture by me, you know? I'm
too hardworking to shower.
Exactly, Freeback. That's exactly it. More texts here because I said that Granado probably smells the best. I think he bathes in Dior. Granado probably smells like Coors Light, says a texter. Well, that would smell pretty good too, I think. Anyway, you want to jump in, you know how to do it. The new Pope. Pope Bob the first. I'm not calling him Pope whatever the hell the 14th. Hell no. Pope Bob. Did you know that this guy is from Chicago? Now you do. Did you know that everyone was trying to claim him as a fan of their franchise? Well, guess who found out the hard way and got community noted for a bunch of BS, some lies that they were peddling? The Chicago Cubs. The Chicago Cubs tried to claim Pope Bob the First as theirs. Guess what? Turns out, and this is per Pope Bob's brother, it turns out he's a White Sox fan.
Clear up the thing about the Cubs and White Sox.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan. Our mother was a Cubs fan. I don't know, maybe that clued in there. And our dad was a Cardinals fan, so I don't know where that all came from. And all the aunts, our mom's family was from the North Side, so that's why they were Cubs fans.
But he rooted for the White Sox.
That's right. But where it came from, I don't know, because he would have been the only one.
That is very strange, isn't it? You're in a family. First off, house divided. Probably got one of those goofy doormats with Cardinals fan and a Cubs fan. Second, if you're a White Sox fan when your parents are both fans of other teams and your entire family is fans of the Cubs, I'm wondering what this Pope's going to be like. Seems like this guy is 100% Pope Bob the First. Seems like Pope Bob is a zagger. Seems like Pope Bob is a contrarian. Going to be interesting to see what he does. But he's also a White Sox fan. And I saw some photos from Cron.com. It seems that Pope Bob the First witnessed one of the most difficult moments in Houston Astros history. This is game 2 of the 2005 World Series. He was here.
Podsednik hits one to deep right center field. Back at the wall. This ball is gone. Podsednik goes deep. His second home run of the postseason. And the White Sox win it 7-6.
The Pope was there. Pope Bob was there. to revel in that, to enjoy that. Is Pope Bob I an enemy of the Houston sports state? Should we gather the bishops of the archdiocese of Houston/Galveston together and recommend an excommunication, not for the controversial thing that has popped up about him, for the more controversial thing that this man, who's supposed to be focusing on the Lord, was focusing on glorifying and idolizing the Chicago White Sox in the midst of the 2005 World Series. Yeah, we might be out on Pope Bob I, first American Pope, a day into his reign as Pope.
I mean, the man rooted for AJ Przinsky. Like, what bigger sting could you say?
Great point.
I mean, he's a fan of AJ Przinsky.
I mean, I'm not saying AJ Przinsky is the devil, nor am I saying AJ.
I've never seen him in the same place. I'm just saying.
It's a fair point. Didn't think about it that way. But at the same time, I mean, he's rooting for that team. So he's also kind of a born loser. I get that the White Sox have the one World Series, but the White Sox fan base getting a Pope in their midst, I mean, this is truly their biggest victory in 20 years because they won the World Series in 2005. And one of their biggest victories ever because they did not win a World Series from 1917 through
2005.
2005. Yeah. Like they actually had a longer stretch than the Boston Red Sox and no one talked about it. Yeah, it's funny. No, because no one cared because no one likes the White Sox. But hey, this Pope does, and it seems like he did it to be a rebel against his family.
I will say, can we say a little bit of kindred spirit to White Sox fans? I mean, they did have the cheating scandal like way, way, way back. I mean, they flat out had players gambling on the games and throwing the World Series.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe a little bit of kindred spirits here between White Sox fans and Astros fans.
A little bit, but I don't know.
I think 05 ruined it.
Definitely.
Once Scott Pasetnik went deep on you, that was over.
Right. And also, I mean, they threw the World Series. What the White Sox did is the worst thing that ever happened to baseball. For sure. I mean, shoeless Joe Jackson, who was apparently just a rube, like a stupid person. No offense. Apparently, he had no idea what was going on.
No, he still played well.
But he was excommunicado from baseball from there on out. From the 832, shouldn't Pope Bob be a Cardinals fan or an Angels fan? I'll show myself out. Bazinga. Fun times. That's a great text there. From the 281, Paul, will you be doing the Pope's impression now in Da Bear's voice? I don't know if I do that good of a Chicago accent. I don't know if it's that good. Honestly, this would be a great spot for Joe George to step in and tell me whether or not I'm warm or cold.
Feels more Minnesota.
I feel like it's all the same to a degree.
Yeah, fair.
Da Bears? Yeah. Joe would definitely do a better version of that. Someone asked on the text line because we were talking about which of your on-air colleagues here at ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday smells the best. I said John Granado does, and I don't necessarily shower every day. Someone asked if the reason that Joe is no longer a part of this radio program is because of my stench. It could be. It very well could be. I wouldn't know. I couldn't tell you. Anyway, the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. Houston Texans minicamp kicks off today. Rookie minicamp. And guess what? Nick Caserio continues to be a pioneer as a general manager. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Thus far in the show, we've talked about how Draymond Green's mad about the narrative about him being an angry black man after yet another technical foul, his fifth of the playoffs thus far. Give him a flagrant for some of these NBA. You got to step in and actually lay down the law. But the NBA, the front office, it's a bunch of pushovers. Honestly, if they need a David Stern type, I think, to perhaps get more people to like the league. I still like the NBA a lot. These playoffs have been pretty fun. I mean, most of these games have been really competitive in the second round. And hell, in the first round, you had a couple. Rockets-Warriors was a very fun series. We were also talking about the Pope. The Pope is a Chicago White Sox fan, and he was at Game 2 of the 2005 World Series between the Astros and White Sox. Someone texted in a dad joke. We appreciate dad jokes on this show. I think that the Pope might be a Cardinals or what was the other team? I forgot off the top of my head. Angels fan. Thanks, BMAC. And someone else texted in, actually, the Pope would probably be a Padres fan. Yes, I forgot. There's an actual team named after priests in Major League Baseball. Some other questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Someone texted it. Paul, I always believe you had Joe George shipped off to the past 6 p.m. show because of your narcissism. Hey, you navigate Frank Sinatra your way or the highway. You got to have it Paul way, baby. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit of a narcissist, and I definitely am a bit of a control freak. But no, Joe walked away on his own terms. We had fun doing the show over the course of a year. He's still a part of the station. And he's hanging out in Chicago this weekend, so I hope he's having fun. Perhaps he can do some investigative journalism to determine what other things the Pope was a fan of. Was he a Bears fan? Was he a Bulls fan? And would he use the powers of his papacy, old Pope Bob I, to perhaps, I don't know, call for a crusade on specific sports franchises? God wills it. God wills it. That would be funny. Some other texts, too. This is about who smells the best. At ESPN 97.5, Paul picking another man at the office instead of one of the nice ladies as the colleague that smells the best is just reinforcing the Gallant theory. Sir, if I were sniffing the women of ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and everyone else at Gal Media, your boy would be gone. You know, H, R, and P. You know, I'd be going right down to the end of the line, hat in hand. I'd be gone. You think I'm gonna name someone of the opposite sex? I can't name someone that is a fellow co-host, though. Better question. The texter asks, who smells the worst? I would say, because I cannot determine who showers and who doesn't shower on a regular basis, I would say that I have probably smelled the worst the most. Just saying. There have been a couple of times where I have actually walked to the station, like on Paul Pierce. A couple of those times came during the winter. But one of those, two of those, three of those, four of those, five of those, six of those, seven of those, while I was in the midst of a dramatic, prolonged battle with State Farm, my car insurance agency, after I got hit and run by someone on Westheimer, I walked to work, which is about a mile away from here. About a 20-minute walk here, 20-minute walk there, in the midst of July. Gotta say, those days, I probably did not smell very good once I got into the station. So there you go. EDF 1919 on YouTube says Paul is not Joe Biden, doesn't sniff people. Wasn't that the Cuomo governor? I don't know. He might have just been being Italian. He couldn't help it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Houston Texans rookie minicamp kicks off today. Basically, it's orientation. Nothing of note is going to happen there. It's just rookies, and not just the drafted rookies, but the undrafted rookies that they brought in. So what are we going to get out of it? You might hear some interesting tidbits quote-wise coming out of some Texans players, but it is, as far as off-season things to go to and watch, it is literally the most meaningless. We'll see what rookies, I guess, are the most interesting with a microphone in front of them. That's it. The one thing of note over the last 24 hours for the Houston Texans is that Nick Caserio continues to be avant-garde when it comes to the way that he gives contracts out. This is a guy who likes giving out 3-year deals, but he made history by giving second-round pick Jaden Higgins the first fully guaranteed contract for a second-round player in NFL history. I thought all the money was guaranteed, but I guess if things don't necessarily work out for Higgins, he is going to be getting paid the entirety of the way. And I'll say this about Jaden Higgins. Of all the Houston Texans rookies, that's the one that I think might have the best chance to contribute. So I'm expecting him to contribute the most. I say that because, sure, they also drafted Jalen Noel out of Iowa State. But I think that they've got their number one wide receiver is Nico Collins. They've got their slot wide receiver is Christian Kirk, who they signed this offseason. And Higgins is probably going to be one of those receivers who, I forget if it's the X or the Z. I'm not going to act like I know, but he's going to be probably a receiver who moves around in motion, but will be one of those guys who is generally lined up on the outside, on the other side of Nico Collins. They have huge wide receivers right now. Huge. This is like old school Chargers. Chargers used to have some big ass wide receivers. It was like Mike Williams. I forget the other guy's name, but they had some huge wide receivers in the not too distant past. Anyway, you want to jump in on an Ask Alon Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Interesting. From the 281. Game 7 Celtics championship or a Red Sox championship after Game 7. Has to pick one. I don't like the Red Sox anymore, so that one's an easy one. Also, and I talked about this earlier in the week with Sean, I am not stressing about Celtics Knicks, even though they're down 0-2. There's a part of me, a sick part of me, that would like to see Celtics down 0-3, which they have come back from before to at least force a Game 7, go down 0-3 to the Knicks, only to beat the Knicks in 7 games. I would love that, just as another little cherry on top in my rivalry with my New York sports fan friends, who many of whom I went to college with. That'd be a fun little wrinkle. From the 832, Paul, I'm organizing a margarita tour for my friend's birthday. That sounds awesome. Do you have any recommendations besides El Tiempo to add to the tour? Ninfa's, it'll make it easier if you're doing it in downtown because there's a Ninfa's right next to, the original Ninfa's is right next to El Tiempo. Fusion Taco, I think, has very good margaritas. Tio's as well. That's in the same area as Fusion. I think Tacos A Go-Go has pretty good margaritas that you can actually get on the go. And I am a sucker for this, and not a lot of people think that this take that I have is crazy, but I really like Easy Liquor Lounge's margaritas. They're very sweet. They are very, very sweet. The frozen ones that they have, and I like frozen margs, whatever. A lot of people think that's a controversial opinion. I love their frozen margaritas, though. So now you know. Now you know the rest of the story. 713-780-3776 to call to text on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, it seems that Houston, Texas has its own Pollos Hermanos situation from Breaking Bad. And to tell us more about it, we're going to have someone who's actually done a full podcast episode on this, which I found very interesting. Our guy, Raheel, rejoins the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 community for 15 minutes. You'll fill us in on what the hell's happening with Turkey Leg Hut. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Sometimes you see a story so interesting, you need to talk about it in great detail. And I saw this story posted earlier last week. This is the caption from the Houston Chronicle. An FBI agent testified Thursday that Turkey Leg Hut was used to store and sell large amounts of marijuana. I mean, this sounds straight out of Pollos Hermanos from Breaking Bad. So joining us to tell us more about this and explain it to us, because I'm too lazy to read, like I'm a dummy, from CityCast Houston, your friend, our friend, Raheel Ramzali. Raheel, thank you for joining us. So we had a Pollos Hermanos in our backyard. What the hell?
How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Hey, you were breaking up. What did you just say?
So this is sounding to me like a Pollos Hermanos kind of situation from Breaking Bad. The Turkey Leg Hut. So what can you tell us about this off the top of your head that really makes this story, which is pretty crazy to begin with, stand out? Because you talked about it on CityCast Houston.
Okay. So let's do I'm going to lay it out, and you pause me at any point, okay? Because, yeah, it does kind of sound like Los Pollos Hermanos, right? But it's kind of beyond that, right? Like, there wasn't this big, like, drug cartel or ring, from my understanding and from what we've learned from these FBI allegations, because that's what they are right now. They're allegations right now. So, there's going to be a trial for Lynn Price. That's the main player in all of this. If you want, he's like the Gus, right? So Lynn Price is one of the co-owners of the Turkey Leg Hut, along with his then wife, Nakia Holmes. The Turkey Leg Hut now is gone. It's extinct. It's gone bankrupt. There was so many different issues, as we're going to learn throughout. But the allegations were that at the prime, the height of the Turkey Leg Hut, which was renowned nationally, this was the place for celebrities to come when they came into town. The Turkey Leg Hut was allegedly dealing weed with Turkey Leg Hut branded bags to customers. Okay, so this is one of the allegations, and Paul, that's one of them. Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Oh my God!
Then, that's just like that's the first one. The second allegation that the FBI agents are making is that, okay, I got to back up. So there's another player in this, Steve Rogers, I believe is his name. He's like a part owner of the Turkey Leg Hut. So Lynn Price and Nakia Holmes at the time, they wanted to get into business with Steve on a bar that was near the Turkey Leg Hut called Bar 5015. Steve was like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm going to do this on my own." So then what happens is Lynn starts making threats that, hey, you didn't let us in, so now we're going to burn your place down. And guess what happened?
They burned it down?
Allegedly, yeah. He hired some people to go burn the bar down. And there was major damage, and that bar is now extinct because it just could never recover. So then he went and burned this place down, all right, part of it at least. That's number two. Then in all of this, like, no one's talking about this part. In these allegations, Lynn Price, again, one of the co-owners of the Turkey Leg Hut, was supposedly running like a car chop shop / stealing big, heavy manufacturing equipment and big trucks and chopping those down as well. Okay? That's the third one. Paul, if that wasn't enough for you...
What do we got?
They found a flamethrower in his house. Like, who brought the flamethrower?
Well, I think we know what set the place on fire now.
Yeah. So it's crazy what happened to the Turkey Leg Hut. And I get the comparison you're making. Like, could he be Gus Fring, right? To me, it feels more like, is he Suge Knight?
So this is just somebody who's going after anybody who dares to, push him in a slight amount of force.
Yeah. It's crazy what happened with the Turkey Leg Hut. This was one of the restaurants, in my opinion, you go back when they first opened, it was so popular. It felt like one of those restaurants that was going to go national. It was going to become this big brand out of Houston that made it, right?
Yeah.
There were lines. It was a good product, right? Like some people disagree. Like it's a good product. It was good when I had it. It just felt like a cultural movement almost. And then all of this happened. And Nakia Holmes and Lynn Price eventually separated. Nakia was running it on her own for the last like year and a half or so, roughly. There was a fire at their offices. Then they went bankrupt. But at the same time, Lynn Price, who again was not part of Turkey Leg Hut, started this oyster pop-up right across the street from the Turkey Leg Hut.
That's
that
so
was
petty.
very successful. It was just so wild what happened with potentially a big brand that could have made it.
Raheel Ramzali from CityCast Houston with us, and you've done a full episode on the Turkey Leg Hut. And I remember only figuring out about this story because the FBI alleges they sold hundreds of pounds of marijuana using bags branded with restaurant logos. So at what point have you laid out all the messy things that this Turkey Leg Hut has found itself embroiled in with all the characters at play? At what point did they start looking into them for selling bags that had the restaurant logo that also had a little weed in them?
That I'm not sure when this investigation started. So that's what, like, I didn't get any word on like when they started digging into all of this, because this fire happened in 2020. Okay, the bar 5015 fire. The allegations of the actual like dealing go back to like 2019. So I'm not sure what prompted this investigation. So yeah, I don't have an answer on that one. But the trial is coming up for Lynn Price. You know, there's so much, and the Turkey Leg Hut, as I mentioned, they went bankrupt. They're closed. They're done. I don't know if they're going to pop back up or what's going to happen, but you know, they owe a lot of money to vendors as well. So it was just a disaster, man. They mishandled this so much, and of course, you know, alleged criminal activities will probably do that, Paul.
Does that?
But it's just crazy, man.
There's a part of me that hopes that we will have access to the actual court proceedings for this.
Oh yeah.
Wonder if it's a federal case. Is that the ones where we only get the court drawings, or are those the ones that we actually get to go in and witness? Because I would assume that characters that, I don't know, may have hired 4 men, allegedly, to set fire to a bar are probably also very entertaining with a microphone placed in front of them.
Oh yeah, we're gonna find out a lot during this trial if it makes it to trial, right? Like we'll see. We're gonna find out, you know, all of the drama. I know the people that we bring on the show, right, from Cron.com, Erica Chang and others from the Houston Chronicle, 2 separate publications, by the way. They're planning on covering this trial if it makes it to trial.
My favorite part about this was a quote that I saw. I've never heard this before, but Lynn Price, who you're talking about, had posted, you know what it is. I'll be home in a minute, baby. It's 3 sides to every story. Believe mine, when I come home, you're going to hear the whole story. I have never heard 3 sides to every story said as if it's a commonly said saying, but Lynn Price, he's pushing boundaries.
I like that. I mean, why there should be 3 sides to a story? Why? I mean, we need a tiebreaker, right? Like, why do we always just go with 2 sides of the story? I need a third one in there.
Also, on top of that, Raheel, he said, "This is great." See you in a minute. We out this week. If you're shucking with me, keep shucking. So now, I mean, he's really leaned into the oyster brand to get away from the turkey leg brand.
Yeah, the turkey, the turkey was great. It was stuffed with all sorts of stuff, but the oysters actually look pretty good. I'm not gonna hate. Like, I saw the pictures, I saw it on Instagram. It looks pretty good. I love a good oyster Rockefeller. Okay, I like that. And you know, maybe the oysters are that good, but I wish I had that much confidence like Lynn does. Like, Lynn's like, whatever, we're good. This is nothing.
I'm wondering if
I don't have that much confidence.
I don't either. I mean, I wouldn't have any in it. I'm wondering if he's going to try to bring in Rusty Harden or Tony Busby or something like that. But I imagine they're looking at this. We don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole, especially if he owes everyone all the money. Might not be the most reliable payment source.
Yeah. Well, Turkey Leg Hut owes the money. I don't know if Lynn will be personally responsible, right? Because I'm sure Turkey Leg Hut is an LLC, so they'll figure that out. But yeah, this is more about Lynn Price, the man, the person, like all these allegations.
This is fascinating stuff. Raheel, appreciate you joining us. Raheel does CityCast Houston. He does a full episode on Turkey Leg Hut, which again, I think there's a lot of similarities to Poyos Hermanos from Breaking Bad. Thanks so much for joining us, man. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much. You can check out CityCast Houston wherever you listen to podcasts or go to houston.citycast.fm. Thanks, Paul.
Go. Anytime, Raheel. Raheel Rahamza. Sorry, I always screw it up. Raheel Ramzali joining us. CityCast Houston. You heard what he said. Subscribe to the podcast. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, is this guy a possibility for the Houston Rockets, especially given that his team is struggling around through the playoffs? We've talked about him before. You'll hear who we are talking about once again on the other side. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Hope you guys enjoyed that little segment with Raheel, and check out the full episode of that on his CityCast Houston podcast. It's good stuff. Some comments, Chad Shipman on YouTube, Turkey Leg Hut, Modern Day Sopranos. Someone on the text line said they should turn this thing into a Netflix series. Another one pointed out from the 832. All these Turkey Leg Hut allegations came up after the divorce, so maybe she's Skylar White. No.
Skylar didn't rat, though.
Skylar did eventually have to rat, but right, it was only because Walt called in and left that angry message with them because he knew the cops were listening so that he could, at least the best he could, exonerate her to a degree. But
like for a while, Skylar was ride or die. She was laundering money for him.
Exactly. And then finally, oh, brother-in-law dies? That's where I'm going to draw the line. Anyway, most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get aboard. It's very interesting, the rumors that we are seeing the Houston Rockets tied to. And I know that the possibilities of trading for a big name closer type, a lot of people are pushing for it. With Jalen Green's struggles all series long. I'm not completely out on Jalen Green, but I'm definitely shopping him right now if I'm the Rockets. Even if I'm acting like, hey, he's a big part of our future, and if any data about him being on the court is a sign that things aren't exactly as good with him on the court. There's statistical data that suggests that. Multiple people have posted videos online that corresponds to what our eyes saw in that series, that data might be right. So Jalen Green's probably should be shopped. Will he actually be shopped? We shall see. The names, the usual suspects as far as top of the wish list for Rockets fans. Number one, Giannis Antetokounmpo, with everything going the way it's going in Milwaukee. Damian Lillard just tore his Achilles, and you got to wonder if Giannis wants to stick around there. To his credit, Giannis has not asked out yet. I have been a big proponent of people in Houston should just try to tag Giannis Antetokounmpo on social media with any awesome picture that they see that comes from a Houston restaurant. And also, perhaps we need a little recruiting from Hakeem Olajuwon, who I think Giannis paid for one-on-one coaching, but maybe Hakeem Olajuwon needs to do a little recruiting for the H. Maybe he's past that. I don't know. He's at the top. Kevin Durant is the next name that we've heard a lot of. But how about this one? My Boston Celtics are down 2-0 in their series against the New York Knicks. And there have been lots of rumors that the Celtics, who have a new ownership group, could theoretically break up their core if they don't win a title this year. So as a Celtics fan, I want to again say, Celtics down 0-2, I couldn't be less concerned because they're good on the road, and I just don't buy into the Knicks. But I will say this about the Celtics. Close out a game. If you're up 20, you should win. Blowing game 1 and game 2 while up 20, not a good sign. Missing all those threes, not a good sign. They are looking a little bit soft. We'll see what they're able to do tomorrow. But one of the players on that Celtics team, sometimes considered the best player on that Celtics team. Honestly, I think he is more reliable in big moments than Jason Tatum, is Jaylen Brown, who was the finals MVP this past season. Jaylen Brown has obviously played for Ime Udoka. And I think that Jaylen Brown, if the Celtics go down this round, maybe even next round, could very well be someone that the Celtics are open to moving. Is that good enough? Is that an upgrade that you would be satisfied with? Because I'm sure you'd have to pay a pretty penny for someone like Jaylen Brown. And I wonder what player the Celtics would be most interested in. I don't know that Jalen Green is somebody that they would want as part of this operation. Obviously, they're really good at spreading the ball around and shooting threes, but Green's more of an isolation player. Would he work? Is Alperen Şengün someone that they would think about? I wonder. But this is definitely something the Rockets should be considering. I don't know if it would work out, but while Jaylen Brown is definitely a tier or two below Giannis Antetokounmpo, and probably at this stage of Kevin Durant's career, maybe on a similar tier to Kevin Durant, but I would probably say, you're looking at the two of them, who do you rely on more as a scorer? I think that Durant's definitely a little bit better. Brown has his inconsistent moments. He has his bad dribbling moments. But this is definitely someone the Rockets should be thinking about. I would be willing to trade Jalen Green for Jaylen Brown. I don't think twice about that. Alperen Şengün for Jaylen Brown is where it gets a little bit dicey. And I'm imagining the Celtics, who are a well-run organization. They got Brad Stevens as the GM and obviously Joe Mazzulla running the show. I think that they're going to ask for a lot. Is Ime Udoka's attachment to Jaylen Brown from the time that they spent together with the Celtics something that maybe would make Jaylen Brown very open to coming here? And is it something that would make Rafael Stone, after conversations with Ime Udoka, push for them to go and get Jaylen Brown? But that's definitely something that would be on the table. Todd the Show comments on Twitch at ESPN 975. Ime would love to have Jaylen Brown. I think so too. And listen, guys, as a diehard Celtics fan, that is the guy of all the guys on the Celtics team that is my favorite player. He's the guy that I trust the most. I would be a little bit torn. It would be very cool to have Jaylen Brown on the Rockets, a team that I have really come to like over the course of the past year, and really just since Ime Udoka's taken over. But he would be leaving my favorite team, From the 409, with the Celtics approaching a major financial threshold and maybe having to break up, do the Rockets go after Jaylen Brown? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, 409 Spencer. Perhaps I hadn't gotten to the point by that moment in time. As far as Giannis luring him to Houston, from the 281, there's lots of great Greek restaurants in the area. I do like Nico Nico's. Nico Nico's is that in River Oaks, or is that Montrose? I forget. I like it. Nico Nico's is a good spot. A lot of good restaurants in that little area. Riva's another good one. I don't know if anyone's ever been to Riva's. A lot of people would argue that I fit right in at Riva's. They have, I think, the best martinis in town, and I like a dirty martini. If I'm doing power rankings of drinks on an Ask on Anything Friday, number 1 for me, Paloma. Number 2, margarita. Number 3, dirty martini. Number 4, very dirty. We're talking porn star dirty, Galveston dirty, like really, really dirty. Number Paloma. So we're at 4. Number 4, probably a pina colada. Whatever. Hate me all you want. Pina colada is some good stuff. And then as far as 5, top 5 drinks, top 5 cocktails, my starting 5 when it comes to cocktails. And I'm not talking, like whiskey or something neat or something like that. I'm thinking my go-to is always tequila soda, but that's because I'm trying to watch my figure, because I'm a little bouge boy, but also I like to have semi-visible abs. I guess, honestly, off the top of my head, I know it was just floating through my brain a moment ago, but those are my top 4. Easily my top 4 drinks. It's fantastic stuff. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Hockley Dan says old fashioned's a top 5 drink. Nah, not really. I'm not the biggest bourbon guy. I'm not. I think the sweet whiskey, it's not great. I'm more of a extra peaty whiskey guy. Ooh, our guy Woods is calling in. I love Woods. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text him. He's got a question about Southern food. Woods, what you got?
What's going on, Paul? How you doing, man?
Doing well.
So I'm curious, being an East Coast guy, Paul, is there anything from the South or what we consider soul food that you don't eat? Like, do you eat oxtails? Have you tried pig feet? Is there anything that you won't give a go? And what are your favorite things? Do you like oxtails? Have you tried turkey wings? different stuff like that.
You know
I'll hang up
what?
and listen.
Turkey wing sounds amazing, Woods. I have not tried any of this stuff, but you know what? I'm not scared to have any of it. It's more, I just haven't had it offered to me. And I definitely wouldn't want to prepare it myself because I don't know what I'm doing. Um, I am somebody that is very intrigued by the food that we have all over the world. And I am a little picky with certain things. Like I don't like cheese, which I know a lot of people find weird. And ham, I'm not the biggest fan of either. I don't think it's bad. I don't know. There's something about ham I don't like. I think I'm always just disappointed when my family makes it for one of the holidays. I'm like, can we have, I'd rather have steak than ham. I'd rather have prime rib than ham. But guess what? I get it. Like, beef's a little more expensive. I'm intrigued by those. One of my friends used to be a basketball trainer in China, and I've brought him up before. And some of the stuff that he has told me he has eaten, he's had braised donkey. He said it was really good. I was like, donkey, okay. I'm sure that some people have had horse out there. So would I eat an oxtail? Sure. Would I eat is it a buffalo tongue?
He mentioned pig's feet.
Pig's feet. Yeah, honestly, if it's prepared right, I would give it a try. I don't think I would be excited to have it. I'll admit that. But I'd try it for sure. You could live film my reaction and have this little baby face. I'm like, I'll be honest. Like when I eat it, I probably would be like, all right, I'm not so sure. But if it's done the way it's supposed to be done, I'd certainly try it. Southern food is so much better than Northern food. It's insane. The only thing that the Northeast probably does better than the South is Italian food. And that said, Italian
Lobster.
food, lobster too, but I don't know. People down here do lobster.
Yeah, we have fine lobster, but I'm sure it's obviously fresher there.
It's fresher. Lobster rolls are done best up there.
Right.
but
That's mostly what I meant.
There's some seafood up there, but seafood down here is great. I think fried catfish is
It's
amazing.
pretty elite.
Weirdly, there was something my mom would cook for us every now and then, and that's a northeastern thing. And
Wait, when you were in Massachusetts, she would cook catfish?
She made fried catfish from time to time. It actually was pretty good. Yeah, catfish are obnoxious. You ever go fishing? A lot of people are probably like, "Whoa, Paul, I didn't know you had this little hick element to you." But no, I used to go when I was living in St. Pete, Florida. Me and my buddies, we would go out at night and we'd go shark fishing, which is probably illegal. We just throw chum in the water and we would wait until a shark bit in and we just see how long we could hold on to the rod before it generally bit through or pulled the steel wire out. And the thing was, we would constantly, while we were trying to catch bait fish to catch the sharks, we would constantly catch catfish. Catfish are obnoxious, so we'd have to pull them back in because sharks don't want to eat the catfish. We'd pull the catfish back in and like remove it, but they're spiny. They're spiny pieces of. They eat anything. They're just like completely
they're bottom
stupid
feeders.
idiots. Yeah, but they're huge. And then you got to take them off, and they're flailing around. They're scraping you with their scraping you with their skin. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to take the hook off because it was a team effort. And again, we were just doing it.
Well, they get huge.
They do get big.
Yeah.
There was one time we had a big catfish on and we were bringing it in to try to take the hook off, and a shark just came by and thumped it. It was probably like a 6 or 7 foot bull shark. Yeah, you go at night in Tampa Bay, the bull sharks are out. Bull sharks are the most aggressive shark there is. Anyway, this is Paul Gallant talking about things that he'd never expected to talk about on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Would you trade for Jaylen Brown if you're the Houston Rockets? Also, I'm wondering how Alex Bregman, who is doing great in Boston, is feeling after yet another moment where a Red Sox teammate is being a complete a-hole in front of everybody. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Last segment, I asked the question, would you want the Houston Rockets to trade for Jaylen Brown? That's definitely a possibility if this second-round series between the Celtics and Knicks keeps going the way that it's going. Knicks are up 2-0. I do think the Celtics will even the series in New York these next 2 games. But we'll see. I'm also a biased Celtics fan, and my arrogance knows no bounds when it comes to that team with what they've done the last couple of years, finally getting the title this past season. Not that long ago, though, I was definitely someone who was very skeptical that they were ever going to cross the finish line. I think Jaylen Brown is a great player. I think I trust him more than Jason Tatum, who's probably the superior player on a night-to-night basis. Like, he's just more reliable, always has been a little bit more reliable. We also had some comments because we started talking about Southern cuisine in the last segment. First off, just talking about catfish. I was riffing on that. Texter says, I caught an 87-pound catfish 15 years ago. Good God. I hope you ate it. A little fried catfish. The key that my mom, when she made fried catfish, was she used the Jiffy corn muffin mix because it's got a little sugar in it as part of the frying. Oh my God, it was so good. B-Mac, you look like you're about to offer something.
Yeah, I think usually that's a cornmeal thing. So yeah, the Jiffy corn muffin mix would fit.
Right, because you can use corn. You can use like cornbread or whatever, but some of the general corn mixes or whatever. The Jiffy kind, because it's made for muffins, it's sweet. And I think the sweetness added a little extra something to it. I got to do fried catfish on my own, honestly, at some point soon. Someone also had called in, Woods had called in the last segment, talking about, have you ever tried oxtails or pig's feet? Which I haven't, but I'm open to it, especially when a texter says, hey, Paul, oxtail is just a cow's tail cut in sections. It's way better than a pot roast. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty good way to sell it. Another texter said, you're missing out on an oxtails plate with some rice, mac and cheese, and cornbread. Oh my God, I just got hungry. I will say this about the mac and cheese, and again, my cheese.
You don't like cheese, yeah.
I think mac and cheese smells like farts. I've always thought this. There's a kid, and sorry to Matthew McSweeney, who I went to preschool with in Hanover, Massachusetts, but at Lutheran Nursery School. But I remember there was one day, and I'm sure he didn't do this all the time. There's one day where he was tooting a little bit, and I was like, oh, it smells like macaroni. Like, I remember this coming out of my mouth. And maybe maybe it was a mac and cheese fart, but I've always related mac and cheese to farts ever since then. I think there was a time where I liked mac and cheese. I don't know really what happened on that front. All I know is I ate a bag of mozzarella cheese when I was 8. It had mold on it. And then I got sick. And then I found out that cheese was moldy milk. So it was mold on top of the mold. And then I had a pizza once and there was basil on it. And I thought the basil was moldy cheese. So it's just like a psychological trauma.
You got PTSD from cheese. Yeah.
Like I can have some pizza. I just peel some of the cheese off. I like extra sauce. The tomato sauce and the crust are the best part. Someone else asked on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, what's up with me and Tucker Carlson? So back in July of 2020, something happened to me that made me go national, but not in a good way. I got canceled by the right. Yeah, who would have thought that? Google Chill Dog, DAWG, Paul Gallant, if you ever want to laugh. A lot of lies told about me that day. I've actually never told my side of the story on that, and I might for the 5-year anniversary this summer on my live stream, not on this thing. Anyway, so that's Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Houston Astros take on the Cincinnati Reds this weekend. They haven't beaten the Reds since 2016, which is honestly crazy, though they haven't played the Reds every single year. Meanwhile, Alex Bregman is having quite the year with the Boston Red Sox. I don't know how many people saw his numbers. He is hitting .318 with 9 homers and 30 runs batted in at age 31 after signing that big deal with the Red Sox. I think it's funny that his Wikipedia lists him at 5'11". That is a load of crap. But hey, Bregman has been crushing it in Boston. Remember this offseason when his teammate Rafael Devers, who is a terrible fielder, absolutely horrendous fielder, was a pain in the ass about the idea of Bregman, the reigning Gold Glover at third base, playing third base. Like, he was a noted a-hole about it. And then one of his teammates, Tristan Casas, a first baseman, was like, yeah, Rafael Devers should get to play third base. Not Bregman. It was really just stupid, childish, immature by all those Red Sox players, the way that they were handling it. So the Red Sox are basically a 500 baseball team, despite Bregman having a great start. And they have been considering some changes over the last couple of days because Casas ruptured his patellar tendon and is out for the year. So the GM of the Red Sox, Craig Breslow, came up to Rafael Devers and said, hey, man, would you consider playing first base? Devers said it's not the right time after they told him they didn't want him to just DH. He thinks that the Red Sox should hit the market looking for a first baseman. So this offseason, Devers, when asked about being DH, said, no, I play third base. When asked if there was a chance he could change his mind about playing first base, he said, no, I don't think so. They told me I'm a little hard-headed. They already asked me to change once, and this time I don't think I can be as flexible. So they moved him from third to DH. Now they're asking this guy who's got a huge contract to move from DH to first base. More from Devers. It was the GM I spoke with. I'm not sure what he has with me. He played ball, and I would like to think he knows that changing positions like that isn't easy. Breslow was a former big league reliever. Continued Devers. I know I'm a ball player, but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there. In spring training, they talked to me and basically told me to put away my glove, that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. Okay. This quote continues courtesy of Smitty on MLB. His name is Christopher Smith. He covers the Boston Red Sox. Continue Devers. Right now, I just feel it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another decision. What an a-hole. Bregman's got to hate that he's on this team with a bunch of immature babies. I'll say it again. The way that Devers in particular has handled this. If you're a Red Sox teammate of his, how do you like this? You can't. This is ridiculous. Devers was asked if his relationship with the Red Sox is okay. He said this, here in the clubhouse, thankfully, the relationship I have with my teammates is great. I don't understand some of the decisions that the GM makes. Next thing you know, someone in the outfield gets hurt and they want me to play in the outfield. I think I know the kind of player I am. And yeah, that's just where I stand. Why is he being such a difficult a-hole about this? It's completely ridiculous. And apparently his teammates in the Red Sox clubhouse didn't like it. So maybe he will end up being compelled by his teammates to play first. But look, Bregman signed with the Red Sox for a lot of money, and if he has a good year this season, the potential to opt out of his contract and perhaps get the deal that he was thinking he would get this offseason. Hell, he could even maybe come back to the Houston Astros if he so chose to, if the Astros offered him the right kind of money. But he's got to regret it from at least this perspective. It's got to be annoying as somebody who has won multiple championships and who has won all these division titles and has been to the ALCS so many times. It's got to be annoying having a bunch of guys on your team that clearly don't put in their all, that aren't all about the team. You know, you got Jose Altuve moving to left field. You got Jose Altuve suggesting, you know what, how about I bat second? And then you got this guy, Rafael Devers in Boston, who's just a complete a-hole, it seems like. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also get on. What else do you get on? Did I say everything? I think I said YouTube. Did I say Twitch too? I think I did. At ESPN 975. From the text line, 713. Is it exhausting to be you? Not a bad thing, but damn, you exhaust me on the radio. You're funny as hell, and I love you at the show. It's a weird compliment. I appreciate it. I get tired a lot, believe it or not. I know I'm a high energy person, but I do get tired a lot. I am very, very, very terrible in the morning. Like I'm an awful morning person. There's a reason I spend $60 a year on an app that is difficult to turn off, that I have to do 3 things that I wake up. And I've been cheating. I've been turning my phone off of late. And the only way to stop doing this app is like, well, you could penalize yourself by paying $1 every single time that you sleep in. And I'm like, I mean, maybe that would incentivize me to get up. I am cheap, but I have gone through the gauntlet just trying to wake up. So yeah, I do get tired, but it's pretty hard to get me tired, if that makes any sense. I would say the last 3 months in particular, maybe 2 months, have been a lot because we moved from this being a show with me and Joe to a show for just me. Joe's still at the station, by the way. I'm sure that he will be filling in for me when I go on vacation a couple of times over the course of the next couple of months. But Joe obviously is taking some more time to be with his family. He's in Chicago this week, and well deserved. The guy does so much for our station. But from February, basically right as the rodeo was starting, which I was a committee member for the first time, I've been doing a lot of committee stuff in addition to doing a radio show on my own. And on top of that, I've been doing this blonde versus brunette coaching thing on the side. It's just been a lot more than I traditionally do in addition to my job, which I've made like the center point of my life. So yeah, I would say the last 3 months I've been a little bit more exhausted than normal. But again, I'm blessed to have this job. It's a very easy one, you know. It's not like I'm bitching about it. Sometimes it can be exhausting, especially when you're watching like a 10 p.m. West Coast baseball game. And you're like, what the hell? Why is this game starting at 9? Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, could the Houston Texans bring back an old friend? We'll discuss on the other side. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975. Guys, if things need to get spiced up a little bit, if you've lost the spark, Rise Health has the solution to save your relationship, to save your marriage. They have a revolutionary, rapid enhancing dissolving strip. They're Rise Max Reds that combine sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Best part, it's very discreet. Put it in, it comes in a basically condom-sized packet. You put it under your tongue, 5 minutes, swing, you're ready to go. Hell yeah. Have yourself a fun weekend. All you got to do is go to Rise, RIIZE health.com. You'll have a consultation with a board-certified physician. 5 minutes later, you're going to be able to put it in order. And if you enter promo code 975, you'll get 20% off your first order. It's not a pill. You don't have to chew it. There's no water needed. It works on a full stomach. It won't melt. I mean, this is a game changer, and it is worth it. If you're trying to fix what's going on in the bedroom, this is the way to do it. Rise, RIIZE health.com. You'll rise up, you'll rise up, you'll rise up with Rise Health today. Indeed, it does. Football is my favorite sport. I love the way that they play on the field. Sorry, I was trying to do the basketball song. Doesn't really rhyme. But anyway, guys, lots of stuff going on around the National Football League. Did you know that the New York Giants, who took Jackson Dart, traded with the Houston Texans to go get him, made a last-ditch effort to get Cam Ward? They offered the 3rd overall pick, a 2026 first-round pick, and other picks to make it happen. I think that the Giants know, both Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, the general manager, that whatever happens this year is entirely tied to whether or not Dart's going to be able to play at some point this season. Russell Wilson's the starting quarterback for now, but I think ultimately Daboll and Shane, who are saying aloud they're not putting pressure on Jackson Dart to get in there, they need him to get in there because they need to be right about this young quarterback. And I can understand why they would have tried to trade for Cam Ward. They're in a very desperate situation. Clearly, the Titans like him. They like Cam Ward. And we'll see if Ward's actually a threat to the Texans in the AFC South.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident in saying that both Joe Shane and Daboll are one bad season away from being fired, especially after the way especially for Joe Shane, the way the Saquon Barkley thing played out, and we all got to see it on Hard Knocks. I think it speaks to their desperation, like you said. Like, they want the more sure thing with Cam Ward. They obviously perceive Cam Ward to be the more sure thing because they need to get a guy in that can show progress and that the ship has been righted so that they keep their jobs.
Right. And good luck, especially good luck dealing with Russell Wilson in the meantime, who I doubt is going to hand this thing over to Jackson Dart. He is going to fight for that gig, and we'll see if he's the best teammate he can possibly be. He might have accepted that this is his role now, given that last year he split time as starting quarterback with Justin Fields. And of course, with the way things went in Denver, but I don't know. Russell Wilson is a special kind of delusional from my memory of him in Seattle. So we'll see what happens there. George Pickens, the newest Dallas Cowboy, had a press conference and he weighed in on a bunch of different things. He thinks that he and CeeDee Lamb are going to work off each other pretty well. That is a pretty fearsome wide receiver combination that the Cowboys do have when Pickens' head is in the right place. He said, "I'm where my feet are right now. I'm not thinking about a new contract." He's on the last year of his deal. And he said he's glad to be with the Cowboys. "I'm not going to look into the past for my time in Pittsburgh." Mike Tomlin was the one who wanted him out. We saw that yesterday. And apparently lots of NFL teams laughed at the idea of trading for George Pickens. Laughed at it. I guess that goes to show that's the perception of Pickens outside of locker rooms, despite Peter Schrager's best boboing that took place on NFL Live, where he said, "Actually, I'm trying to get the facts right. And the Steelers really liked what George Pickens brought to the table." Oh, did they? Then why did they trade him for not much? Like a third and a fifth? Yeah, not much. What are we talking about here?
Like, the Steelers' track record when they decide to pull the plug on a receiver, other than Emmanuel Sanders, is basically flawless. And I far trust the Steelers more on the decision to pull the plug on a character issue than the Cowboys' ability to handle a character issue.
That's a good point. Yeah. And with Pickens, think about this. He has all the talent in the world.
For sure.
They have had bigger headaches at wide receiver in Antonio Brown. And Mike Wallace had his moments.
Martavis Bryant.
Yeah. Like, they've dealt with a lot. And Martavis Bryant and Pickens are the ones that they've gotten rid of, you know, like in the midst of their primes. And Bryant was never the same again after that happened. So, hey, we will see what happens. They've had a lot of great receivers. Whoever's their wide receivers coach and whoever's their wide receiver scout, because they keep a lot of things the same. They're probably, as far as turnover, the one with the least amount of turnover in the league. Man, they've done themselves very well in that department. Patriots would have loved, I don't know, any of those wide receivers over all of these years.
I mean, come on, you had N'Keal Harry.
F you. F you. Anyway, more as we go around the National Football League. Jadeveon Clowney released by the Carolina Panthers. Texans legend. He said he will keep playing. In fact, he vowed to keep playing. Texans? 713-780-3776 to call the text. Would you bring in Jadeveon Clowney. I wouldn't say no. I wonder what he'd be looking for, and I don't know that he would exactly be swarm mentality guy. Bill O'Brien always said he's not the biggest worker bee. We're looking for worker bees.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Clowney's not a worker bee. But I don't know. I mean, Clowney as a sub pass rusher, you can never have too many. Putting him on the inside occasionally with the pressure that he's able to generate up the middle, he's still got it. I mean, I still think that he is a plus player in this league, and as a rotational pass rusher, I would not mind him. Texans already have a lot of pretty good rotational pieces in addition to Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
It's kind of the problem though. They're like 7-8 deep on that defensive line that they're guys that Clowney wouldn't be ahead of.
I don't know. I think there's some he would be ahead of.
Like obviously he's not ahead of Hunter or Will Anderson. He's not ahead of Autry.
I think he's on the same level as Autry, because Autry last year. Yeah. Because I mean, Danico Autry, how old is he? Danico Autry is 35.
He's similar age. That's true.
Danico Autry age, he's 34. His birthday's July 15th, so he'll be 35 this offseason. Listen, I'm not necessarily endorsing it, but I've always had a thing for Jadeveon Clowney. I always felt he got a lot of crap. Not his fault the way the first 2 years went. It was literally NRG's pallet grass field that effed up his knee.
Yeah.
The first game he played in, and it took him a while to get up to speed. He was a good player. He wasn't great. He wasn't what you expect out of the number 1 overall pick. Mario Williams definitely better than him as a number 1 overall pick goes. But, I mean, he was a guy who was getting 9 sacks a year for you and who was a absolute menace in run support. And no one talked about his run support. He was awesome.
Well, John Harris did ad nauseum.
Well, but
yeah,
everyone saw it. I mean, I would see it too. Like the amount of power and strength that he had at the point of attack was something else. Now, he was basically like Laramie Tunsil was always false starting. He was the Laramie Tunsil of offsides. Yeah, he was always offsides. But I don't know. I like Jadeveon Clowney a lot. Also, one time he talked trash to my mom because when I got, how I got the gig in Seattle that I was there for 2 years? So I was working on, at the time, they changed the name so many times. I think it was SB Nation Radio at the time. And I was doing a show. And on that afternoon, Jadeveon Clowney got traded from the Texans to the Seahawks. And in the middle of a segment, the person who was looking to hire me in Seattle was listening to me over the weekend. And he said, you're talking about it from the Texans perspective. Why not talk about it from the Seahawks perspective? Next thing I know, I was getting flown out for an interview in Seattle. Obviously, the pandemic happened. I might still be there if not for the pandemic. But Jadeveon Clowney is probably the reason that I crossed the finish line and left Houston for a couple of years and got hired in Seattle. There are times where I regret it, but I don't know that I would have been back on the air anytime soon in Houston after that moment went down. But Jadeveon Clowney and me tied at the hip. So when I'm in Seattle, my mom used to always complain that Jadeveon Clowney was mean because he would be absolutely violent with Eagles quarterbacks. There was a couple of moments, I think, with the Texans and a Texans-Eagles game towards the end of, was it 2018, where Clowney had absolutely drilled either Carson Wentz or Nick Foles. I forget which one. And then in a playoff game between the Seahawks, a regular season game between the Seahawks and Eagles, I don't think Clowney played, but in the playoff game, Clowney did the same thing to whoever the Eagles quarterback was, and I think knocked him out of the game. I don't know if it was Carson Wentz or Nick Foles. So my mom called in once and was like, Jadeveon Clowney's so mean.
Called into your show?
I called her one day and I was like, why do you not like Jadeveon Clowney? Because she was texting me about how mean Clowney was. So my co-host, Danny O'Neill, goes into the locker room after the Seahawks beat the Eagles, and in front of a very angry Sal Paolantonio, who is not neutral or unbiased at all, massive Eagles honk. In front of him, he asks Jadeveon Clowney about my mom talking trash about him. And Clowney gave a really funny answer. I got to find it. We'll play before the end of the show. But in that answer, Clowney says, bye, Eagles, bye, which was effing hilarious. I love Clowney forever because of that. It was very funny. He talked trash to my mom.
I can see what you stand for.
And my mom likes him now because he talked trash to her. My mom thinks he's funny.
Very Philly of her.
She's just like, hey, please be nice. Please be nice, Jadeveon. Be nice and kind.
What is a Philly fan ever wanted the players to be nice?
My mom's is different. My mom's built a little bit different.
All right.
I love my mommy. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, by the way, with that coming up this weekend. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, should the Texans be approaching the way that they draft and sign players more like this team does. And it's Diesel Day. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Couple of things we have talked about today. Draymond Green's mad about the narrative that he is an angry black man after yet another game where he got a technical foul. He has 5 technical fouls through 9 games this postseason already. Also, Astros play the Cincinnati Reds this weekend. Hunter Brown's on the hill for the Astros as they look to win their first game against the Cincinnati Reds since 2016. It's Diesel Day, damn it. Hell yeah. Because Hunter Brown is Diesel. Why is he Diesel? Because one time he drank an energy drink at 3:30 in the morning before getting on a team plane in the minor leagues. That's how he got the Diesel nickname. Because he also said, like, I'm a Diesel. Give or take. It wasn't quite like Kellen Winslow Jr. saying, I'm a soldier. He didn't say, I'm a Diesel. He didn't do that. Would have been really funny.
Kellen Moore went even further than that.
Yeah. I'm a soldier.
If they try to kill me, I kill them back.
Killed them.
He was a psychopath.
If they go to the Boston Market parking lot and start cranking it, then so will I. I'm a soldier. That happens. Also, he's in jail for, I think, sexual assault. So, you could call him, Kellen Winslow Jr., a D-bag or an a-hole. Well, guess what? Jason Light, Tampa Bay Buccaneers general manager, has put together a Super Bowl with this team, though Tom Brady certainly had a lot to say in that. Jason Light was on for a round of different interviews, and B-Mac, I'm not sure if this was the interview he did with the Pat McAfee show.
No, this was with J.P. Peterson.
J.P. Peterson, okay, who is a Bucs YouTuber. And in this interview, he talked about the kind of player that the Buccaneers are not scared to bring aboard.
There's a fine line between it. Now, we have a long process, okay? We have a long process of defining who we're taking off and who we're not. Now, it's just because the guy's maybe people don't like him and he's a, D-bag or we're not going to just automatically take him off. It's got to affect their football character. It's got to affect the team. I mean, there's a lot of people that fit that description that are very good football players, and maybe it works in their favor.
This is true. Yeah.
And there's a difference between a bad guy and an immature person. And we'll take immature and help them develop. But, we just don't want people that are going to affect the locker room in a negative way that affects the performance of others and the team and ultimately puts them before the team.
But Light emphasized he might draft an a-hole or a D-bag. And it's funny because this is something that we have constantly talked about over the nearly 15 years or so that I have been, at least to a degree, covering Houston sports. There has always been this idea that the Houston Texans need to go get some bad dudes. And it makes me laugh, like the idea that bringing a bad dude aboard the team is going to make them have a different kind of edge, a different kind of mentality. I don't know that I actually buy that. I really don't. But some people do. And this Texans organization is definitely not one to do that. Like George Pickens, they never would have even thought about it. Hell, I think that they would look at Jadeveon Clowney as at practice a bit of a D-bag or an a-hole, even though I don't think that's true. Someone texted in Clowney's a cancer. Nah, he wasn't a cancer. People loved him in the locker room.
Everyone loved him except for DJ Swearinger's dog.
Yeah,
everyone
DJ
else loved
dog.
Clowney.
For those who don't know, DJ Swearinger's dog bit Jadeveon Clowney during an offseason where DJ Swearinger also got in trouble with, I think, a repo man who had taken his car back.
Yeah.
And he stole it back, which you're not allowed to do.
Some GTA stuff there, man.
He was DJ Swearinger was a delight. I enjoyed him immensely. He at Jungle Boy Swag was his social media handle. He would be dancing in the middle of plays. He was a good hitter. He's a hard hitter. But the Texans have steered away from that of late. And obviously, you don't always know what you have in the fold because Deshaun Watson, I'd argue, D-bag and a-hole, if not one or the other. But they've stayed away from that. The Bucs, meanwhile, haven't. The Bucs have a Super Bowl. A lot of that's Tom Brady. In fact, probably more than half of that's Tom Brady. But that year, they did have some really good pieces on defense. And I think that there are some in Tampa Bay who would argue that towards the end of his time there, former Houston Texan Devin White, who played for the team in the middle of last year, was a bit of an a-hole or a D-bag. Take your pick. Again, I'm characterizing what has been said about these guys. It's not like I actually know. It was just what was implied about these guys as teammates. So, is this something that will always hold the Houston Texans back? The fact that they will not sign guys that they consider to be, and this was a quote from back in the day, Texans worthy. Which is kind of an annoying phrase, right? It's not quite as annoying or as insufferable as the Patriot way. As a Patriots fan, I'd admit that. The Patriot way was so obnoxious. I was like, we have the best coach ever. We have the best quarterback ever. The Patriot way. Like, okay, do your job, all that stuff. That's tolerable. the Patriot way. Oh my gosh, insufferable. It's like the Cardinal way, the St. Louis Cardinal way, for anyone who's ever heard of that. Because a lot of organizations just kind of act like they're uh, beacon on a hill or whatever, like the United States supposed to be. Yeah, relax.
Especially coming from the organization that had a guy go to jail because he was breaking into other teams' systems.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's for the
St.
Cardinals.
Louis.
Or for the Patriots, they had a murderer. So, I mean,
true.
multiple time murderer too. And when we're talking about that, but Texans worthy was always a very funny saying to me. And it's something that I think a lot of people will always think about with this team. They do like their good community guys. And I like that. It does suck rooting for teams that have guys who suck. Like it would probably, if I were a Steelers fan, would I have enjoyed rooting for Ben Roethlisberger? Would I have enjoyed rooting for Antonio Brown? Guys who've clearly done effed up stuff off the field? I don't know. But they won. They won multiple Super Bowls. They were constantly a contender. They always felt like a big deal as opposed to the Texans, who never really have felt like that. I'm curious about that. When did Houston Texans worthy become a thing? That's what I'm going to have to look up during the commercial break. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, someone asks, Paul, you got to start having a segment on which, are they a douche or are they a turd sandwich? We could do that. It's a nice South Park reference from back in the day. Also, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, got this question. Paul, if you could tame one wild animal and make it your pet, what would it be? Tiger. Duh. I would go Tiger King. Paul, that checks out. You would be like the Tiger King too. What? Because he's gay? No, I like cats.
No, because you'd have a mullet.
Yeah. I'm trying to grow the mullet out. Trying
I'm
to grow it out.
you could rock a mullet.
I need a little more hair in the back, but the lettuce is getting there.
With the hat and the stash and the mullet, I think you can make it.
I could probably do it. I'd have to dress a little more flamboyantly than I already do, which is
not a problem.
Not that hard. Not that hard. But no, Tiger. Oh my gosh. They're big cats. There's a couple other cats that I would think about. A snow leopard are a remarkably adorable cat, but it's probably a tiger. That's the king, the real king of the jungle. Lions are the king of the plains, but tigers are awesome. They look cool. Maybe I get an albino tiger. Like those ones that you see in Russia.
But you don't see color.
Well, with cats I do.
Okay.
With cats I do. Okay. This person texts in a little bit of a follow-up. If you chose a big cat, would you put a saddle on it and ride it around town? I mean, that would be cool for sure, but I don't think there's any cat that's big enough to do that. And also, as someone who greatly respects cats, I would not subject a cat to that.
To a saddle? That's where the lines crossed?
No, and I wouldn't even put it on a leash. I would let it roam around off the leash. And listen, watch out. Watch out. Oh, he never does that. It doesn't like devours a child. He never does that. I've always wanted to be someone who owns a pet and walk around and act like I have no responsibility, like a lot of dog owners, and say, he never does that. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's up. It'd be great to do it with the jungle cats, like sinking its fangs into some like poor person on the sidewalk. Oh, he never does that. He never does that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It'd be fun.
Letting a big jungle cat walk around the neighborhood is one step towards becoming a Bond villain, I think.
It would be.
But it is also funny commentary on dog owners.
And the next step is to put
they
an eye
never do
patch
that.
on.
Okay, well, they did it now.
From the 409. And here I was thinking Paul wasn't into cats. Oh, yeah, I'm into cats. I am into cats. Why don't you think that? Come on. Texter sex in. I'm 36. Is 62 too old for me to date? Even if she is fine? Listen, if you're attracted to what you're attracted to. Jane Seymour was in her 60s when she was in Wedding Crashers. You know?
How old is Selma Hayek? I mean, she's still looking good. She's at least in her 50s.
Yeah, you're right. There's so many women. It's kind of crazy how hot people stay looking now. Yeah, but I think that now people just look younger a lot longer. And I do wonder about like the next couple of generations. Are there going to be people in their 60s who look like I look like right now?
That would mean there's also would be people in their 80s that are still hot.
Hell yeah, dude. Good. Good. Listen.
Opens up more opportunities for you, Paul.
Listen. Yeah, the nursing home. Hey, what's up? Texter from the 832. Paul, what song did you enjoy at one point but now completely can't stand? I'll say Sweet Home Alabama. I hated that Kid Rock did the redo of that song. I didn't like that one. I will think up an answer to that one on the other side. It's an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Draymond Green is playing the victim card. Do you buy it? And on top of that, I respect one of my favorite athletes even more after what he did yesterday. Stay put. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter had asked, What is a song that you used to like that you now no longer like? And I think B. Hannon just answered it for me. Sweet Caroline. Oh, man, that one's tough. Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's going strong. I mean, that is the Pink Hat national anthem at Red Sox games. For those who don't know, Pink Hat is what Red Sox fans refer to casual fans as. These are the people that like just to go to Fenway Park. I'm going to get a Fenway Frank and have myself a good old time on Lansdowne Street. It's the people that aren't diehard psychopaths. They started playing Sweet Caroline at Red Sox games in 2003, and now all of a sudden it's become synonymous with the Boston Red Sox, and I hated that. I hated it, but there was a moment where I liked it. But after a couple of years, I was like, okay, this is lame. Especially after the movie Fever Pitch came out, where Jimmy Fallon, who said he is a Yankees fan and a Red Sox fan, which is a disgrace.
It's despicable.
It is a disgrace. You know, at least when I was doing the Astros Mariners thing, it was a bit, you know, and then I hope a lot of people understood, because I covered the Mariners in Seattle for a little bit of time. And I do think it's fun to every now and then when the Astros are struggling and the Mariners are playing well to say, hey, Astros, I'll start rooting for the Mariners. But I'm so far removed from that. That was a fun bit for a year and a half. Right now, the Mariners are doing really well for what it's worth. But no, it's Sweet Caroline. That song is god-awful. Awful, awful, awful. And everyone does it now, and everyone comes up to me and acts like I would like it whenever they play it. Oh, it's brutal, bro. It's brutal. Anyway, man.
I never understood the appeal of the song. I'm not a Red Sox fan, but yeah, I mean, I get it. It's catchy when it gets to the chorus, but other than that,
yeah. Ugh.
Although I might have accidentally got someone involved with the Astros fired once for playing that song when the Red Sox were in town. They played at
Daikin?
This was during the dark era when they were losing 100 games every year.
Oh God!
But a buddy of mine who was doing the post game show at the Astros flagship, I texted him because the Astros were playing the Red Sox here, and they started playing Sweet Caroline. I was like, that's kind of funny. So I texted him about it. He goes on a rant. Obviously, people hear it, and dude gets fired.
Really?
Yeah. It's kind of like the Rockets, gun emoji thing. It's kind of like that.
Well, this is another infamous incident, and you guys should ask Josh Innes about this. But Josh, they got mad at Josh because Josh was wearing like an Oklahoma City Thunder game, and I think like there was some snitching that went on behind the scenes where it was brought up to Rockets management that Josh had worn a Thunder shirt or something like that, and it became a big deal.
We know who that person was.
I cannot recall.
I mean, we know it's Tad Brown. Tad Brown was the one.
It probably was.
It was probably Tad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, Tad was the worst. Tad was, I think, when we were the Rockets flagship, I remember me and my old co-host, Brian Straw, we were doing a radio show on the weekend once, and we had brought up an article in the Houston Chronicle that was talking about how Rockets ratings weren't good. And we were like, yeah, because their best player is Luis Scola. Like, we get it. This is why the numbers aren't good. We just read the article, and they tried to have us canned. It's crazy. more Brian than me. And yeah, it was ridiculous. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. I used to be let's just say, I used to really not like the Rockets. Like, I'll admit, like, I was a little biased sometimes against the Rockets. I hated the way that they played, and that stuff behind the scenes with Tad Brown in particular, who was a sensitive little bitch, like, that drove me crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't know how anyone could fraternize with somebody that doesn't believe in free speech in this industry, but hey, that's neither here nor there. Draymond Green. Draymond Green believes in free speech. Draymond Green also believes that he can do whatever the hell he wants on the basketball court. Last night, during Game 2 of the Warriors series against the Timberwolves, that series now knotted up at 1-1 after a Steph Curry-less Warriors team got smoked by Minnesota last night. In that game, I want to say it was in the second quarter, Draymond Green, as he does, got fouled by somebody, and I think in an attempt to embellish to get referees to make a call, if you're going to be his defense attorney, or if you're also going to be his defense attorney, because he has no control over his limbs, or because he was mad at the guy for fouling him and wanted to get him back in a violent way that almost came off like a basketball move. Draymond Green violently flailed and got teed up after elbowing a guy in the face. After the game, Draymond, who was pissed about it, and this happened in the second quarter, had this rant to the media for about like 15 seconds or so.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
I mean, the problem is, Draymond, you can't call victim here. You're the reason that people look at you like that. People don't generally listen to you after a game. By the way, that quote right there is not going to help you out either because you're coming off as angry. And I understand being angry about being painted like that. I don't think Draymond's a bad guy. I think on the court, he's a habitual line stepper. And yeah, you could argue he's a dirty player for sure. But I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's going out of his way to injure people, you know? Has he accidentally injured people with a sack tap or two? Sure. But I don't think he's a bad guy. I really don't. And maybe I'm making too much of this moment. But, you know, back in 2016, some reporter from China that covered the Rockets asked Draymond this weird-ass question, and he gave a pretty good response to it. This is the question. You got to hear it. I don't know what the hell this guy was trying to do. Here it is. This is the question that was asked to Draymond Green back, what was it, April of 2016? Here it is.
Okay, Draymond, here's an interesting question. So last year you visit us. Game 3, there's no flood, you win. Game 4, there was flood, you lose. And this year you visit us. Game 3, there's a flood, you win. Game 4, there's no flood. Game 3, there's flood, you lose. Game 4, there's no flood.
I mean, I'm really trying to figure out what they were doing, trying to ask this question. And Draymond, listen, you might not like him. F you, Draymond. F you, Draymond. And certainly he got all the dubs against the Rockets. Now 5 playoff series victories in his tenure with Golden State against the Rockets. Here's how he answered that question. So even though he definitely enjoyed beating Houston one more time and he trolled Rockets fans afterwards at the very end on TNT broadcast, he at the very least has once stood up for H-Town after that guy who got fired, I guess, an hour later asked that dumbass question.
Brother, you asked me about the flood in practice the other day, you know, and I said I pray for the city of Houston because you don't want to see anyone go through that. I feel like you keep trying to get at like us hitting threes or something, and you're trying to get a controversial statement out of me, but you're not, because I feel sorry for the people of Houston. People are losing their homes, losing their cars, losing their lives, losing loved ones, and you're trying to get a controversial statement out of me about the threes we're hitting. I know what you're getting at, but you're not getting that out of me. It sucks. If I was from Houston, I'd do anything I can to help the city out. And I'm sure some of those guys are going to do what they can to help the city out. And you saw a donation the other night. It sucks. Stop trying to do that. That's not cool, man. You keep asking me the same question about this flood. These people are losing their lives, bro. Losing their homes. Don't ask me that no more, because it ain't cool. And you're not getting the statement you want out of me. That's not cool, man. Stop doing that.
It was a dumb question. I like that Draymond clapped back at the guy like that. Some people are never going to like Draymond Green. I do think there is a human in there. I have always enjoyed him from a basketball perspective because I think he's good on defense. But the crying victim here, come on, dude. It's happened too much. This was a once in a blue moon kind of thing. Fine. We're talking about something nefarious that he has done in probably every single season he's played, and we're probably talking about it multiple times in every single season he's played. Anyway, that is BMAC in for Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Songs that you liked that you eventually came to hate. Someone texted in Piano Man. Yeah, that one gets pretty old after a while, but I love Billy Joel. Love me some Billy Joel. Anyway, up next, what is it that you could do this weekend to entertain yourself? We've got your weekend homework for you next. Stick around on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros looking to get their first win against the Cincinnati Reds since 2016 tonight at Daikin Park. Fun little promo that they've got for Friday action at Daikin. And it's Diesel Day. I'm Hunter Brown, and I'm the Diesel. Why am I the Diesel? Because one time at 3:30 a.m., when asked why I was drinking an energy drink before getting on a plane, which is psychotic behavior, Hunter Brown said, listen, I got stuff to do today. Diesel. Hunter Brown and I have a lot in common. I look at energy drinks as diesel fuel. You know, for example, today, as I always do, I've been drinking a little bit of room temperature black coffee. It's good stuff. All I need is the caffeine. It doesn't matter how warm it is. It doesn't matter if there's anything extra in it. I just want to be the most energetic man that I can be. Just like Arian Foster was trying to be the best teammate he can be, I'm trying to be the most energetic man that I can be. From the 409 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, do you use AI? And if so, what's the best thing you've experienced, learned, or created by using AI? I do, but I don't do it that often because I was trying to incorporate AI into a couple of segments that I was doing. I wanted to do something where every single day, especially during the summer, we go back in time and we find headlines from Houston sports history. And unfortunately, I found out that AI lies very often when you ask it about sports history, whether it's ChatGPT, Google. Like, you have to double check AI a lot. They will BS, they will fib when it comes to sports information. There are some things that they're pretty good with, but I'm always a little bit standoffish. I guess the thing that I do use AI the most for is occasionally if I'm screwing around on a graphic that I'm making for something I post to YouTube or something like that. Sometimes I'll use AI to create a little extra item, but generally, I don't use it that much. You know? You know, I'm scared of Terminators. I'm scared of Skynet. The weekend, it's almost here, everybody. What could you do this weekend to have some fun? Time for a little weekend homework assignments. Ha, 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 ha. Ooh, I'm a great singer, huh? So if you want to see me coach a football game for the first time, specifically coach women playing other women in a football game, a flag football game for Alzheimer's and dementia research, the blondes versus brunettes flag game is tomorrow at 11 a.m. I will post a link at some point that can show you how to donate. I'll do it on my Twitter at Gallant says if you want to donate. I know I'm asking for money here, so be a little careful with that. But also on my Facebook as well at Paul Gallant Sports, and probably on my Instagram at Sports Gallant. So if you want to watch me coach, and if you want to pay money to watch girls play flag football, that is what I will be doing tomorrow at 11. But maybe you want to watch some Astros baseball tonight. Astros Reds. 7:10 first pitch. Jose Altuve throwback white and pink jerseys. Let's go. That's the giveaway for tonight's game. All the ladies out there, you want a Jose Altuve jersey? This is the night to go. And you get to watch Hunter Brown on the mound. Also, Lance McCullers is making a Saturday start. You can get a Jose Altuve bubblegum bobblehead. First pitch, 6:10 at Dyken Park. And then on Mother's Day, the Astros play the Reds at 1:10. You can get an Astros throwback tote purse. I've always wanted a throwback tote purse. Ronel Blanco will be on the hill for the Astros on Mother's Day. You also want to watch a little soccer. Hey-o, Saturday, the Dynamo against the Seattle Sounders, who have added an FC to their name. That's at Shell Energy Stadium at 7:30. So you could watch all of those things. I think the SaberCats are on the road. Met their general manager because we're practicing at the SaberCats Stadium. He was pretty cool. Weekend homework continues. What's going on in the NBA playoffs? You might actually be able to catch me in the wild watching this game because I will likely be at McIntyre's tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. But Game 3, Celtics-Knicks, 2:30 on ABC. Also, games tonight in the NBA playoffs. You got the Cavs and Pacers. Cavs are 5.5-point favorites, down 2-0 on the road against the Pacers. Meanwhile, the Thunder, 5.5-point favorites against the Denver Nuggets tonight. That series tied at 1-1, but now the series in Denver. Celtics-Knicks tomorrow at 2:30. Timberwolves, Golden State, Game 3, 7:30 Saturday night. And then on Sunday, you got Game 4, 2:30 for the Thunder and Nuggets. Game 4, Cavs and Pacers at 7. It'd be crazy if both Eastern Conference series end in sweeps. The underdogs doing very well to open things up. There's also NHL playoffs. I ain't watching it. Screw the Stars. Screw the Florida Panthers. And screw the Canadian teams. I am boycotting the NHL. But if you want to watch it, yeah, there's some playoff games going on. They got the Frozen Four. It's Maple Leafs and Panthers, and it's Stars against the Winnipeg Jets. The Jets should go back to their old sweaters, if you will. What else is going on, Paul? What else could you do this weekend? Okay. Well, as far as concerts, this is a little slower weekend because there's no Dave Matthews solo act like there was last weekend, but you got 311. Remember them? 713 Music Hall tonight at 8 p.m. with two bands I've never heard of called Bad Flower and Mission, I think. There's some movies coming out this weekend. How do we feel about these movies? Brand new movies that I'm sure are, probably like not at the top of the list of things that you might want to see in theaters, but there's a movie called Fight or Flight. It stars Josh Hartnett. It's got a 79% on Rotten Tomatoes from the critic score and a 75% audience score. Exiled American agent Lucas Reyes is given one last chance to redeem himself. The assignment is to track down and identify a mysterious international high-value asset known only as the Ghost on a flight from Bangkok to San Francisco. Complicating matters, the plane is filled with assassins from around the world who are assigned to kill them both. The pair must work together in a fight for their lives. I don't recognize any of the other actors in this movie. But action movie?
I think I'm going to see it.
You're going to see it?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
D-Mac.
that looks right up my Jason Statham fandom alley.
Okay. Josh Hartnett he's got blonde highlights and he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt in it. I like Josh Hartnett. I'm sort of like, what the hell happened to him? Because
he's having a bit of a comeback. He had that movie Trapped that was on Netflix.
That was the M. Night Shyamalan Lama movie.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it.
And he was good in Lucky Number 11. He was good in that 30 Days a Night movie, and then he just like kind of vanished. He did a bunch of movies in the mid 2000s, and now all of a sudden he's back. There's also a movie called Shadow Force, starring Kerry Washington and Omar Sy. It has 46 rating. Not looking so good. What else do we have out in movie theaters? Ooh, Clowns in a Cornfield. It's got a 76 on Rotten Tomatoes. Quinn and her father have just moved to the quiet town of Kettle Springs, hoping for a fresh start. Instead, she discovers a fractured community that's fallen on hard times after the treasured Bapin corn syrup factory burned down. As the locals bicker amongst themselves, a sinister, grinning figure emerges from the cornfield to cleanse the town of its burdens, one bloody victim at a time. Friendo the Clown.
Wait, the clown's name is Friendo?
Friendo the Clown.
I also did notice this plot is revolved around corn, and the name of the town is Kettle.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Well done there. Well
like
done
that.
there.
Also, there's a movie called Juliet and Romeo. Sounds woke.
Yeah.
It's Romeo and Juliet.
Sounds like a hard pass.
Yeah. 23 on Rotten Tomatoes. So that just came out. So there you go, guys. Those are other things you can do this weekend to entertain yourself. You should go to the game tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. I think I'm going to be wearing my cowboy hat on the sideline. Just pull a Bum Phillips.
You're going to take off the El Tiempo hat?
I know. I've worn this for 4 of the last 5 days. Yeah, I think I'm going to wear my new cowboy hat. Just look like an absolute fraud. Stolen valor, Paul. How dare you? Oh, I'm on a rodeo committee. Are you? I might be more Texas than all of you. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, this is bad news for the city of Houston. And no, I'm not talking about Turkey Leg Hut being a Pollos Hermanos-esque front for selling the ganja. Nope. There's something happening. We are literally going down. You'll find out what I'm talking about on the other side. Also, you want to hit it on any of the topics we've talked about. Draymond Green playing the victim card. The Rockets potentially trading for Jaylen Brown. you can stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Astros looking for their first win over the Cincinnati Reds since 2016. That is actually wild. We'll see if they're able to get it. This is rather concerning news. I saw this posted by Cron.com, not to be confused with the Houston Chronicle. This is the headline. Houston is sinking faster than any other big city in America, per a new study. The Columbia Climate School published a study in the journal Nature Cities. It examined 28 of the country's most populous cities and found that all are sinking to some degree, even those not on the coast where sinkage is typically expected. This is called subsidence, the sinking of land caused by factors such as groundwater pumping and oil extraction. In Houston, all of these forces are at play. More than 40% of Houston is sinking more than 5 millimeters, which is a fifth of an inch per year. 12% is sinking at 10 millimeters a year. Certain spots of the city are going down, down, down. San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston are 3 of the 8 fastest sinking cities in the United States. I guess as far as cities that are sinking the most, the other ones that are sinking a bit, New York City, Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, along with Denver, I guess Oklahoma City, DC, Cleveland. These are all basically big cities that are doing it. But it is pretty wild, right? That we're sinking and we're the most sinking city that there is. And also, we're not that high above sea level, and we're fairly close to the water and built on a swamp. Does stand to reason that we would sink the most. Then you got the sea levels rising. Oh no. Oh no. Houston is
Polar
sinking.
bears drowning.
Yeah. Not good. Not good. A lot of sinking. I'm sure every city is sinking to some degree, as this article points out, but we're sinking really fast.
The good news is it'll be our grandkids' problem.
Yeah, I love that.
So don't worry about it. We'll be dead by then.
Do I have to have grandkids
No,
now
I'm
to
just
make sure that we
by
can save the world?
Yeah, no, 50 years from now. Yeah.
I want them to make a movie that's like Armageddon, where the world is forced to get some drillers to save the earth from sinking.
We got to get Houston to, Paul, I'm doing this for you. Rise up.
Rise up, rise up. Rise Health, RIIZE.
That's what we need. Houston needs a little strip that we put under its tongue.
Promo code 975. Yeah, I'm a fan of that. If we just feed the city of Houston and put it under their tongue, a couple of rise strips, because they got all sorts of crazy stuff in them.
I mean, just buy a bunch of them, throw them into your sewers.
Yeah, a little sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin in the water supply. Get rid of the fluoride. Put that in the water supply. RiseHealth.com, and Houston will rise up. I'm not a scientist. A lot of people would argue I'm Chris Broussard, but listen, I think this is a good idea. I think this is a really good idea. Okay,
we solved the problem today, Paul.
I think we did. So that's fun. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. There has been some wild news coming out of North Carolina. It all has to do with Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. So yesterday, or early this morning, I'm not sure when the story was posted, but I think it was yesterday, something had been posted where it was sources told Pro Football Talk that Jordan Hudson was no longer allowed at North Carolina's team facilities. But North Carolina actually put out a statement today saying that she is a welcome guest at football facilities. While Jordan Hudson, said North Carolina in a statement, God, this is so embarrassing for them, is not an employee at the University of North Carolina Athletics, she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university. Friday, we also heard from ESPN, former ESPN, I don't know what we call him, but former ESPN talking head and now podcast host Pablo Torre revealed interviews with numerous sources close to Belichick's family that detailed the relationship between he and Hudson. And on this podcast, Torre said the sources close to Belichick were worried Hudson would diminish his legacy. I think one of the latest tidbits about Jordan Hudson from Torre is wild. And it once again has to do with Belichick's girlfriend and the Super Bowl commercial that she supposedly forced herself into. This is on a recent episode of Pablo Torre Finds Out. But apparently she crashed the set of Belichick's commercial. This isn't the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. She left, came back, and she was wearing a yellow polka dot bikini. The premise of the ad, according to my sources, was Jordan Hudson by the pool trying to get Bill Belichick's attention. The crew filmed her, sources say, but the camera might not have been on. Wow. And I think this is a commercial for Underdog Fantasy. So she showed up. She was trying to get on, but she wasn't quite able to get on. This is something fun. This is really funny. All these details that come out. I honestly believe all of them, even with North Carolina putting out the statement. Yeah, she's allowed. She's allowed. I don't think they're going to want to have her allowed to be at all these North Carolina practices for too much longer. No, man. This is a mess. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, Paul, if we get rid of the fluoride in our water, won't we start having people with teeth looking like European teeth? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. You know? For the 936 talking about Rise. Hey, listen, we're just saying adding something to the water supply to stop Houston from sinking. It doesn't have to be Rise. Y'all trying to get those frogs ready to bang, I see. No, we're not trying to make the gay frogs hornier, you know? We're not. From the 832 on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. Paul, do you think keeping Jalen Green and letting him mature a little bit more, since it was his first playoff run, is the correct move? Or do you think going with a trade for somebody like KD or Giannis is a better play? And if so, which of those two is a better choice for what our team needs? Damn, a lot of good questions here. So I am not opposed to rolling it back next year with Jalen Green. A lot of people are crushing him. The Warriors clearly play really good defense. They showed it for a lot of game one against Anthony Edwards. That said, Edwards was able to eventually get going. Green did not. Green is probably the most valuable trade chip you have. I do think best case scenario, he is going to be maybe the best sixth man as a scorer in the league. He's got clear skills that Amin Thompson does not currently have and might never develop in terms of his ability to shoot, but also his ability to dribble. These are things that are going to be slow developments for Amin Thompson, and I do think he will eventually get better, but I don't think you need to get rid of Jalen Green the way that some are. And I think, generally the overreaction is, hey, if your best player is not scoring in the playoffs, you think about potentially moving him elsewhere. But it was his first. It's not me excusing it. It's just I am acknowledging that he's young, and I don't think we should be entirely out on him based off of one series. So that could be what the Rockets do. Is it the correct move? I think the correct move is using him to trade. I really do. If you want to go further than you did this past season, I do think that you would be better served by using Green to get somebody like a Kevin Durant or Giannis. I think of those two players, Giannis is the one I want, but Durant probably fits in better with what the Rockets are doing right now because he's a better three-point shooter. They need someone who is a reliable, consistent three-point shooter who can get his own shot, and they don't have that, and Giannis is not that guy. If we're playing math, Durant makes more sense, and Durant is also theoretically somebody that you could get, and you might not even have to get rid of Jalen Green, honestly. You could potentially get Kevin Durant for just some draft picks because you have a bunch of draft picks right now. The real question is, what's Durant's shelf life? How much longer does he have in the league, given his age, approaching 40?
Yeah, I think he's 36, going to be 37 before the season starts.
A little older than me.
You're probably talking, best case 2 prime years left. So the price is really going to have to be not bargain basement, but I don't think it can include any like the big 3 core guys if you want to make a move for 2 years.
I'm with you.
If they want, Tari and Cam plus their picks back, by all means. Sure. But if they ask for Şengün, Amin, or Jalen, I'm probably out.
Especially if I can make it. If I can make this happen with just Cam Whitmore, I'm signing up immediately. And I get it, Cam Whitmore, he might have all the talent in the world, but it's just not going to happen here. It's very clear that he's not doing what Udoka wants. From the 832, I'd rather have Giannis or even Durant, or even Morant than KD. Jaylen Brown, the other possibility that if the Celtics lose, I think could theoretically be the guy. From the 281 on Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, I'm heartbroken by the Cougs loss. Do you think that they will make it to at least the Elite Eight? I think they'll definitely be back to the Sweet 16. That is their God-given right. I do not know that they will make it. I do not know that they will make it back to the Elite Eight, though. It's tough to get to that point. You know, first couple of weekends, though, they're going to be a 1 seed or a 2 seed or a 3 seed. Are they going to make it out of the first couple of weekends? I feel pretty good about that. From the 713, how many years has it taken for that Donovan Mitchell to turn into the beast he's become? Jalen Green needs time. True, but then look at what's going on in that series between the Cavs and the Pacers. I guess it's not really Donovan Mitchell's fault per se. They've got some other injuries that they're dealing with, but I'm just saying Donovan Mitchell is like the best player on a 60-what win team, and they're down 0-2 to a Pacers team that I don't think many people expected to win. For the 409, Draymond versus 100 Gorillas. How many is he angrily taking out? Wow. I think he could get maybe one. But
Draymond versus 100 Gorillas?
Not 100. If they're all at once, it's over.
No, Draymond dies in it instantly.
Yeah, it would be very quick if it's on 100. If it's 1-on-1, like if it's just
the first gorilla kills him.
You think the first one would
Oh,
get him?
yeah.
I actually have faith in Draymond.
Draymond would get an elbow in, but he'd die.
I have faith in the human spirit. The human spirit.
Good luck with that.
Just one. We just need one. That's it. And I would be rooting for Draymond against a gorilla. F gorillas. F chimpanzees. Oh, you wish you were us. You're not. Sucks to suck. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You're talking trash because they only have 97% of our DNA, not the other 3%.
They can't understand it. Also, I would get my face ripped off by a chimp because that's what they do. They probably rip off my privates too. They do that. And the gorilla would punch me into the sky, like a giant in Skyrim hammering me. From the 409, if we get Curry, we beat the Warriors every time. Simple math. Well, yeah, because they wouldn't have Steph Curry. What are you talking about, sir?
That's okay.
You're drunk, sir. It's 2:46 on a Friday. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We wrap things up next with a little garbage time. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. Last chance to dance on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You know how to get in if you want to get in. So, Houston's sinking. Draymond Green's bitching and moaning that people view him as an angry black man as opposed to as a great basketball player, father, successful, intelligent man. Sorry, Draymond. That is your fault, not ours. You got to stop crashing out in the middle of games and then going on rants about how people view you after the games. It's not helping. Even if you are right, and even if you are not the person that everyone paints you to be, which I actually believe he is. I think those comments that he made about Houston back in the day, like I think he's a troll when he wants to be. Clearly a habitual line stepper on the court, shoving people, elbowing people, whatever. If he was on our team, we would love him. We would. It is kind of funny the way that he is handled by the NBA. I do think they're part of the problem. And also you could say that Steve Kerr may be part of the problem too. Like, it's been 10 years. How has it not changed in any way, shape, or form over all this time? But when I look at Draymond Green, I look at a guy who should know better. And don't bitch at us for the way that we look at you when you've got 5 technical fouls, many of which could have been called flagrants in 9 playoff games thus far. I mean,
and 2 flagrants too.
Yeah. So, I mean, hell, it's like 7 out of 9. Do a little math there. What is that? 7 out of 9. Is that a little shy of 80%?
It's definitely north of 70.
Yeah. So, there you go with Draymond. Hunter Brown's on the hill for the Astros tonight, and Texans rookie minicamp began. Basically orientation. All right. 2:52. You got any last questions you want to squeeze in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? Hit them. It's time for some garbage time. (832) on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, it's Keith from Baytown. I doubt the Suns would do it, but would it be worth it to trade Jalen Green and some draft picks to get Devin Booker? I think the question you have to ask is how much better is Devin Booker than Jalen Green? And has Devin Booker reached his ceiling? How far is Jalen Green from his ceiling? Answer those questions for you. And ultimately, I think you're going to come to the answer that no, it's not worth it to make those things happen for Devin Booker. I don't think Devin Booker gets them over the finish line. I just don't. I'd like to say he would, and he's definitely a more consistent scorer. He's more developed. How much more developed is he? That's what you got to ask. Another text. Order of how I'd rate them as potential Rockets acquisitions: Giannis, Devin Booker, Jaylen Brown, Ja, then Durant. Yeah, I'd probably put Jaylen Brown ahead of Booker. I'm a little biased on that front. Ja's off the board. I don't want Ja. I just don't want to deal with all that crap. Anyway, let's get a little garbage time going. In garbage time, we were talking about artificial intelligence and robots earlier in the show. A humanoid robot, and I'm thankful that this was not, at least to my knowledge, at where my friend works, Boston Dynamic. I'm hoping that he has put me on a do not kill list for the robots for when the inevitable rise of the machines happens. But this is from the New York Post. There's a robot dangling from a construction crane in China. And if you watch this video, the robot starts swinging violently at humans nearby it. Like, violently. It is actually a very scary video because it's a humanoid looking robot, and this thing is judo chopping very, very fast. And it's hanging from this little mini crane. It is swinging so violently, it is moving the stand that is holding it in place along. Artificial intelligence is going to kill us all. I'm telling you right now, we're all going to die from artificial intelligence at some point down the road, whether it's actual physical robots that look like the Terminators in the Terminator movies, or it's just AI pulling some bleep and taking us all out. It's going to happen. It's a terrible idea. It's crazy to me that these tech people are investing all of this money that they are into AI without any thought about what the consequences could be down the road. It's just wild to me. It disgusts me, in fact. And this is a serious. This is not me joking around. This is not me screwing around. I'm truly concerned about this. Like it's enough that we're killing people's jobs by creating more and more artificial intelligence. Now we're going to, on top of that, potentially kill ourselves.
They took our jobs.
It took you. And also, I mean, just to be biased, I am paranoid of them taking my job because my job is not that hard to do.
Yeah, it feels like we definitely work in one of the most AI takeoverable, if that's a phrase.
Oh my God.
Jobs that there is.
Yeah, 100%.
You could program some takes, make it sound like us, and boom.
Not going to take much, guys. Not going to take much. We're just fleshy bags of meat.
But can AI talk about putting Rise into the water system
No.
to stop the city from sinking?
Guess what? AI will never have sex. How about that? Virgin losers.
Incel.
Yeah, these incel AI bots. He is B-Mac behind the glass. Big thanks to him stepping in for Sean Mapes. He's got a long day ahead. Killer Bees are up next. Big thanks to everyone who listens today, our texters, callers, Twitchers, and YouTubers. We appreciate you so much. If you haven't already, subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify. Up next, it is the Killer Bees. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Who's working with Brian today? Who is
Um,
that guy? I can't see. I'm not there.
That's just a little guy named Ryan. It's Ryan.
Ryan.
He
He
there's
popped
a
in my
glare
ear
on the window
whispering,
right now, but yeah, it's Ryan.
what-
Can you hear me?
I
You know
can
what's
hear
weird?
yeah. Barely.
I can barely hear Jeremy at all. And listening to John and Lance this morning, it was the same thing. The music and everything's really loud, and I can barely hear Jeremy.
Yeah, our mix is messed up. Yeah. Who was? I didn't hear him. Ryan. It's Ryan.
Ryan,
I
yeah,
can't
can you hear
see
me?
him.
Ryan,
I can
Ryan's
hear
in
you
there.
now.
Okay.
He was whispering sweet nothing. You know, we peel back the curtain a little bit. The producers will hop in our ear because us talent, we can't count. We don't know when we're on the air and our mic is on. Like hot. That way they let you know the mic is hot. So we don't say anything, crude and hateful or anything that would get us canceled. And he whispered in my ear. I'm like, that's not Brian. That's not what I was expecting. Who is this sweet voice? I'm not used to having a sweet voice in my ear. I'm used to having Brian in my ear.
Brian's been overworked today, so he's taking a little time off.
I saw that. I heard that he was working Paul's show.
He was.
What? So Mapes does not take off for his birthday. He takes off for the debut day of NCAA. Where is Mapes doing today?
He was doing the morning show. He was working early.
Oh, he worked earlier today.
Yeah.
So they shifted around the schedule.
Mhm.
So he filled in. So who was off today then?
Lance.
Oh, okay. So
And Dell moved in
worked
front.
with John, and Mapes did the morning show. Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, Mapes is a gamer. Mapes is a grinder. I didn't think he would be off today, unless NCAA 2 was out. Then
That's right. Then all bets are off.
See you next week.
That's right.
But he's blank on Brian and Ryan behind the glass Friday edition of the Killer Bees, a getaway edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We'll get to a lot of stuff today. We'll play that stupid game. Who said it? Brian's like, we got to get to this. I don't know why. Todd Callis will be joining us later. For some reason, Joe George is forcing his way onto our show today.
Yeah.
I think he even went into our rundown and put his time slot in there.
Well, I had notated it, but I did it in small letters because I wasn't sure it was like solidified with everybody, and I didn't know the time at first. And I thought one of you guys did it, where all of a sudden it just got moved up, bolded, and he was top of the list. I'm like, who did that?
Yeah. And then there's like a bio for him and like an intro. I didn't do it. You didn't do it.
Nope.
Brian was busy.
Yeah,
I
Brian
think
was-
Joe went into the rundown and gave himself top billing. He put himself at the top of the marquee. He is the main event. And he's also going to be joining us for the Barrett Sports Media Conference, which I'm sure will go over so well with our listeners. I'm sure that's going to be a major hit.
Just as long as
Joe is
just as long as he learns and Brian doesn't have anything to say, and or Ryan during that segment, because we know producers are not supposed to speak.
now Dell has a show.
Right.
Dell, you can't talk. Now, Dell, here's Tindon. But Joe's going to be on with us to learn about all the brilliance he has learned from Barrett Sports Media. I'm sure he's going to probably try to put some rules in place with the station, too, so I can't wait for that. A lot of Astro talk. A lot of today was rookie minicamp, Lankers. How much do you care about rookie minicamp?
Not a lot.
Yeah, that's about what I felt like too. Like I think it's cool, right? Like you get to see them up close and in person. You get to hear them talk. They're wearing their jerseys and their jersey numbers, which Tank Dell wore a jersey during all of training camp whenever he was a rookie, and then he switched it whenever the number he want got cut. So these might not be their permanent jerseys. If you're looking to buy a jersey from one of these rookies, maybe wait until week 1 because there is a precedent that at times guys will wait and then they'll change their number right when the roster goes down to 53 because the guy who was wearing their number is no longer in the organization. So putting that out there. But yeah, I don't think you can actually take anything of consequence. I think it's cool to hear them. I think it's cool to see them. I think that I like that aspect of it, but you're not gaining any substantial knowledge at all.
We know that they can establish the triple threat position and look to get their jump shot off with mild defense. But other than that, there's not a lot. I mean,
You saw that?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
was
that
that
was
you?
funny.
Did you tweet that? I mean,
Yeah.
I saw it on Twitter. I'm like, so we're watching our new NFL players work on basketball moves with one another on the sideline. Cool. That's what I signed up for.
That was probably the only thing that could have been recorded, though. They make them put
Yeah.
their phones down as soon as they're doing anything that qualifies as above stretching. So maybe that was the only way to get him any actual footage, which I like that debate, by the way. I'm a big fan of that debate. Basketball players playing football, football players playing basketball. And I think it's silly to think anything else that hoopers have more success in football than football players have success in hoops. I don't even know how it can be argued the other side.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I mostly agree with you. This is the Austin Rivers got so much run off of this when he started this whole thing. But look, I think that there's a few exceptions. There always is. There's exceptions to every rule. I think that, when you look at it from a football perspective, there are guys that played basketball at an extremely high level, Tony Gonzalez and Julius Peppers and guys like that. But from a basketball perspective, it's all hypothetical because you see some of the guys that were like power forwards in college that have turned in, and there's been, again, a few exceptions, a few tight ends in the NFL that were power forwards in college basketball, but not nearly to the level, I'd say, of accomplishment.
Right?
Yeah.
And those are crossover guys. Like, to be crossover guys, you have to put in one bucket. Like, they could go either way. So, like, your crossover guys, you have Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, Kellen Winslow. You can throw Charlie Ward into the crossover bucket. Julius Peppers into the crossover bucket. And of those crossover players, all of them, with the exception of Charlie Ward, had more success playing football.
Mm-hmm.
And they had, like, they're Hall of Famers in that list.
Yeah.
Charlie Ward was an okay bench guy in the NBA. Like, to me, it's not even an argument. And I always go back with so those are your crossover players that could have played professionally both ways. Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think Antonio Gates, Julius Peppers, Tony Gonzalez could have played in the NBA. I don't think they could have come close of playing in the NBA. Then they go to the NFL and they're Hall of Famers. And then also I like to look at it from, if you eliminate one sport off the face of the earth today, like if you eliminated basketball off the face of the earth today, how many NFL teams are calling how many basketball players to at least get an honest look to be on their team? And then if you do it vice versa, football, concussions. Football is wiped off the face of the earth. How many NBA teams are calling how many NBA players? I'm not sure one NBA player gets called, or one NFL player gets called to play basketball.
The one that everybody always
now,
throws
I believe that there would be a lot of NBA players that get called to play football.
Yeah, I was going to say the one name that always gets thrown out there to play and the guy that thinks he can play football is LeBron.
I mean, LeBron would get a call, or in his early days, maybe not.
Yeah, I was going to say, and in high school he played football. But you think about it, like Iverson played quarterback in high school. Do we think that Allen Iverson would survive one big hit in the NFL? Because I don't. Like, no. Yeah, it's just such a totally different ball game that I do believe that you might get, a couple of like really athletic bigs.
I don't know if you could count a high school as crossover player though.
No,
like,
and
to
I'm
me,
not.
you have to at least play like high D1 or D1 in general to be a crossover player. Like, I don't think you can go back to high school days. Like, everybody played multiple sports in high school that was a decent athlete.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, Iverson supposedly was an all-state, not supposedly, I guess he was an all-state quarterback in football. But do I think that Allen Iverson, if the NBA shut down when he was in his heyday, would be an NFL player? I don't. I think LeBron, yes, he has all the tools. But I think LeBron even would have an awakening as to, you think that you can play physical basketball and you take contact. You have no idea what contact is until you play professional football, when guys are fighting for their paychecks and to put food on the table for their families, and they are aggressive. You're going to find it's a totally different ball game. And I think it is. It's very tough for me to believe that NBA players think, I could play in the NFL. You don't have any clue how physical that game is.
Obviously it's far more physical, but there's a lot of diva receivers that act like NBA guys. Like, they could catch the ball and then get down immediately so they don't take hits. So, like, I mean, not that LeBron would play receiver, but LeBron in his heyday would have gotten a call. Like, Emmitt Thompson would get a call. There's a lot of these athletic, 4s and 5s that would have gotten a call. I don't think CJ Stroud's getting a call.
No,
I don't think Nico Collins is getting a call to the Houston Rockets. I don't think there's a single Houston Texan that the Houston Rockets would call. I think there are several Houston Rockets that the Houston Texans would call. I think Emmitt Thompson would be one. Maybe I'm overselling multiple Houston Rockets. I think Emmitt would, and that might be it actually. But that's one.
It's intriguing. That's one. Big Steve in his heyday. Would someone?
Yeah, I don't know is he athletic enough to play tight end.
I think he's athletic. I do. I think that he in the NBA he doesn't look it because you have so many like slimmer guys that are running around all over the place. But from all that I've heard, I think he's a pretty athletic guy.
Is he big enough to play on the line? Like, if he bulked up, he's 6'11", 265. Like, if he bulked up, could he play tackle?
I mean, he'd have to put on like close to 80 pounds.
I mean, I don't think it's that much. Like if he's 265, like what's the lightest you could play tackle? Maybe 330?
Maybe 330.
Yeah, I guess that's
325,
pretty close
330.
to.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
maybe.
70.
Yeah,
I'm arguing
that's
the
a
margins
lot.
here. I mean, I think he could do it though. Like if he just went nuts and tried to gain as much weight as possible, I think he could do that. But he doesn't try to do that because he has to try to keep his figure. Because he plays in the NBA and it's more up and down. Like he's on that caveman diet. Like he doesn't eat any carbs.
That's
You
right.
put a few carbs in Steven Adams, that dude's going to jack up to 330 pretty quick, I think.
I mean, I think that, again, when you're playing up and down the floor like he is, I don't think that he'd have a problem being agile, and he's got the toughness factor. It's just a matter of, like you said, if he can put the weight on and he can bulk up to be stronger than he already is, he definitely has the frame for it. I think that, and again, I think that because he's shown the athleticism, he can jump. I mean, he shows that, he can turn laterally. I think he could, someone would call him.
Yeah, this is why I don't think it's an argument. Like there's so many, like Caleb, you know who Caleb Lohner is?
Who?
It's a very, very, exactly. It's a very niche name. Caleb Lohner was a BYU basketball player. He transferred to Baylor, and then in his final year, he transferred to Utah. And in his final year, he picked up football for like the first time since Little League. And he literally got signed as an undrafted free agent in the NFL. Like he couldn't cut it even as like a D1 basketball player, as a D12, as a Big 12 basketball player. He goes to Utah. He caught like 4 touchdowns this year, got signed as an undrafted free agent, had played football since Little League. That doesn't happen in the NBA. That happens all the times in the NFL because if you fit a certain size profile and then you have the athletic profile, you could be a tight end in the NFL. There's not that same profile athletic traits that work in the NBA. It's always such a silly argument.
Like Tyler and Conroe is saying Iverson's from Newport News, Virginia. He's plenty tough. He paved the way for Michael Vick. Okay, there's one thing to say he's plenty tough. He's also plenty small, and he's not really fit, built physically for the game of football on the NFL level. And I think it's a different kind of toughness to play in the NFL. And I think that he would not succeed in the NFL and he would struggle with that contact.
I mean, he would if he went straight from NBA to NFL. I don't think he was good enough to play in the NFL. Like he was really good at Newsport, News, Virginia, which is where Vic was from. And like, there are some bad hombres there in that part of the country.
Watch the bowling alley. Yep.
He chose basketball and obviously was very good at basketball. I wouldn't consider him a crossover athlete though. Like to be a crossover athlete, in my opinion, you have to play Division I sports in both sports. So I wouldn't qualify Iverson as a crossover. I would qualify Peppers, Gates, Gonzalez, Charlie Ward. I would qualify those guys as
I want to say Michigan.
Even DeAndre Hopkins played D1 basketball. He played a few games at Clemson.
He did.
And what sport did he have the most success? He's not going to go to the NBA. We never would. Gerard Johnson, who's the quarterbacks coach for A&M, he played in a few games his freshman year in basketball at A&M. He didn't really make it in the NFL because of injuries, but he got his sniff professionally in the NFL. Would have never done it in the NBA. It's not even an argument. It's silly to me that people argue the opposite.
Yeah,
it insults me.
I want to say that Michigan State had a few guys in the last couple of years that did both, played football and played basketball. But I tend to agree with you. I just think that, it's easy to say it and verbalize it. It's another thing to do it, execute it, and be good enough to have a team go with you on it. And I think that it's disrespectful from both sports perspective, really, though, to just say it'd be so flippantly, yeah, I could do that. Like, I don't know that you
Dylan
could.
Brooks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody I don't know how many people are saying it. I'm sure some do. Brooks would be a nasty tight end. NBA players are the best athletes in the world. Tend to agree. Dallas spent a draft pick on Rico Gathers, who was a basketball player from Baylor, and he was a complete joke. Never even did a dang thing for them. He was supposed to be the exception to the crossover rule. He turned out to be a wasted draft pick. Yeah, but where did he go professionally? He went professionally in football and not basketball. Do you think Shaq would have been a good tackle or guard? If Shaq would have committed to playing football like his freshman year in college, I have a tough time believing he would have been a failure in football.
I think you make Shaq a defensive tackle I just think
that'd be nasty.
Oh my goodness, he could do some damage.
And we're not having this conversation with the other way around. Like, how many players in the NFL are like, man, that guy had to have a chance to be really good in the NBA? Zero. None of them. You're not looking at any NFL player and saying, man, if that guy played in the NBA, he could do some damage. None of them. In NBA, you look at Anthony Edwards. People were texting in like certain players that they would like to see get a crack at football. Russell Westbrook in his A-Day. We mentioned LeBron, Shaq in his A-Day. I mean, Akeem was unbelievably athletic for his size. Could you imagine him playing football in his heyday? Like, certainly you'd have to get over the physicalness of the sport, but I think something that you learn as you play it. There are so many basketball players that we would be like, man, that would be exciting to see what that alternate reality would look like. We don't do that at all for football players crossing over into basketball.
What was the guy that played at a small school D1 basketball, and he's with the Colts the last couple of years as a tight end? He was it was a hyphenated name.
Yeah, it's Mo Alley Cox.
Alley Cox, yeah. But you're right. Going the other way, like you talk about, everybody says T.O. and everybody says Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons and the guys that have played in the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game. I don't care how athletic Terrell Owens is. I don't see Terrell Owens, playing in the NBA.
Like he would be like a good Canadian basketball league player.
Maybe
he'd be okay in the G League. He would not crack it in the NBA. And he wasn't a great college basketball player. And he's not that big. Like, I mean, he's big, like wide, but he's not that tall. Like, where's he playing? Is he a point guard? He's 6'3".
In college at what, Tennessee Chattanooga or something like that?
I think he did, yeah.
Did he? Okay,
yeah,
I
I'm pretty
wasn't
sure that he did.
Okay.
I don't know how good he was there or how much he played there, but I'm pretty sure he did play at Chattanooga. Yeah, he's a fine basketball player for an NFL guy, but he ain't playing in the association. There's a ton of NBA guys who would get a chance to play in the league. And again, it's silly to argue the opposite. Myles Garrett is a dang good basketball player. I don't know enough about Myles Garrett as a basketball player. Like, he didn't play at A&M.
What? We have breaking news from the Astros. Hayden Wesneski is going to the injured list with right elbow discomfort.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if that was worth breaking up our conversation.
Okay.
It's mostly because of the discomfort line.
Let's discuss that when we come back. What this means for the Astros. Logan Van Wy is taking his spot. Also, when we come back, because I don't know if that's going to carry 15 minutes, it's time to move Jose Altuve back to second base? Question mark? 713-780-3776. Busy show. Joe George, top of the marquee today. Todd Callis, he's going to have to play second fiddle to Joe George, but he will join us later. Who said it? And also maybe the reach of the century in Houston sports radio I saw yesterday. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Tech by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. You can also watch us at ESPN Houston on YouTube. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Well, Hayden Wisniewski landing on the injured list. Right elbow discomfort. That usually doesn't play well. Usually doesn't end well for pitchers. We should have probably had an idea of this. He had that long layoff. He went from the 25th of April to May 6th before pitching in a game.
That's right. Yeah.
Again, like they held him out forever. Probably should have seen this coming.
Yeah,
Probably
I mean,
should have
to be
seen this
fair, if
coming.
you go with the way Astros logic works with their releases, this means he might end up just with a crick in his neck and be okay.
Yeah, I don't think that usually how it plays out for the Astros. Like,
Normally,
I
if
see what
it's
you're
a
saying.
crick
Like,
in
they
his
say
neck,
one
it
thing
turns
is-
into Tommy
yeah.
John surgery. So,
Right, but usually it's not good news when the Astros drop the discomfort thing. Usually
true.
it's the side of longer injuries.
mhm.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it stinks like that. There's your take on the Hayden Wisniewski elbow deal. Probably should have saw it coming. Set out from from April 25th to May 6th. He had like a 13-day layoff between pitching in between games because they were like looking at his velo. They didn't love his velo. I thought he actually looked okay against Milwaukee. Like the velo was actually up. He had that long first inning, and I guess he didn't bounce back well. So time will tell with Hayden Wisniewski.
Well, and then Arrighetti was at the Astros wives fashion show with his thumb still heavily taped up. So I don't think he'll be walking through the door anytime soon. I guess it's gusto and no 6-man rotation, and then hope to hell that Lance McCullers keeps getting stretched out and stays healthy.
Yeah, I mean, you're not surprised with the Arrighetti thing, though, right?
No. I mean, he's on the. I guess we
It's
don't get
about
any
a month
updates,
now?
but he's still on. I guess he's on pace to come back when they said 6 to 8 weeks.
No idea. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know if like how much we could gather from having his thumb taped. I have no clue. Yeah, I mean, hopefully Wisniewski hopes major surgery or major news. Hopefully it's not a tear of the UCL. Hopefully it's just, okay, we didn't love the way he bounced back after not pitching in 13 days. Let's just place him on the IL. That way he's not taking up a roster spot. And then, see where he's at in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, time will tell. But usually it does not bode well with the Astros, and usually it does not bode well whenever it's an elbow on a pitcher. It's always something bad. Now, if you were going to pick a starter that's currently in the Houston Astro rotation, which one would you want to land on the IL? And I don't mean to be like crass about it, but a lot of people would probably say Hayden Wisniewski. He'd be in the conversation. Like, at least, as I try to be an optimist on Friday. I always try to be an optimist. At least it's not Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez.
Right.
Knock on wood.
Right. I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
could it be? I mean, Gusto would be the only other guy, right?
To take a spot in the now you rather have Hurt?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. I think Wisniewski's a better pitcher today, but Gusto I think has a higher upside and more of a future. So I don't know. That's a good one. I don't want to put that on Twitter because people are going to come.
No. Yeah.
Which guy would you rather see get
Ooh,
Tommy John?
Yeah,
surgery?
no. And then you're going to catch all kinds of all of that.
I mean, Rennell might be in the conversation. Like, would you rather Rennell Blanco miss 2 weeks or Hayden Wisniewski miss 2 weeks? I mean, we're looking best case scenario here. I guess maybe we should put the range on it. Would you rather Hayden Wisniewski or Rennell Blanco miss 2 weeks to 2 years? Because that's the range when it comes to the Astros and arm injuries.
I think I still believe more in Blanco right now.
Yeah, I'd probably lean Blanco slightly. And I do think Wisniewski's a better pitcher than Gusto is right now. Now, like I do think that the Astros have some options here. Like they just got back Lance McCullers, which he's going to fill out the rotation. Gusto's probably going to move back into the starting rotation. Blue Ball had a start, didn't look good, but they still think highly of him. Colton Gordon's a guy who's on the 40-man roster who's actually been pitching pretty well. And then their top pitching prospect, I think, Miguel Ulua, however you say his name, he's been dominant his last 2 starts, but he's not on the 40-man roster. I think he's probably a year away. So the good news is you still have some organizational depth. I don't think that it's too big a drop-off with whoever's going to fill his spot in the rotation. You just don't want this to be long term because we know that pitchers' injuries stack up, and you don't want to all of a sudden look up, in mid-June and you have 3 pitchers on the IL. So hopefully it's short term. If it is short term, I think the Astros are just fine. But if it's long term, it's like, we're losing more of our organizational depth as these weeks go on in the 2025 season.
Well, and like you said, I think that, to be fair, in terms of the expectations that any fan would have, but particularly this fan base, normally when you hear something like that, it means that there's either more to it and or it's not going to be short term. So you hope for the best, but I think you almost have been conditioned to expect the worst.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's if you were going to lose a guy, he's on the short list of guys that you would want to lose. You can handle the injury to Hayden Wesneski. What you worry about long term is you figure, and just the way baseball is and the attrition of the sport, that you're going to continue to lose arms as the season goes along. So that's kind of where I'm at with Wesneski, but hopefully it's short term. Astros lineup is out today, by the way, and Cam Smith's not in the lineup. It's kind of interesting because Cam Smith didn't play the final game of the series where were they at last? Detroit? No, they weren't in Detroit.
No, Milwaukee.
Where did they just finish
Milwaukee.
the series? Milwaukee, that's right. I knew it was somewhere there in the lousy Midwest. But they were playing the final series in Milwaukee. They had the off day yesterday. Cam Smith didn't play in the finale. Obviously didn't play yesterday. There was an off day. And he's not playing today. And they're DHing Brendan Rodgers and playing Mauricio Dubon at second base. So, not Cam Smith being on the bench is coming at the expense and the trade-off of having both Brendan Rodgers and Mauricio Dubon in the lineup. So again, I ask you, why is Cam Smith on this team?
Well, what are we doing today? That's the worst thing. Just what you just said to me, it disgusts me. Like, how is he not in the lineup and those two guys are? Do we think that Brendan Rodgers is now a guy that has to be in the lineup every day? As the DH, we can't do better than that.
Like, obviously they want a good second baseman defensively behind Hunter Brown because Hunter Brown's a ground ball pitcher, but pick one of them and use the DH job for Cam Smith that you're trying to groom and develop. Like, look, he needs to play. He needs to play. He shouldn't be sitting 3 days in a row of the course of a baseball season.
I completely agree.
And I understand the guy.
And I understand, like, if DeCenzo's hot, then that's fine. But at the same time, even with the lineup that you just read me today, I literally, for the first time, maybe legitimately taught, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing if Cam Smith isn't in the lineup today and those two guys are? Like you said, both of them. Like, one of them, okay, I get it. But both of them?
Yeah. One of them probably has to play with Hunter Brown's pitching, but both of them's pretty bizarre. And especially this part of the season where Cam Smith, because of the way the schedule is structured, is going to miss now 3 games in a row. 3 days in a row, I should say. Not 3 games, 3 days. 3 days in a row without playing baseball for Cam Smith, the young player that you want to see get as many at-bats as possible.
Yeah, I don't understand that. And he could accidentally run into one and hit a ball farther and has a better chance of hitting extra base hits than those guys. I understand Rodgers had a home run, but like I said, of both of them, I believe that he would have a better chance to have some power too. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, interesting look from a spotter today. Yep, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Altuve discussion. Is it time to move Jose Altuve back to second base? Mostly. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about OwnWell. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and cost. OwnWell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but save you some money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. You guys are way too smart. The hive, the audience we have, you are far too intelligent and sophisticated to be paying too much on property taxes. But you also don't want to fight that battle on your own. It's daunting, it's challenging, it's stressful, it's time-consuming. Well, don't do that. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and get their experts fighting for you. Hire somebody to do it without even paying them money unless you save. That's right. They're going to work and do all this work for you with their cutting-edge technology that can potentially save you lots of money, and they're going to do it with no upfront cost. You're only going to pay if you save. And you can put that property tax savings back in your pocket, however you want to spend it, reinvest it. I don't care. Do you? Owal handles it all from start to finish. They deliver top results, as we mentioned. No upfront costs, only pay if you save. You can't beat that because there's no risk and there's only all reward. Owal handles it all. They level the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and I. 86% of Owal's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. The deadline to protest May 15th, so do not run out of time. Save your money on property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start that protest today at ownwell.com. OWNWELL, ownwell.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chad, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Chad, where are you?
Chad? You there, Chad? Hello, Chad.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, just touching base. I was just commenting on the Cam Smith situation. I think there's probably more going on. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the expert, but there's got to be more going on because that guy's playing great. He's a young kid. He needs to be developed, but there's got to be something more going on behind the scenes that we don't know about because why wouldn't you be playing him?
Well, he's not playing great.
I was going to say, yeah.
I mean, why do you think he's playing great?
I mean, he's been getting he got hits like for what, 3 or 4 games in a row there for a little while.
Yeah, he's got 2 hits. He's got two games where he's had a hit. He does have a hit in 4 of his last 5. So I guess it's like trending in the right direction, but none of them have been multi-hit games. I mean, he's hitting 212. Like, he's not getting a ton of hits. Like, as an offensive player, he's been below average this year, and he should be. Like, he's a rookie. He's playing big league baseball at the highest level with 5 games above high A, with 20 plate appearances above high A. So, like, this is probably what we should expect it from Cam Smith. I'm not saying that Cam Smith's been a disappointment. I'm not saying he's behind the curve or anything like that. But there was a lot of curiosity a lot of curiosity at the start of the season if he should be on the big league roster after having 5 games above high A and 20 plate appearances above high A. Dana Brown said he's so good that we have to do it, and that has not been the case. He has not been so good where it has justified the decision from Dana Brown.
And I think since then, when you saw the development of DeCenzo and the fact that he's been hitting the baseball, now you have an alternative that's also a younger player that may be more ready for it right now, and they need offense. So there you go.
Right. Well, that's the thing. He needs to be developed. Like, he needs to keep moving forward. And, that's how you develop those players. You got to let them get those at-bats.
I hear you, but
you can question on where those at bats are. You could, whether they're at, in Major League Baseball or Double A or Triple A. That's a part that I do agree with you, Chad, is that he should be getting regular at bats. He shouldn't be going at 3 days in a row without at bats all year, no matter where he's at. Whether it's Houston, whether it's Sugarland, whether it's Corpus, whether it's the Moon, which is where we hope Cam Smith goes.
Well, and I also think that, Chad, the biggest thing is that you're not a baseball team that's like a bottom of the pack or just a small market team that's just trying to improve. You're a team that's still trying to make the playoffs with legitimately hopes to go further than that. You need someone that can contribute to this team. You can't just let a kid take his lumps when he's not hitting the baseball.
Right. No, that's true. But you can only do so much if you're not developing the player, and that's what a lot of teams do a good job of developing those players when they're young, and you have to take that risk, and it's kind of like a gamble. Well, okay, is that player going to develop and be a good player or not, or are you going to go spend the money on a high dollar player that may shit the bed anyway, or crap the bed anyway?
And Chad, thanks for calling in. Have a good weekend. Whoops.
It's the radio I like. I like that kind of radio. You never know what you're going to get when it's the Killer Bees. Now, those aren't your only two options. Like, you don't have to either A, have Cam Smith in the bigs, B, spend big money to go find somebody else to take his spot. You could literally play Ben Gamble there or Zach DeCenzo there. Yeah. Like, it's a little different now because Jordan's hurt, but you had Jordan DHing Jose Altuve in left field, and Zach DeCenzo has been very underutilized because he's been sitting behind Cam Smith. So, like, those aren't the only two options. There's other ways there to do that as well. Multiple ways to cook the egg. 713-780-ESPN. Should the Astros be moving Jose Altuve back to second base most days? Nacho on Twitter, yes, we should consider moving Altuve back to second. I was open to trying this because he's not a very good defensive second baseman these days, but the offensive output trade-off has not been there. I'm still okay with him playing left field when Fromber and Brown pitch at home. This is where I'm at with this too. I like the idea of Altuve in left field for defensive purposes. The problem is that this team isn't really built for Jose Altuve to play left field, and part of that is Dana Brown's fault. Because it's a little different when Jordan's not playing right now. But the best way to get your best bats into the lineup is with Jose Altuve playing second base. What you're getting right now between Brendan Rodgers and Mauricio Dubon, which both of them are in the lineup today, and I know that Rodgers homered over the road trip and hey, he's taking some good at bats, and the Astros have a decision to make on him soon. They're getting nothing offensively at second base, where it makes sense to have Jose Altuve, who's also hadn't been great offensively, at second base. That way you can get your best offensive lineup out there. And if you're like, well, you have to have a good defensive second base when Hunter Brown's pitching, when Framber Valdez is pitching. Okay, well, those are the 2 days where Jose Altuve can play left field or DH. Every other day, because of the way that this lineup and this roster is built, Jose Altuve back to the dirt.
See, prior to this conversation that we've been having over the last day or so about Cam Smith, my thought was kind of going back to what we had heard was they were trying to find a way to have both DeCenzo and Smith in the lineup because DeCenzo is hitting and because they did want to develop Cam and they wanted to give him every opportunity to succeed. And I thought, well, that would be the natural progression then to move Altuve back to second base. But now, even if Cam Smith is out, I know that I have guys that I believe in more. And maybe like when we used to talk about Yiner and when he was catching that he would press more because there was so much pressure on the fact that he was struggling defensively. Maybe this has just all been too much on Altuve and he'll relax more at the plate if he's playing second base. I don't know, but I think that I agree with you. Aside from the ground ball pitchers and the 2 starts that they have, I think Altuve should go right back to second base, and I think you could be more productive offensively with whoever you put in the corner outfield positions.
Yeah. Now the Jordan injury like throws a wrinkle in this.
Mhm.
It kind of does make it tough, but whenever you're at full health, Rack compete. It's time to put Altuve back at second and put Jordan in left as soon as he fishes up his PTO. You're not gaining or losing anything with the switch. My fear with playing Jordan in left, though, Rack compete, is that he's going to get hurt.
Yes.
So I'd rather just see him be your permanent DH. And if you're hell bent on keeping Cam Smith on this roster, then DeCinzo and Cam are your corner outfielders.
Yeah, I just have that bad visual of him looking like he was running on ice last year in the gap, and thank God he didn't do anything more than what he did, but it sent a scare through everybody, as it should have, to say, okay, that's exactly why he's too valuable offensively to have in the outfield.
Agreed. Espada will be fired after the season. He's not a good manager, says a texter. The reason why Cam Smith is not in the lineup is because he is really not that good, bottom line. Then he needs to be sent down. He shouldn't be sitting the bench on the major league team. If you're not going to play him, then he needs to be in the minors.
It's
Since
extremely
Strami
hard.
left, nothing but pitching injuries.
Sorry, I was going to say it's extremely hard on a couple of fronts. I think that it's unfair to say Espada should be fired when offensively he's got so many guys underproducing. If there were moves that Joe wasn't making, then I'd understand it. But if they do, he will be the fall guy from that front. But I know everybody's kind of already ready, trying to press the panic button, but it's still early.
Yeah. I mean, this is when we said we're going to have the conversations, though.
No, what was the second part of the text on that one after Espada? You said the Espada one, and what was the one we were just talking about after that?
Since Strami left, nothing but pitching injuries.
No, there was something else, but it's all right. I lost my train of thought after the Espada thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's an Astro thing with the pitching injuries. I just think it's baseball. Everybody's chasing velo, everybody's chasing spin, and elbows are exploding across the league. It's not an Astros thing. It's an everybody thing.
Well, and
it's
plus
MLB 19. It's a pandemic.
We mentioned with the pitch clock added to everything you said, and the fact that 33% of major league pitchers last year, 33% of the pitchers that were on major league rosters had arm problems. What's that? That's a lot.
I didn't realize it was that high.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Oh, the one I was going to comment on
713
was when they chimed in and said Cam Smith's really not that good. You can't make that determination for the rest of his career. Like maybe right now he's struggling, but I'm not willing to sit there and say that you can just flippantly say he's probably not that good. I disagree.
No, I would say after I do too. I would say after 96 plate appearances, I'm not sure that he's ready.
Totally fair.
After 96 plate appearances, he's a Major League Baseball. He's subpar, but that's where he's supposed to be. He's a rookie. He's seen 20 plate appearances above high A. He was drafted last year. This time last year, he was in Tallahassee playing for Florida State, getting ready for the ACC tournament, which again is why I pin it more on Dana. I still think Cam's future is very bright, though. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line for John. John, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, fellas, what's happening? Been a little while since I talked to y'all.
What's up, John?
Just chilling.
Hey, man, look, honestly, all due respect, I think that's just Joe Espada making them same stupid decisions that he made last season. Cam Smith, number one, you traded a lot to get him, and he was, from what I understand, he was the Cubs' number one pick, and he's been doing okay. DeCinzo been doing okay, but last season he did absolutely squat. And when he does strike out, he strikes out bad. I'm okay with him getting his few hits now, but I mean, I hope Joe Espada don't think just because all of a sudden DeCinzo is getting a few hits, let's crown him some kind of Babe Ruth or something. It don't work like that. 3 days off, and you guys started when you said Cam Smith had 3 days off. I really don't like that. He needs to get more playing time, play with DeCinzo, whatever, but he needs to get more playing time so we can see what he does have. And real quick, man, on this thing, these people been talking about what the Rockets should do. I don't like the idea of going and get a 35-year-old Kevin Durant and all that money. And I don't like the idea of getting Giannis because I don't want to give up Saddam. Check this out. Let me ask you this. I hadn't figured it all out yet because I hadn't Googled it. But from what I understand, the Rockets have like maybe 2 or 3 top picks from Phoenix. Go in the draft, trade 1 or 2 of those picks, trade Jalen Green, trade Cam if you have to. What's his name? Cam Whitmore, because apparently the coach have a problem with him. I like Cam, But if you got to trade them for one and 102 picks, go in the draft. See if the team that's getting the number 1 pick, see if they'll bite on that, because they'll still be getting 1 or 2 first round picks, and then we go in there get that boy from Duke, man.
Okie dokie. Thanks for the call. There was a lot there.
Yeah.
Covering multiple sports. Appreciate the call. We got interviews we got to get to. We're gonna have to recap some of that later, I think.
Yeah, it's just Joe though. Like it's okay. Like it's good to punt. Yeah, I mean I would like Flag, but I don't think anybody that gets the number 1 pick is trading him. So you have to get super lucky. And then as far as Cam not playing, yeah, Cam hasn't been productive in his first 96 plate appearances, but if he's going to be on the big league team, he should absolutely be playing. Like an occasional day off, cool. He shouldn't be missing 2 games in a row over a span of 3 days. That doesn't help his growth. All right, let's get to Joe. 713-780-3776. Joe George live from the Barrett's Sports Media Conference, sponsored by Portillo's. The great /S Joe George when we return. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line where we'll be joined by Joe George, live from Barrett Sports Media Conference, sponsored by Portillo's. Joe, thank you for joining us. We are so very appreciative of you doing just that. what great stuff are you learning at the Barrett Sports Media Conference?
Well, thanks for having me, guys. I mean, it's a great time. I mean, Chicago's got the Pope, so it's a fun time to be out here now. He's a White Sox fan, though, so he likes Jeff Blum.
So are you.
Apparently. Yeah, I know that's your favorite joke in the world. Learned a lot. It's been really cool. We got some cool ideas that we're gonna bring back to the station. A big one I want to do, just from what I was hearing guys talk about, is I want to do a 24-hour radiothon this year. So get ready, Jeremy, to be on the radio for 24 hours blank. You only got to do like 12. Try to raise some money for charity or something like that, and do something cool this year.
Why do I only have to do 12, Joe?
You can do 20. I was being nice to you.
Oh.
I was being nice to you.
Well, what's
I heard what Jeremy said there with the /S. So I was going to give you a 12-hour shift, and Jeremy to 24.
That. Hey, Joe, this Pope thing, though, I meant to ask you about this because I got numerous Bear fans that are friends of mine, not you, but they were sending me this whole Pope thing. You really need divine intervention now as a city from a sports perspective just to have any kind of hope? Is that what we're at?
Yes, of course. You need divine intervention. I know the joke was that Chicago got a Pope before they got a 4,000 passing yard quarterback. Very original, especially the people that were stealing it while they were speaking at the conference, because that was happening. But, it needs some help here, apparently.
Okay. I got a lot of Bears fans sending me that. And I'm like, if you've been owned for over 40 years by a team that you need the Pope to get involved, good luck to you.
I mean, look, we can't all be, lucky to see winners all the time. There's only been multiple, curses in this town, and it's been a while since Michael retired, and need a real winner. I mean, the last one is hockey. It almost doesn't even count, and feels like you need real winners in the city.
Some of the Twitchers want to know some of the ideas that you're learning, Joe, as the company pays for you to return home and go to a Cubs game at Wrigley other day. Yeah, some work trip that you're doing there.
I paid for my earlier flight so I could go to Wrigley. No, we're going to do the radiothon. It's something that I really want to do. There's this one group that was talking about this festival they did last year. I really want to kind of take something similar, call it like the Football Fest. Is one of the ideas I have. Have John and Lance do a panel. Have maybe like you guys do one. Have everyone do like these panels and stuff. Bring in some special guests from the Texans. Because we need to be talking more football. That's like the number one thing we learned here. Is football is king. I don't know why we're talking about a below 200 hitter basically at this point in the season. I heard what you guys are talking about. Football is always king. That's what we got to talk about.
So you're saying this is like day to day, like this is a daily thing, or we're going to be required to talk football and Texans, like even in the middle of May?
Yeah, give me like a Texans segment
May
at a minimum. I mean, they got new numbers and everything. Like, talk some football. There's things to talk about. They're there today for Nico's meeting with the media. Talk some football, JB.
I mean, we were going to talk football today, but you mean like over the summer and stuff, instead of like cool stuff, we're going to be talking about what does it look like for RB3 in 2025 and like daily NFL stuff?
I didn't say for 3 hours, but you got to give me at least one segment of some football stuff.
Okay.
Did they tell you about like producers not talking, and then the fact that when you don't, there's a good chance you end up with your own show at some point?
Yeah. I heard similar things. The producer conversation was interesting. It was a lot of negative things, I think, being said about producers. It made me appreciate the guys that I got, no matter how much or how little they talk, I would say.
Yeah,
we can all agree they're not talent, though, right?
Yeah, just for you guys, I'll say that.
Until they are.
Yeah,
let's just be real there. So what, are you going to Bears minicamp before you leave too, just so that you can get all the bases covered?
No, I don't go to minicamp in here. It's freezing cold outside. I'm staying inside as much as possible.
Wait, time out. You're from there. Freezing cold? What's freezing cold?
It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years since I've been in
degrees.
Houston. Like, I've been in Houston for 10 years now. I'm soft now. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, I've been freezing since I got here.
Now?
I didn't pack a jacket.
Wait a minute. You got Cam as a trainer. You're not soft. What's the temperature that's too cold?
It's not the temperature. It's the wind. I forgot how terrible it was. I know I'm soft. I know. I can't ignore it. I'm disappointed with myself. I've been freezing all over because I didn't bring a jacket because I thought I could handle it. And I was wrong.
It's the Windy City. You know it better than anyone here besides Granado. You know what you're getting into, and you think you're soft, and then you don't pack a jacket?
No, I didn't think so. I didn't bring one. I thought it was going to be fine. I looked at the weather report. Apparently, I can't read that either. I didn't look at the wind index or whatever. I just looked at the temperature. I thought I'd be fine. I was wrong.
Okay.
Also, I know it's better than
Twitchers.
Renato abandoned his teams. He's a Houstonian through and through. He doesn't care about the White Sox. Like, he's not like the Pope.
Yeah. King of Twitch says, ask Joe if Jason Barrett thinks Who Said It is a cool idea. I hope he said no.
I don't know. Was that his idea when you guys started that?
No, it was Brendan's idea.
Oh, Brendan says hi, by the way.
I was going to say, did you catch up with him?
We spent a lot of time together the last 2 days, yes.
Brendan was there too?
Yes, he works here.
What kind of nerds go to this Barrett Sports Media deal?
It's an interesting crowd, I'll put it that way. There was cool people there. Dave Tepper was also there, which is cool to catch up with him.
I do like Dave.
There was we had good conversations about you, actually. I would say the Barstool probably panel was the most interesting of all of them because you could tell there was people in the crowd who were not a fan, and the people who were up there to defend the company were not qualified to do it. So that was very interesting. But mostly nerds, I would say, is the way to do it.
So you're fitting right in?
Pretty safe.
Say again?
Are you fitting right in then?
I guess so. I mean, I'm out here for a reason. I'm out here to learn. I want to learn things. I want to make the station better, you know?
Chris says that Joe's going to run the station to the ground with football only talk. This might have to be a conversation for off the air. I don't know how I feel about it. Every single day?
Yeah, just you guys, though. You don't talk enough about it.
Well, I know.
Oh,
okay. Well, it's only us. I know now you don't mean it. So either you mean it or you don't.
No, I mean, it's just the Texans are king. We all know that. You know, new uniforms, trading Watson for Oilers jerseys, all that stuff. That's what we can talk about in the summer.
I can't tell if you're being honest or not. I'm having a very difficult time. That would have been a good trade, though, by the way. How's it? I mean, Deshaun Watson would love to trade, or Cleveland would love to trade Deshaun Watson for the Oilers jerseys right now. They would be over the moon to do that right now.
That was actually like the one conversation like that kept coming up with me and like these. I met a couple of guys from Cleveland, and they were just would not stop asking Watson questions. Like how much we knew, like what did we think when the trade happened? Like it just that's all they wanted to talk about. Cause like they, I thought we were miserable talking about it, but these guys, like they look like beaten. Like just the fact that like he's still on the team. That's all people want to talk about. I'm like, I'm so glad that's out of our lives. We don't ever have to discuss that guy again.
They have like 8 quarterbacks. So, Joe, there's a Portillo's, a couple of exits from where I'm staying. I didn't realize it until I was coming home from dinner yesterday. I went to a little hamburger spot I was wanting to try in Phoenix. But tonight, after our game, I'm going to stop by Portillo's. I'm going to give myself a little Italian beef sausage combo. And I'm also going to get a side of a Chicago dog because I'm fat. And, of course, you're there because of Portillo's. What's your go-to Portillo order?
I go combo as well, but you said you're going to get a beef. So like here's what people need to know right now. We got 3 locations in Houston. We went to the one in Katy last week. Right now is buy one get one free for the month for Italian beefs at Portillo's.
Really?
You got to download the app, sign up for the perks package. Any Portillo's you go to, it's buy one get one free. So you can get one, eat it later, bring it home to someone else from the team. Anything you want to do. So that's my go-to. I go combo and then get the cheese fries as well.
So this is, do you know if it's active in Tempe? I'm going to download the app right now.
It should be. I mean, it's active in Houston, so it's active here. So I think it's Portillo's everywhere. It's doing it. So yeah, get it wherever you can.
I'm going to try for the first. I'm so excited. I've been meaning to try Portillo's for like the last 3 years. Ever since the Bear was on TV, I'm like, I got to get me an Italian beef.
We got one
I
off
haven't
of,
been able to.
off of 99 in Fort Bend County. It's great.
Yeah,
they're all over the place.
Yeah, there's another one coming too. They're opening another one soon. They're talking about a bunch of locations actually. So there's going to be all over Chicago.
One coming to the Woodlands,
all over
maybe?
Houston. Yeah, up in the
One
Woodlands.
coming to the Woodlands.
And one off of 59 towards Stafford, I believe.
Yep, all those
Off
are,
Larry and
are
Stafford.
either open or opening.
All right, Joe. We don't want you keeping Brendan waiting too long. I know you are waiting to go Lady and Tramp on a little Giordano's pizza.
We got to talk football.
I missed you guys. I guess.
All right, see ya.
All right, see you guys.
That was Joe.
Yes, it was.
Joe.
I don't think.
Hey, Brian. Hang up the phone, Joe. Joe just pulled the classic. I'm going to stay on the line to see if they say anything bad about me. He was already eavesdropping into the conversation whenever we teased him coming into the segment. You see that? He was eavesdropping on us as we teased him coming into the segment because he's so self-conscious about what we're going to say about him. And then he's staying on the line to see if we're going to say anything smart after we hang up with him. He stayed on the line. I think he's serious about that football thing.
So, yeah, I don't know. Is it mandated?
We'll
It
find out
sounded
when we
like it's kinda.
when he gets back. If he sends one of his notorious emails, then we'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know. Joe has, I think, I would say a short attention span, right? Like maybe if we just forget about it, he'll forget about it. I don't know, but he sounded kind of
Yeah.
serious.
I'm gonna wait for a suit to tell me.
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
not a suit.
Joe's kind of the mess, like the middleman between the suits upstairs and the shows. I'm gonna wait for the suits before I listen to that. The Twitchers are like, yeah, look what happened to the Wheelhouse. They talk nothing but football. See, that's my fear.
Yeah,
Like that's
plus all we got to do is just tell Granado not to and see if John doesn't like it, we're fine because John just the Godfather's just going to go in there and go, yeah, just that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's okay. We're gonna put down the back burner for now. See if it just goes away. All right, Rockets' biggest offseason questions. What are they? And trade scenarios exist. Do you like those? Do you like any of these? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Of course, you love Two Creeks. Two Creeks is the best. You need to get out to Two Creeks. Two Creeks on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and the bustle. All the stressors, all the anxiety that you might be having. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and leave those thoughts in the past. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is outstanding. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Get some rest and relaxation. And you can book your stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. I talk a lot about using it, your weekend plans to go to Two Creeks Crossing. Why not use some PTO? In the middle of the week, or maybe you work weekends and you're off like Monday and Tuesday. You can save 20% right now on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, a little midweek plan, Sunday nights through Thursday. You can save 20% on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents, minimum of 2 nights, max of 5 nights. Me and the family are going up there here in a couple of weeks. Very much looking forward to it because open green spaces. It's fantastic. Wildlife that you don't see in the city. I like taking a look at some of the, nature's beautiful beast. Also some majestic trees. I'm a sucker for a good oak. And some of the best fishing that you'll find in Texas. You can't beat it. Just 90 minutes from from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's not even going to be enough time for your legs to get achy because it doesn't take that long to get there. Hike their 92-acre property, kayak, play some pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. Whatever your style, they have something for you. For glamping, to cabins, to tree houses. If you have an RV, just pull up that bad boy. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Twitchers are saying bad ideas from Joe. Big change of a. Oh, hold on. That's not what I want to read. Dumb idea. Pass on that. Wonder which idea he thinks is dumb.
I think most people would be
24
focused.
hours sounds kind of fun.
I think we could do that. I think that would actually be entertaining. I think that force feeding football sucks. I think that's for the flagship.
Yeah. I'm kind of scared. Cam seems he's afraid to fail. I think Joe didn't want us to talk about a 212 hitter. Cam seems he's afraid to fail. I think he'd find some success if he were hunting fastballs. He has very defensive ABs. Yeah, I think it's a fair take on him. I wouldn't mind a little bit more aggression, although his swing and miss is pretty high. Texter, big change of opinion. Huh, Branham? You used to say Cam was booty. Just ask Lance Almighty. Yeah, Lance took me out of context there. I never said he was booty. I just questioned if it was too early to call him up. Lance took me out of context. Biggest
new?
off-season questions for the Rockets. No, it's that little rejoin thing, which I think I could sue him for slander. I think I could, because people were slander has to be true, and that is true. I didn't say what Lance said I said, and he has made a false statement which is damaging my reputation.
Can you bring legal officials to the
Well,
table?
Jeremy Branham says so. I guess Cam Smith is ass.
See?
Can you bring legal?
I never said that.
Can you bring lawyers to the table better than John Daspit?
No, absolutely not.
'Cause I think Lance is going to lawyer
I
up.
use the lawyers that the court appoints.
See, and Lance is going to lawyer up with John Daspit, and that's where you're going to have some problems.
Yeah, I'll be screwed. Do you like trade rumors or fake trade offers?
I mean, I think when they're realistic, I enjoy and entertain the thought of like what that would do for both teams, and especially from a Rockets perspective. But some of these are just outlandish. Like the Athletic had one this morning where essentially it was a 3-way trade, but the Rockets would only get Giannis, and they would end up giving up Amen, Jalen, Şengün, and Cam, and Jock Landale. I'm going, and picks. I'm going, all of that for Giannis? Like, what are you? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why I don't know how I feel about trade proposal thingies. Like, it feels like I don't know. I don't know if I'm being too get off my lawn right now. Like, in some ways they're fun because, like, okay, would you do this? Yes or no? He. And the other side, it's like, okay, these aren't worth talking about. It's kind of how I feel about like the Cooper Flag thing. Oh, what would you do if Cooper Flag's a Rocket? Well, you have a 1.3% chance for that to happen.
But
it doesn't feel like it's worth my energy to talk about. That's kind of how I feel sometimes with these like fake trade.
But isn't it like mock
proposal
drafts?
thingies.
Like it depends on the source. Like if you get someone that we all trust as a good mock draft expert, and you get their mock draft, you can contemplate it, you can talk about it, you can kind of discuss how those players would fit into that team, that roster, that system. But if you get some of these, just newbies that are just looking for attention, then it's like, okay, let's be realistic.
Yeah. I guess the source matters. I think that's a good point. But even like the mock drafts, even with like the good ones or whatever, we're like, let's use this guy in the next 3 and say who we would take. Like I'm whatever. But here's the here are 4 Rocket trade rumors. Do you like any of the? They're not even rumors. Like I keep saying rumors. They're not rumors. Who is this guy?
Worldwide Wob
trades put together.
It's Rob Perez.
Worldwide Wob, yeah.
He's a big NBA guy.
He's got a lisp. But he put together like these random packages that the Rockets could put together for players. So it's just really him spitballing. None of these are sources. None of these are rumors. It's just what a trade could potentially look like for the Rockets to acquire a star. First one is Ja Morant. Rockets would give up Reed Shepard, Jabari Smith, and Amin Thompson for Ja. Yay or nay? Ja or nah?
I just don't want to amend any deal. So I would know for that simple reason. Otherwise, I think it's light, but I just think that amend being in a deal is a no for me.
What do you mean other than that it's light? I mean, that's the centerpiece.
Right. I would hope it would be Jalen before I would put Amen in that deal, but I'm not willing to give up Amen Thompson. So for me, that's a non-starter. So even if it's John Morant, I'm not doing it.
Right, I agree. I'm not doing it either. I was confused by the get rid of him and it's light. Like he's the reason they would make the trade. It's like having the sun in the solar system.
It just seems like, and you'll when you get to the other deals, it just seems like the Durant deal is way more than I think anybody will have to pay. But from a John Morant perspective, I think it's kind of light to get a guy like John Morant.
I don't think it's light.
Well, I guess
I don't think it's light because of him in.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But he also went on to say that Reed Shepherd is going to be like the piece that everybody wants from the Rockets, that everybody is like insisting has to be in these deals.
That's
I mean, I could that bum. Here's the package he has for Giannis. He has the Rockets trading Jalen, Reed, Dylan, first round picks for Giannis. You doing that?
I might. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'm in on that.
Yeah, I think that's not nearly what I thought it would be. If that's the deal, as opposed to the athletic deal that John and Lance were talking about this morning, yeah, I'm in on that deal.
Yeah, give me. I'll take that deal. Worldwide wob. Rockets trade for Anthony Simmons. They would trade Reed, Jabari, and first round picks for Anthony. You doing this one?
I'm not. To me, he's kind of like Devin Booker light, and I don't think he's even close to Devin Booker. So I'm not giving up a lot for. I don't want Anthony Simmons. I'll just be there. I don't want him.
Simons. I butchered the name. I meant Simons. I thought there was two M's there, and there's only one. I'm not that familiar with Simons' games. I'm really not. I'll be completely honest with you. I really don't know his game that well.
He literally.
I looked up his numbers. His numbers look kind of meh.
He can shoot it from deep. There are nights when he can go off and get you like 30 burgers, but there are also nights where I'm like, I don't feel like he's a go-to guy, so I'm out on him.
Yeah, I'm not. I haven't seen him play too much. I don't watch much Portland Trailblazer basketball, but looking at the numbers and being a box score analyst, I would have to say no.
They
one.
Maybe the numbers are I think Jalen had better numbers, but he, similar to Jalen, was a guy they drafted young, drafted highly. They took care of him before they had to. Now they're paying him a lot of money, and they're trying to wonder what they have.
Yeah, it's a tough spot right now in Portland going on. And the last one they have Durant, Jalen, Reed, Jabari, first round picks for Durant. Yay or nay?
I just nay it, Jeremy, because I think it's too much. I think that Phoenix has tried to get him off the books at this point. I know that they want some kind of a return. I think that's too much to throw in the picks and Jalen, then still want Jabari and Reed. I'm out on that because I think at Durant's 35-plus year age and for what you're giving up, I just don't think it's worth it for the Rockets.
I like Durant more than I feel like most do. I'd be okay with a trade of Kevin Durant because he's instantly your best scorer. And what do the Rockets need? They need a scorer. He's instantly your best outside shooter too. What do the Rockets need? Good outside shooting. But I do think this package is too much for Durant. My hope and desire is more that Kevin Durant's like, hey, look, I'm going to hold you guys over the barrel. You better trade me to this team right here, and then they have to take a pennies on the dollar trade for Kevin Durant. If it's not that, if I'm not getting Durant on a pretty team friendly deal, Rocket friendly deal, then I'm probably saying no, even though I'm more okay with Durant than some because he's a mercenary. He's a hired gun for a couple of years. He's not part of the long-term plan. So I wouldn't trade a king's ransom for Kevin Durant either.
No, I think he fits exactly what the Rockets need at the right price. But I also think at 35 years old, he's not worth blowing up a significant portion of this roster to go get. Like, if they are truly in rebuild mode, that's one thing. If they're trying to reload and think Kevin Durant is worthy of the packages for like Ja and or Giannis, then I'm out.
Would either of y'all change your mind if the picks were protected?
Hold on a second. Did Brian tell you to say that, or did you say that on your own?
I just said it on my own.
Look at that, Ryan. Get a little courage.
Yeah,
I like to see it. A little bravado. Ryan's looking at Brian like Brian's Tom Hanks, and Ryan's that dude in that show where he's like, "I'm the captain now." The movie. What movie is that? I don't remember what that movie's called. But he's like, "I'm the captain now."
No, it's
no, it's not Castaway.
Captain Hank or something like that.
I don't remember. I don't think it's Captain Hank, but it's something, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The gif where he
Where
looks
he's-
at the guy, he's like, look at me, I'm the captain now.
Yeah,
That's what Ryan just did to Brian.
The freight ship captain
Um,
that gets attacked by the pirates.
Okay, Ryan, you're going too far.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Ryan just took over. Ryan just alphaed Brian, and I love to see it. I love what just happened there. Protected first round picks? No, not really. Like, because you're still trading Jalen Reed and Jabari.
Yep.
With protected first round picks, like that's a lot for Kevin Durant at this advanced age. Texture says, I don't think that Giannis is a fit with the Rockets. I agree that Giannis isn't a great fit for the Rockets. Like, his points are that, spacing and we don't need another player who wants to drive to the bucket. We got to spread out the floor. Like, I agree with the premise there. But if I can get Giannis for Jalen Reed, Dylan, and first-round picks, I have to do it. Like, I'm just getting the way better side of that trade. So I'd probably have to reinvent the pieces around him, but I couldn't say no to that deal.
I would say that my concern would be that you couldn't be done with just that move, because I think that you still have to find shooting and you have to add shooting, because as good as Giannis is, you can't trust him at the free throw line and you can't trust him to make a 3-point shot. That's for sure. So I think that you can't turn your back on a talent like that that's going to give you those massive numbers, but I still think that they need another piece that they can count on that can shoot.
Yeah. Captain Phillips says, Chris from Sam Houston. That's it. Captain Phillips. What y'all think about Quentin Grimes? He had scoring, and you can get him for cheap. I don't think you can get him for cheap. I think he is a free agent, but I think somebody's going to spend a lot of money on Quentin Grimes for what he showed once he got traded to Philadelphia. Showed that he can be more than just a 3-and-D guy. No, I like Quentin obviously a whole heck of a lot, but I don't think he's going to be cheap.
Yeah, that's
I think he's going to be
at
pretty.
what price?
I think he's going to be pretty expensive.
I think he'd be a great fit here, and I think he would
He's
help.
a free agent.
I would be great.
He's a free agent. You're operating over the cost, though. Like, I mean, where are they going to come up with that money? MLE? I think he signs for more than an MLE.
That's what I'm saying. If the price matters, and if you're right, and his price is going to be high, you can't get him. But I do think just as a fit, I think he'd be a great fit here.
Yeah, I do too. 713-780-ESPN. Let's play everybody's least favorite game. Who said it? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Let's get into it. Todd's going to be joining us in like 10 minutes, so let's just hurry. Who said it? Brian reads us quotes. We guess who said him. Brian, go.
I love your enthusiasm. Quote 1. I find that I'm an alien racist. Like, I love Andor because there's not a lot of aliens involved. It's just human beings. Like, you might see, if they're in the Galactic Senate, you might see an alien. But for the most part, they don't have big roles in the show. And I realize that's why I don't like Star Wars that much.
So it's Dell or Paul?
Maybe Lance, but probably not.
Like,
I think it's Paul.
I feel like he would be doing this because he would think that this is what Dell talks about on his show. So maybe steering clear of, and maybe it is Paul.
Yeah, I've stopped really trying at this game.
I know you have.
I think it's Paul or Dell.
So do I. We're short on time. I can't deliberate too long. I don't know if Dell likes Star Wars or not. I'll say I'll go with you, Paul.
I find that I'm an alien racist. Like, I love Andor because there's not a lot of aliens involved. It's just human beings. Like, you might see, if they're in the Galactic Senate, you might see an alien.
I went from.
All right. Quote
He said he
2.
doesn't like Star Wars. Is it true or false that black people don't really like Star Wars that much?
Oh my
God. I feel like I've heard that before.
I have no idea.
No, I'm not.
I'm not trying to be silly. I don't know.
No, I feel like that is a thing. No, I feel like I've actually heard that. I'm not being funny. Like, I feel like I'm dead serious. Like, I think Star Wars is universally well received from the white community. Like, I'm being dead serious.
I would say
I know that is a 95% fact.
I would guess there is a higher percentage of white
should have played the
fans
math there
than black, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's
substantial.
We should have played the math there. But I'm just upset with myself for
All right.
letting that register right away.
Quote number 2.
Quote 2.
Yeah, quote 2. He ain't that guy. I'm sorry, this is talking about Jimmy Butler. He ain't that guy. He's not the guy who's going to put up 25 shots in a game, go get you 35 and help you win a game. He, as Dame said, ran from the grind to get to a spot where he didn't have to be the number one. Despite some of that bravado, you hear it in the presser. It's catnip for people who love a dumb, smart quote where he's like, I just play the right way.
Who says catnip?
Lance?
Either
Or
Lance or Paul.
Because Paul's got a cat, which he loves dearly.
I don't think that's why Paul knows catnip, though.
No, but okay. I initially heard Lance.
Okay, do it.
He ain't that guy anymore.
Oh my God.
Oh man, we're back to back Dells.
Put up 25 shots in the game. Go get you 35 and help you win a game. He, as Dame said, ran from the grind to get to a spot where he didn't have to be the number one. Despite some of his bravado, he hit in the presser. It's catnip for people who.
All right. Got to get this one to stay alive.
It's messed up. We didn't think Dell had that in his repertoire.
Yeah, I mean, how many black people would say catnip? I guess that would be Jeremy's next question.
I didn't say that.
All right, quote three. You know the idea of trading Jalen? Where's his trade value right now? Your first thought is, feels like when you try to sell a house where there's been a murder in it and the value is plummeted, and you're just like, I've got to tell people, I've got to disclose that there was a murder here, and you can't sell it for regular value.
Sounds Pauly.
Sounds good to me.
You know, the idea of trading Jalen.
Darn.
Where's his trade value right now? Your first thought is, ugh. Feels like when you try to sell a house where there's been a murder in it.
All right. Playing for pride.
Can we get them all wrong? Can we end the game? Like the stakes have always been, if we get them all right, we can.
Yeah.
What if we get them all
I like
wrong?
the game, but he's forced me to just because there's no teamwork in it anymore. So let's just go.
You don't like my helpfulness, anyways.
Let's go.
That's true. I think you do hold it against Jeremy if he talks you into the wrong answer.
Yeah, exactly.
So would you rather him talk you into the wrong answer or not try?
Let's go.
All right, quote number 4. I don't like the corporate lingo to say, like, we're going to do so much for the community. Shut up. Stadiums never do anything for the community. They don't. The entertainment district that's around your new headquarters, that's not going to do anything for the community as much as it's going to do a lot for you and your wallet.
Paul.
Granado.
Okay.
I helped.
Okay. Paul.
Okay. Is that our official answer?
Well, you didn't ask for the last one. You just ran it. We didn't say our
all right.
official
Well,
answer.
you guys disagree though, so
No, it works for me. Paul,
All right, Paul.
Yeah, do let Joel's. Yeah.
I don't like the corporate lingo to say, like,
See,
we're
look,
doing so much for the community.
I'm a
Shut up.
hindrance.
Stadiums never do anything for the community.
I
They
know
don't.
my role,
You know
and
why
I shut my
'Cause
mouth.
His shut up.
It's a
the
good
way he
teammate.
says shut up. He does that.
You
all
didn't
the
hear the
time.
way he said it.
That was good. That was a good catch,
Does
Joel.
it all the time.
That was a good catch. You're right. You're right on that. He's the only one that says "shut up." Like,
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
That's right. Like that.
Exactly.
Like a.
All right. Quote number 5. By the way, Sunday was May the 4th. Star Wars. Everyone did the joke. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you. It's so annoying. I don't get it. I love Star Wars too. May the 4th be with you. Stop. It does not sound like
Lindell.
force.
Lindell. I was gonna
It
say.
sounds like fourth. These are two different words. Grow up.
Joe George. Yeah, I was waiting for him to finish before I said it. Ain't Dell. Is it
I think it's Paul.
again?
He's going on a random. Yeah, I mean, he went back to back Dells. How many Pauls has he used?
At this point, we have nothing to win. So there you go, Brian. Paul.
I mean, who else is going into that big of a tangent about that? I think it's Paul.
John.
I don't think John would do that about May 4th.
Okay.
By the way, Sunday was May the 4th.
There you go.
Star
See?
Wars. Yeah, everyone did a joke. May the 4th be with you.
You acted like I wasn't being
May
serious,
the
and I
4th
was.
be with you. It's
Well,
so annoying.
when you are
Nailed it.
serious,
Okay.
we have a chance to win. I hate losing.
Nailed it.
We got two.
We didn't
saved
lose because I wasn't serious. That's not why we lost. We lost because we didn't know. It wasn't my effort that we lost. This isn't a try-hard game. It's either you know it or you don't. I'm not going to go out there and answer these questions correctly out of hustle and grit.
You got to rise and grind your way to the answer.
I'm going to work my way through this at bat. Like, what do you mean?
You got to choke up. 2 strikes, choke up.
I got to get closer to the plate. Got to outwork this question. Texture, dang, this game gets no love from the players because it sucks. That had Lance written all over it, LOL. Why do y'all cry so much? Because I don't like this game. Jasper, I can't believe y'all don't like this bit. Who said it? It's radio gold, especially for loyal listeners that listen all day. It's a nice way for us to look back at the days. Well, don't say I never do anything for you, Jasper. This game is all for you listeners who like it, because I certainly don't. All right, let's get to TK, voice of the Houston Astros. That's a segment that I really, really do like. Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something else that I really enjoy is Monument Chevrolet. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet, they are the dealer you can trust. Why? They're transparent. They have no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. It's terrific. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they want you to get into one of their vehicles too. These families, by the way, keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Why? Well, they got a family feel, friendly atmosphere, great culture. We mentioned transparent with you as well. They're trustworthy. It's just a dealership that you can trust. And they hire good people too, like Javier, who's this week's Monument Chevrolet Employee of the Week. Javier, laid back like me, easygoing like me, and no high-pressure sales pitches with Javier either, which sounds like a kind of guy that I want to buy a car from. He prioritizes customer satisfaction and doesn't mind going the extra mile to please his customers. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been wanting to upgrade your ride, do it now. Do it with Monument Chevrolet. You can visit them online, check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go check them out in person. Mentioning that inventory, their land out there at Monument Chevrolet so big it's like a suburban town. You can visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Straight out to the HR&P guest line, joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. TK, day off yesterday, finished up the road trip in Milwaukee on Wednesday with a win. Wasn't the greatest of road trips, but how different is that flight home whenever you win a series finale?
Yeah, much better. It was a disappointing bus ride up to Milwaukee after the Chicago series. It wasn't a flight, so fortunately it was a little quick drawn up, because that was a really disappointing way to finish that series with a rain-shortened loss to a team that's really struggling this year. But yeah, much better finish to the Milwaukee series, but 2-4, not the way the Astros wanted to be on the last road trip, but they played much better here at Dyken Park.
Got the news, TK, earlier in the show about Wisniewski. How concerned are we going to be about this injury because of the fact that, look, you know, just honest as we can be, we know that a lot of times with the Astros and these injuries, a little thing becomes a big thing. And whenever you're talking about a pitcher's elbow, it's never normally a good thing.
Yeah, a pitching elbow is never a good thing, and we don't know yet until they do the imaging on it exactly what's going on. So, but you never like to hear that from a pitcher, obviously, because there's concern for the worst. But hopefully, it's not as bad as the possibilities are. But yeah, no Hayden Wisniewski, starting out 17 games in 17 days beginning tonight. Right now, Logan Van Wy's going to come up here and be part of the bullpen, and we saw him earlier in the season and pitched well. So the Astros are going to have a 9-man pen for the next few days, and then they're probably going to have, because Gusto's still available in the pen until they're getting ready for his next term, maybe today and tomorrow for Gusto, and then he'll be back in that rotation. And then they'll still need a sixth guy. I think they're going to stay with the six-man rotation. We saw A.J. Blueball get a start earlier. Could be him. Colton Gordon's pitched well at the minor league level. He's a lefty. Could be him. He's on the 40-man roster. But losing Hayden is not ideal for sure, especially starting out with no off days for 2.5 weeks.
Do you think that the long gap between his two starts were a bit of an indicator that something was up, something wasn't great?
That might have been a precursor for something not being ideal. A lot of times guys have the dead arm stage, and it's usually, a couple of weeks after spring training where they just don't feel great. 6 or 8 weeks after they started throwing. That's happened to guys before. So you were hoping that's what it was, because there was a little bit of lack of velo, a drop in velo in that start 2 times ago. Last time it came back a little bit, but it was inconsistent. So there were some warning flags, but I was hoping it was more just the dead arm phase that guys go through at the beginning of the season, but apparently it's more than that.
So, TK, we'll go back to the conversation from a week ago as it relates to all of this, and that is Lance McCullers. You saw him. We saw him. He got out there. What did you learn both from the Astros perspective, maybe a pitch count or things like that from what Lance did, and then what do you take away from that, especially now considering the situation that they're in with losing a starting pitcher?
Yeah, Lance will probably be the guy that they look to every 6 days in this 6-man rotation, and he's gonna be a big part of this rotation. 3 2/3 last time, through 87 pitches, so he's probably going to be able to ramp it up to 95 to 100. So he's pretty close to being a full go. But he even admitted it. He's like, look, that third inning when I got 2 outs, ended up with a higher pitch count than he wanted, and that ended up costing him a little bit. That was the second inning. He got a high pitch count in that inning. So yeah, it was one of those situations where he just, he's not going to be perfect right out of the gate. And he said his slider wasn't where he wanted it to be. Hopefully that pitch comes back for him when he gets to start tomorrow, because he is looking forward to pitching here at Dyken Park in front of the Houston crowd. But he's definitely a part of the rotation from this point forward, and he should be close to a full go this time around with 95 to 100, I would say.
Being joined by Todd Callis, our interview presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Lance pitching on that final day in Chicago. Before the game, Jeff Blum, of course, your broadcast partner throughout the first pitch. Obviously a legend there and a cool moment. Now, was it a little awkward then working the game with the guy who threw out the first pitch for the rival, the opposition?
Well, he put the jersey on when he got on the field, and he took it off pretty quickly, so I never really saw him with the White Sox jersey on. But he's got a little statue in the front there, a nice statue in front of Ray Field, and everybody there in Chicago still thinks fondly of Blummer. It is a little unusual that he helped to knock out the Astros in the 05 World Series with that home run and extra innings, but the Astros had their share of success then. So hopefully, Blummer's moment he can still enjoy, even though it was an anti-Astros moment.
TK, I know that we've got a lot more even on the Astros front to get to, but just kind of on that same kind of note that's not with the day-to-day Astros stuff. We were talking yesterday about like catchphrases and legends of the game and as broadcasters and some of their catchphrases. Do you remember some of your dad's catchphrases? Did he have one or two that really were his go-to? Like, we knew Milo's and along the way, the Vin Scullys and the guys like that. And your dad certainly fits into that moat. Any of his catchphrases that you remember?
Yeah, he was, pretty much every home run or the big home runs at least, he would say that ball's out of here. And that was his home run call. Pretty much became what he was known for in Philly. And then struck Heem out. He would kind of say Heem instead of him. Those were the two big ones, I think. He said certain guys' names and enunciated it with a little more emphasis than others, like Mickey Morandini. But for the most part, those were the two big calls. That ball's out of here, and then struck Heem out.
I remember that ball's out of here a lot with that kind of deep voice.
Yeah.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. A lot of people, obviously they know that you're on with us, and they're always like, hey, can you ask TK a question for us? And every now and then we'll listen if it's a decent question. But someone asked me the other day, could you ask TK what his daily prep looks like? What does that look like for you?
So it depends. So when Kansas City comes into town beginning on Monday of next week, I've already seen the Royals, so I've already done a lot of work on Casey. So my prep from Sunday to Monday is going to be a lot different than it was today and yesterday. So yesterday being an off day gave me a chance to dive into the Reds a little bit. It's a team we only see once out of the season. So I probably spent 2 or 3 hours on the computer looking at their roster, looking at their notes, looking at their stats, and going on Fangraphs and doing some deeper dives as to which guys chase, which guys, are kind of dangerous on the base paths. Same thing with Baseball Savant. There's a lot of great information out there all over the board. Baseball Reference is another example. And then today, because the Reds played last night while the Astros had the day off, I DVR'd that game and went back and watched that game and saw it was a really tough loss for the Reds. Saw how they lost at 11 innings, saw what pitchers they used, saw some comments from John Sadak and the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley, as they were the TV guys for the Reds. So you kind of, for a team that you don't see like the Reds, it's a lot more work before I get to the ballpark. And then for a 7 o'clock game, trying to get here around 3 o'clock, but I probably, for the Reds, did about 5 or 6 hours worth of stuff between yesterday and today before I got here.
Reds have had some success in recent years against the Astros too, which I'm sure is in your notes, but that's something to take note of. I'm curious, just before we let you go, are we going to get some kind of update on Jordan going into this weekend, now being back home?
Yeah, I asked Joe. He said progress is good. They don't have a day yet where they want him to try and swing a bat, but the fact that they're at least thinking about it, hopefully we'll see him swing a bat before we leave town. So is it going to be more than 10 days? Probably, unless he was swinging a bat today. You wouldn't think he'll be ready at the end of that 10-day stretch. But maybe shortly thereafter. So each step along the way is a positive. He may not go back to swinging fully against pitching right away. He may just do air swings with the bat just to see how it feels, and then progress to facing flips and then BP after that. But the fact that he's not swinging yet would make you think he won't be ready at the end of 10 days. But he's a quick healer too. The Astros desperately need him at some point. Hopefully when he's ready to go, he'll be 100% and not 75 or 80.
TK, we always appreciate the time. Have a great calls this weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you next week.
It's Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros. Today's interview with Todd Callis brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Let's discuss that six-man rotation with the 17 games and 17 days coming up. And also, conversation from earlier. How concerned should we be with where Christian Walker is at this stage of his Astros tenure? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We love to take care of our listeners. We love to give you things, monetary, movie tickets, Greek Fest tickets. Giving away a pair of Greek Fest tickets right now to the first caller who knows one of Harry Callis's famous calls. Todd Callis, son of Harry Callis, longtime baseball broadcaster, most famously with the Philadelphia Phillies, also voice of NFL films, right? For a long time. But what was one of Harry Callis's famous calls that TK just told us? 713-780-3776. You know that. You're the first caller. Tickets to Houston Greek Fest going your way. If you're not if you're not the fortunate caller, you can still get your tickets at HoustonGreekFest.com. Admission tickets are good for all 3 days, too, by the way. So buy one, get them for all 3 days. Now, if you're like, I don't want to spend any money, that's okay. Admission is free with 3 canned goods. Now, this is good for one person. So if it's you and a date, you're going to need 6 cans of goods to get both tickets, but you get it. 3 cans of good perishable food, and you get free admission to the Houston Greek Fest, from gyros to the Greek salad to the souvlaki, Greek pastries, live Greek music, dancing, and more. It's a great time. You're going to love it. Also a chance to tour a Byzantine-style church right here in West Houston. Where else can you find that? It's like you're traveling to Greece and you don't need a passport. Greek beer and wine, you got my attention, and Santorini Market with imported Greek products to take home with you. Carnival rides and games for the kids, too, so they're going to have a blast. They're going to have a good time, and it's located at 1100 Eldridge Parkway, just south of I-10 on Eldridge. Get your tickets, Houston at GreekFest.com. A fantastic time for all. So Joe Espada and Todd Callis relaying the information. I've just found some quotes too. Joe Espada said Hayden Wisniewski alerted the Astros training staff yesterday that his elbow didn't feel right. Wisniewski's seeing team doctors now. The Astros still plan to deploy a 6-man rotation, Espada said. So I'm sure an MRI is going to come up soon. Find out information on that when we find out information on that. But going to the 6-man, despite losing Wisniewski, you kind of seem like the 5 would be Fromber, Brown, Blanco, McCullers, Gusto would fill in, you assume, because he has filled in. And then it leaves that question mark for the 6th guy. Who is the 6th man? I really only think you have 2 options. I don't think that they would add a guy off the 40-man roster. So like the Miguel Yoloa guy who's been pitching really well last 2 starts. I don't think he'd be an option, at least not short term. So you're looking at Blue Ball or Colton Gordon, the lefty from UCF, who's a friend of the show, friend of the Beast, member of the Hive, or Blue Ball, who we've seen, who's I think very immature. I don't think he has the maturity needed to be a starting pitcher. Which of those 2 would you rather be the 6th man?
I mean, friend of the show, I love all that. I just haven't seen Gordon enough to know, except for he's left-handed, and that is always, I think, an advantage. But I'm leaning that for the short term, it's going to be Blue Ball, and if he doesn't do well again, then I think that Gordon will get his chance.
Yeah. I think it's kind of 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Now, I do question Blue Ball's maturity as a starting pitcher. I think he's got the maturity and the mindset of a reliever. And Gordon would be interesting to watch. Like he's solid. Went to UCF, so shout out to the Big 12. Got to root for my Big 12 brethren. But it'll be interesting to see what the Astros do on that front. So off day yesterday for the Astros, and oftentimes when the Astros have days off, like my mind begins to wonder. I start doing deep dives and warm holes, warm with an O, not an A. How concerned are you about Christian Walker's bat? 713-780-3776. How concerned are you, Blankers?
I am. I'm getting more concerned every day, Jeremy. And I think that part of it is the whole, PTSD of what we went through with Abreu. But I think that when you look at it, and early on, yes, you could see he was barreling baseballs. The exit velocity was there. He was just hitting them at people. But when you look at it, and we've been through this before with slow starts with multiple players. And then, like I said, the Abreu situation, to go, yeah, I don't need and I don't care how many people are saying he's going to snap out of it. And when he does, look out. And he's going to be just fine. At a certain point, and we were talking about with Cam Smith, where he's got 100, a minimum of 100 plate. He's got more. And we're still wondering when he's going to snap out of it. I'm getting more concerned with every passing game and passing day that it's scary to think that this was another guy with a multi-year deal at almost the exact same dollar figure that we're going to have to be deeply concerned about.
Yeah, it's It's concerning whenever you start to look at some of the numbers and stuff. Like he's a guy who's been pretty good, obviously. But you start to look some of the like advanced numbers on Savant and his bat speed and stuff. Like it's still fine, but it is slowing down a bit. You look at like his range, which has nothing to do with his bat. His range is like at a league average this year, where last year it was elite. It was in the 97th percentile. This year it's smack dab in the middle. So it's like, okay, well, why are you losing range? So you start to wonder about the age a bit because he is 34 years old. And, I talk about it a lot. I bring it up probably to nauseum that it's a young man's game. Like you look at the average trajectory of big leaguers and their peak years are in their late 20s and they start to get on the wrong side of that apex whenever they're into their 30s. And Christian Walker's in his mid 30s now. The one thing that I notice more than any other thing is that he's chasing a lot of pitches that he hadn't chased in his past. Like he's still striking out around the same rate. He's still swinging and missing around the same rate. The thing that I noticed that is down the most when you start to like try to uncover what could potentially be going wrong, his chase percentage last year was in the 77th percentile, which is good. This year it's down to 34th percentile. So he's chasing pitches that he hadn't been chasing in Arizona. So that makes me think it's one of two things. The first thing that stands out is what you mentioned, where it's like, okay, is he pressing? He's trying to make his an impression on his teammates. He's trying to live up to the value of the contract, new team, all of those things. And it's I believe it is that. The other thing that I'll throw out there that it could also possibly be, like in addition to, not or, it's an and, not an or. I do wonder about the oblique. Heard it during spring training. Did he rush back? It's hard to know because we're not the oblique. Like we're not privy to that information. But remember, like when the Astros were playing exhibition games at the Dike, and he was still at West Palm Beach taking at bats, like trying to cram for opening day. Yep. I wonder too if he tried to rush back because he didn't want to be placed on the IL to start the season, didn't want to give a bad impression right away. Like he's a gamer, wanted to be there for his team because he's chasing more pitches. His range is down. He's 34 years old. I think it is the pressing, but I do wonder if there is something about the oblique.
To me, I would just say that I could see that. And I think everything that you said is exactly what I think is very realistic in terms of how he handled the situation. I think he knew that this team had been through the ringer with Abreu. He knew they committed to him large money, good contract, and he wanted to be there. I don't know if it's still bothering him now. I think now it really is pressing, but I think that there is legitimacy to the fact that when the season started, he wasn't right. And he did want to make sure that he was out there regardless of where his health was. And maybe that hurt him even more and it definitely didn't help this team. But I think right now, I think he's just pressing. I just feel like he knows that everybody's watching his situation in every at bat and hoping that, he snaps out of it. And I think the frustration is seen after every at bat when he doesn't get on and he's throwing his bat now and he's showing his emotions more, that I think he really is hyper-focused on like pressing too much.
Yeah, my concern is pretty high there when it comes to Walker. 713-780 ESPN. Are y'all saying blue ball? Yeah, AJ Blue Ball. That's his name. Philip 68, I grin every time Branham says blue ball. It's AJ Blue Ball. Award number 69. It's why I question his maturity. He should be a reliever, not a starter. Another texture, why did Lance shut down female golfer, male golfer, or food? Wasn't it the NFL thing?
That he couldn't comment on it? I think it was something
like,
to
why
the
did
degree
they shut it down? I thought it had to do with his NFL thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know if management – I don't think management would do that, but I don't know. But I know that Lance wasn't going to comment on it, I think, in part because of his other endeavors.
Oh, really?
I think I remember I heard people talking about that, but I don't know what the real answer is from a station perspective, or if it was just that they all agreed they weren't going to do it anymore.
I got you. Yeah, we don't know, I guess. Texter, you can't play hurt with an oblique. It's involved in everything, especially the swing he's just pressing. If the oblique was a little tight, why couldn't you play with that?
Yeah, especially if
I feel like you could play through a strain, like a minor sprain of the oblique.
I think the medical staff would tell you based on the imaging if it was more severe and you could do more damage by playing. Other than that, it's plenty of times that someone on the medical staff is going to tell you it's really your pain threshold and how much you can tolerate while the thing heals.
Yeah, I feel like that's something you could play through if it's not too bad. I disagree with that, but I'm not a doctor either. I'm just an idiot who talks on the radio. 713-780-3776. So Brendan Rodgers, there's a chance that Brendan Rodgers is not on this team whenever we talk again on Monday. There's an advance consent deadline on Saturday. Has he done enough to remain an Astro, or should the Astros release him? We'll also get to the Altuve thing when he said the other day, should the Astros extend Jeremy Pena? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Talking finances. And, I don't want to put my hand in your wallet, but I want to save you some money. I want to help you. And the way to do that is with Ownwell, because Ownwell's here to help you save money on property taxes, or at least give you peace of mind that you're not overpaying on property taxes. A lot of homeowners are overpaying, and I don't want it to be you. So head to ownwell.com, and Ownwell will have their experts fighting for you in no time. Their cutting-edge technology can potentially save you money with no upfront cost. That's right. It's all reward and zero risk. All you have to do is sign up, and all it's going to take is 3 minutes worth of your time at ownwell.com. So what are you waiting for? You could save upwards of $1,000 on property tax savings, and it's going to take 3 minutes of your time. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? It's foolish if you don't go sign up right now at ownwell.com. And Ownwell handles it all of it from start to finish. They deliver top results, and as we mentioned, no upfront cost. You're only going to pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for everyday home and property owners like you and me. See, that's the part that I like. Certainly I would like the savings, but also the peace of mind. Like if they come back, nothing we could do for you, it's fair. Okay, well, at least you're not wondering. You don't feel like you're getting ripped off, so that's good as well. But 86% of Ownwell's customers do receive a reduction, and the average customer saves over $1,100. Now, the deadline to protest, May 15th. That's coming up soon. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL, ownwell.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter, what do you mean by maturity of a reliever? Blue Ball's number choice. He should be a reliever, not a starter. Relievers are like, Wild Thing, Rick Vaughn. They're like Kenny Powers. They're kind of volatile. They don't have to be all that smart. They can be dumb and, wild cards. Starters need to be polished. They need to be buttoned up. They need to, be able to put on a coat and a tie from time to time. I think Blue Ball has got the reliever mentality, not a starter mentality.
Just as you said that, thinking about how many relievers like fit that bill of just out there to that level, like the John Rockers.
Exactly.
And
John Rocker.
Oh my God.
Remember Turk
Rocker.
Wendell? Like Turk Wendell
Yes.
wasn't like, nuts like Rocker, but like he would like jump over the foul line and brush his teeth in the dugout. Like they're weird.
How could you forget Ken Giles? I mean,
Ken Giles punching himself as he came over to the dugout.
The tank top.
Relievers going into the locker room and punching walls. The tank top. Like
going at
relievers,
AJ.
They're nuts, man. Relievers have a screw loose.
What was the guy back in the day?
You kind of like them that way too.
The Braves and the Cardinals guy, the mad Hungarian that used to like get all fired up before every hitter, slam his fist into his glove and like have a mini temper tantrum to get on the rubber. Oh, the video of that.
I don't remember him.
Oh my God, you got to look it up. Al Hrabowski. This dude, like between hitters, would like turn his back to the hitter and just start pounding his glove, rubbing the base, and turn around like he was ready to kill somebody, and then jump on the mound and like psychotically throw. It's like, God, if you're a hitter, I'm like going, what is this dude doing?
Yeah, I don't remember that guy. That's not. But these dudes are weird, man. Like relievers are insane. Starters have to be, they have to go. They have to be conditioned. They have to go deeper into games. They need to do up downs, and starting pitching's more of a stroll, whereas the relief pitcher is more of a sprint. So different mentality. Papelbon trying to fight Harper, says Corey.
Mm-hmm.
There's another reliever gone mad. Although I think Papelbon was in the right there because Harper like wasn't running out of ground ball. Like, hey, play the game the right way.
Papelbon was just fiery overall too. He wasn't afraid to air out his opinions.
Who was that closer for the Giant? No, for the Eric Gagne. Eric Gagne was kind of nuts. Who was the one for the Giants who like dyed his beard black and he did it with shoe polish?
Oh, I know
he had like a really good 2 years. Like he was kind of.
And he went to the Dodgers.
Guy.
Yes, I know exactly. I can see him. He went to the Dodgers after that.
Was it Rob Nin?
No,
it was after Nin.
Let me look it up.
Brian Wilson.
Yep.
Brian Wilson. I wouldn't have guessed his name was Brian Wilson.
He went to the Dodgers after the Giants, but he never had the success. Yeah.
He'd always have like his jersey unbuttoned to like his belly button, and he would dye his beard black with shoe polish.
Yep.
Yeah, he was insane. These dudes relievers are insane. Starters have to be a little bit more professional. Brian Wilson, text line, nailing us with the Brian Wilson. Jose Lima was a starter and was kind of nuts. Yeah, it's fair. He was more flash and flair. I don't think Lima was nuts. I think he was more flair.
Yeah,
he played the game with a little bit more of a Latin flair, I think.
I mean, you look at it and you say, well, like Mark the Bird Fidderich was the one starter that was out there like a relief pitcher, talking to himself, talking to the ball, doing all that. We really haven't seen anything like that in a long, long time where a starter was like that.
No, not at all. That's what I'm saying. Maturity to be a starter. Most people name Brian Wilson are nuts. I don't even know any other Brian Wilson. Ken Caminiti was nuts too. Why is Ken Caminiti catching strays? We're talking about starting pitchers and relief pitchers, and Ken Caminiti is out here catching a stray. Rest in peace.
Wasn't Brian Wilson one of the Beach Boys? You wouldn't know, but from a music perspective, I think so, because I think he's related to a baseball player of all things. But I don't know that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So should the Astros keep Brendan Rodgers? Brendan Rodgers has an advanced consent clause in his contract. The Astros have the deadline of Saturday where they could release him. They could release him tomorrow. Release him out of his contract. Now, he's owed $2 million for the entire year. So are you keeping Brendan Rodgers? Or are you saying so long? Our time was short, but it was fond.
I mean, from a guy that I didn't think was even going to make the roster to a guy that's starting on a pretty consistent basis with the fact that offensively he's been better than I thought he would be. I think for his price tag, you keep him. I don't think that you're going to do any better. And you got a guy like Dubon that can still stay in the role that maybe he's best suited for, of utility guy. But yeah, I'm keeping him.
Yeah, Rodgers is better than Dubon. He's kind of always been better than Dubon with his bat, at least on average. Some of these, advanced numbers on Brendan Rodgers are pretty good. Savant likes Brendan Rodgers. Plus, it's cheap. It's $2 million. Like, what else are you doing with that money at this stage of the season? And then who else is taking his spot? Like, you DFA Brendan Rodgers. What's the move? Forshay Whitcomb? Like, you're called up Cesar Salazar. Like, you have nobody in AAA that's ready to come up and actually be a contributor on this team. So, and Rodgers is your best offensive second baseman right now, if we're not including Altuve in that conversation. So, if they release Brendan Rodgers, I would really question that, because he is your best option to play most days at second, if we're not counting Altuve, and you do not have somebody who can take his spot that's being a contributor on this team. So for me, and because it's $2 million, I believe it's a no-brainer. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Israel on the line. What's up, Israel? Good to hear from you.
Yeah, what's up, fellas? I think they're going to keep Rodgers, man. He, you know what I'm saying? He looks shaky right now. You know what I'm saying? He's doing average 225. You know what I'm saying? He got, let me see how many home runs he got. He got one home run. But it's the top of the order. Now, they can put Altuve back at second, right? But I heard Cheesehead brought up our boy, Cam, right? Cam, he amongst, you know what I mean, the vets, right? His slugging percentage, 365. OPS, 667. It's not great. 220, 212. This was everybody, because they can pick anything out and be like, yo, his batting average 212. Nobody besides one person last year for the Astros batted over 300. So it's not like 300 walking on that team. So he got three home runs. He's second. Well, he's third now. He got 3. The top is at 5. On right field, he is doing a great job. So don't act like he's still a work in progress. I just don't even get that when y'all be bringing him up like that, trying to dismiss on what he's doing right now. He's going to be in the running for the Rookie of the Year right now. Right now, because he's the top.
His
numbers
right now?
Oh, come on, man.
Right now, let's look at it. I got it right here. Amongst the Astros right now. All the from 1 through 8, he usually bat 9. 1 through 8, he is doing great, bro.
Israel,
he's doing great for
Israel. Did you say you heard me say that I was saying things about Cam Smith? Have you been listening for the last 2 days, Israel?
And you say Cam, but
time out. Have you been listening for the last 2 days?
No, I didn't. But
there you go.
Yesterday,
well,
I didn't.
Says a lot.
I listened to today. I listened to today, though. You brought up Rodgers, but Rodgers they're going to keep Rodgers. I'm going to tell you why. Because at the price point that y'all said $2 million, man, this is just the beginning of the season. I think his back going to pick up, and the rest of them going to pick. The vets going to pick up, and Cam going to pick up, and I think they're going to be in the end of the day. They're going to win the division or the conference, and I think they got a shot at playing for it all. That's it.
Israel, can you stay on hold while I
Israel, hang on.
Israel,
Yeah.
Can you stay on hold? Can you stay on hold while I give you? Actually, just I don't know if Israel. Can you stay on hold here while I counter some of your points here? You mentioned Cam Smith is third on the team of home runs. There's 4 guys that are above him, so he'd be 5th, tied for 5th.
No, I mean,
by the way,
so the ones okay. I'm going to let you go ahead.
And
so
then the batting average.
Hold
on, I got some more. Israel, we're gonna have to hang up on you if you don't let me finish. We let you. We gave you a runway. You gotta give me a runway. It's the Killer Bees, not the Killer Israel show. Although I've listened to the Killer Israel show, I think it'd be really good. You mentioned the 212 batting average, and then all of a sudden you gatekeeped it up to 300. Why are you comparing a 300 batting average to a 212 batting average? That made no sense to me.
Because only one person on the Astros the whole year batted over 300. So don't act like somebody.
Right, but why is 300 the baseline?
Well, 212 is not bad for a rookie, and with less than 100 at bats. He only have 85 at bats compared to 130. All the rest of them. That's it. So all I'm saying is put a little respect on my boy name. And at the end of the year, he's going to be in the running for the Rookie of the Year. They put him in right field.
I hope you're right.
They didn't have errors like y'all thought he would.
What are they doing? What
No,
are they
he's been
doing? He's playing it because he's built for it. Look at his height. Look at his, I mean, look at how he get the ball back to the plate, I mean, to the infield, and you know what I mean, he the guy. This is what full respect.
All right,
on
hold on. Let me my turn.
That's
My
it.
turn, real quick. My turn, real quick. You're right. He's been really good defensively. I've been really impressed with him defensively. Here are a few Astros with a better batting average than Cam Smith. Cam Smith's 11th on the Astros with batting average right now. Mauricio Dubon has a better batting average, 216, 51 at bats. Victor Caratini has a better batting average, 217 and 54 at bats. Yiner Diaz, 222. Brendan Rodgers, 225. Chas McCormick, 250. Zach DeZinzo, 269. Jake Myers, 297. Cam Smith's 11th.
Let's go to OB.
11th.
No, okay. Let's go to OBP. They all under 300.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go to OBP. Let's go to slugging percentage.
Cam's 9th.
Are you down with
Cam's
OBP?
No. No, you can always point out something. You can always he takes too many.
No, I'm pointing out what you want me to point out. I'm literally saying you said OBP, not me.
What about OPP? OBP.
Are you down with it, Israel? Are you down with OBP?
Israel. Well, I'm looking at OBP right now. Cam Smith's 9th at 302. He's being beat by Jordan, Brendan Rodgers, Caratini, DeZinzo, Pena, Chas, Myers, and Paredes.
Did he hang up?
Smith is 9th.
Oh, he's had enough.
Oh, man.
I wanted to ask him what he thought
enjoying
of whether Cam Smith ever should have been called up or made the roster in the first place.
You know the answer to that.
I do, yes.
You know the answer.
Would have been fun. I
Look,
want to know if he was down
Israel.
with OBP.
Look, and like to Israel's point about like Cam Smith at this stage of his career, like, yeah, these are what his numbers should be. Like, I think he's doing fine for his like development, but is he adding wins to the Astros right now? Not with the bat, maybe defensively. He has been a very good defender, but he's not helping the Astros with the bat. And then a lot of people would push back and gaslight, like, well, none of the Astros have been good offensively. Yeah, but the other Astros weren't on the roster bubble. Like Yordan Alvarez wasn't, should we keep him in the minors?
Mm-hmm.
Jose Altuve, should he be starting the year in AAA? Yiner, should he be the AAA catcher at the Sugarland? Like that, those weren't questions. There was the question, and a very fair, valid question, if Cam Smith should start the season with the Astros. It was not around for Christian Walker. So I don't like that counter argument to it. But no, Israel, I agree with you. I think Cam Smith's future is bright. I don't think he should be sitting 3 days in a row if he's going to be up with the big club. I think we could probably agree on that front. Let's see if we got any text here. Blankers, I got your Naughty by Nature reference. I actually thought about doing a parody song, Are You Down with OBP? But it felt kind of nerdy, so I decided not to do it. Texter, stop having this bum on. What do you mean? Israel's great.
Yeah, he's
Israel's,
a hive.
I think Israel's my favorite character of the Killer Bees.
Yes,
We have a lot of great characters. We have Israel. Allison's a new character. Troy, I think, would be a character of ours. Pena, for sure.
Willie.
Who else? Who am I
Willie.
missing? What are there? Willie for sure. How could I miss? How could I not see Willie?
I didn't say that, but that's what I meant.
See
I love
what he
Willie.
meant there?
Our Twitchers are kind of a character in like probably like they're one collective
Pena.
uneducated
Who's
body
a
of
fat
work.
guy in
Alex,
his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
Dre. Like I think we have a murderer's row of characters to the Killer Bees. I think
Pena.
we've done a great job of building a good character base. Mention Pena. Thank you for listening. Why would we get rid of Israel? Jasper, I think, is a character because he tucks his blankets into his mattress. Like, we're not getting rid of Israel. Texture, Israel's not paying attention to y'all talking about Cam needing to play every day. Tell the Joker to listen more. Israel's nonsense, says Blaine. Come on now. Israel has zero ability to make a logical argument. Come on. We're not going to read all these mean text about Israel. Israel equals Beetlejuice. What does that even mean? We're not reading mean text to Israel. We got rid of mean text. What are the chances?
Is that the
Jake
movie
Myers
or the
stays
guy
good
on
offensively?
Stern back in the day? Beetlejuice.
Oh, yeah.
I need some clarity.
I don't know. What do you think about the Myers thing? Do you think Myers can just stay good?
I don't. You know me. I don't. And I think you even touched on it. I mean, he's done this before where he starts the season hot and then he kind of falls back to the means of who he really is. And he ends up being right where he normally is. And always is. So I hope to God he does, but I don't have confidence that he will. No.
Yeah. If the DH bats 8th in the lineup, is he really a DH? Hashtag trash lineup. I've always had that same thought. Like, if you're a DH, you should be batting, I think, like top 6 spots minimum. It's
4.
weird to me when a DH bats in the bottom of the order. Like, I mean, top 4 might be a little too lofty, but certainly not in the bottom third.
Yeah, I just think of the great designated hitters were, almost always top 4.
Well, we didn't say great designated hitters. He's saying not a
but
trash
I understand what
DH.
he's saying. He's basically just taking a shot at what the Astros are doing tonight.
Well, for sure. But I don't mind if a DH bats top 6. It can be bottom third. What Philip asked, what does a guy have to get mentioned as being an elite B? I forgot Philip 68. Philip 68 is absolutely an elite B.
Honey glazed?
They're just, uh-huh.
And
yep, honey
Keith,
glazed,
did you mention
for
Keith
sure.
from LA?
Oh, Keith from LA is another elite B. Keith, who likes all the old men. He's
The other Keith, right?
In an unhealthy desire and love for Logan Webb.
Donna.
He's an elite B. Donna's an elite B. We have so many elite Bs. Israel is an elite B, so don't make fun of Israel. There goes Brandon making people cry and hanging up the phone. LOL. I didn't want him to. Y'all have that one dip blank always referencing quesadilla cheeseburgers. Do we have a dude referencing quesadilla cheeseburgers?
What?
Oh, I think he's talking about who is that? I don't know. He's referencing. One of my favorite bits is we're not going to read. Softball mom Allison Myers is the antonym of Bregman. Starts big, then fizzles out, except for this year. Rest in peace, Breggy. Bregman never started hot. He would always start slow and then finish pretty strong.
So he's the opposite. He starts hot and then he fizzles out.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, good point. She AP'd me. She English languaged me. I forgot what antonym meant for a minute. Synonym is the same. Antonym is the opposite. My bad, softball mom Allison. I'm the idiot. I made the list. That one's on me. Texture, Israel is an elite B. Elite. Bad word? Come on now. Brandon T, an elite B. I don't know if you're an elite B yet, Brandon T. Like, you're on the cusp. You're on the you're at the gate. I'm not sure you've been let in the gate yet. Texture says Gilbert. I don't know if Gilbert's an elite B. I think he's an elite John and Lance
He's
guy.
definitely a John. Yeah.
I don't know if he listens to us. Yeah. I've never heard from Gilbert on this show.
No.
All right, 713-780 ESPN HRMP listener. Israel is stupid. He just wants to be known. He's an idiot. He's not an idiot.
I appreciate him.
And again, we're not reading.
I appreciate him being a part of the show.
We're not going to sit here and belittle Israel. Like that. We love Israel. We have sound bites of Israel. We hear from Israel every single day.
I know when you forgot.
Let's go coochie.
You might pay the price for getting that one.
Who?
Lamont.
Lamont's an elite B.
Yeah.
I can't just reel them all off in the matter of a second. Like, I'm going to not remember a couple as I do it on the fly and from the top of the dome. How am I going to get all of them right?
I'm here. I'm helping you out.
Can't give them all mentions.
Just saying,
It's like when an actor wins an award. He's not going to sit up there and go up to the podium and be like, thank everybody he can thank.
Some do.
Right? It's not possible.
Some try.
And then they get played off. They get played off. Paredes to second, Cam to third. His natural position. DeZenzo gets more playing time in right field. That defense sounds terrible.
Paredes ain't playing second.
I don't think Cam's playing third anymore. I think Cam's a full-time outfielder now.
For the rest of his career?
I don't think he'll ever move back to the dirt. Yeah. He'll never play third base. I will bet anybody a large amount of money that he will never play third base primarily again. Like, he might get an inning there or like a spot start there, but he'll never be a primary third baseman in his entire career. And if he moves back to the dirt, it would be first. But he's too good of an outfielder. He's going to be in right field. He's got a better chance to be a center fielder than a third baseman.
Be interesting to see. I mean, yeah, it's not unusual to have a guy change positions. I don't think his body and everything is a prototypical third baseman for the long haul. Maybe you're right.
He does the same thing on John and Lance. I think he's talking about Israel. I'd rather hear Lamont for an hour than listen to Israel at all. We're not going to read mean things about Israel. 713-780-3776. Who would you rather listen to for an hour, Lamont or Israel?
Lamont. Split it.
It's a tie for me.
Right. Well, nice job.
I would like to listen to them host a show. That would be high entertainment. Yeah.
What? Yeah.
You wouldn't like that?
I didn't say that. I thought, you said you don't want to be on the fence. I think you got to pick one or the other.
No, I don't. It's not a sports take. I could be on the fence on this one.
Okay.
If Cam wasn't black, Israel wouldn't care at all, would say he's a scrub. I don't detect that with Israel. I don't think Israel sees color. I don't think Israel has a preference or a bias based on one demographic over the other.
Ooh, he sees Reed Shepherd.
No, I don't think that's a color thing. I think it's a sports thing. I don't think he thinks Reed Shepherd's a bum because he's white.
I know,
think
but
he
I
thinks
was
Reed
just
Shepherd's a bum because he's not good at basketball.
before
And
he
I don't
hung
think he
up.
thinks Cam Smith's good at baseball because he's black. I think he thinks Cam Smith's good at baseball because he's good at baseball. I don't think it's a color thing with Israel.
Okay.
You disagree?
No, Jeremy. It's this. Maybe it's the connection, but I was going to try a couple times to say that I thought that I was going to bring up Reed Shepherd and say, the same way you're hard on Reed Shepherd, you're not hard on Cam Smith because of the fact that he hates Reed Shepherd so much and he's so high on Cam Smith. I'm not saying it's a racist thing.
The Cam Smith actually plays though.
Yeah, but I mean, both are highly touted, quote unquote, prospects of their team in this town. Reed Shepherd, you're right, not getting the amount of time, but maybe that's because when he does get it, they don't believe in him. But now you've got a guy they believed in that is not doing it on the field. So there are similarities in the fact that both of them are supposed to be in the long-term future of their franchises too.
Well, I think I disagree with that point. What was the word that you used to describe it? Like they're the top prospect on their team?
One of the top prospects for the future of their team. Yeah, I think the Rockets still are.
Okay, I thought you said the top prospect.
No, because it's like he's so willing to close the door after one season of Reed Shepherd, who's young and immature and learning, but yet he wants to keep that door wide open and let Cam keep driving through it when it comes to the baseball.
Yeah, I thought you said the top prospect because I wouldn't call Reed the top prospect on the Rockets. Like Cam Smith is the top Astros offensive prospect. But if we were just comparing rookie years between Reed and Cam, I would have to give, and it's been very early for Cam. I would have to give Cam the leg up over Reed, without a doubt. Because he's actually on the field, and his numbers aren't great, but he is doing some productive things. Where Reed, most productive thing he did was in the G League.
Yeah. Yep.
Why are you checked out?
I'm not checked out. You've been checked out off and on the whole show with stuff. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying.
Where did I check out?
I mean, who said it for one?
Well, yeah, I hate that game. That's good. Touche. You're right. I did check out on who said it because that game sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Where else?
I'm not scorekeeping. I'm just saying it.
It sounded like you are because you said that I've checked out a lot in the show.
God, this is Friday, man.
You said it. Like, how could you get on to me for you bringing up something?
No, because it's frustrating. I'm not, because the listeners don't need to hear it. I'm not getting into it. What the technical side of things.
I just don't know how you bring up a conversation and then whenever I talk about it, I get in trouble with you.
You're not, Jeremy. Chuck's on the line. He wants to talk about Cam Smith.
Okay, let's go to Chuck. 713-780-3776. Chuck, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Chuck?
What's up, guys? After that last phone call, I got to say, Jeremy, I was totally wrong. That bum should be sent down. Send his butt down. Dana White was stupid. I ain't listened to a word all day long, but this guy gets on the phone every friggin' day. Man, send him down. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Struck a nerve.
Dang, Chuck.
Chuck struck a
We're
nerve.
We're trying to be nice to Israel, and Chuck says he called Dana Brown Dana White, which was so appropriate for Chuck's call. Calling Dana Brown Dana White. Oh man, that was classic there. Texture, I'd punch you, Branham. Good luck. Next remote, come knock me in the jaw. I hope you make a lot of money though. I don't want a poor man punching me in the jaw. I want a rich man punching me in the jaw. Texter, I think it's Israel texting. Thank you, Branham. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. Dana White, LOL. Branham pushes things too far, which kills the vibe of most of y'all's show. I only do it like once a show, so how can it be most a show? I don't understand that. And Blankers brought up a topic. He didn't want to talk about the topic. Israel, I don't know what that means. Their texter. Branham moved on, man. You ruined the mood of the show with your sassy ways. It was Blanker's topic. Blanker went there, didn't want to have a topic about it. Like, if he wants to go there, we can have a chat.
No, you're the one telling me I checked out when I didn't check out, and I'm trying to tell you that I don't want to talk about technical difficulties because you're on remote and I'm trying to interject and I can't interject. And for whatever reason, the connection won't let us the way we normally do it when you're not in studio. And there, if you really want to know all of it, there it is. And there you got it.
I did. That's good. I didn't know we were having technical difficulties. What's the issue?
I just covered it, Jeremy. I'm not going to cover it again because it's boring to the listener.
I don't think that was a technical thing, though. I wanted to know what the problem so I can fix it. We can talk about it during the commercial. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. I saw the reach of the century yesterday. The biggest reach when it applies how Jalen Green was defended by the Golden State Warriors. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. He's right here in the Houston Medical Center, and he is here to help you if you are suffering any kind of hair loss. If you have lost your hair, if you're experiencing pattern baldness or thinning of your hair, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, there actually is, and it's right here locally with Doc Linville. Doc Linville is so good at so many things. He does spa treatments and Botox. He does so many different things with plastic surgery. But the thing that I'm personally having experience with to tell you about is the neograph procedure and PRP treatments, all associated with hair loss. He stopped me at one of our events here at the station a long time ago, and he said, "Hey, can I give you a consultation one day? I just want to sit down and talk to you about some things." And I said, "I don't have anything to lose." Sure. And he started telling me about what he does with the PRP treatments and with the neograph. And he said, "Look, I can get your hair back. Your hairline seems like it's gone up quite a bit." And he said, "I saw some of the pictures of when you first started with station. And when you were with the Rockets," he goes, "I can help." And so I was listening. I was interested. I had the full consultation at his office, and I was hooked. Once he told me exactly what they do and the fact that it isn't the gimmicks you see on TV, it's actually realistically fixing the problem. It's like in lawn terms, PRP treatments, which we heard for years with athletes, they use it for their knees and shoulders and their joints. It can also be used with hair. If you still have hair on your head, but it's thinning, it's not quite what it used to be. The PRP treatments are like fertilizing your lawn. Gets your hair stronger, longer, thicker, and it looks better from a day-to-day basis. And then from the standpoint of the neograph procedure, he basically explains it's like resodding your lawn. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, so he takes some of that hair every third or fourth follicle, and he moves it where you need it most, that hairline or that bald spot on top. And in no time at all, you see the follicles there. They start to grow because he's taking them from a place where they never go away. You're going to have them for the rest of your life, and you get results that give you more self-confidence, a better appearance, and you're going to love the way you look again. It's fantastic. You get that free consultation like I got. People off the street pay $150. You're listening to me. You want to talk to him? 975hair.com. Sign up for an appointment. Go in, ask questions, get answers, let them explain everything to you, and then walk away. Decide if you want to do it. No commitment to be made, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket. Basically, it's just you getting the information you need to see if you can make the decision that could be a game changer. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. You need to check it out to see if you might consider it too. Go to 975hair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texters, can we get along? Always get along. You're a wife, Branham. I'll take that as a compliment. It means I'm a catch. I love the quarrel. Jerry. It's not boring. I love the back and forth. I got 20 on blankers. Kind of feel like J-Bone is quicker, though. Everybody's faster than B-Mac, including Machete. Not sure why Brian's catching a straight.
Yeah,
on
why did I
Feels
get drug into this? But you're right. Most people are faster than me.
Unless you need to get
Peter
5
K,
yards.
Blank.
Damn right, Joel.
You get 5 yards quick, unblocked. Definitely
And you can get to the dugout in time to get your at bat.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't have to get all the way to the dugout. I just got to get to the batter's box.
Are you going to bat with your glove in your back pocket?
Someone will toss me a bat. It'll be fine.
It's going to be like the old days when you don't leave the glove, you tuck it into the back of your pants.
Where your batting gloves in your pockets already, I guess?
Hell yeah.
Your helmet? Your ball boy bringing your helmet, too?
And the bat?
Yeah, toss them to me. I'll catch it.
I think B-Mac here's rewriting the rules a bit. Peter K says Blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, coaches that run up the score when Branham checks out. And who said it? Only time I checked out. I guess
Joel doesn't hate who said it. He hates losing in who said it, but he doesn't hate the segment.
No, he didn't say who said it. He said he didn't say that Blankers hates who said it. He hates when Branham checks out. I added the who said it. Peter K didn't say who said it.
Gotcha.
He said it when Branham checks out, and then I added in who said it.
The list is missing one thing though. The top one on the list, Jordan Love.
Oh, good one. Yep.
Oh, he does hate Jordan Love. Another texture about Israel. We know it's definitely a race thing with Israel. You have to be politically correct, Brad. We can't say it on the radio. Screw that dude. I disagree. I think it's just about the player. If the guy's good, he calls it like he sees it. If he's bad, he calls it like he sees it. And they're all his opinion, of course. It's all relative. We get flooded with enough of the racial bias online and through TV. No need to have Israel on. Look, we're not gonna suppress the voice of Israel, just like we're not gonna suppress your voice, Texter. Everybody has an opinion, and it's a beautiful sports country out there, including this opinion, Blankers, which to me was the biggest reach that I've seen of one making of Jalen Green, and it comes from Big Sarge, and I like Big Sarge. I'm a fan of Big Sarge, big fan of Big Sarge. He filled in once on the show while you were gone, and I think he works hard. I think he's one of the hardest workers in Houston sports media, so I do have a lot of respect for the guy. But this take is the biggest reach I've ever seen. It was about how Golden State defended Jalen. He tweeted this yesterday, so it was well after the series. He compared how Jalen was defended by Golden State to the Jordan rules that the Detroit Pistons put together for Michael Jordan. So y'all telling me that y'all watched all 7 games against the Warriors and didn't see variations of this plan devised against Jalen Green. I'm good. Y'all got it. And then he posted the key aspects of the Jordan rules: double teaming and physical defense, forcing Jordan to the left, limiting the paint, psychological warfare. So all of those things are fine and good, but like we know with the Jordan rules, the Detroit Pistons were like, yeah, they had all of these elements, but we know that the real Jordan rules, not the ones that are printed, not ones they talked about publicly, was to knock Michael Jordan on his tail all the time when he came into the paint. Like, physical defense is one thing. There was Bill Laimbeer clotheslining Michael Jordan, kneeing him in the abdomen, like all of that stuff. Not like a Jalen Green caught an elbow once by Draymond Green that was barely grazed his nose. None of that was like the Detroit Piston Jordan rules they put together for the game's greatest.
No, it's hashtag interesting, hashtag a lot of other words. That's absolutely ludicrous because he's not Michael Jordan. Because they didn't do it all series, because they didn't do it to see what he could do in game 1 and he did nothing. Then in game 2, when he went off, they did it in game 3 and then realized he was starting to shrink up and he was starting to go away. And if you go back and look at the later games in the series, they had no concern for Jalen Green. They weren't even close to double teaming him. They were basically daring him because he looked like he was already checked out. It's so ridiculous and far-fetched. I can't respond because I don't follow him because he's got rules to the way he makes his opinions. But if I'd had seen it, I would have just chuckled and laughed and scratched my head because that's absolutely crazy.
So would you have responded?
I've tried in the past when he's actually, what you guys have a name for it, when I get referred to, or the things I've said was referred to in a response to someone else, but then he wouldn't
respond to me, and then when I try to
you.
respond, I can't because I don't follow him. But then I was told he uses his hashtag interesting. And I'm like, well, great. I think it's hashtag stupid. I can't respond. And he doesn't say it directly to me if he doesn't like what I said. But overall, like, come on, man. There's no comparison.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest reach I've seen ever associated with Jalen Green. Calling it the Jordan rules. And like I get the little definition, like it was to play him hard and not keep him out of the paint and force him to go left, not right. But we know that the real Jordan rules, when they were sitting there talking about it on the team bus, they wanted to knock Michael Jordan on his tail every chance they got. I truly believe that they were trying to get Michael Jordan out of the game. Like, I think they were trying to injure him to the point that he could not play anymore. It wasn't as simple as the limit paint touches, force him to the left, double team him. It was, we want this dude out of the series by injuring him. Now, they'll never say it, but I think we know the truth.
Yeah, it was also the fact that that was the one guy that they were hell bent on, because I don't think you're wrong. I think in that the old Pistons, they were not afraid to hurt somebody. They were not afraid to have that mentality, and it was the time and it was the style of play and the way the league was at the time where the rules allowed it. But Jordan was still getting his, no matter what they tried to do to him. Jordan was still persevering, taking it, toughing it out, getting his points, leading his team, doing the things that he did. Like, to compare that to what Jalen Green got for essentially a game and a half, maybe, and not even to the level of physicality, but just like the attention that they don't want him to beat them offensively. That's so insulting to Michael Jordan, and just so far-fetched when you compare Jalen Green.
Yeah, reach of the century, I think, is what we had in play here. Yeah, I was surprised to see that Jalen Green got the Jordan rules by Golden State Warriors. I wasn't expecting to see that. All right, 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Also, the Astros start a series against the Reds today. So we're going to play Cincinnati Reds player or a
member of the Big Red Machine.
Oh, one of the greatest teams ever assembled.
1976
We'll do that next.
Reds.
It is the Bees. Yeah, that was I don't want to tip my hand. That was a fun team. Red or a member of the Big Red Machine. Car wrecks of the day next as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I'm going to sell you straight. Get over to Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealer you can trust. They're the best dealer. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. That's always annoying, right? You go to these dealerships, you're like, okay, this is the sticker price. Where are they going to mark me up? Are they going to charge me too much on my warranty? What are the add-on? You're not going to worry about that at Monument Chevrolet. Transparent, no hassle pricing. It's why they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years and have helped generations of families get into new vehicles. It's why these families keep coming back to Monument Chevrolet and buy all of their vehicles there, because they're transparent, because of the no hassle pricing. Monument Chevrolet's got a family feel, friendly atmosphere from the moment you walk in the door. Their culture is elite, and they hire good people, so it continues to breed and build that good culture, including Javier, who's the Monument Chevrolet Employee of the Week. Javier, laid back, easygoing, no high-pressure sales pitches with Javier, which we all can appreciate if we're buying a vehicle. He prioritizes customer satisfaction and doesn't mind going the extra mile to please. If you're looking for a vehicle for your business, Monument Chevrolet has you covered there. They're one of the best dealerships nationwide in commercial vehicle sales. A huge selection of work trucks, vans, SUVs. Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle as well for businesses of any size or inventory if you're in the market for that. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. You can check out their inventory there, monumentchevrolet.com, or check out their inventory in person. 225 and Beltway 8. It is a massive, massive piece of property there at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Bit of a lackluster day on Wall Street today as the market players were sidelined ahead of key talks between Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his Chinese counterpart over trade. President Trump suggesting he could lower tariffs in advance of these negotiations to 80% from 145%, potentially undercutting his own Treasury Secretary as he enters the negotiations this weekend in Switzerland. But still, the market ended mixed on the day, with an eye towards those conversations. The Dow lost 119 points to 41,249. S&P down 4 to 56.59. The Nasdaq up 0.75 point, barely budged today, to 17,928. Interest rates edged higher. The yield on the 10-year note 4.39%. Dollar a little weaker. Oil up $1.09 on geopolitical tensions, ending at $61 a barrel. Gold up $27. Same reason, $3,333 an ounce. So going into next week, we'll get some clarity potentially around those trade talks with China, and then next week, inflation data on the agenda as well.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Car ranking today coming up in 5 minutes, 713-780-3776 if you want to get those in. Rahil just tweeted us about the Jordan rules. Jordan, I didn't realize this. Jordan averaged 30 points a game against the Pistons the 3 years the Bulls lost him in the playoffs.
Yep.
I was curious what it was in year one specifically, because like that to me would be the one that was the most important. He still averaged 27.5 in the first series against Detroit.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Rahil says so what the Warriors did to Jalen was beyond Jordan rules. Or maybe it was Jalen's not nearly as good.
That's pretty much it.
Maybe it's also that. Yeah. All right, let's get to the but that is information, good information. Appreciate that, Rahil. All right, let's get to Red or Big Red Machine Blankers.
Okay, here we go. Big Red Machine, the 1970s. Some people say the greatest baseball team ever assembled. The 76 World Series Reds or the current Cincinnati Reds. Fun fact, Cincinnati was once known, by the way, I found out, as Porkopolis because of its interests in pork. Who knew? Never knew that. All right, first one.
Cincinnati is?
Yes. Was once known as
never heard of that.
Porkopolis. I don't think you want to be known as that, but
that's funny.
There you go. Let's start with Reese Hines.
Who's going first here, Jeremy?
We'll go talent first. So me. Reese Hines is with a D or an E?
It's a D.
I'm going to go Big Red Machine.
Okay, Brian?
Big Red Machine.
Reese Hines was recently called up starting right fielder for the Cincinnati Reds.
Damn.
Okay. At least it's 0-0. All right, next up. How many we got?
I got
5
plenty.
or 7.
However many we guys want to do till you figure out a winner.
Let's do 5 for time's sake here.
Okay. Will McEnany.
That sounds old. I'm going to guess he's a player from the 70s. I'll say Big Red Machine.
Can you spell it?
M small c capital E N-A-N-E-Y.
Can you use it in a sentence? I'm just kidding. I'll go Big Red Machine.
Correct. Pitcher in the on the 1976 team. Don Werner.
E or an A in Warner?
E.
I'm going to go Big Red Machine.
Same, Big Red Machine.
Indeed.
2-2, 2 to go.
Matt McClain.
Vowels aren't the same anymore. Matt McClain.
Matt McClain. Oh, that's crap.
Easy, Brian. Not your turn.
I know. No, it is my turn, but I gave away that I know it. Damn it. It's a current red.
Yeah, you gave away the answer.
It's a current
Yeah,
red.
it's a current red.
Oh,
I know
was
that
your
one
turn?
too. He
Yeah, it's my
second
turn.
baseman, converted outfielder.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yep.
Yeah, it was his turn.
Okay. Lion Richardson.
Was it his turn?
Yeah.
I don't
I
remember.
didn't think it was, but it's
Yeah, because you went first, and that was the fourth question.
okay.
Your odds on
Lion Richardson. Big Red Machine.
So we're tied here. So the only chance I have to win is to go current. So I think you're right, but I'll go current.
Lion Richardson is a relief pitcher on the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh!
Is he really?
Yes.
Wow.
Lyon. Lion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I should have asked for the spelling again.
You should have, because if you're right, if it was Lion, like the animal, it would have to be an old guy. But yeah, Ly is a younger man's name.
Ain't lying.
He got called up recently. He's on the active roster here.
He's a relief pitcher.
Let's
Victory.
fact check. He's on the
Victory
active
is
roster.
mine.
I don't like to lose. Let's see if he's
You go fact check
actively...
live on air instead of going to car wreck.
Dang it, he is on the active roster. Congratulations, Brian. If I was there, I would shake your hand. But I'm giving you a virtual handshake. Yeah, I'm giving you a virtual handshake right now. Twitchers can see it. YouTubers can see it. You can see it if you're live on our Twitter at ESPN 975.
That's very weird.
Virtual handshake. What is it? How does this look so bad? Yes, virtual handshake.
It looks
all right.
weird.
Congratulations, Brian. Let's get to car wreck of the day. Softball Mom says, I'm actually from Cincinnati, Allison. I can confirm porkopolyps. It comes from the excessive German immigration population. What are you calling Germans? Porks? Yeah, what does excessive mean there, Softball
why is the
Mom?
German population excessive? That sounds...
Yeah, that sounds...
Milwaukee kind of...
German-phobic?
German-Polish population, but yeah.
There's a big German influence in the Hill Country, too. Like the barbecue and stuff, Fredericksburg. Yep. Schnitzel in Fredericksburg is very good. All right, car of the day, what you got, Blankers?
Well, remember a few months back when our Braves sideline reporter was searching for a date on the air? Well, the Braves telecast isn't done. Having a little fun, but also they didn't catch their own mistake. They were talking last night about Ellie De La Cruz has a twin brother, only he's half his height, and he works back in the Dominican Republic, I believe, running a restaurant. So they showed pictures. No one proofed the pictures. The picture that they showed had Ellie's brother flipping off the camera.
I saw that.
Well done.
He was short, though.
Yes, he was. And MLB Network was picking up the telecast and showed it as well.
It's always funny to me whenever you have like these pro athletes that are all like, these freaks, and then they have the sibling that's like fat and out of shape.
Yeah.
And is like not even close to their sibling. It's so weird to me.
Yeah, one guy won the genetic lottery and the other guy is just a normal guy.
Yep. How is one brother 6'5" and the other's 5'5"? I think it's a different dad.
They're twins.
I think it's a different dad. I don't believe so. No, there's no way. There's no way you can have twins and one of them 6'5" and the other one's 5'5".
If Ellie introduced you to a guy that was 5'5" and said, "This is my twin," would you believe him?
No.
Okay, well, there we go.
Nope. Maybe they adopted him.
And just lied to him about being a twin?
Adopted him. Yeah, they adopted him at the same time. Like they got like somebody there. The hospital's like, yeah, I don't want this baby. And they're like, well, we'll take him in. We'll just have to. Like, how else could you explain the difference of a foot between the two?
Well, they're not identical, obviously. Right? I assume?
Still. A foot difference?
I mean, you can look
Still.
completely different. You
Makes
can
no
be a boy.
sense.
You can be twins, boy and girl. So obviously those wouldn't look the
Yeah,
same.
but have you ever seen the
not
discrepancy
identical.
in heights, though? I have cousins who are twins, and they're about the same height.
Well,
and they're boy
I
and
would
girl.
think the gender of the baby would be a bigger difference than the height. I mean, you could have twins that are boy and girl, so it's possible.
Yeah, but that's just like one chromosome, though. That's not 12 inches. One
Fra-
chromosome or 12
phrasing.
inches. What is
Yeah.
more unlikely?
Hey, phrase
I'll
it.
get to my car wreck because I feel like we're getting into territory we shouldn't be in. I'm going to nominate the entitled athlete Rafael Devers. He's making $31 million and he won't even play first base. He threw a fit when they signed Bregman. Oh no, I can't play defense. Hey Rafael, you want to play first now? Oh no, I don't want to play defense. As he makes $31 million a year. So that's my first car wreck for Devers. The second one, the city of Houston sinking. It is sinking faster than any other major U.S. city, according to Nature City. Study by Virginia Tech, Columbia, and Cal using satellite-based radar measurements. Have one of those in the garage. They say 42% of Houston's land is sinking and more than 5 millimeters per year.
Sounds like
City of Houston,
Porkopolis.
car wreck. They're sinking.
Maybe it's a
What are you
factor of
nominating, Brian?
Porkopolis.
I'll give two quick.
It's not the same
nominations.
city. How would it be Porkopolis?
Because I'm saying it's sinking because maybe everybody's eating too much.
Calling us fat.
Maybe.
Porky.
I'll quickly nominate Draymond for picking up another elbow technical and then trying to play the victim card right after. And then also the continuing Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson drama to where she was banned from the facilities and North Carolina came out and said she wasn't banned. It just, that drama is a constant car wreck.
Without
That's
question.
pretty good. Chuck's phone call says a texter, Josh from Seabrook, WGN for getting their facts wrong about the Pope. It's scientifically impossible to have a twin half your size. There you go. I knew it. Okay, what's winning?
I'll go Ellie. I'll go the picture of the brothers.
I'm going to go Rafael Devers.
Devers sucks.
So you're going Devers?
Yeah,
All
let's
right,
go
those are
Devers.
for us.
Screw him.
All right. Thanks, Brian and Ryan, for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you next week. Aggie baseball coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.